One day, Earth suddenly turned into a literal hellscape, crawling with deadly monsters and dungeons. Most people could only hide and pray they weren't the next snack. But our main man here, he sends a massive wolf flying with nothing but a casual, low-effort punch. To him, giant venomous spiders are basically just appetizers. He'll storm a goblin cave alone and punch every single one of them into oblivion without breaking a sweat. 2 years ago, Kim Min-jun was snatched away by a system and summoned to another world. There, he didn't just survive, he became a legendary Dark Mage, a top-tier carry who basically solo-cleared the entire map for the Empire. But just as he's about to head back to his old life, the saintess herself shows up to stop him. She promises him a life of luxury and power, anything his heart desires, as long as he stays and keeps serving the crown. Too bad for her. Min-jun is as smart as he is handsome and saw right through her dirty little trap. He knew exactly what she wanted, a powerful shadow to do all the kingdom's disgusting, immoral work from the dark. The moment he outlived his usefulness, they'd throw him under the bus and make him the scapegoat for every crime the Empire committed. He's seen this movie before and he isn't buying a ticket. Besides, in 2 whole years, he hadn't had a single decent meal, just rock-hard bread that even a starving dog would probably ignore. But the real deal breaker? No internet, which meant 0 games of League of Legends. Realizing she couldn't bribe him, the saintess agreed to let him go, but only if he gave up every ounce of power he'd gained in that world. She begins releasing the divine seal of protection on his hand, but Min-jun knew the truth all along. That wasn't a blessing, it was a magical shackle designed to keep him from ever laying a finger on her. The second that Mark vanished, the chains were off. Min-jun didn't waste a heartbeat, immediately pulling a pro-gamer move by summoning dark energy to grab the saintess from behind. He locks her down with shadow magic before she can even blink. Did she really think he was dumb enough to just hand over his strength? Please, he's seen smarter moves from a beginner bot. Having her plan backfire like that made the saintess absolutely lose it. She screamed in rage, claiming that without her light magic, he'd never be able to open the portal back to Earth. But before she could finish her villain monologue, he shut her up with a cold stare. Turns out, this dark mage can use light magic too. Talk about being a complete cheat code of a character. No gate? Fine, I'll just build my own. Even the saintess couldn't believe what she was seeing as he prepared to leave. Min-jun didn't even look back, offering only a freezing cold goodbye. He told her to pray they never met again, and as she screamed in helpless frustration, the portal swallowed him whole. Suddenly, we're back under a clear blue sky and modern skyscrapers. On the balcony of a red brick apartment, purple lightning starts crackling against the glass as a massive surge of energy floods the entire room. From the center of that blinding light, a figure collapses onto the floor. Min-jun is finally back, wearing his tattered mage robes and shivering from the sheer intensity of the trip. Gasping for air with sweat pouring down his pale face, he mumbles to himself in total shock. Holy, that interdimensional travel is no joke. I'm so dizzy I might actually die right here on my own floor. He forces himself up, looking around the room with wide eyes. It's all there, the modern furniture, his computer, his bookshelves, and that beautiful, soft bed. Standing in the middle of his old life, his eyes lock onto his desk, where his phone is lying. He grabs it like it's a holy relic, his face lighting up with pure joy. My precious, I'm finally reunited with my true love. No more being a slave for the Empire, it's time to become a god of the server. He looks at the screen, seeing his favorite game, Power Fighter. He can't help but let out a massive, unhinged laugh while hugging his phone. Ha ha ha! I'm back! I'm finally home from that literal hellhole. But then, the laughter stops dead. His eyes widen as a message pops up. No internet connection. Please check your status and try again. Talk about a buzzkill. Meanwhile, down in the streets, a squad of soldiers in full tactical gear is sprinting through the back alleys, breathing hard. One soldier asks if they're going the right way, and his partner confirms it immediately. The observers have already pinned the target's location for them. Amidst the tension, one soldier grumbles about how weird the whole situation is. Like, why are elite troops out here chasing shadows and doing pointless stuff like this? The sergeant snaps back, telling him to save the questions for the officers and just keep moving. They're all dripping with sweat, eyes peeled for danger, until the commander finally gives the order to move in. The squad charges forward, guns leveled, but one soldier suddenly freezes. His eyes go wide with pure terror as he sees something. Wait, back to Min-jun. Our boy has traded his robes for a gray hoodie and slippers, just wandering the streets. He realizes it's been exactly 2 years since he was summoned away to that nightmare world. Honestly, he's still a bit stunned that he actually made it back. His phone is trying to sync his old data, but he realizes he doesn't even have anyone left to call. He holds his phone up to the sky, getting frustrated. Did the Wi-Fi in this whole neighborhood just die? I literally just got back, and all I want is one game, but the loading screen is killing me. From the shadows, the soldiers spot him and freak out. Wait, is that a civilian? They can't wrap their heads around why someone would be taking a casual stroll in a restricted zone. While Min-jun is busy wondering how much time has actually passed on Earth, a soldier screams at the top of his lungs, "Hey, kid, over here!" Min-jun just looks back with a massive question mark over his head. He sees the soldiers and assumes it's just some high-intensity military training exercise. He scratches his head and gives them a sheepish smile. Man, the army has gotten really strict lately. Don't they usually just do drills in the woods or something? He waves them off, saying he's just passing through, but suddenly the soldier's voice turns to pure desperation. "Run! Get out of there!" Right behind Min-jun, a massive black wolf with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth leaps out of the shadows. Time slows down as Min-jun slowly turns his head. "Move! Kid, move!" The soldiers are screaming, convinced they're about to watch a massacre. But Min-jun just stands there, his expression totally blank. He feels the killing intent and the foul breath of the monster, but in his head, he's just thinking, this stupid dog isn't even worth my time. He prepares to use a bit of magic to end it quickly. But then his pupils shrink in total shock. He stares at his hand, feeling a terrifying emptiness where his power used to be. Wait, hold on. Where's my mana? Are you telling me I lost my connection? Now! Even without his magic, the instincts of a man who survived hell don't just vanish. As the wolf lunges, Min-jun's arm blurs. He grabs the beast's head mid-air and slams it into the pavement with earth-shattering force. A sickening thud echoes through the street as the concrete shatters into a million pieces. The wolf doesn't even have time to whimper before it's pinned deep into the ground. The entire squad of soldiers just stands there, frozen in silence. Their eyes are practically popping out of their heads, unable to believe a random guy in a hoodie just soloed a monster with his bare hands. With cold indifference, Kim Min-jun slams the beast's head into the rubble. The scene turns brutal as the monster goes limp, all resistance gone. He glares down at it, his eyes sharp as daggers, and repeats, "Stupid dog." Pure horror flashes across the soldiers' faces. They're frozen, stunned by Kim Min-jun's overwhelming power. He casually sits down next to the monster's corpse, pulling out his phone while muttering disdainfully, "Thought you were tough, but you're just another weakling. Even with my power suppressed, a low-level creature like you isn't even a warm-up for me." The act unexpectedly throws him back to his hellish training in Isgha. He remembers being pushed past his limits, forced to train to the point of exhaustion under the watch of terrifying entities. He thinks to himself, this reminds me of the training I endured in Isgha. Staring at the monster's corpse lying in a pool of blood, Kim Min-jun's gaze becomes thoughtful, filled with doubt. But why did you appear in this world? He rises silently, his hands still stained from the battle. He walks past the soldiers, who are still paralyzed with fear, and turns to leave. Just as he's about to go, a soldier named In-ho calls out, "Excuse me, sir." The man hasn't recovered from the shock, the horrified screams of his comrades still echoing in his mind. A short while later, Kim Min-jun is sitting quietly in a military vehicle rolling down the street. In-ho at the wheel mutters, "How'd a guy like you get so lost out here? You're lucky my commander is taking it easy on you. Otherwise, you'd be eating prison food for trespassing in a restricted zone." Seeing Kim Min-jun quietly wiping his face with a cloth, he continues, "The commander told us not to make a big deal out of this, so you're free to go. But still, something feels off." In-ho has to ask, "But seriously, you have no idea what's been going on these days?" Kim Min-jun cracks a small smile and replies, "Yeah, I've been overseas." But inside, he's thinking something else entirely. To be precise, I was in another world. This isn't the Korea I used to know. A huge question burns in his mind. What happened in these last 2 years? He remembers dungeons first appearing when he was around 7, unleashing monsters into the real world. Back then, the army had to step in and fight them, just like now. And with the arrival of dungeons, awakened superhumans began to emerge, people with powers far beyond normal human limits. They joined the newly formed Hunter Corps stationed at military bases, quickly wiping out monsters the moment they appeared. Kim Min-jun recalls with a thoughtful frown, "Things were definitely peaceful before that crazy goddess dragged me away. So why am I back to a world where monsters are running wild like it's some kind of festival? Don't tell me the world got reset." He frantically opens his phone, staring at the icon for his game, Dungeon Power Fighter. The notification is still there, cannot connect to the network. He worries, the server isn't completely gone, right? It can't be. The more he thinks, the more he loses his cool, his face twisting with rage. No, after everything I went through to get back, it can't end like this. He furiously taps the screen. I want to play Dungeon Power Fighter. I really want to play that damn game. Come on, you stupid network. I need to see if the server is back online. Hurry up. Watching Kim Min-jun's bizarre expressions in the rearview mirror, In-ho can't help but feel suspicious. The whole world is in chaos, but this guy knows nothing because he was abroad? Yeah, right, highly suspicious. But one look at the intense aura coming from the young man in the back, and he immediately drops any idea of prying further. Nope, not my business. I'm sure he has his reasons. Seeing that Kim Min-jun still doesn't get it, In-ho speaks up, hey. At that moment, Kim Min-jun turns with a dead serious face and asks frantically, hey, soldier, are the game developers still alive? Did anyone evacuate them so they can fix the bugs and reopen the server for me? That game is my reason for living right now. In-ho calmly replies, I'll tell you what I know. After all, I got an A in monster theory and dungeon theory back in college. Hearing this, Kim Min-jun is completely floored. Wait, what? Colleges have a dungeon theory class now? In-ho just laughs. It's harder to find a school that doesn't teach those subjects these days. He begins to explain why things have gotten so bad. The situation started getting worse because of a strange phenomenon that began appearing in dungeons about 2 years ago. Then one day, dungeons started spawning more frequently, and their scale just kept getting bigger and bigger. But the real problem was the massive number of monsters pouring out of these new, bizarre dungeons. As he drives, In-ho continues. Because of that, the military couldn't control the dungeons anymore. The situation got worse and worse, to the point where we had to quarantine entire residential areas. He grips the steering wheel tighter, his voice dropping low. Since then, the army has tried everything, but we're just critically short on manpower. Kim Min-jun is absolutely stunned by the news, completely frozen. He curses in his mind. This is insane. It can't be. But the only thing he's truly worried about is, with all these monsters running around, did the game developers get wiped out? Don't you dare abandon your players like this. Suddenly, In-ho asks, how old are you right now? Kim Min-jun hesitates, then answers, me? I think. I'm 21. Hearing that, In-ho says with a grim smile, oh yeah, that means you should be enlisting immediately. Half of your 20s are about to go up in smoke. Kim Min-jun is horrified. Huh? Half? You mean 5 years in the Hunter Corps and 3 years of regular military service? In-ho gestures to the desolate city around them. Because the situation has gotten so much worse, all military personnel now have to serve for 5 years, not just the Hunter Corps. If you're 21, you probably already have a draft notice waiting. Kim Min-jun is speechless, sweat pouring down his face. 5 years? Wait a minute, this is a little serious, isn't it? I just escaped a life of slavery in Isgha, and now I'm being thrown into this meat grinder? This is seriously killing my vibe. When am I supposed to find time to play my game? Just then, a notification sound chimes from the phone. Kim Min-jun nervously checks it. What the hell is this? The notification reads, Enlistment Day, Division X. He screams in despair, damn it, my enlistment day is tomorrow. Is this some kind of sick joke? The timing is just perfect. In-ho chuckles, confirming it's real. Kim Min-jun still can't believe this cruel reality. What kind of backward system is this? They barely check if you're alive and healthy before they snatch your soul away. In-ho explains further. Like I said, we're short-staffed, so you'll get your physical checkup right at the training center. That notification probably just feels late to you. Seeing Kim Min-jun's absolute despair over not being able to play his game, In-ho suggests, why don't you go to the PC room near the evacuation base and check for yourself? At the mention of a PC room, Kim Min-jun's eyes snap wide open in astonishment. In the Forgotten Canyon, deep in the northern region of Isgha, inside a dark, damp cave, Kim Min-jun walks alone. He mutters to himself about the cruel fate of the profession he's chosen. So, what I'm saying is, this warlock job is just a never-ending cycle of chaos. He slumps down in frustration, placing a hand on the corpse of a spider monster. There is no worse character class, you know? Kim Min-jun explains the bitter difference between magic types. Sure, we have some insane skills, but if we run out of dark energy, we're done for. Unlike a regular mage's mana, which is always there and recovers on its own, dark energy is a luxury. He growls, it doesn't regenerate naturally. I have to constantly harvest it by defeating monsters that have dark energy. Looking at the piles of copper slime corpses, Kim Min-jun realized a ridiculous irony recharging dark mana by actually using it is a total waste of time. To make matters worse, his reputation as a dark mage was so toxic that he couldn't find a single teammate to join him. Wrapped in absolute solitude, a grim thought crossed his mind. If I run out of dark energy while I'm deep inside a dungeon, I'm a dead man. Suddenly, he raised a finger with a sly, knowing smirk. He had to admit using magic just to go hunting for more mana was the most mindless, vicious cycle he'd ever experienced. Want to know the secret to refilling a dark mage's tank without breaking a sweat? The world went silent, save for the crackling of the nearby campfire. Kim Min-jun sat alone on the carcass of a giant spider, surrounded by dozens of its dead kin. He sighed in frustration. No one was left to answer him because, well, they were all dead. Right then, a massive, razor-sharp leg slammed into the ground. The boss had finally arrived. Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes, looking genuinely amused. Standing before him was the massive queen spider, the absolute ruler of the Forgotten Canyon. Instead of being terrified, he beamed like he'd just run into an old friend. Why show up now? I thought I was going to die of boredom. The monster let out a bone-chilling roar and lunged straight at him. As the creature opened its hideous maw, Kim Min-jun just leaned back casually. He tossed out a savage critique. Answering me with breath that stinks this bad? That's a major point deduction, sweetie. The spider unleashed a ground-shattering strike, but Kim Min-jun didn't flinch. With a single, devastating punch, he literally exploded its head. He tightened his bandage-wrapped fist as a violent, deep purple aura erupted around his body. He loudly declared his final answer. The secret is simple. You just gotta pulverize these monsters with 100% of your power. This was 645 days before Kim Min-jun officially returned to Earth as the absolute peak of dark magic. Now, at a military office in the present day, a commander set his coffee down to begin the interrogation. So, you say your name is Kim Min-jun? Sitting across from him with a completely relaxed posture, Kim Min-jun gave a short, simple nod. The battalion commander poured some water, trying to read the young man's vibe. Wait here. An escort from the Hunter Corps is on the way. Seeing a high-ranking officer personally serving him, Kim Min-jun accepted the drink with a bright smile. Oh, a personal service from the commander himself? Much appreciated. Taking a sip of his coffee, the commander watched him closely. You seem pretty enthusiastic. Is there a specific reason you're so eager to enlist in the Hunter Corps? Kim Min-jun just smiled. Internally, he was thinking about how bad things had gotten lately with the world falling apart. Everyone with special abilities was being dragged back into the military anyway. He answered nonchalantly, I'm being dead serious, sir, even if you think I'm joking. I've got more experience than a dozen veterans combined, so don't treat me like some clueless rookie. The room went dead silent for a beat before the commander suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. You're a funny kid. But Kim Min-jun's face immediately went cold. He took a slow sip of his coffee and muttered under his breath, Whatever, old man. I wasn't joking. The reality in Korea was simple. Every dungeon was managed by the military. Priority for clearing them went to the Hunter Corps, the elite unit where the best of the best gathered to fight. In this place, there were zero limits on your career. You could climb the ranks regardless of how long you'd served, as long as you could prove you had the raw power to back it up. Kim Min-jun started mapping out the perfect plan in his head. Join as an official hunter, then secretly farm all the mana he wanted. It was a masterstroke. He was confident he could solo the monsters and, more importantly, hunt down the ones brimming with dark energy to restore his lost strength. His imagination went wild. He saw himself skyrocketing through the ranks, hitting 10 stars within 5 years, and becoming a high-paid national hero with a massive salary. But right in the middle of his daydream, a sharp knock-knock at the door shattered his thoughts. A soldier in a sharp, black uniform marched in and gave a crisp salute. Reporting for duty, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps. The commander smiled. Finally, you're here. This is the new recruit I told you about. Sergeant Lee looked Kim Min-jun up and down with total skepticism. The commander continued formally. So, you claim you have what it takes to be a hunter? He explained that if Kim Min-jun had truly awakened, he should be able to open a status window. Please, show us all of your current statistics. Staring at the soldier in front of him, Kim Min-jun thought, what is wrong with this guy? Is everyone in the Hunter Corps this stiff? Despite his doubts about the sergeant's skill level, Kim Min-jun sighed and told himself to play along. Fine, if the military wants me to do something, I'll do it. He remembered his time in the other world. The hunters there used status windows to track their growth too. He'd rarely used it back then since it only showed dry, boring numbers, but he was curious to see how it would look in this world. He whispered the command, "Status window." Instantly, a virtual holographic screen flickered to life before his eyes, but his expression quickly turned into one of pure shock. Seeing his weird reaction, Sergeant Lee grew impatient. "Well, tell us what it says. Why are you just standing there like a statue?" Kim Min-jun scratched his head, looking completely awkward. Uh, well, it says there's an error. On the screen, a single line of text glowed in a violent, alarming red. Witnessing this absurdity, Sergeant Lee broke into a cold sweat. He stared at Kim Min-jun with wide eyes and stammered, "Hey, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? How is it even possible for a status window to just crash like that?" Meanwhile, over in Gyeonggi-do, right at the heart of the Hunter Training Center, a very different meeting was taking place behind the doors of the commander's office. The commander stood by the window, watching the sunset. "It's been a long time. Last time I saw you was in Gwacheon, right? That was about 10 years ago. I never expected to run into you here. First off, why don't you take a seat?" Standing before him was a female soldier with an incredibly sharp, commanding presence. The commander asked for confirmation. "Hunter Sun Yoon Che?" She immediately snapped to attention and corrected him. "I am not a hunter yet, sir. Just like everyone else who enlisted today, I am simply a recruit." She looked him straight in the eye, making her stance crystal clear. "Please, just treat me like any other trainee. I'm not here for any special family favors." Seeing her stubborn resolve, the commander gave a small, admiring smile. "I think I might have given you the wrong impression. Regardless of who your father is, you won't be getting any special treatment during training. The Hunter Corps isn't exactly a walk in the park, but I'm sure you already knew that from your dad." Seeing her look a bit flustered, he continued, "It's just that a celebrity recruit like you joining up is a big deal. There's no way I wouldn't be interested in who I'm training, right?" He watched her through the window, his voice softening with genuine respect. "You could have lived a comfortable life as a CEO, but you chose the hard path of a soldier. That kind of dedication? I really respect that. We always need people like you on the front lines. I'm grateful to you, both as a citizen and as a fellow soldier." Hearing the sincere praise, Yoon Che couldn't help but blush. She bowed her head. "Thank you for the encouragement, Commander." Deep down, though, she was screaming in embarrassment. "Oh my God, this is so awkward." As the military vehicle sped down the road later, the commander looked out the window and suddenly turned to her. "That reminds me, I received a pretty hilarious report today." He gave the young recruit a mysterious, playful look. "You might be getting a very interesting comrade soon. Want to come with me and meet him?" Faced with the unexpected proposal, Unseo could only stare back, his face a perfect mask of confusion. Inside a massive, state-of-the-art military complex, Kim Min-jun stood stunned in the main hall, marveling at the sheer scale of the army's investment. "Damn," he thought, "so this is where our tax money goes." The whole place had a serious high-tech vibe, but he had a more important question on his mind. "Hey Sarge, you think there's a PC room around here for a few games?" Noticing the new recruit slacking off, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho's voice cut in, cold as ice. "Don't get too excited, recruit. Your admission into the Hunter Corps hasn't been decided yet." As he led the way with heavy, deliberate steps, Sung-ho continued, "You're a special case, which means I will be testing you personally. If it hadn't been a direct order from the top, I wouldn't have even bothered bringing you here to Eonchang." He shot Min-jun a threatening look. "So you better show me something good, because if I find out you're all talk, get ready for a long, long vacation in the military brig. And trust me, there's no way out." Min-jun just muttered under his breath, "Man, this guy is so uptight about everything." Just then, Seung-ho stopped in front of a giant crimson crystal and announced the test. "Here it is. If you can manage to move this, even by a single inch, you pass." His eyes were sharp, filled with skepticism. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Now, if you have any talent as a hunter, prove it." This mineral was known as a bloodstone, a byproduct from dungeons with an unusual property. It was incredibly dense, making it far heavier than its size suggested. For a typical rookie, it was practically impossible to move. But contrary to the sergeant's expectations, Min-jun just cracked a confident smile. "Is that all? I'm glad the test is so simple." Watching Min-jun's back as he casually approached the stone, Sung-ho sneered internally. There's no way to check someone else's status window. So you always get these worthless recruits trying to bluff their way into the Corps with pathetic abilities. He crossed his arms, still refusing to believe the reports he'd heard about Min-jun. A 5-meter vertical jump from a standstill, and a status window error. "That's definitely him," the battalion commander murmured, observing Kim Min-jun from a balcony above with Sun Yu-co. He explained the bizarre situation further. He clearly demonstrated unbelievable physical abilities in front of the battalion commander at the rookie training center, yet his status window just reads, Error. Standing before the massive bloodstone, Min-jun had no idea he was being watched so carefully. The commander continued, deep in thought. In all my years as the Hunter Corps' training commander, I've never heard of a case like this. Min-jun reached out and touched the rough, crimson surface of the rock, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. I thought it was something special, he smirked to himself. Turns out it's just one of these cheap byproducts from Isgha. Sure, it's heavy, he thought. But at this level? Forget moving it. One punch is all it'll take to shatter it completely. Without a moment's hesitation, Min-jun stepped back and wound up. Seeing the rookie's explosive movement, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, standing nearby, could only let out a gasp of disbelief. Even Sun Yu-co on the balcony had to narrow his eyes, stunned by the display of pure physical power. A deafening crack echoed through the chamber. The bloodstone, once thought to be immovable, was suddenly covered in a web of fractures before it exploded into a million tiny fragments. Standing amidst the shower of falling red crystals, Min-jun wore a wicked, satisfied grin. It would have been a real shame if nothing happened. The look on Sergeant Sung-ho's face, completely frozen in shock, was absolutely priceless. You just know the Sarge is wondering if he's dreaming, or if this kid just activated a cheat code right in front of him. Talk about a shock to the system. But as Min-jun looked at the smoldering pile of debris, his expression turned to one of clear disappointment. He waved his hand through the empty space where the stone once stood and muttered, "This useless rock. What a ripoff." Turns out his goal wasn't to show off his strength. He was hoping to find a trace of dark energy inside it. The result? A big fat 0. Time passed, and the Hunter Corps' infamous hell training officially began. While other recruits like In-hyuk were going through a near-death experience, gasping for air with a pale face, he looked around in desperation, thinking, something about this isn't right. He knew the training would be tough after all. They'd be thrown into real combat the moment this course ended. For 4 straight weeks, all recruits were pushed to their limits, starting with carrying heavy sandbags and climbing 6,000 steps up a steep, vertical slope. The pressure was cranked up to 11 by their demon instructor, Lee Sung-ho, who was constantly hovering nearby with a stopwatch, barking orders and screaming about their completion times. With this brutal method, most people could only increase their strength stats by a tiny amount, even after exhausting themselves. In-hyuk stumbled along, thinking to himself, I guess this is just what we have to endure as new members of the Corps. Or so I thought. Because at that very moment, Min-jun blew past him like a gust of wind, a massive cheerful grin on his face. He left everyone else, who were trudging along in agony, completely in the dust. Witnessing this impossible sight, his teammates could only scream internally, "What the hell is with that bastard? Are we the problem here?" While everyone else saw this as hell on earth, Min-jun was having the time of his life. These sandbags? Just a light warm-up. He even thought, if I had a bit of magic, I'd teleport straight to the fried chicken joint right now. He leaped up the stone steps with ease, the heavy weights on his legs feeling as light as feathers. To Min-jun, this training course was actually awesome. He mentally compared his new gear to the Jagnad clothes he wore in Isgha. Yeah, this military uniform was definitely more his style. It wasn't just the clothes. Even the food at the base blew him away with its variety and flavor, a world apart from the dry crackers of his old world. After stuffing himself, Min-jun and his teammates gathered in the lecture hall for the next phase of training. The training schedule here was incredibly demanding, starting at 6 in the morning and ending at 9 at night. However, the instructor announced that after the schedule ended, instead of having to take turns on night watch, the recruits would have complete free time. Hearing this, Min-jun's face lit up. He'd heard there was a PC room on the base with specs that rivaled anything on the outside. As long as they didn't sneak out, they wouldn't be bothered after their schedule was done. Min-jun smirked to himself. He'd initially planned to use the little magic he had left to escape if he didn't like it here. But now, things were different. This place offered training, delicious food, good pay, and most importantly, he could play video games. He was so excited he practically yelled, "The Hunter Corps is the absolute best! 10 out of 10, no notes, ahaha." Meanwhile, his teammates could only watch his speeding figure from behind and sigh. He's getting even faster. How is that possible? This is unbelievable. The thunderous sound of footsteps shaking the ground made instructor Lee Sung-ho whip around in shock. "What the hell was that?" he yelled. In the distance, Min-jun was charging toward him at terrifying speed, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Skidding to a halt, Min-jun casually checked the weights on his ankles and asked, "So, we're done?" Sung-ho was frozen solid, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Kim Min-jun had already reached the finish line. He was stunned. What kind of monster is this guy? It usually takes rookies an hour to do this, but he's already finished. While the instructor was still in shock, Min-jun strolled up to him and reminded him with a sly grin. Hey Sarge, that deal about an outside pass if I finish in under 30 minutes is still on, right? By the way, how much time did I take? Seung-ho remained silent. He just pulled out a pass and handed it to him. Clutching the pass in his hand, Kim Min-jun can't help but grin, wondering where he should go to celebrate. Meanwhile, seeing the smug look on his face, Seung-ho just lets out a subtle, mysterious smirk. His eyes drift to the stopwatch, frozen at 21 foot. Seung-ho's thinking about how no rookie has ever snagged a pass like this before, but he's reminding himself raw stats and a solid build aren't everything in this game. Survival? That comes down to how you react when a monster is breathing down your neck. Seung-ho's gaze lingers on Kim Min-jun's back. I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on you, Kim Min-jun. Back at the barracks, the air is thick with the smell of pure exhaustion. Recruits are scattered all over the floor, groaning in pain. Man, if every day is like this, we're actually going to die. My back is killing me. Suddenly, one of the guys shouts for joy while checking his status window. My stats went up. My stamina finally increased by 1. Kim Min-jun just smiles and gives him a nod. Wow, nice job, man. But internally, Kim Min-jun is totally baffled as he stares at his own glitchy notification screen. He's thinking, wait, am I seeing this right? They're actually this hyped over a single stat point? His mind flashes back to his hellish training days in Isgha, back where giants would beat him within an inch of his life just for fun. Back then, his stats would skyrocket by 10 points every single day just from surviving those brutal beatings. Snapping back to reality, his teammates swarm him, dying to know about that exit ticket. One guy says with a hint of jealousy, I heard the instructors talking. They said nobody has ever managed to win a pass from Sergeant Leehead before. The squad gathers around Kim Min-jun with eyes full of pure admiration. One guy leans in, curious as hell. Seriously though, do you work out like 24/7 or something? It's honestly unbelievable, another one gasps. Looking at the bright, eager faces surrounding him, Kim Min-jun is caught off guard. He's thinking, is everyone really crowding around me like I'm some kind of superstar? He's so used to the lonely life in Isgha that this whole comradeship thing feels completely alien. Suddenly, memories of his days as a dark mage in Isgha come rushing back like a flood. Back then, the second he showed up, people would scatter in terror. Some would even point and whisper behind his back, refusing to lock eyes with him like he was some kind of bad omen. Returning to the present, Kim Min-jun feels a weight lift off his shoulders. He realizes that hanging out in the real world is actually pretty fun, way better than Isgha, where people would practically have a heart attack the moment they saw his face. Just then, a buddy shouts out excitedly, "The PC room is open! You guys coming?" While another recruit groans that he's too dead to move, Kim Min-jun's eyes practically bulge out of his head. Wait, did you just say the PC room is open? Why didn't you tell me sooner? He's gone in a flash, moving like a literal hurricane and leaving everyone else standing there in a cloud of dust. Inside the computer room, the sound of rapid-fire typing fills the air, tack, tack, tack. Kim Min-jun is completely locked in, fully immersed in the virtual world with a look of pure, unadulterated joy. The clock hits 9 p.m. He's doing the math. Okay, it's 9, so I can still get at least 2 hours of sleep. Back in Isgha, even 1 hour of shut-eye was a massive luxury. 2 hours? That's like winning the lottery. His hands are a total blur across the keyboard as he tells himself this is the perfect way to burn off the day's stress. Gaming is his ultimate reset button. Behind him, the other soldiers are whispering. Is he seriously playing League of Legends? People still play that? Fast forward to the next morning at the training field and the atmosphere. It's beyond tense. The instructor's voice roars through the speakers. Don't you dare slow down, maintain your pace. Then comes the threat. If any rookie fails to finish this 40-kilometer run in 2 hours, you can forget about breakfast. Understood? The whole squad roars back. Yes, sir. In the middle of a crowd of people who can barely breathe, Kim Min-jun is looking fresh as a daisy, casually holding his water bottle. Maxed out 10 levels yesterday, he thinks. Too easy. One of his teammates looks over, absolutely stunned. Whoa, Kim Min-jun, how are you not even breaking a sweat right now? Kim Min-jun just gives him a cool smirk. It's basically just a light stroll. The other guy is still reeling. But seriously, you played games all night and only slept 2 hours for the past 4 weeks? Are you a literal monster or something? Kim Min-jun just laughs it off. Monster, please. I was gonna offer you some water, but if I'm a monster, I guess you don't need any, right? Seeing his friend parched and desperate, Kim Min-jun just pours the water straight into the guy's mouth, making him sputter and cough. I only said you have monster stamina. Stop, stop. Suddenly, a whole crowd of recruits swarms him, mouths open like baby birds waiting for a meal. Please, grant us some of that holy water too. Kim Min-jun just laughs. All right, line up, you little chicks. But the fun ends fast. The squad snaps into position as the command rings out. Attention! The lieutenant stands on the platform, his face like stone. I am extremely disappointed in all of you, he declares. This is your final training phase, yet you are the worst squad I've ever seen. Kim Min-jun blinks, thinking, wait, why is this guy talking about himself in the third person? The lieutenant continues his grim speech. If you were deployed right now, I'd bet half of you would be dead within a month. You think I'm lying? His eyes are sharp as daggers, scanning the rows of exhausted faces. With that mindset, do you really think you'll pass the final stage? Then, he drops a new term, custom dungeon training. Kim Min-jun is confused. Usually, dungeons vanish when you clear them, but sometimes, they stick around. In those cases, they turn into transforming dungeons. The layout and structure inside change every single day. These places are used as elite training facilities to simulate every possible environment. A map appears with a massive, glowing red X. That's the target for the practical training. Welcome to the custom dungeon training. The second the recruits hear those words, the entire group loses it. Faces go pale. Pure terror fills the air. Panicked shouts erupt everywhere. Wait, that shifting dungeon is a nightmare. We're doing this now? Some people are already giving up. It's over. We're absolutely cooked. Watching the chaos from above, the lieutenant lets out a smug smirk. Good, he thinks. They're agitated. They need to stay this tense. He's comparing the rookies to horses in his head. When they need discipline, you pull the reins tight. But when they're too stressed, that's when you bring out the carrot. Time for the pivot. He instantly drops the tough guy act and puts on a totally fake, caring smile. Don't lose heart. If you're smart about it, you'll be fine. Then, he throws out the ultimate bait. The top scorer gets a full vacation pass. He waits for the cheers, thinking, okay, now they're gonna go wild. But the response? Just a bunch of blank, soul-crushed stares from a group of recruits who are too exhausted to even process the word vacation. The silence is deafening, and the lieutenant starts to panic. He screams like he's trying to wake the dead. Hey, are you kids deaf? I'm talking a 3-day, 2-night luxury vacation pass. Is nobody going to claim this? He's looking at them like they've lost their minds. What is wrong with these people? Do they actually want to stay here? In a sea of miserable faces, only one person is beaming. Recruit number 156, Kim Min-jun. He lets out a huge grin and shouts, now that's what I'm talking about, sweet. The lieutenant just sighs in total disbelief. Why is there only one person excited about this? Moments later, the squad is deployed to a lush, green valley, the site of their real test. Standing in front of something massive looming in the distance, Kim Min-jun just scratches his head, totally baffled. Wait, what exactly is that supposed to be? The crowd was just as stunned. Was this dungeon on steroids or something? It was huge. Before them, a massive magic circle blazed with brilliant blue fire, pulsing with absolutely overwhelming energy. Trembling whispers spread through the ranks. Is that the dungeon? This was the start of their special dungeon training. Standing by a military transport, one rookie nervously asked, what are they expecting us to do in there? The guy next to him just scoffed sarcastically, probably go camping. But any dreams of a peaceful retreat were instantly shattered by an earth-shattering explosion. The 2.5-ton military truck was sent flying into the air before crashing down in a brutal flip. While everyone else was in a full-blown panic, Kim Min-jun looked on, completely unfazed, as if nothing was wrong. And then, before them, a colossal iron gate crackling with violet magic began to materialize out of thin air. The moment that gate creaked open, glowing eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth appeared from the darkness. Hunting hounds. The nightmare of every hunter out there. Witnessing the horrifying sight, the rookie started screaming in pure terror. Monsters! One was so scared he collapsed, sweating bullets. I've never seen them this close before. But in complete contrast to the chaos, Kim Min-jun just stood there with his arms crossed, almost unnaturally calm. He glanced at the beasts and thought to himself, seriously? Everyone's freaking out over a bunch of mutated chihuahuas? Suddenly, the booming voice of Lieutenant Lee Myung-cheon cut through the panic. Why are you all so terrified? Those are the monsters you must confront. A stunned rookie asked back. Are you kidding, sir? Forcing 4 of us to fight just one of those mangy hounds for a whole hour? You're looking down on us, he roared back with absolute intensity. If you get injured, push your core strength. If you're scared, use your damn heads and focus on the fight. Am I clear? The entire troop shouted in unison. Sir! Yes, sir! The lieutenant gestured sharply. Then move it! One by one. Before heading in, each rookie was issued the standard protective gear of the MOID-2 Hunter Corps. This stuff was designed to be brutally heavy and clunky. Its only purpose was basic physical protection. The sheer weight had guys complaining, I think my legs are gonna snap. Is this all they're giving us? Min-jun picked up his set, looking it over with total disdain. This 50-cent getup looks pathetic, sir. It's heavy, and it stinks. I'll probably pass out from heat stroke before a monster even touches me. Watching his teammates struggle into the gear, he thought to himself, they must really get their money's worth out of these, because they're ridiculously expensive. I can smell the sweat, and yeah, it's definitely an eye-catching piece of equipment. I hate it. Then, out of nowhere, Min-jun spoke up. Sir, if I clear the entire map in a flash, can I take this suffocating gear off? The arrogant question took the lieutenant by surprise. Chich, why so cocky, rookie? But then, he recognized who was talking and his tone shifted. Ah, it's you, the #1 rookie, Kim Min-jun. Fine, do what you want. But remember, this is a team exercise. You can't just show off by yourself. Let's see if our top-ranked rookie actually works with his team. Humph. Meanwhile, Min-jun's teammates were practically shaking in their boots. One of them, gripping his small knife, trembled. How are we supposed to fight hunting hounds with just this? We need a plan. Seeing their panic, Min-jun casually stepped in. It's simple. Hey, listen up, I'll lay out the strategy for you. As his teammates stared at him in disbelief, he began to explain. Just let them get close. Don't flinch. Then, grab their legs and snap them in half like a cracker. If any of them are still moving, just rip them apart like you're shredding chicken. See? Easy, right? After his unique demonstration on how to snap monsters like they were kimchi, the entire team could only stare blankly and utter a single collective. Huh? Just then, Lieutenant Lee Mi-young Chaiwon gave the order. Release them. The truck's gate flew open. The giant hunting hounds charged out. But instead of attacking, they bolted for their lives, straight into the glowing blue magic circle. Noticing his team was still frozen in fear, Min-jun calmly explained, they're going into the dungeon, not after us. They've been locked up all day, and their home just appeared right in front of them. Why wouldn't they go back? Hearing that, it was like a light bulb went off for the rookies, who started nodding furiously in agreement. That makes a lot of sense. You're really logical. One of them couldn't help but ask, how do you know what those monsters are thinking anyway? Min-jun just gave a faint smile and thought, because I've been in their shoes before. Their little chat was cut short by the lieutenant's furious roar. Are you joking around on my sacred training grounds? You want a death wish? The whole squad just bowed their heads, muttering, why's he gotta be so intense? But the lieutenant's rage hadn't cooled. He pointed a stern finger at them. All right, I've made my decision. You all will be the first team to enter. While his teammates cried out in shock, we're the first team? The instructors were already waving their batons, shouting orders. Under a clear blue sky, Min-jun's team began their march into the dungeon, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. But Min-jun just calmly thought to himself, sheesh, why is he so worked up? Letting us go in first just means we finish early. Then I can finally get out of this ridiculous outfit. Seeing his confidence, a teammate asked anxiously, are you sure about this? Outside, Lieutenant Lee was on his radio, ordering the support team to be ready to intervene if the rookies got into trouble. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark dungeon, 2 instructors stood watch. Suddenly, one of them noticed something and peered down into the abyss. From their high perch, they silently watched the 4 small figures move deeper into the danger zone. Inside, Kim Min-jun Ho-jun was getting a report from his subordinate. Kim Min-jun Ho-jun, the rookies have arrived. 1 team of 4, no one else. When asked if there was anything else to report, the soldier broke into a cold sweat, hesitated, and then said, he's with them. Ho-jun's gaze immediately snapped to Kim Min-jun, who was leading the rookie team with unshakable confidence. Observing from the cliff, Ho-jun thought, so you're here, Kim Min-jun, the special case who needs to be tested. He recalled the overwhelming power Min-jun had displayed in the previous evaluation, not to mention his perfect scores over the last 4 weeks. Still, staring into the bottomless dark of the dungeon where glowing eyes lay in wait, Ho-jun had his doubts. Can he really shine in a real dungeon? As they ventured deeper into the icy cavern, the massive shadows of a wolf pack began to close in on the rookies. Min-jun calmly scanned the area, thinking, Are they ready to show themselves yet? They must be getting impatient. He already had a plan worked out. I can end this the moment they appear by crushing their skulls. But then he glanced at his teammates who were shaking from inexperience, and a genuine worry surfaced. This is the real problem. He gently tapped his teammate's shoulder. Hey, our little puppy friends are about to come ask for autographs. Get ready. But his friend was still confused, asking, Huh? What's coming? And then, from the shadows, 3 giant wolves with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp fangs lunged forward. Min-jun quietly posed a question to himself. What if it's a whole pack? The sudden ambush sent the team into a panic. Someone screamed, "They're here!" Amid the frantic screams, Min-jun stayed perfectly calm, reassuring them. Everybody relax. This 50-cent armor is tougher than it looks. These mutts are too weak to even scratch it. He then stepped forward, taunting the beasts directly. I guess I'll go first. So, which one of you wants a piece of me? The wolf pack lunged with terrifying speed, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. But Kim Min-jun didn't even blink. He just stepped aside, narrowly dodging a lethal snap from a wolf aiming straight for his throat. In one fluid motion, he spun on his heel and locked onto his next target. Where do you think you're going? Kim Min-jun growled, unleashing a thunderous punch that slammed into the beast's skull, dropping it instantly. As the wolf slumped over, tongue lolling out and the deed notification flashed across his vision, a sudden realization hit. On the other side of the field, another wolf had already closed the gap on a teammate. The poor guy could only scream in pure desperation. Someone help me. The monster's jaws clamped down on his protective armor, leaving him paralyzed with sheer terror. Kim Min-jun didn't hesitate. He shot forward like a bullet, delivering a massive roundhouse kick that sent the wolf flying. Boom! The impact echoed as the creature hit the ground and stayed there, another cold dead sign confirming the kill. Through the swirling dust, Kim Min-jun didn't offer a hug. He gave his teammate a reality check. If they bite, you bite back. You've got to combat that, man. If you just stand there trembling like a scared chicken, they're gonna treat you like easy prey. Seeing the rookie stammer a nervous, "Yes, I understand," Kim Min-jun's face suddenly shifted into a friendly, mischievous grin. Hey, why so formal? We're teammates, aren't we? He patted the guy's shoulder as the rookie scratched his head in confusion. But just as quickly, the playfulness vanished, and Kim Min-jun's voice turned low and serious. He immediately began barking out tactical orders, eyes scanning the battlefield. Listen up. We have the advantage in numbers here. Use that. Pressure them until they crack. Keep pushing until their morale breaks. Watching this from a distance, the 2 instructors were absolutely floored. One of them gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Is that kid really just a rookie? The other nodded slowly. You're talking about Kim Min-jun, right? Usually rookies are too paralyzed by fear to breathe, let alone lead. But look at them under his sharp command. These terrified kids are actually taking down monsters with their bare hands. His performance was so legendary it raised a wild suspicion. Could this guy be a veteran sergeant from the Hunter Corps who regressed back to the day before his enlistment? His colleague just gave a dry laugh. Come on, man. That stuff only happens in web novels. Still, they couldn't deny Kim Min-jun's talent. He wasn't just a powerhouse clearing the field. He was a natural leader who inspired his team to work together. If Kim Min-jun earned the top score, the rest of the team was definitely getting a solid average. The battle finally wound down. While the rest of the squad collapsed from exhaustion, Kim Min-jun looked like he hadn't even broken a sweat. He scanned the area. Where were those instructors hiding? He jogged over to them, a cheeky smirk on his face. Hey, bosses, you're secretly grading us, aren't you? So, does this performance earn me a ticket to a vacation resort or what? Caught off guard, the instructor growled back. Shut it! You think we're just going to tell you? Undeterred, Kim Min-jun doubled down on the teasing. Wow, you guys really care about us rookies, huh? Looking all big and tough, but deep down, are you just a total tsundere? The instructor just stood there, completely stunned by the kid's audacity. Tsundere? Suddenly, a massive tremor ripped through the ground, vibrating right through their tactical boots. Eerie, distorted sounds echoed as a surge of emerald green energy exploded outward, sending everyone into a state of pure panic. One of the instructors fumbled for his radio, screaming into it, "Corporal Kim Ho-jun, this is Get the Broadcast Started, move it now!" Amidst the chaos, a rookie cried out, "Is it an earthquake? What's happening?" Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes at the swirling green mist. "Earthquake? Please!" This dungeon is literally updating to a new version right now. Over at the exit, jagged bolts of magical lightning began to arc across the portal. "The exit! It's closing on its own!" a rookie shrieked. Pure, unadulterated panic set in as the group realized they were being sealed in. Even the instructor in the red cap went pale, whispering in disbelief. But while everyone else was losing their minds, Kim Min-jun just stood there, calmly watching the gate vanish. Looks like we missed our window to leave. A heavy, suffocating magical pressure filled the air, making Kim Min-jun grimace. This is bad. The instructor with the radio shouted frantically to his partner. Corporal Kim, the radio is dead. The dungeon is. It's transforming. Kim gasped in response. The internal structure wasn't supposed to change for at least another month. How is this happening now? He immediately ordered the rookies to be moved to a safe zone. The transformation was complete, the gate was gone, leaving only the faint, ominous hum of the shift. Trying to keep the peace, Corporal Kim addressed the trembling group. Listen up, there's been a slight technical issue. But don't panic. We'll just wait an hour and see if the entrance reopens, okay? The rookies let out a collective sigh of relief. Oh, really? Just an hour? We can do that. Corporal Kim's face was tight with tension, but he forced a fake smile. Haha, yeah. I bet the team outside is already working on it. Just stay calm and wait it out. Kim Min-jun watched from the sidelines, arms crossed. Sure, buddy, he thought. You can fool these kids, but you can't bluff me. He knew the instructors only kept training here because they were certain nothing unexpected would happen. In his mind, he saw the image of a door locked tight with heavy iron chains. Suddenly, the other instructor rushed over to Corporal Kim. Corporal, I just heard, but Kim cut him off instantly. Not here. Let's step aside. Kim Min-jun caught every detail. He was right, the instructors knew they were in deep trouble. They were acting calm, but they had absolutely no plan for a situation like this. Kim Min-jun retreated into a corner to think. If this turned into a closed dungeon, it would be a nightmare to clear. Complicated, he muttered, but not the worst-case scenario. Not while I'm here. Nearby, Corporal Kim whispered to his colleague, I think you've realized it too. This has become a closed dungeon. The other man gasped. A closed dungeon? For real? No one warned us about this. Kim explained the two ways a portal vanishes. First, when the dungeon is cleared, and second, a closed dungeon. The gate disappears the moment outsiders enter, and the interior shifts. That means the exit is gone, and a swarm of monsters is about to spawn. The only way out of a closed dungeon is to conquer it. No backup, no support, just us 4 rookies and 2 instructors, 6 people against the entire dungeon. Kim considered a brutal tactic, using the rookies in their heavy armor as meat shields to stall the monsters while the instructors did the killing. But he quickly shook the thought away. These kids trusted them. They'd worked so hard. Using my juniors as human shields? My pride won't allow it, he muttered. Behind them, Kim Min-jun was growing impatient, but then he heard something. He turned, his ears twitching. The instructor noticed him. Rookie Kim Min-jun, is something wrong? But Kim Min-jun was staring ahead, his expression turning to one of pure shock. Then, everyone heard a strange, guttural sound nearby. Right in front of them, Corporal Kim began clutching his head, screaming like a wounded animal. Moments later, he collapsed, thrashing on the ground in agony as white foam bubbled from his mouth. Corporal Kim, the other instructor yelled, sprinting toward him. Kim Min-jun reached out to stop him. Wait, don't go over there. Min-jun stayed ice cold. He told them flat out, running now wouldn't save anyone. The instructor tried to step in, but the moment he got close, he was paralyzed too. Min-jun warned him, but the guy didn't listen now. Both instructors were face down in the dirt, leaving the rookies to deal with the mess. Instructor, are you okay? The other recruits panicked, but Min-jun cut them off. Everyone get back, he ordered. One step closer, and they'd be hitting the floor exactly like the seniors. Min-jun approached the fallen men, calm as ever. He figured they'd just blacked out. Honestly, he wasn't even surprised. He'd already picked up a scent, a very familiar, very dangerous one. Without breaking a sweat, Min-jun grabbed both instructors and tossed them straight back toward the recruits. Heads up, catch them, he barked. And don't even think about following me. Just stay by the exit and wait. Recruit Huang Sik-chu caught an instructor, trembling as he shouted, Wait, where are you going? Stop, it's too dangerous, even the instructors passed out. But Min-jun didn't care. He charged toward that strange scent. Feeling a surge of pure excitement, it actually existed here, on Earth. A smirk played on Min-jun's lips as he ran. He was the only one who realized what was happening. This was dark energy, the exact reason the instructors were currently dreaming on the floor. For a dark mage, this energy was basically a portable battery. Finally, he found the source. Right in front of him, a massive, violent vortex of energy was erupting. encased in glowing purple quartz. No hesitation. Min-jun dove right in. But when he reached the bottom of the cavern, he stopped. It was quiet. Way too quiet. He looked up, his eyes sharp and mocking. Did you really think this scent could hide you from a dark mage? Lurking right above him was a dark hound, a nightmare beast with 4 eyes and rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster clung to the crystals, staring at Min-jun like he was a snack. Min-jun felt a wave of nostalgia. He remembered the first time he met one of these bastards, a year after being summoned to Gas. Back then, he nearly died because he'd never seen anything like it on Earth. But that was then. The dark hound lunged, diving straight for Min-jun with lethal intent. Min-jun didn't even flinch. He wound up and unleashed a punch so packed with internal power that it sent the beast flying, its teeth shattering instantly. Here's your dark energy back, you mutt. Back in the day, it might have stood a chance, but now? He was the apex predator of this map. There was nothing left for the hound to even bite. As the beast died, a massive cloud of dark energy exploded from its carcass. Min-jun knew why these things were so hard to kill. Their blood was pure poison. One touch for a normal human, and your flesh would start rotting in seconds. But Min-jun just reached out, absorbing the energy directly into his body. Blue veins pulsed and bulged in his hand, a terrifying sight. But hey, that's life for a level 7 dark mage. He felt the rush, 5% recharged already. Still, he had questions. Why was a dark hound here? This wasn't just some random dimensional rift. Something this specific? That had to be the work of someone like him, someone at the absolute peak of dark magic. Once the absorption was done, Min-jun sealed the energy source. Maybe I'm overthinking it, he muttered. Was this really the first time a dark hound appeared in Korea? He grabbed the carcass for his report and started heading back. Meanwhile, over with Corporal Kim, the guy was still out cold until he heard someone shouting for him. His eyes fluttered open to see the rookies frantically calling his name. He bolted upright. What? Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? In his panic, he accidentally shoved the other instructor back down. Damn it, what the hell happened? The other guy groaned. 2 rookies sighed in relief. We're all fine, sir. But Kim Min-jun was gone, having ventured deeper into the caves alone. Corporal Kim nearly lost it. He grabbed Hwang Sik-chu, shaking him. That brat did what? How could he be so reckless? That attitude alone is enough to get him kicked out. Kim growled. But then reality hit him. Did he even have the authority to complain? He was the one who fainted instead of protecting his men. He decided right then he had to save Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, a rookie pointed and yelled, Instructor, look! They all turned to see Min-jun casually strolling back, carrying the massive wolf on his shoulders. Everyone doing okay? He asked. The 2 instructors stood there, jaws on the floor. What the hell is that? Is that a dark hound? They rushed over to inspect it, disbelief written all over their faces. This thing is what took us out? The other recruits were terrified. Did Min-jun take this monster down by himself? One whispered. If the ones we fight are lightweights, this thing is a heavy-duty tank. Hearing that, Min-jun just rolled his eyes. Strong? This thing went down in 1 hit. Corporal Kim walked over and clapped Min-jun on the shoulder, still unable to wrap his head around it. You really took this thing down alone? Min-jun just gave a simple nod and a smile. Kim let out a long breath. I see. He turned to the other instructor. Escort the rookies out. I'll follow behind. Once the group cleared out, it was just the 2 of them left in the silence. Corporal Kim looked Min-jun in the eye. Kim Min-jun, once we're out of here, I want a detailed report for the center. Don't leave anything out. And that includes how useless we instructors were, he added. You might get sent to military prison for going rogue, but you kept everyone safe. I appreciate that. Min-jun actually looked a bit embarrassed. Whoa, you're making me blush, sir. He shrugged it off. As a man, I just did what had to be done when things went south. Let's just head back. The corporal groaned to himself, wondering how the hell he was going to explain passing out in his report. Min-jun, on the other hand, was just relieved. This training weekend was finally coming to an end. Suddenly, a system window flickered to life. Error corrected. Min-jun's face darkened. What the hell? What kind of error is this now? Before he could even finish cursing, another message popped up. Kim Min-jun, the founder of the Lu Manana Church, is my favorite character. Min-jun froze. What? The Lu Manana Church is a favorite character? He remembered creating that church back in the day. It was literally a joke to get rid of some annoying stalkers. If things kept going like this, his goals were going to get complicated. He tried to stay calm. He'd reached the absolute peak of HMF back in Isgha. He could do it again. The goal was simple. Get his power back as fast as possible. especially since the game company's plans were being delayed. Finally, they exited the dungeon. Outside, the training center was in total chaos because the dungeon portal had slammed shut. The recruits who were supposed to be promoted were now stuck in limbo. "We're cursed," the rookies grumbled. "When are we ever going to get out of this rank?" And seriously, did Min-jun really catch that hound? That thing was massive. I thought it was a bear. Cut to the debriefing room. Min-jun stood at attention. Private Kim Min-jun reporting for duty. "Sir?" When he walked in, he saw the instructor he'd saved currently being disciplined. Commander Choi walked over with a smirk. "A first lieutenant who fails to properly scout a dungeon deserves punishment, don't you think?" Min-jun snapped into a salute, his voice sharp. Private Kim Min-jun, reporting as ordered. "Sir!" Choi patted his shoulder. "All right, let's skip the small talk. I called you here because we need to chat. As the top scorer of this session, I have a very special invitation for you," Choi said. "Interested? You're like a diamond in the rough, kid." Choi thought to himself how lucky he was to find this guy. Talent like this was a waste. In the regular army, the world needed elite soldiers to fight the real monsters. "I heard you want to rank up as fast as possible," Choi continued. "By law, a private has to serve a full year before they can even test for a promotion. However, there are exceptions to every rule." Choi leaned in. "If you volunteer for the Hunter Corps at the frontline outpost, I'll use my authority to make you that exception. You won't have to wait a year. You can climb the ranks right now." The offer was perfect, almost too perfect. Min-jun went dead silent, the gears in his head turning as he processed the shortcut. The room went stone cold as both men waited. The commander held his breath, worried that Min-jun might be too scared to take the leap or that the offer of a promotion wasn't enough of a hook to get him to the front lines. While the commander is explaining the details, Kim Min-chun hesitates. He remembers his teammates' warnings about the 104th Division, a freezing hellscape buried in snow where the dungeons are as unpredictable as the monsters inside. But then, he thinks, isn't this perfect? If he wants that promotion, experience is experience, and this place is definitely a rare exception to the usual rules. His goal? Rank up at any cost. A higher rank means more freedom, and clearing the main dungeons is the absolute fastest way to get there. Decision made. Min-jun looks him in the eye and says, "I'll go." The commander sighs in relief, then suddenly freezes in total shock. "Wait, what?" He's absolutely floored that Min-chun agreed just for those few perks. Little does he know, our boy doesn't care about status as long as he gets to play the game. He's all in. After the meeting, Min-chun gets his orders to move to the new base. Time to pack. Outside, his squad is losing it. One of his best friends is literally in tears. "Min-chun, you better call me the second you land." Min-chun just shrugs. "You're worrying too much. I bet you'll be the one calling me first." His friend can't believe it. "Why would you volunteer for a place everyone else is trying to avoid, like the plague?" Min-chun just gives a small smirk. "You guys don't get it. I've got a much bigger goal in mind." His colleagues wonder, is he really trying to reach the max level of 100? "I already hit level swirly. Min-chun replies casually. 100 isn't that big of a deal. He waves goodbye, finally leaving the noisy base behind him. He stands alone in the silence until the sound of a car echoes from the distance. A vehicle pulls up right in front of him. A serious-looking man steps out. "Have you been waiting long?" "Sorry, the snow slowed me down." Min-chun bows politely. Private Kim Min-chun reporting for duty. "I'm fine, sir." He looks around and suddenly realizes, "Wait, snow? What season is it? Wait, it's already snowing?" The man just turns away, his voice cold. "Get in. We're heading to the base." Now, Min-chun thinks this guy is pretty strange. He settles into his seat and starts wondering what his new life is going to look like. He's ready for the hellish training and the monsters, but one thing actually worries him: military bullying. He wonders if he'll end up in a nightmare like on TV because honestly, he has zero patience for that crap. But let's be real, who would even dare to bully this guy? Our boy is way too overpowered for that mess, trust me. Still, he grits his teeth. He has to stay calm. If he picks a fight with a superior, he'll end up in military prison like a common thug. Finally, the car reaches the base, buried under a thick blanket of white. He walks through the rusty gates, staring at the endless snow. The old iron sign says it all: Hunter Corps, Gangwon District, 104th Division, 2nd Battalion. The strange man leads him to a room, shoves him inside, and shouts at the guys already there. "New recruit is here! Teach him the ropes!" Every head in the room turns. One guy speaks up. "What's your name?" "Private Kim Min-chun," he replies steadily. "Wait, Kim Min-chun? The super soldier who took down a blue dog solo?" Suddenly, one guy snatches his bag and tosses it to his buddies. Hey, let's see what the newbie's packing. Min-chun realizes these two are the local bullies. They're looking at him like he's a shiny new toy they can break. One asks, with your scores, why didn't you pick the back lines? Why come here? Min-chun doesn't blink. I heard the front lines are the best for real combat experience. Fastest way to rank up. The room goes dead silent. Then they burst out laughing. You're insane. The teasing starts immediately. Got a sister? No? A girlfriend? I've been single since birth, Min-chun says. Fine then, show us what you can do. Min-chun wonders if a display of power will make them back off. All right. One-handed push-ups. Jaws hit the floor. Min-chun isn't just using one hand, he's using a single finger. He starts pumping out vertical push-ups like it's nothing. Is he for real? He's doing vertical push-ups? Does anyone in our unit have that kind of strength? Just then, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho walks in, looking absolutely miserable. A redhead asks him, why are you so wiped out? You were just playing guide. A guy with brown hair smirks. Must be nice sleeping with the new kids. How many days was it? Lee Sung-ho snaps. 4 days, okay? Just leave me the hell alone. The brown-haired guy walks off, muttering about how much of a buzzkill he is. The redhead flips him the bird. 4 days is too much. Eat this. Lee Sung-ho grumbles to the soldier next to him. They keep poking me, but it's not like I'm scared of them. Once the bullies leave, Lee Sung-ho sighs, collapses onto his bed, and pulls out his phone to watch some videos. The screen shows a volcanic dungeon erupting. The narrator explains the extreme heat and the danger. Min-chun watches him, thinking, is this guy the boss here? Should I just take him out now? Even in this tiny room, the rank hierarchy feels suffocating. This isn't the 1980s anymore, so why is it still like this? Lee Sung-ho barks out a name. Lee Dong-chin. Dong-chin jumps up. Yes, sir. Sung-ho tells him to guide the newbie and show him everything. Dong-chin turns to Min-chun. Hey there, I'm Lee Dong-chin. Min-chun stares at him. This guy is my superior? Dong-chin smiles. Let's talk over some food. I've got permission to take you to the canteen. Min-chun is confused. Wait, I can't just go to the canteen whenever I want? At the canteen, Dong-chin gestures broadly. Pick whatever you want. Are you sure? I eat a lot. Dong-chin nods. Don't worry about it. Go nuts. Min-chun thinks this guy is actually decent. But when the total comes to 3,001, Dong-chin's face goes pale. His hand is literally shaking as he hands over his card. The cashier even asks if he's caught a cold because he's trembling so much. After inhaling a mountain of food, Min-chun asks, so, are we usually not allowed to come here? Dong-chin explains the harsh reality. Privates and below can only come here on weekends. You need to be a private first class just to use the gym, and a corporal to use the advanced shooting range. Wait, you have to be a corporal just to practice shooting? That's insane. Dong-chin sighs. It's ridiculous, I know, but those are the rules. I'm just a private first class. I can't change anything. You just have to get used to it. There's really no other way? Dong-chin looks surprised. Well, you'd need to rank up to corporal, or better yet, sergeant. But trust me, that's not easy. Min-chun goes quiet. Sitting still is one thing, but being banned from the shooting range? That's a deal breaker. He has to rank up. Dong-chin adds, it's even harder to become a sergeant in the Hunter Corps. I've tried the promotion exam so many times, but I've been stuck as a private first class for 3 years. It's pretty pathetic. Min-chun just nods. It's fine. I think you'll make it next time. Thanks for the encouragement, Dong-chin replies. But right then, Kim Min-jun Kwang-sich looms over them, grabbing Dong-chin's neck from behind. Who do we have here? A newbie and a lowly private? Lee Zong-chin quickly extended an invitation. Kim Min-jun Kwang-sich, would you care to join us for a meal? But Kim Kwang-sich just sneered. Why is the food so plain? But hey, I won't turn down an offer. He then sat down and started eating like he'd been starving for days. Wait a minute. Who even invited this guy to just sit down and eat like he owned the place? Back in my world, a guy like him would have learned the rules of the right hand, real fast. Kim Kwang-sich turned to the two of them, his voice laced with threat. I won't say a word about you two slacking off here, but if you two can't pull your weight in tomorrow's weapons training, you'll answer to me. And I won't go easy on you just because you're a rookie. You know how to aim, right? Lee Zong-chin replied awkwardly. Yes, sir. I just explained weapons training to him. Fundamentally, it's only a little different from other types. Kim Min-jun Kwang-sich's voice grew sharp. Oh, really? So you mean I should only care if you do well? Private First Class Lee Zong-chin, how are you still a private when you're this good? Are all the other recruits complete morons? Kim Min-jun thought to himself, Why is this guy so damn annoying? That's it, I'm not holding back. He decided to use his ability on Kim Kwang-sik. A pink aura flowed from his hand, targeting the sergeant. Kim Min-jun thought, why don't you just vomit up everything you just swallowed? Just as Kim Kwang-sik was talking, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. He shot to his feet, hands trembling, sweat beading on his face. Lee Zong-chin asked, huh? What's wrong, sir? Kim Kwang-sik grabbed the food bag and can of soda, checking them over and over. Ugh, damn it, this is weird. Kim Min-jun smirked internally. Is he checking the expiration date? Kim Kwang-sik's face darkened as he stammered. It's nothing. You guys should head back soon. Lee Dong-chin called out, Kim Min-jun Kwang-sik. But the sergeant was already pale, clutching his stomach as he walked away, muttering, damn it, what's wrong with my stomach? It can't be the food, so what is it? Kim Min-jun was thrilled. Trying to get a free meal from him isn't so easy. Now he's getting a taste of his own medicine for being a freeloader. Kim Min-jun turned to Lee Dong-chin. What's this weapons training you mentioned earlier? Lee Dong-chin replied, oh, that training? You'll be using a KX-2 rifle with ink bullets. We're using new warheads with a lot more power. If the bullets at the training center are like a regular horse, our current ones are like a wild stallion. The quality is completely different, and it sounds like you're firing a cannon. The next day, the weather was perfect. The sound of gunfire echoed across the shooting range, where one soldier was landing nearly every shot in the bullseye. It was Kim Min-jun, practicing. He muttered in frustration, I missed one shot. So pathetic. A soldier waved the flag and shouted the results. 19 hits, 1 miss. Everyone was stunned, and whispers erupted through the crowd. A private first class gawked. Is he a shooting machine? That definitely wasn't luck. But Kim Min-jun just stood there, fuming over that single missed shot. A soldier with red hair spoke up. My record is 14 hits, and that's already higher than the team average. The soldier next to him agreed. Watching from above, Kim Min-jun Min-yi gasped. My God. 19 shots, all to the head. His fellow sergeant replied, I heard he was exceptional. Looks like the rumors were true. The red-haired soldier called out to Kim Min-jun. How did you do that? Kim Min-jun answered calmly, I just followed the instructions. You know, that sounds just like those genius students who always claim they only studied from the textbook. Everyone had to applaud Kim Min-jun's incredible skill. Later, in the bustling army cafeteria, Lee Dong-jin couldn't stop praising Kim Min-jun's performance, declaring he was born to be a soldier. In response, Kim Min-jun humbly said that Dong-jin hitting 13 targets was also an excellent result. Dong-jin scratched his head, admitting he just had some prior experience and wasn't fully polished yet. He insisted that Sergeant Lee Kim Se-hyung-ho was the real Top Gun, with an average of 17 hits, putting him in a league of his own. Kim Min-jun did the math while eating. With the team average at 10, Kim Se-hyung-ho was indeed very impressive. But at the same time, he realized he'd accidentally taken the #1 spot. Dong-jin encouraged Kim Min-jun, saying he'd shine in the upcoming special weapons training. When Kim Min-jun asked about teaming up, Dong-jin explained that the executive director makes that call. He then revealed a surprising piece of information. The teams would be divided randomly through a luck-based ladder game. At the specialized training ground, the commander announced that the session would begin in 5 minutes and ordered everyone to put on their bulletproof vests. Kim Min-jun realized his teammate was Kim Min-jun Kwang-sik, the same arrogant guy who clearly hadn't learned his lesson. He walked right up to Kim Min-jun, demanding he complete the mission in 3 minutes. The team average, adding a threat. Make sure you finish it in 3 minutes. If you don't, you'll regret it. When Kim Min-jun remained silent, Kwang-sik continued to mock him, claiming his previous 19-hit record was just a lucky fluke. Kim Min-jun let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself that Kwang-sik was nothing but a pathetic failure. He calmly replied, It's fine. I'll do my best. But Kwang-sik dismissed it, saying he only cared about the result. He warned, If you finish later than me, you're done for. Got it? When the commander walked over to inspect, Kwang-sik's attitude instantly flipped. He reported loudly, No problems here. Immediately after, the commander ordered the entire unit to get ready to start the mission. On command, elevators began lowering them into an underground facility. This was supposed to be a tactical drill for monster suppression and base defense. In reality, it had become a fierce competition among the soldiers. Their goal was simple. Complete the challenge as quickly and cleanly as possible to hit the finish button before their rivals. A bell rang, and the clock began its countdown. Looking at the control monitor, Kim Min-jun noticed the symbols marking the monsters were drastically different in size. A soldier standing nearby explained that the marker's size changes depending on the monster type. The bigger the mark, the higher the danger level. He stressed that this was basic knowledge. Each path had 2 monsters placed in it, but which type you'd face was completely random, leaving the soldiers unable to prepare until they walked through the door. The moment he entered, one soldier froze, faced with a grotesque, giant toad. The monster suddenly shot out its long tongue in a powerful attack, forcing him to dodge as he cursed, "What the... damn it?" Watching from the outside, Kim Min-jun noted that the soldier in lane 1, while fast, was unlucky to run into such a tough monster. Meanwhile, in lane 2, another soldier was unloading his clip into a massive rat. After taking down the target cleanly, he reloaded with a smug smile. This is going to be an easy win. On to the next stage in a flash. However, the second he stepped into the next area, he froze in his tracks. Before him was a giant sandworm, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, ready to devour its prey. At the same time, back in lane 1, gunfire was still echoing as the soldier struggled to kill the toad. He screamed in desperation when he realized his luck was so bad, he had to face 2 of the disgusting toads in a row. Kim Min-jun silently assessed that the opponent in lane 2 must have already completed the mission, and sure enough, the soldier from lane 2 quickly overcame the challenge and slammed his hand on the finish button. The clock stopped at 2 minutes and 24 seconds, a result that left everyone watching in stunned silence. The rumors were flying about him running into a Jun Samak, a monster with defense so high it's basically a walking fortress. Then, Sergeant Guangsik starts barking. Late again? How are you supposed to protect this country with that attitude? The guy just huffs, clearly salty and muttering under his breath about Kim Min-jun being a lucky bastard. Kim Min-jun just shrugs it off. Keep telling yourself that. I'm the winner here, which means you're stuck at the bottom. He points a finger at the target, mocking Kim Min-jun for being slow and even hitting the civilian markers. According to him, that level of skill? Totally pathetic. Watching the whole drama unfold, Kim Min-jun finally speaks up. "Oh ho, sounds like you two have a bet going." As Guangsik stands there looking dazed, our boy steps closer. "Why don't we make a bet of our own?" Guangsik freezes, wondering if he heard that right. But Kim Min-jun stays cool as a cucumber. The deal? Loser has to follow every single order from the winner like a real man. Hearing that, Guangsik just loses it. He laughs with pure contempt, thinking Kim Min-jun is just riding high on the favoritism from the seniors. With a smug, twisted face, he accepts the challenge. "Fine then, let's do this. If a subordinate wants to lose that badly, who am I to say no?" But Guangsik's greedy side comes out fast. He claims a private doesn't have anything he actually wants. So, he demands 3 months of Kim Min-jun's salary if he loses. Even though he's clearly a money-grubbing snake, Kim Min-jun doesn't hesitate. "Deal. If I lose, 3 months of my pay is all yours." But honestly, thinking you can actually take my money is a bit of a stretch. The tension between them is electric, literally. It's so intense that Lee Dong-jin, watching from a distance, starts getting seriously worried for Kim Min-jun. Right then, the commander's voice booms out, ordering the next team to get into position. Standing right in the middle of the crossfire, the commander asks if anyone has anything to report before the training starts. Both Kim Min-jun and Guangsik shout back in perfect sync, "No, sir." The order is given. The elevator starts lowering them both into the dark basement. Amidst the heavy clanking of iron chains, Kim Min-jun stands tall, eyes locked and loaded with determination. He knows he's being baited by a cheap provocation. He knows that standing out in a place like this usually leads to trouble. But looking at Guangsik's sheer arrogance, Kim Min-jun decides that this time, he's not backing down, not an inch. Kim Min-jun clenches his fist, and suddenly, a surge of purple energy begins to swirl around his body. He mutters to himself he's just not mature enough to sit still when someone's trying this hard to get under his skin. Up in the observation room, the crowd is already buzzing about this crazy bet. A sergeant versus a private? Talk about an unfair fight. The skepticism is real. How's a private supposed to beat a sergeant? Forget winning. Can he even survive the monster? Some are even placing bets on whether Sergeant Kim Min-ji will have to jump in and rescue the rookie. Lee Dong-jin and the guys around him are just standing there, jaws dropped. They can't believe what they're hearing. Then boom, a massive tremor rips through the area, making the entire training ground shake violently. Dust and debris fall from the ceiling as soldiers scramble to find something to hold on to. Dong-jin screams out in pure terror. "What the hell? An earthquake?" But another soldier realizes something's wrong immediately. On the control monitors, 2 high-level monster icons flash red, threatening and deadly. Amidst the chaos, Kim Min-jun grips his weapon tight. He can feel the earth-shattering vibration right next to him. His eyes narrow, sensing a truly terrifying presence. From behind the massive doors, a gargantuan monster slowly emerges. One giant eye, two ghoulish horns, it's a nightmare come to life. The beast is busy tearing into its prey, blood and carnage everywhere. Standing before this massive creature radiating suffocating pressure, Kim Min-jun doesn't flinch. He readies his weapon. All right then, bring it on. Watching the hideous thing devour another monster right in front of him, even Kim Min-jun is a bit taken aback. Wait, what? Is it eating another monster? For real? The beast lets out a soul-piercing roar. Without warning, it swings a massive claw, sending a wave of blue energy tearing through the air. Kim Min-jun dodges it by a hair, but the sheer pressure rips his sleeve. Even in this life-or-death moment, our boy is thinking about dinner? Wait, is it fried chicken night tonight? He wants to wrap this up fast so he can go eat. His eyes flicker toward the civilian target in the distance. Technically, that's what he needs to hit to get disqualified because standing out too much is just going to be a massive pain. But the monster roars again, closing the distance in a flash. Seeing how aggressive this thing is, Kim Min-jun tightens his fist, letting that purple energy coat his entire arm. He mutters, clearly annoyed. Why is this bastard so rowdy? Then bam! A wave of insane power blasts the monster back, leaving it screaming in agony and heavily wounded. As the creature staggers, Kim Min-jun finally takes a breath. There, finally calmed down a bit. Now, time to put you down for good. But wait for it. Right where the wound was, purple flesh starts squirming and knitting itself back together at an impossible speed. The one-eyed monster roars in pure rage, its body glowing with a blue energy even more intense than before. It's ready for a total deathmatch. On the monitors, warning alarms are screaming, leaving the soldiers in a state of pure panic. Is the rookie gonna be okay? The commander, eyes hidden behind his glasses, stares intensely at the tracking data. He realizes the truth and gasps in horror. He identifies the beast. It's a cyclops, otherwise known as the gluttonous demon. This thing is a nightmare. It uses energy to regenerate and buffs its own attack power after eating its prey. Basically, every time it finishes a meal, it's like it just took a shot of pure adrenaline. The commander's face goes pale. Something is very wrong. These creatures usually aren't this aggressive unless their lives are on the line. Even worse, it's escaped its containment and is in a total blood frenzy. But looking at the raging beast, Kim Min-jun stays perfectly calm. He actually smirks, wondering what exactly managed to piss this thing off so much. The Cyclops roars, swinging energy-charged slashes that tear through the space around him. Kim Min-jun dances through the attacks effortlessly, even mocking how heavy and clumsy the monster is. He knows he could end this in a second, but since this is officially a weapon training session, he decides to play by the rules. Kim Min-jun drops into a combat stance and lets lead fly. Blue sparks ignite as the bullets slam directly into the monster's head. The beast screams in pain, and seeing his opening, Kim Min-jun slides across the ground, closing the gap instantly. He notices the eye regeneration is slowing down. Time to end this, right now. But even while wounded, the Cyclops swings a massive, precise strike right at Kim Min-jun's head. He jumps back just in time, his eyes narrowing. Wait, this bastard can still track me? He wonders if it can see, hear, or if it's got some kind of sixth sense. I mean, aiming that perfectly while blind? Is this guy hacking or what? The monster roars, pouring every ounce of strength into a downward energy strike that shatters the very earth. The impact is cataclysmic. Kim Min-jun barely manages to shout as he leaps clear of the blast zone. Something is definitely off. There's no way the military would use a monster this violent and unpredictable for a basic training exercise. Even after trying to blind it, the monster has pinpointed his location twice in a row. Kim Min-jun looks down at the dark energy radiating from his own body and smirks at the beast. Hey, are you reacting to my dark energy? Outside, the commander rushes to grab heavy weaponry, his face etched with pure panic. He's kicking himself for letting this disaster happen to a rookie, convinced a power-amped Cyclops is no match for a private armed with just a rifle. He sprints full throttle towards the training zone, a single prayer echoing in his mind. Kim Min-jun, don't you die on me. Just hold on a little longer. But in stark contrast to that desperation, Kim Wang-sik is just leisurely jogging along, a smug, triumphant smirk plastered on his face. He glances at his watch, confident he'll finish in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and scoffs internally. There's no way Kim Min-jun could ever keep up with his pace. Lost in his victory fantasy, Wang-sik is already planning how he'll spend Kim Min-jun's 3-month salary on his next vacation. But then his smile freezes solid. He reaches the finish line only to find Kim Min-jun already standing there, waiting. In complete disbelief, Wang-sik blurts out, "How are you still here?" In response to his shock, Kim Min-jun just gives him a knowing little smile and casually presses the finish button right in front of his face. Wang-sik's jaw drops, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles to process what just happened. This kid is on a whole nother level. Even the commander, arriving on the scene, freezes in his tracks, absolutely stunned by the horrifying sight. Staring at the battered husk of the Cyclops lying amidst the wreckage, he can't help but ask in utter bewilderment, "Just how in the world did you take this thing down?" A sudden roar of cheers erupts from the central building. News of this unprecedented feat spreads like wildfire, shaking the entire base with thunderous applause and sheer disbelief. Everyone is showering him with praise, saying no one has ever completed the special weapons training in under 2 minutes. They're calling Kim Min-jun what he is, an absolute monster. In the middle of the excited crowd, a worried Lee Dong-jin runs up to check on his friend. "Kim Min-jun, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" But Kim Min-jun, calm as ever, reports in a steady voice, "Private Lee Dong-jin, I'm fine, not hurt at all." The sergeant approaches, relieved but still baffled, and presses Kim Min-jun for an answer on how he defeated the beast. Kim Min-jun replies coolly, "I beat it the way you taught me to." The answer leaves the sergeant completely dumbfounded, repeating in a daze, "The way I taught you?" Sensing the tension, another soldier chimes in, bringing up the bet and declaring the rookie the clear winner. Those words are like a bucket of ice water dumped on Wang-sik's pride. His face turns beet red with fury, and he suddenly lunges forward with a punch, roaring, "Are you trying to die? It wasn't fair, so the bet's off." This blatant attempt to back out of the deal leaves Lee Dong-jin and everyone else speechless. He's calling off the bet? Wang-sik continues his pathetic excuses, claiming there's no way a rookie could have finished faster than him under normal conditions. Wang-sik explains that the training course is designed to take down 2 monsters before the finish line, and while he followed the rules and defeated 2, Kim Min-jun only had to face 1. He grabs Dong-jin by the collar, getting right in his face. "So what if he's a rookie? He only faced 1 monster. See? How is that fair? If I'd only fought 1, I would have been even faster," he screams at Dong-jin, trying to force him to agree. "Lee Dong-jin, why aren't you saying anything? Is it fair or not?" Faced with his superior's rage, Dong-jin can only stammer in fear. Wang-sik shoves his face even closer, growling through clenched teeth. "Say something, or do you want to die?" Watching this pathetic display, Kim Min-jun just sighs. This guy might just be the worst person he's ever met. So immature. At first, Kim Min-jun felt a little uncomfortable using his fists to take down the monster and was planning to just let the bet slide. But seeing Wang-sik's cowardly behavior now, that changed everything. While Dong-jin desperately pleads, "Corporal Kim Wang-sik, please let me go," Kim Min-jun can't help but wonder why the guy is taking his anger out on his friend instead of confronting him directly. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chaos. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" The rookie faced a higher risk. Wang-sik whips around, startled. "Huh? What bastard said that?" A figure steps forward, explaining that Cyclopes are normally docile, but once they go rogue, their danger level increases exponentially. The man points out that Kim Min-jun's challenge was actually far more difficult than Wang-sik's. As the figure comes into view, Wang-sik's face goes pale. It's Sergeant Lee Seung-ho. Seung-ho pins him with a razor-sharp gaze, exposing his arrogance. "Are you trying to pull rank on your junior? You're the one who started this." Wang-sik's demeanor instantly changes. He forces a laugh, trying to de-escalate. Hey, come on, don't embarrass me in front of the kids. I was just joking. Don't be so serious." But Seung-ho isn't letting it go. He asks coldly if everything that doesn't go Wang-sik's way is just considered a joke. Turning to leave, Seung-ho delivers a final, cutting remark. "Anyway, having a higher rank is great, isn't it, Corporal Wang-sik? Seeing as how stubborn people who were once your seniors suddenly become so obedient in front of you. Ouch." Kim Min-jun cracks a small smile, realizing just how much rank matters in the military, while Wang-sik stands frozen to the spot. His face is burning with humiliation and rage. He looks ready to charge in for a fight, but knows he'd lose, so he does nothing. Being put in his place by a superior right in front of the rookies has him seeing red, but he's completely powerless. When Sergeant Seung-ho turns back with a sharp look and asks, You have something to say?" Wang-sik immediately shifts gears, waving his hands with a sickeningly sweet, groveling smile. "Haha, no, of course not." Seung-ho just gives a cold, knowing reply. "Right, Kim Wang-sik, And with that, he turns and walks away. But not before leaving one last warning, telling Wang Sik he'd better not say another word if he wants to avoid embarrassing himself any further. As the brilliant sunset bathes the base in orange light, Kim Min-jun and Dong-jin walk together, discussing the day's events. Kim Min-jun curiously asks if it's true. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho once received a special 2-rank promotion. Dong-jin confirms it was an extremely rare case, because he scored the highest on the advancement exam that year. But, he adds, that special 2-rank promotion rule doesn't exist anymore. The reason? Apparently, a sergeant who got promoted that quickly ended up causing a massive incident inside a dungeon. After that, the military scrapped the rule entirely. Seung-ho was one of the very last soldiers to benefit from that privilege. Hearing this, Kim Min-jun can't help but wonder if there are any other ways to get a special promotion. Dong-jin explains there are still exceptions, like performing a great deed while rescuing civilians in an emergency or achieving an exceptionally outstanding record during monster subjugation missions. However, Dong-jin emphasizes that those criteria are all subjective. He advises Kim Min-jun to just act like the rule doesn't exist at all. No hunter has ever been promoted that way before, he says. Basically, anyone who tried ended up dead. Kim Min-jun nods thoughtfully, seemingly understanding. But internally, his gears are turning. He's realized the final decision really lies with the commanders. While he doesn't crave power for its own sake, Kim Min-jun definitely doesn't want to see monsters attacking and endangering innocent people. Looking at the peaceful scenery, he thinks to himself that even though people say monsters have been appearing daily since the North Korean military collapsed, this place seems remarkably quiet. After 2 days, he's already had more than enough of being a private. Kim Min-jun finds himself wishing he could get promoted right this second. Seeing his friend looking distracted, Dong-jin offers some encouragement, saying that with the way Kim Min-jun's performing, he'll definitely get promoted soon enough. Just as Kim Min-jun was secretly wishing for a monster gate to spawn so he could finally make a name for himself, as a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the air. Both of them froze as the loudspeakers from the command center started screaming emergency orders. A massive swarm of middle-class bats just touched down at the oil reserve. Dooyeon's face went pale, instantly urging Kim Min-jun to move because things were getting ugly. But while his teammate was panicking, Kim Min-jun was just standing there, stunned. He couldn't believe his wish had actually come true this fast. Talk about perfect timing. These middle-class bats are about the size of a human child and usually hide in the deepest caves. Individually, they aren't much, but they're incredibly fast. Even worse, they spit fireballs. Naturally, having fire-breathing monsters at an oil reserve is a total nightmare. This is a code-red emergency. One tiny slip-up, and this entire military camp could be wiped off the map in a heartbeat. Down at the reserve, the guards were losing it, watching the sky fill with bats. One soldier panicked and raised his gun, but his buddy tackled him. "Are you insane? You can't fire a weapon near the oil tanks," the panicked soldier yelled back. "Then what happens when they come for us?" "So what? I just sit here and watch them?" His partner tried to stay calm, explaining they had to wait for the defensive shield since the monsters hadn't reached the tanks yet. Still, pure terror gripped them. What if those things started spitting fire before the shields were even online? Just picturing a massive explosion, leveling everything was enough to break their spirit. While the soldiers were spiraling into despair, a calm voice cut through the chaos. "I'll draw their attention." A soldier blinked in shock. "Wait, aren't you that rookie from the 2nd A Corps?" It was Kim Min-jun, looking as cool as a cucumber. Seeing Min-jun walk straight into the kill zone without a single weapon, the soldiers started screaming, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? You don't even have gear! Get back here!" But Kim Min-jun just kept walking, thinking to himself, "Gear? Who needs that when my ticket to a promotion is waiting for me right there?" He was eyeing that Lone Private Saves the Day title. He wanted every single drop of those sweet experience points for himself. A surge of crackling purple energy began to wrap around his hands. Kim Min-jun flashed a confident smirk, ready to take on the swarm. Above him, the bats were shrieking, blotting out the sky. Even surrounded, Kim Min-jun stayed ice cold. He noticed the plan was working. These monsters were reacting violently to the dark energy pouring out of his body. Kim Min-jun let out a cold, arrogant laugh, his eyes locked onto the swarm. "All right then," he declared, "you're all mine." Behind him, the soldiers were frantically hauling heavy equipment boxes, shouting at each other to move faster before everything got trashed. Suddenly, one soldier just stopped. He was staring at something, completely bug-eyed. The others noticed and started yelling, "Hey! Why'd you stop? What's going on over there?" Right then, Sergeant Lee Se-ung-ho showed up, absolutely livid. Quit staring and get those shields up now. A soldier stammered, pointing in pure panic. Sergeant, it's Private Kim Min-jun. He's... To their utter disbelief, Kim Min-jun was diving headfirst into the swarm alone. He was literally tearing those monsters apart with his purple energy hands. Talk about brutal. Seung-ho couldn't believe his eyes. He turned and barked at his stunned men. Are you kidding me, you idiots? A private is out there drawing their fire, and you're just standing there? Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun's massacre continued as he ripped a bat clean in half mid-air. Kim Min-jun let out a heavy sigh, wiping his hands. Ripping them apart by hand was taking way too long. He started wondering if there was a better way to do this. Seung-ho was fuming as he ran up, screaming, Kim Min-jun, you crazy bastard, put your ego aside and get back here. Do you think you're invincible? You're not even wearing body armor. Kim Min-jun just rolled his eyes at the sergeant's talk about ego. His eyes were still burning with that hunger for battle. These monsters were his, and he wasn't sharing. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the baton in Seung-ho's hand. Ooh, now that looks like fun, he thought. Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee was clutching his stomach, cursing his luck. Why did his digestion have to betray him right now? Seeing his superior hunched over, Kim Min-jun walked up. Everything all right, Sergeant? You don't look so hot. Seung-ho tried to act tough, but Kim Min-jun saw right through it. You sure? In that case, let me borrow that for a second. He snatched the electric baton right out of Seung-ho's hand, ignoring the orders to fall back. Don't worry about me. I'll be back once I've finished the trash. Kim Min-jun grinned, swinging the weapon around. It felt just like an oversized electric fly swatter. All right, let's go, he yelled, launching himself back into the fray. With that electric baton, he was basically a god of lightning. Every swing shattered a bat into a million pieces in the blink of an eye. Seung-ho was absolutely floored. He couldn't wrap his head around a rookie being this ridiculously strong. Kim Min-jun followed up with a massive overhead strike, slamming a monster into the dirt. Suddenly, a soldier screamed in terror. Something much bigger was coming. A massive, giant bat with glowing red eyes descended, breathing columns of fire that scorched everything. Realizing they were out of time, Seung-ho made the call. Machine guns, open fire. I'll take the fall for this, just shoot. The soldiers scrambled to their positions, ready to rain lead on the beast. But just as one was about to pull the trigger, he stopped. Wait. What? Right behind the giant monster, Kim Min-jun appeared out of nowhere. Yo, bat breath, he said with a chilling smile. Haven't you heard the saying? If you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. A massive blast of blue lightning erupted in the night sky, roasting the swarm amidst their dying screams. Back at the command center, the defense systems finally kicked in. Massive cables hummed as a glowing honeycomb energy shield rose up to protect the base from any more attacks. Down on the ground, the soldiers were already busy, piling up the charred remains of the bat swarm onto huge tarps. An officer was barking orders, telling his men to double-check the cables and clear the battlefield. How much longer until this mess is cleaned up? And just then, Captain Song Yang-sik, the mission's commanding officer, finally shows up. He takes one step forward, then immediately recoils, pinching his nose at the thick stench of roasted bats. Ugh, that smell is just awful. Captain Song gives a satisfied nod after hearing the report, a total of 30 bats taken down. But he can't help but wonder where they came from, since the radar system detected absolutely nothing. Talk about a phantom menace. Seeing the captain's tardy arrival, Kim Min-jun silently judges him. It's not a good look for an awakened officer to be absent during an emergency, only to pop up after everything's been handled. He probably just sat in the control center watching it all on a monitor. Turning to Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, Captain Song just assumes he's the one who cleaned up the bat mess and declares he'll report his great deeds to the battalion commander. But Seung-ho immediately shuts that down. It wasn't me. That answer leaves the captain utterly stunned. He can't believe there's anyone else in the battalion more skilled with a stun baton than Seung-ho. The sergeant explains further that while not every bat died from electrocution, all 30 were taken down by one person. Are you kidding me right now? You're telling me the shredded ones were also killed by the same guy? While Captain Song is still trying to wrap his head around this mystery man, the sound of steady footsteps echoes from behind. Kim Min-jun approaches, gives a crisp greeting, and holds out the item in his hand. Hello, sir. I'm here to return this stun baton. The captain stares at the baton, now completely busted, smoking and crackling with stray sparks. Kim Min-jun looks at Seung-ho with a worried expression and asks quietly, So, is this thing expensive? Back in the company commander's office, the atmosphere is seriously tense after Kim Min-jun's blunt answers. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho stares daggers at him, demanding to know if he's a regressor. But all he gets in response is a cold, firm denial. With a grave expression, Sung-ho warns him, "If you're not, then don't do something so thoughtless like you did yesterday." He insists that his recent victory was pure luck, and as a hunter, Kim Min-jun has no idea what dangers are waiting for him. Hearing this lecture, Kim Min-jun thinks to himself that maybe he shouldn't have just stood still. Sung-ho begins explaining the unique nature of the 104th Hunter Corps, an organization on a completely different scale than regular units, consisting of only 4 elite companies. The number of soldiers here is far smaller than in the regular army, simply because not every awakened person meets the standards to enlist. Kim Min-jun can't help but wonder why his superior is suddenly telling him all this. Sung-ho continues, dropping a bombshell Kim Min-jun could hardly imagine. In the Hunter Corps, everyone from private to division commander is an awakened. And while not everyone sees direct combat since most officers handle administration, monster research, or weapon development, their foundation is still built on people with special powers. Most importantly, hunter soldiers aren't promoted based on time served, but entirely on skill and actual results. Bottom line, you perform, you get rewarded. You don't, you get nothing. Kim Min-jun immediately senses a huge opportunity here, though being summoned to the command office early in the morning just to hear about training schedules makes him a bit suspicious. The company commander, Lee Jun-pyo, looks at him with eyes full of expectation and confirms it. "I'm expecting great things from you, Kim Min-jun." Just then, a luxury car bearing a 2-star emblem rolls onto the base. This is a visit from a legendary figure, the hunter who has killed the most monsters in the entire history of the 104th Corps. The car door opens. A large man with a thick beard and an aura of pure power steps out, drawing the gazes of every saluting soldier. In the solemn atmosphere, Company Commander Lee Jun-pyo shouts at the top of his lungs, "Loyalty!" executing a perfect military salute to welcome the powerful commander who just set foot in his company. All the corps officers of the second company are present, including Captain Song Yang-sik, the operations officer, and Captain Seo Dong-won, the second platoon leader. First Lieutenant Kim Jong-min is there too. The powerful 2-star commander walks up to Sung-ho, shakes his hand, and offers praise. "I heard you handled the situation calmly yesterday." "Good work," Sung-ho responds with a sharp salute. "Thank you, Commander." The commander glances around and smiles. "It's been a while, everyone." Watching from a distance, Kim Min-jun feels a crushing pressure. He thinks to himself, "That's a killer's gaze. I wonder what it takes to earn 2 stars in the Hunter Corps." Suddenly, the commander walks straight toward him. Kim Min-jun immediately snaps to attention and reports, "Private Kim Min-jun, sir." In the next moment, the commander grips Kim Min-jun's hand with bone-crushing force, making the very air around them feel like it's frozen solid. Kim Min-jun instantly realizes it. Oh, he's putting a lot of force into this handshake. But then, the commander lets out a hearty laugh, shattering the tension. "All right, everyone, relax." He follows it up with a friendly, hard slap on Kim Min-jun's back. Immediately after, an emergency military briefing kicks off. The commander asks for the exact location of the monster gate. An officer reports the gate has been located on a hill 1.2 kilometers northeast of the barracks. Forces are currently securing the perimeter and assessing its rank. The commander orders them to report to the division commander as soon as they have confirmation. However, he's not happy that the radar failed to sound an alarm until the monsters were deep inside the base. After hearing that the equipment was functioning normally, he concludes the problem is coverage and orders a request be sent to headquarters to install new radar systems. "If you can't get quality, you have to make up for it with quantity, right?" The officer snaps back, "Yes, sir?" The commander then turns to Kim Min-jun with a serious look. "Kim Min-jun, yesterday, you did something brave. Your initial reaction was swift, but you also need to think about your own safety." Kim Min-jun bows his head, accepting responsibility. "Private Kim Min-jun, it was my fault." He secretly worries that if this manpower shortage continues, the army will soon collapse. The commander turns and asks his subordinate to confirm that Kim Min-jun handled 30 monsters all by himself. When the officer confirms that without his quick response, the oil depot could have exploded, the commander nods, satisfied. "Very good. The division commander has a gift for you." Unexpectedly, the commander reaches out, rips the old rank insignia off Kim Min-jun's uniform, and pins a new one to his chest. Normally, you'd have to pass a test, but soldiers with overwhelming results will be rewarded. He announces loudly, "Private First Class Kim Min-jun." Kim Min-jun responds with a crisp salute. "Thank you, sir." But it doesn't end there. The commander also orders the company commander to give him a 3-day, 2-night leave to recover. Kim Min-jun shouts, "Yes, sir! Just like that, our boy suddenly has a 3-day vacation to go home and play games. Perfect! He can't hide his excitement, a promotion, and a break. Military life is getting more interesting by the day." On his way back, Lee Dong-jin runs up to congratulate him enthusiastically. "Awesome, kid! You've barely been here a few days and you're already making a name for yourself. Thanks to you, I got praised too," he adds. Kim Min-jun just smiles gently and replies, "Thank you. You just enlisted and you're already going home? What are you going to do on your leave?" a curious comrade asks as Kim Min-jun prepares to leave the base. With a bright smile, he hesitates. "Well, Stepping outside the barracks gate, Kim Min-jun melts into the bustling city streets. Surrounded by towering buildings under a clear blue sky, his first objective is clear. Of course, he thinks, it's gotta be the PC bang. After all, back home in the controlled zone, all the internet is cut off. Kim Min-jun tells himself he has to make the most of this 3-day, 2-night leave before he gets called back. It's time to make it count. Walking down the street, our guy spots 2 men having drinks on the sidewalk. One of them, wearing a green hat, won't stop complaining. "Don't even bring it up, boss. Those annoying Lin guys. I wasn't even going into their shop, just trying to pick some mushrooms nearby. Can you believe they blocked me? I already paid the mountain owner and got the green light, but they still acted like they owned the place." His buddy tells him to just have a drink and relax, but he refuses since he's driving. Then, the conversation takes a dark turn. He warns about a guy named Trang San who snuck onto the mountain before the ban and went completely insane from breathing the toxic gas. "You go in there, you're done for," he warns. But Green Hat just shrugs it off, thinking a gas mask is enough to keep him safe. Talk about famous last words, right? Suddenly, Kim Min-jun appears from behind them like a ghost. "Where is this place?" he asks coldly. Both guys nearly jump out of their skins, like, where did this guy even come from? After some convincing, Kim Min-jun hitches a ride in their truck toward Gwacheon. Sitting in the back, he stares at the distant peaks. He's wondering, will he finally find what he's looking for here? Once they arrive, Kim Min-jun plays it cool. "Thanks for the lift, uncles. Seriously, appreciate you guys bringing me all this way." The driver warns him that the military will block him if he goes any further. He asks what Kim Min-jun's plan is. Kim Min-jun just stares ahead. "I should be able to head up by tomorrow." Then they see it, the name tag and the emblem on his chest. Hunter Division 100.4. The 2 men immediately start sweating. They beg him to be careful and, most importantly, don't tell anyone they brought him here. Kim Min-jun just waves as they peel away. "Don't worry about it." Now, he's all alone in the gloom. Kim Min-jun looks toward the mountain, now swallowed by an eerie purple mist. He stands at the barrier, ready for the mission. Leaving the internet cafe life behind, he's actually looking forward to this. The second he catches a scent in the air, he knows. That's not just fog, that's pure mana. Right there, a massive vortex of purple energy is swirling deep in the forest. Kim Min-jun smirks. Jackpot. This is exactly what he's been hunting for. But there's a catch. The entrance is locked down tight. 2 soldiers with gas masks and rifles are standing guard behind the blockade. One wrong move and he's eating lead. Watching from the bushes, Kim Min-jun notices that while the gate is tight, the dungeon entrance itself is actually pretty exposed. He's a private first class now, so he needs to keep it quiet, no unnecessary noise. He starts gathering a mysterious purple aura in his hand. It's time for a little stealth mission. The purple gas slithers across the ground toward the guards. Suddenly, one soldier clutches his stomach. "Ugh, what's happening? My gut." His buddy starts groaning too. Both of them are struggling hard behind those masks. "You too?" one asks. "I'll try to hold it, but I don't think I'm gonna make it." "Emergency status." The other guy gives in. "No one's coming anyway, just go handle it." The first one gasps. 5 minutes, I'll be back in 5. Both guards bolt from their posts to find a bathroom, leaving the entrance wide open. The purple smoke just hangs there. Job well done. Kim Min-jun slips through the fence and into the dark cave. The air is thick with glowing purple light and he's loving it, but when he touches the ground, he freezes. Wait, why aren't there any monster tracks? He realizes the mana density here is absolutely insane. He just grins. Well, works for me. He stands right in the center of the light, arms wide open. He's not just looking, he's absorbing it all. His entire body starts glowing with a brilliant purple radiance. The rush of power is incredible. System notifications start popping up like crazy. His mana stats are climbing point by point. Yes, it's going up. Then, a massive alert hits. Because he absorbed so much mana, his rot skill just got a massive power up. But wait, there's more. The system confirms a new skill. Nightwalker has officially been unlocked. His eyes flash with a powerful blue light. He can feel the new strength surging through his veins. The mana absorption is complete, the rot skill is enhanced, and Nightwalker is ready to go. Kim Min-jun just smirks to himself. Talk about a lucky break. Checking his status. Strength, agility, and stamina are all at 60. Mana is at 15. And the best part? He can use his mana skills for free now. He raises his hand to summon the Nightwalker. This thing is a shadow beast, legendary in Isgha for its stealth and assassination skills. Normally, it costs a ton of mana to keep it active. Come forth, he commands. He's expecting something epic for the price he paid. But instead of a giant shadow monster, a tiny, pathetic-looking thing pops out of the smoke. Kim Min-jun just stares at the little shadow at his feet. Is this a space-time penalty, or is his mana just too low? This thing is so skinny it looks like it'll melt if a single sunbeam hits it. Seriously? But then, the little creature lets out a tiny, weak squeak. I'm hungry. Got anything to eat, big bro? Is this really a legendary stealth beast? Kim Min-jun isn't so sure. Anyway, vacation's over. He heads back to his unit with a brand new rank on his chest. He snaps a sharp salute. Reporting. Private First Class. Kim Min-jun has returned from leave. The whole company is buzzing. Everyone's talking about how this rookie finished his hunter training way ahead of schedule. And the fact that the division commander himself personally promoted him? Absolute madness. Kim Min-jun just walks through the praise like it's nothing. He finds Lee Dong-jin and hands him a bag. Here, for you. Dong-jin is stunned. Wait, me? You actually bought stuff? It's a tub of moisturizer, and Dong-jin is practically beaming. No way. You really got this for me? Thanks, man. I'll put it to good use. Just then, a buff guy walks in with a smirk, teasing them about their beautiful friendship. He gets close to Kim Min-jun, asking about the important item he requested. Yep, Maxim magazine. Typical. Suddenly, a red-haired soldier chimes in. Oh, hey, rookie. I was at the admin desk and saw the list for the promotion exams. Your name's on it. Kim Min-jun is shocked. Registration was supposed to be closed before he even got back. The red-haired guy is confused too. Rookies with less than a year of service aren't even allowed to sign up for this thing. Now the rumors are flying. Did the division commander personally sign him up? The timing doesn't even make sense. The news spreads like wildfire. The whole battalion is losing it. How can a rookie jump into the exam so fast? Especially since he's not the new kid anymore, he's officially a private first class now. Is he really that special? Faced with everyone's curiosity, Kim Min-jun finally revealed the truth. The training battalion's commander himself was the one who suggested it. In a flashback, the commander looked completely stunned, even calling Kim Min-jun a madman for wanting to take the promotion test a whole year early. But hey, that's just how our boy rolls. The red-haired soldier could only stare, his jaw on the floor, as he finally realized that since Kim Min-jun was already a private first class, his target this time was to become a corporal. Kim Min-jun explained that everyone testing on Saturday had to join a pre-exam training session, which included main weapon drills the next day. The red-haired soldier was hyped for the whole squad to go, while other privates started teasing each other about being stuck at their current rank forever. But amid all that excitement, Kim Min-jun looked a bit lost, hung up on the term main weapon. He couldn't help but wonder if it was really any different from the standard-issue rifles they always used. Over at the 105th Division's training hall, a seasoned officer's voice boomed, ordering the experienced soldiers to keep it down so the first-timers could focus. The officer explained that the hunter promotion exam had two main parts, a written test and a practical test. While the written portion was considered a total cakewalk, you just needed to know the basics to pass. Apparently, it was even easier than a driver's license exam. The practical test, however, that was the real challenge. And honestly, where's the fun in a test that isn't tough? Strolling down the hallway, Kim Min-jun mentally broke down what the practical exam would cover: proficiency with a main weapon, a status check, and monster response capabilities. For him, passing was a given. What really caught his interest were the special perks for getting a perfect score. A confident smirk appeared on his face as Kim Min-jun decided to push his limits a little, just to see how far he could go this time. A case full of close combat weapons was open swords, axes. The commander's voice cut through the air, declaring the official start of the main weapon training practical. He sternly ordered all privates and privates first class to ignore the other options and grab a sword immediately. The entire troop roared back a unified, powerful response. Meanwhile, the corporals were allowed to grab their own personal weapons and head to a separate training area, with a classic threat thrown in: If I catch any of you slackers taking a smoke break, you're dead to me." At the main assembly ground, the commander began to lecture on the importance of swordsmanship. He emphasized that training wasn't just about mechanically copying moves. The core lesson was to adapt the techniques to fit each person's individual style. After he yelled, "Understood?" the entire squad shouted back, "Yes, sir!" The commander immediately demonstrated some flawless sword forms, reminding the new soldiers to keep their eyes locked on him, no glancing around. Looking at the cold, sharp blade in his hand, Kim Min-jun smiled faintly. He finally understood the true purpose of this training. He realized that using a basic rifle against high-level monsters was a suicide mission. And while his teammates were still fumbling awkwardly through the motions, Kim Min-jun unleashed a powerful swing that sliced cleanly through the air. He quietly noted to himself that the sword techniques in Isgha were still on a whole other level. Kim Min-jun continued to show off his fluid and powerful sword forms, leaving everyone around him absolutely frozen in astonishment. He figured that, in the end, what weapon you choose is really just a matter of personal preference. Suddenly, the commander barked an order for the entire squad to halt their movements. "Kim Min-jun, step forward." Instantly, Kim Min-jun snapped to attention. "Private First Class Kim Min-jun, sir," and stepped forward, much to the surprise of his surrounding teammates. The training officer announced that, based on his observations, everyone's movements were still clumsy and disconnected. So, right then and there, he ordered everyone to watch Private First Class Kim Min-jun to learn how to do it properly. Though a little surprised by the sudden demand, Kim Min-jun stepped up and performed a series of sharp, fluid sword movements so masterful that even the commander watched every single move with intense focus. After his impressive demonstration, Kim Min-jun sat down in a corner of the training ground, wiping off sweat and silently complaining about the brutal heat. Just then, the training officer walked over and praised him for his outstanding performance. He pulled a small pack of cookies from his pocket, gave it to Kim Min-jun, and told him to keep it for himself. Holding the snack, Kim Min-jun watched the commander's back with a curious look, wondering if the guy always carried sweets in his pocket. During the break, Lee Dong-jin approached him, his face filled with admiration, and asked if Kim Min-jun could give him some pointers. He admitted he'd watched Kim Min-jun's sword demonstration very carefully and was hoping for some feedback on his own combat stance during the long break. Dong-jin confessed that even though the sword was his main weapon, he always felt anxious and was never really satisfied with his performance when facing monsters. Seeing how earnest his friend was, Kim Min-jun happily agreed to help. While munching on a cookie, he carefully observed Dong-jin's every slash to pinpoint his weaknesses. Min-jun's internal assessment was that Dong-jin's movements were actually textbook perfect, proof he'd been training incredibly hard according to the Hunter Corps manual. However, he quickly saw that the real problem wasn't technique. The one thing Dong-jin was missing was self-confidence. Min-jun cracked a knowing smile, thinking to himself that he was practically an expert at fixing these kinds of psychological blocks. But he decided it wasn't the right time to get too involved in his friend's development just yet. Kim Min-jun was confident that when the time was right, he would guide Lee Dong-jin and turn him into a top-tier hunter, strong enough to take down the most vicious creatures all by himself. With him here, his buddy had nothing to worry about. Fast forward to Saturday. The day of the final promotion test had finally arrived, while some soldiers were still relaxing and watching TV, playing basketball, or having a game of Go to blow off steam. A loud announcement from the administrative officer's office suddenly shattered the calm. This is a message from the administrative officer's office. All hunters scheduled for the promotion test, please proceed to the military training area immediately. I repeat. At that, the soldiers' expressions instantly changed. They quickly straightened their uniforms and got ready to assemble. Among the crowd, Min-jun stood tall and dignified in his black uniform, his eyes filled with determination. It was time, he thought, to become a non-commissioned officer. At the assembly ground in front of the division building, long lines of soldiers were already standing in neat formation. First Lieutenant Kim Jong-min, commander of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Battalion, asked sharply, "All right, is everyone here?" As their direct supervisor, he introduced himself with a stern voice and demanded that everyone listen to his words carefully. After getting a head count from each squad, he urged everyone to move quickly and in an orderly fashion to board the transport vehicles. Lieutenant Kim announced their route. As you all know, the promotion test will be held at the 105th Division. We are now heading to Gabi-Eon, where the test will take place. He also reminded everyone to use the travel time to look over the practice questions. Towards the back of the bus, the atmosphere livened up as the soldiers began to chat amongst themselves. One soldier excitedly revealed, "Hey, did you guys hear? Squad 4 is also taking the promotion test today. This piece of news got another soldier visibly hyped up. What? Does that mean we'll have girls to look at today? He grinned smugly, completely confident that the awesome weapon skills he'd spent a year perfecting would have the girls lining up to get his number. Classic soldier logic. See a girl, and your brain shorts out. Sitting nearby, Kim Min-jun remained completely calm. He just gazed out the window, thinking to himself, that's right. Everyone give it your all. A bus cruises along a stunning lakeside road, making its way towards the headquarters of the 105th Division in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi Province. Inside examination room number 7, the 4th promotion test officially kicks off, and the air is thick with tension. Every candidate is laser-focused on their papers, working under intense supervision. The moment the written exam ends, an officer steps forward, his face grim as he holds a stack of results. He announces it loud and clear. Everyone passed, except for Private Cho Dunguk from the 104th Division's 2nd Battalion. An announcement blares over the speakers, ordering all hunters, excluding Cho Dunguk, to report to the practical exam room immediately. As the others start mocking and jeering at Dunguk failing a test they say is easier than a driver's exam, the poor guy can only bow his head in pure shame. But amidst the buzzing crowd, Kim Min-jun just walks away casually, even letting out a relaxed whistle. He has no idea he's just caught the eye of a sharp-looking female soldier named Sun Yunseo. In the main assembly hall, First Lieutenant Lee Cheonru loudly declares the start of the promotion test, his goal to find the absolute best candidates for all 3 divisions. While the officer drones on and on about fairness and healthy competition, Kim Min-jun is fighting to stay awake. He just wishes the test would start already, thinking a nice nap at home would have been way better than this. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The lieutenant announces there are 2 special exceptions in this year's exam. And who are they? None other than Private First Class Kim Min-jun and Private Sun Yunseo of the 104th Division, both qualifying despite being in the Army for less than a year. Kim Min-jun is a bit surprised to learn there's another genius who got a special pass. All around them, soldiers start whispering about the 104th Division's reputation and the rumors about the sky-high scores of those who apply for the front lines. Their eyes scan the crowd, searching for the name Kim Min-jun, the guy who just made Private First Class in record time. Under all those curious and jealous stares, Kim Min-jun and Yunseo's eyes meet for a brief, dramatic moment before they both coldly look away. Captain Jang Sang-cheon suddenly bellows, demanding everyone give their absolute all for the upcoming strength and fitness test. He announces the first part will be a strength test with one simple rule. Just push the examiner in front of you back. Instantly, a colossal man with muscles bulging like crazy steps forward, looking like an unshakable fortress ready to challenge every single candidate. The rule is simple. Move the examiner, and you pass. The candidates start muttering about how ridiculous this challenge is, but the mood quickly tenses up when they're told there's only a 1-minute time limit. The score will be measured on a 10-meter scale, and the highest scorer gets a huge advantage. Private Kim Jinwoo is the first one up. He puts his entire body into it, punching and pushing until his face is red and veins are popping out of his neck. But his opponent stands firm, an immovable wall. The result? A big fat 0. Told you this wasn't going to be easy. The examiner coldly crosses his name off the list and declares Kim Jinwoo, 0 points, failed. He doesn't forget to remind everyone that anyone scoring under 40 points will be disqualified on the spot. A string of pathetic failures follows. Jang Gunho gets 10 points, Lee Miju gets 20, and someone named Choi Jongjin doesn't even score a single point. The crowd starts getting restless. Curses fly through the air out of sheer desperation as they watch the massive examiner refuse to budge an inch. The mood only changes when the name Sun Yunseo of the 104th Division is called. With one powerful push, she sends the examiner stumbling back 5 meters. 50 points, the announcer shouts, and the entire hall erupts. The crowd can't stop praising her stunning looks and incredible power. Some even start whispering that she must have inherited super soldier genes from her father, the division commander. Yunseo walks past Kim Min-jun with an icy expression, making him realize she's an exception, just like him. Right after, it's Private First Class Kim Min-jun's turn. He calmly steps forward, all eyes now fixed on him. Kim Min-jun tells himself not to overdo it like last time. But then the thought of getting bonus points for pushing the guy past the 10-meter mark changes his mind. Kim Min-jun gets into his stance, channeling all his power into his palms, and unleashes a world-shaking push. A massive boom echoes through the hall. The wooden floorboards beneath the examiner absolutely disintegrate, splinters flying everywhere. The terrifying power sends the giant man hurtling backward. The examiner's legs, straining in pure shock, try to hold their ground but are completely useless against the suffocating pressure coming from Kim Min-jun. This guy isn't human, he's a beast! The entire hall is dead silent, stunned beyond belief. The announcer stammers out the result. Private First Class Kim Min-jun, 100 points. While Yunseo and the other candidates are still frozen in shock, Kim Min-jun casually walks back to his spot, cool as ever, thinking to himself that there was no bonus after all. Private Oh Yoonghwa shuffles off the stage with a failing score. Witnessing just how brutal this is, the remaining soldiers can't help but feel anxious, whispering to each other about how impossibly hard this year's test is. Standing on a high platform, the commander orders everyone to be silent, bringing the strength test to a close. He announces the entire group will move straight to the speed test with no break. He then orders all the disqualified candidates to leave the field immediately, following the proctor's instructions. Instantly, the training ground becomes a flurry of activity as soldiers start moving iron bars and setting up large nets. Shouts echo everywhere as they try to align the nets perfectly according to their superior's commands. But when a heavy machine gun is brought into position and locked down tight, the crowd starts to panic. For real, they stare in disbelief, wondering if the next test is seriously about dodging bullets. How the hell are they supposed to dodge that? Seeing their fear, the commander flashes a sinister grin and reassures them, "Don't worry, they're just rubber bullets." However, he quickly adds a warning. "But if they hit you, it's going to hurt. A lot. So give it your all." While everyone else is trembling with fear, Kim Min-jun just smirks with a look of pure excitement, thinking this new challenge is actually pretty interesting. At the end of the course, a soldier stands ready, controller in hand, aiming the heavy machine gun right at the test area. The commander announces the maximum time for the speed test, 1 minute. The candidate's mission is to stay within the area marked by the 2 nets without running out for the entire duration. He emphasizes that this is a speed test, but if they're confident in their dodging skills, he'll acknowledge their superior agility. Staring down the dark barrel of the gun, the soldiers are sweating buckets, pure stress written all over their faces. Only Yunseo manages to maintain her intense focus. The commander coldly states the minimum time to pass is 30 seconds. Anyone who leaves the net early or gets seriously injured will be immediately disqualified. Just as he's about to yell, "Start!" someone calls out, "Kim Min-jun!" Kim Min-jun turns at the sound of his name and is completely stunned to see Lee Dongjin standing there, waving at him. Dongjin grins and asks why he looks so surprised, saying he thought Kim Min-jun had already been eliminated from the stats test. He explains that, aside from Kim Min-jun, all the other privates first class have passed the promotion test at least once, so it's super rare for them to fail at this stage. Dongjin adds a final reminder. The promotion standards are much higher here, so things are about to get a whole lot tougher. "Eyes on the firing machine!" A soldier shouts a warning, "Kim Min-jun, stay sharp." These rubber bullets fly at standard speeds, so don't even try to dodge them using just your eyes. Experience says you've got to predict the trajectory by watching the barrel's subtle movements. Don't just look, feel it with every sense you've got. But before he can even finish his sentence, thwack! A sickening impact echoes through the room. The soldier screams in agony and collapses onto the mat, blood already seeping from the wound. Cold and indifferent, the judge announces the verdict. Private Ion GT, eliminated. Instantly, the medical team rushes in to drag the wounded man away, clearing the floor for the next candidate. Watching this unfold, Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes in thought. Failing at the very first step? Is the passing rate really this pathetic? He thinks back to the massive, terrifying monsters he faced in that other world and sighs, this difficulty is a joke. Back there, he'd eat 1,000 of these for breakfast. Another candidate, Private Ion, gets the boot after failing to hold his ground against the onslaught of bullets. High up on the platform, Captain Sang Cheon is absolutely fuming. He bellows out in rage, "Why is the quality of these hunters so damn low this year?" He starts ranting about the promotion exams in the next room, where the difficulty is supposedly off the charts. To him, the current level of these trainees is just flat out embarrassing and unacceptable. "How are you ever going to rank up like this?" Sang Cheon screams. Amidst the bitter laughter of those who just failed, the captain calls the next name Sun Unseo. She steps out with pure confidence, cracking her knuckles and getting ready to dominate. The machine roars to life, and rubber spheres begin whistling through the air at bone-breaking speeds. But then, the crowd gasps. Unseo is moving like water, graceful, fluid, and dodging every single shot perfectly. The countdown hits 30, then 9, then 20 seconds, and she hasn't been touched once. The surrounding soldiers can't help but stare in awe. Seeing such a stellar performance, Captain Sang-cheon can't hide his excitement. Yes, that's how you do it. Unseo keeps showing off, pulling off acrobatic flips as she easily clears the 57 and 58-second marks. Finally, she hits the full 60 seconds. Absolute perfection, the entire hall erupts in admiration for Sun Unseo. Her perfect score has everyone buzzing, but as she walks back through the ranks, she hears whispers, rumors linking her and Kim Min-jun. Unseo's brow furrows. She shoots him a suspicious glare, wondering, what on earth did this guy do to get people gossiping about us? So annoying. Right then, the speakers blare out. Kim Min-jun, step forward for your evaluation. As Kim Min-jun enters the zone, Unseo keeps her eyes locked on him, not looking away for even a second. He wonders if she's annoyed or if she's just fishing for a compliment after her big win. But Kim Min-jun shakes it off. He needs to focus. Standing before the spinning barrels of the machine, he casually scratches his head and waits for the first shot. The moment that first rubber bullet tears through the air, aimed straight for his face, Kim Min-jun dodges it with effortless grace. Unseo is stunned. He then proceeds to just shove his hands in his pockets. He's going to show them what a real power gap looks like. Under a literal hailstorm of fire, Kim Min-jun isn't just dodging, he's strolling forward like he's taking a walk in the park. The crowd starts freaking out. They can't believe their eyes. Even Unseo is starting to sweat, terrified by this rookie's insane speed and cold-blooded calm. Kim Min-jun casually steps across the finish line, leaving the entire hall in dead silence. Looking at his stopwatch, the judge can only mutter one word: incredible. He then loudly declares that Kim Min-jun has completed the speed test with a perfect, flawless score. The commander wastes no time. All right, next. Over at the training grounds, a deep blue portal suddenly rips open in the middle of the dirt road. The next trial is about to begin. Standing before the disciplined rows of soldiers, the judge with the clipboard sighs in relief. Good work, everyone, but don't get comfortable. Next up, the physical endurance test. This is the final hurdle, described as a simple challenge. But as soon as they step into the dark, flooded tunnels of the dungeon, a system notification flashes. You have entered the dungeon. Kim Min-jun and his squad charge through the portal, and the race is on. They've got a 40-minute time limit to follow a specific route. The commander barks into his radio. All candidates, start. The rules are straightforward. Run to the checkpoint, get the judge's stamp on your hand, and race back. Simple, right? But there's a catch. Nobody knows exactly how far the checkpoint actually is. The commander is keeping that a total secret, making everyone move with extra caution as the tension rises. While running, Kim Min-jun starts doing the math. It's the start, so he should probably pace himself. He notices everyone else is holding back, moving tentatively. Honestly, this slow pace is starting to drive him crazy. He considers just breaking away and sprinting, but he doesn't want to cause a scene or make the others look bad. Being this overpowered is such a drag sometimes, right? Suddenly, whoosh, someone zooms past. Kim Min-jun looks over, surprised to see Sun Unseo closing in fast. He thinks, her again? Now what does she want? Without a word of explanation, she kicks it into high gear. Unseo takes off like a guided missile, leaving the rest of the soldiers in the dust. She's clearly determined to take the lead. Seeing that dramatic burst of speed, Kim Min-jun just smirks. Fine then. His face lights up, eyes widening with pure excitement. He sees her game. With terrifying speed, Kim Min-jun vanishes like a bolt of lightning, overtaking every single soldier in a heartbeat. The soldiers behind them can only gasp in shock as Kim Min-jun's silhouette disappears before they can even blink. Maintaining a godlike pace, he quickly pulls up right next to Unseo. Seeing Kim Min-jun suddenly appear beside her, she nearly trips. Her eyes are wide with pure, unadulterated shock. Kim Min-jun just gives her a casual side-eye and mutters, "Nothing special, huh?" When a stuttering Unseo asks what he said, he just laughs it off, saying he was talking to himself. He throws her a mockingly encouraging line, "I'm trying my best, just like you." And then bam, he accelerates again, leaving her in the dust. Kim Min-jun's figure shrinks into a tiny dot on the horizon, leaving Unseo behind. She's left standing there, rooted to the spot and gasping for air. Her face is a mask of disbelief at his impossible speed. The scene shifts, back to the past in the living quarters. Unseo's arrival had all the female soldiers gossiping. "She's here." They whispered about how she was summoned by the battalion commander the moment she arrived, clearly impressed by her previous records. When they tease her about being shy, Unseo can only blush and stutter out a response. Oh, that. The other girls are already eager to get on her good side, hoping she'll help them out in the future. Even as she walks away, the rumors follow. They talk about how she isn't arrogant at all despite her prestigious background. Everyone is convinced the best soldier title is hers for the taking. But back in the locker room, Unseo quietly takes off her uniform, her expression turning incredibly serious. The image of Kim Min-jun shattering a bloodstone with a single punch is burned into her mind. Her eyes narrow as she ponders the mystery, who the hell is that guy? Suddenly, the loudspeakers shake the camp. White team wins, but wait, there she is. Sun Unseo, dressed in black, proudly planting the blue flag atop the tower. The blue team has successfully reclaimed the objective from their rivals in record time. The instructor roars at the white team to take a 10-minute break while calling the blue team forward for praise. He announces it loudly for everyone to hear, 3 minutes and 34 seconds, a brand new training camp record. After praising everyone for their hard work, the commander lets the squad take a well-deserved break, but with one rule: nobody leaves their position. Unko's teammates immediately surround her, showering her with praise. Honestly, we didn't do much, one says. It was all thanks to our classmate here, right? A roar of applause erupts for Unko, who can only stand there silently, sweat beading on her face. But just as they head back to the locker room to rest, a blonde soldier suddenly bursts in, her face a mask of pure panic. She screams the shocking news. The record they set this morning was just broken this afternoon. Unko is stunned, but what's even crazier is the new time, a mind-blowing 1 minute and 2 seconds. While the other girls are wondering who could have possibly pulled off a feat like that, Unko's mind instantly jumps to one name. Could it be? Kim Min-jun from Squad 4. Did he break the record all by himself? Just like that, the rumors about Kim Min-jun start spreading like wildfire through the barracks. They say he fired 10,000 consecutive rounds during the advanced firearm test, that he can run twice as fast as a normal person without breaking a sweat. Someone even swore they saw him single-handedly take down a devil elephant in a dungeon. Hey, come on, a rumor's one thing, but that's just ridiculous. An elephant isn't some tiny mouse you can just stomp on. But the stories put Unko under immense pressure. Exhausted, she collapses onto her bed, ignoring her friend who's still chatting away. It's the middle of the night, but Unko can't sleep. Her eyes are wide open in the darkness, her mind racing. Then, in a haze, fragments of old memories begin to surface. The image of a soldier lacing up his combat boots, a powerful, broad back, and a little girl standing all alone in an empty hallway. The man in the hunter's uniform slowly reached his large hand toward the little girl, his face completely obscured by a blinding light behind him. Through the faded memory, Unko still remembered the warmth of her father's hand as he gently patted her head, right before he stepped through that door of light and vanished forever. The image of her great father became the driving force behind a quiet promise she made to herself: I will become stronger too. 4 grueling weeks of training fly by, and Unko is now a full-fledged hunter. In the company commander's office, the man looks at her with a concerned expression. He explains he called her in because he wanted to speak with the daughter of his old superior. He asks gently, "Are you doing all right, Hunter Unko?" She snaps to attention and replies crisply, "Yes, sir. Thank you for your concern, Commander." The commander nods, satisfied. He then curiously asks if she's decided where she wants to be assigned after graduation. With her outstanding record, he assures her she'll get priority placement in any top-performing division. He then asks, almost assuming the answer, "Of course, it's the 107th Division under General Sony, right?" Unko falls silent for a moment, her eyes lost in thought. Instead of answering, she suddenly brings up another name, Kim Min-jun. Seeing the commander's confused look, Unko quickly corrects herself. Where will the rookie Kim Min-jun be assigned? Unko immediately realizes how strange her question sounds. She knows it's not that she wants to stay here, it's just her childish sense of competition flaring up. She feels ridiculous, letting a temporary burst of anger get the best of her like a kid who can't stand losing. Running through muddy puddles, Unko's mind is a battlefield. The image of Kim Min-jun's calm face keeps flashing in her mind like a challenge, forcing her to ask herself, "Am I jealous?" She knows she has to be brave enough to admit the truth first. Unko tells herself, "Unko, you've always wanted to be stronger, not just to be number 1. She believes that if she meets someone truly powerful, she should do everything she can to learn from them and earn their acknowledgement, even if it's just one tiny thing. She scolds herself to stop acting like a child and pushes toward the finish line, completely exhausted. Unko is panting heavily, struggling to catch her breath. Right then, Kim Min-jun's familiar voice rings out teasingly. "See? That's why I told you to hurry. Your record was pretty decent, though." He casually holds up his hand, showing the official confirmation stamp with a smug grin. When Unko reaches the checkpoint, Kim Min-jun even praises her, saying she did a great job. However, his totally relaxed attitude makes Unko feel like he's mocking her for trying so hard. She thinks to herself, I had to wait so long for him, I nearly fell asleep. In a fit of rage, she snatches the stamp and slams it down on the table with force. Unko immediately turns and storms off, leaving behind a few bitter words about how annoying Kim Min-jun's face is. He's just left there blinking, thinking, what was that about? I didn't even do anything. At the dungeon gate, soldiers stumble out one by one, gasping for air and completely drained of energy. But in stark contrast to the exhausted crowd, Kim Min-jun strolls out looking as relaxed as if he just took a walk in the park. A booming voice announces the final results. Private Kim Min-jun, 29 minutes, first place. The commander lets out a hearty, excited laugh as he announces Unko came in second with a time of 32 minutes. He approaches Kim Min-jun, unable to hide his astonishment as he confirms that Kim Min-jun scored perfectly in every single category. Kim Min-jun calmly accepts the results sheet and gives a brief thank you to his superior. The commander officially declares the end of the promotion tests, ordering all who passed to assemble at the training grounds at 1 p.m. after lunch. As everyone disperses, Kim Min-jun is putting on his jacket when he happens to make eye contact with Unko. Suddenly, he playfully sticks his tongue out, a cheeky gesture that leaves her completely frozen in shock. Paying no mind to her stunned expression, Kim Min-jun casually turns to chat with his other teammates and they walk off together. Unko remains rooted to the spot, watching him go with a complex mix of emotions. A faint smile appears on her lips. Unko realizes that, in the end, she was the only one who got caught up in their little race. As frustrating as it is, she has to bitterly admit that she was completely defeated by Kim Min-jun's terrifying level of skill. Unko tells herself there are no more excuses for this outcome. She calmly puts her uniform back on, straightens it out neatly, and pulls the brim of her cap down, hiding the new determination burning in her eyes. With a proud and decisive posture, Unko walks forward alone, ready to face whatever new challenges her career throws at her. At the base of the 105th Division, inside Practical Examination Center Number 2, the air grows heavy as a pack of vicious green monsters begins its hunt. He gently wipes the sweat from his forehead, his expression remaining cool and collected, even while surrounded by enemies. Another monster lunges from behind, swinging a club to crush his head. But his hands have already tightened around his sword, ready for a devastating counterattack. His eyes are laser-focused, tracking every single movement of the rampaging beasts. In the suffocating atmosphere of the exam hall, Lee Dongjin is facing off against two savage goblins. Dongjin is breathing heavily, his hand gripping his sword tightly in a defensive stance. From the stands above, Kim Min-jun leans on his chin, observing every move with a thoughtful gaze. This is the second part of the practical exam, also known as the Special Weapon Proficiency Test. Dongjin is trying his best to show off the skills he painstakingly learned in the Hunter Corps for the judges, and just like that, the weapon technique portion of the test comes to a swift end. The strength and speed in every precise movement are flawless. Most candidates choose swordsmanship for this test, and Dongjin is no exception. He moves with fluid agility, executing decisive slashes that make the judge behind him grin with excitement. But the real challenge lies in the final part of the exam, the ability to handle yourself when facing a real monster. The test was simple. Regular privates take down 4 chosens, but for a private first class like Dongjin, the stakes were higher. 3 goblins, with only his chosen weapon. One slip-up, and it's game over. Instantly. After the final monster fell, the stone-faced examiner glanced at his stopwatch. Private First Class Lee Dongjin, he announced coldly, time, 7 minutes, 52 seconds to complete the monster subjugation test. Return to your position. Dongjin just stood there, completely still. Sweat drenched his body, his chest heaving with every ragged, heavy breath. Even though he'd won, Lee Dongjin was just panting, exhausted. He cursed under his breath, damn it. And watching this all unfold from above, Min-jun saw it all. Dongjin had so many openings to finish those goblins cleanly, but every single time, he hesitated. The fear, the memory of fangs and claws, it froze him, stopping him from landing the final, decisive strike. Min-jun looked down, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering to himself, does he just not trust his own strength at all? Looking completely dejected and drenched in sweat, Dongjin walked right past Min-jun without saying a single word. Just then, the speakers crackled to life. Next, Private First Class Kim Min-jun, step down to the field and prepare. Min-jun started walking, a silent message playing in his head for his friend. Pay attention. This is how it's done. He was overflowing with confidence. Today, he wasn't just passing, he was becoming a corporal, and he was going to show Dong-jin exactly how dangerous that hesitation could be. A sharp, challenging smile spread across Min-jun's face, leaving everyone around him baffled. Was this guy really a rookie? His very presence seemed to stun the supervising officers. And here's why. Instead of a sword like everyone else, he casually hefted a massive, spiked club onto his shoulder, a look of pure confidence on his face. One of the officers silently scoffed. Sure, Min-jun had aced the previous tests, but choosing a weapon that clumsy? A huge mistake. He was certain the kid was about to get a reality check. But Min-jun? He just smirked. He knew exactly what this test was really about. The second the gate opened, 3 vicious goblins, led by a massive ogre, stormed out with a furious roar. For Min-jun, this wasn't a test, it was just a brawl. He watched the monsters charge, a look of pure excitement in his eyes. His hands gripped the club's handle, veins bulging, ready to deliver a thunderous blow. He didn't even let them get close. Min-jun swung the massive club, creating a blur of green light. Like a powerful eagle diving for its prey, Min-jun stood his ground as the monsters swarmed him. The 3 goblins and the massive ogre roared, charging him with pure, murderous intent. And in the blink of an eye, an insane wave of power completely wiped them all out. The examiner stared at his stopwatch. The number was horrifying. 4.11 seconds. The entire hall erupted. 4 seconds? That's absolutely unreal, man. The supervising officers were just frozen, unable to believe what they'd just seen from a mere rookie. Had anyone in the 104th Division ever been this good? They started buzzing. Min-jun had gotten a perfect score on every practical test, a completely unprecedented feat for a private first class. Cheers echoed through the stands, while Sun Yu-co, the CO, could only stare at Min-jun completely stunned. But at the center of all this attention, Min-jun remained cool and collected. Before breaking into a cocky, arrogant grin, he spread his arms wide, soaking in the glory, and declared for all to hear, "Look at me." Sun Yu-co watched his retreating back, an intense curiosity burning inside her. Just who the hell is this guy? Later, as the blazing sunset washed over the base, the commander praised everyone's performance, but he made sure to single out one name, Kim Min-jun. He announced, right then and there, a special promotion for the rookie. Min-jun looked surprised for a split second, but that quickly turned into a radiant smile as he received his new rank insignia. His teammates swarmed him with congratulations, laughing and teasing him about his insane luck and lightning-fast promotion. The commander laughed heartily, patting Min-jun's shoulder with pride. "Keep this up," he said, revealing that the division commander was extremely pleased after all. No private first class in history had ever achieved a perfect practical score. The crowd kept cheering, saying that without Min-jun's incredible performance, the whole unit might have been in real trouble. A few soldiers even joked, "Hey, when you make sergeant, don't go bullying us." His promotion speed was just that insane. Min-jun replied crisply, "Yes, sir," then gave a small, meaningful smile, thinking, "We'll see how things play out." He walked off with his comrades, ready for the new challenges that came with being a corporal. Min-jun turned and clapped a hand on the shoulder of his friend, Private First Class Lee Dong-jin. But here's the thing, right after that friendly smile, his expression turned terrifying. He leaned in and made an ominous promise. "When we get back, we're going to train you, with a special method." The declaration left Dong-jin trembling in pure fear. Meanwhile, on a bus getting ready to depart, the soldiers noticed someone unexpected. Sun Yu-co Min-jun's mind flashed back to her test, the image of her fighting bravely, wiping out monsters with her expert sword skills. She did really well on the monster subjugation test, he thought. Her swordsmanship is impressive. She must have passed the promotion test, no doubt. Min-jun went to sit down casually, but froze. He spotted something unusual happening just outside the bus window. In the fading light of the sunset, Sun Yu-co was standing there, watching the bus, her lips barely moving. "I should take this chance to apologize for what happened during the stats test," she told herself, gathering all her courage. But before she could even get the words out, her eyes shot wide in shock. Out of nowhere, Min-jun lunged towards the window, slamming his hand hard against the glass with a ferocious expression that made her jump back. He glared, pointing right at her and snarling through gritted teeth, "If you provoke me again, I'll kill you." His words left Sun Yu-co completely stunned, utterly speechless. And just like that, The bus engine roared to life and sped away, leaving her in a cloud of dust. She stood there frozen, watching the bus disappear down the road, still reeling from his unbelievable rudeness. All she could mutter in disbelief was, "Is he insane?" Meanwhile, on the bus rolling into the sunset, the atmosphere was getting rowdy, with all the teasing aimed squarely at Min-jun. One of the soldiers leaned in, curious. "Hey, what did you do to make Sun USO stare at you like that the whole time during the stats test?" he asked, even hinting at some kind of secret relationship. Surrounded by his nosy teammates, Min-jun just calmly replied, "She provoked me a little, so I just decided to lower her will to fight. That's all." That cool, dismissive answer sent the other soldiers into an uproar. They couldn't believe he called her love-struck gaze provoking. The questions started flying. What did he do to the most popular girl in the entire 104th Division? One guy even got mad that Min-jun dared to mess with his dream girl. As his teammates started a heated debate over who their ideal type was, Min-jun just found the whole thing annoying. He shut them down, declaring flatly that Sun UCO wasn't his type. When they pressed him about who was his ideal type, his answer was cold and simple: Lax. That name alone brought the whole bus to a halt. Everyone started guessing, was she a member of some girl group? But Kim Min-jun shot them down, flatly stating she's the #1 beauty in League of Legends, and was shocked none of his comrades even knew who she was. Facing the squad's completely deadpan stares, he just casually dropped a bombshell, stating with total confidence, "She's the person I like. This guy's been playing way too many video games." And so, the bus journey continued under the fading afternoon sun, leaving their idle chatter behind. As night fell over the barracks, the soldiers were tearing into a glorious fried chicken feast, leaving nothing but empty boxes behind. Between bites, they joked around, reminding each other to clean up the evidence fast before they got caught. Just then, the captain walked in with 2 more bags overflowing with chicken, enthusiastically telling everyone to eat up. Witnessing this sudden generosity, the soldiers couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves this was the first time they'd ever seen their captain in such a good mood. In the middle of the lively party, a teammate shot Kim Min-jun an excited thumbs up, urging him to eat plenty since this entire feast was thanks to his achievements. Kim Min-jun just casually picked up a soda can, took a sip, and offered a simple thanks to everyone. Staring at the new rank insignia on Kim Min-jun's chest, a red-haired soldier couldn't help but marvel at how fast he'd earned his 3 stripes. He declared that at this rate, Kim Min-jun would make corporal in no time. Kim Min-jun just silently nodded, still enjoying his drink. To him, rank didn't matter. Suddenly, the sharp sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, startling everyone. Sergeant Lee Zeong-ho appeared, carrying a whole crate of drinks. In a stern voice, he ordered all of Squad 2 to assemble in the break room. Immediately, the soldiers scrambled to obey, their minds racing, wondering what in the world was going on. Lee Zeong-ho explained that he'd just returned from the administration office after reporting the squad's little celebration. He justified the party as a reward for a squad member scoring perfectly on the promotion test. Right after, he pointed at the red-haired soldier and snapped, asking what the hell he was doing with that beer. Though the guy tried to laugh it off, reminding the sergeant of his promise to let them drink, Zeong-ho's expression stayed dead serious. He announced that these drinks were actually a promotion gift from the platoon leader, sent specifically for Kim Min-jun, before coldly ordering everyone not involved to get out. The crowd shuffled out of the room, grumbling and muttering about their superior's disrespectful attitude. Night fell, and a full moon cast its light over the quiet military base. Kim Min-jun walked alone along the red brick walls, his eyes constantly scanning the area to make sure no one was following. After stopping in a dark corner and clearing his throat, he gave a sharp command: "Appear." Instantly, a mysterious purple smoke began to swirl, enveloping Kim Min-jun's hand. From within that dark energy, a bizarre entity started to take shape, emitting tendrils of black smoke that blended with the night. The shadowy entity fully materialized into a small, purple creature with mischievous, glowing eyes. Seeing his little companion, Kim Min-jun cracked a friendly smile and asked how it was doing. He remembered back to when he first summoned this thing. He'd been so confused because its appearance was a far cry from the cold-blooded assassin he was expecting. But Kim Min-jun quickly realized that in this world, an assassin wasn't what he needed anymore. Pulling off assassinations in this day and age? Yeah, that's a quick way to get yourself locked up for good. A new idea sparked in his mind. He decided to give this creature a role much more suited to his current situation. Since he was stuck in the military with no freedom of movement, Kim Min-jun would use it as his proxy. He pointed a finger, ordering the little demon to focus and stop messing around. Its mission from now on was to move secretly throughout the base. The moment it spotted anyone with a high rank, it was to tail them and gather information. He sternly reminded his little shadow to be extremely careful and never, ever get caught. Watching it run off excitedly, Kim Min-jun couldn't help but worry about the chaos that would unfold if the military actually caught the little guy. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out, "What are you doing out here?" He broke into a cold sweat, nearly caught red-handed. He spun around, forcing a smile and explaining that he wasn't used to drinking beer, so he just came out for some fresh air. When asked if he was a lightweight, he awkwardly denied it. Not really. The truth was, Kim Min-jun knew a basic dark mage could never get drunk. His body could neutralize any poison at will, whether it was alcohol or something far deadlier. The senior spoke up again, congratulating him on his promotion. Kim Min-jun replied politely, "Thank you, sir." However, the senior immediately warned him not to get complacent and to maintain his current performance. After Kim Min-jun confirmed he understood, his senior advised him that if he wasn't a lightweight, he shouldn't overdo it, at least not until everyone else had passed out. The man silently turned and walked away, leaving Kim Min-jun thinking how lucky he was not to be seen and that he'd have to be way more careful from now on. Watching the seniors retreating back, Kim Min-jun silently admitted the guy was a seriously straight-laced dude. Still, he didn't mind that kind of personality. Kim Min-jun stretched and casually walked back inside under the bright moonlight. A new day dawned, with brilliant sunlight bathing the entire military base. Inside the command room, Officer Choi Seung-byum stared at the results on his tablet, completely impressed. "Hey, this kid is a genius, a real genius." He noted that the test was incredibly strict, and despite tight supervision, one soldier still managed to get a perfect score. The first lieutenant standing beside him immediately confirmed it. In the recent monster combat assessment, Kim Min-jun had set an unprecedented new record of 4 seconds. First Lieutenant Choi Seung-byum burst out laughing, full of excitement. "Ha ha ha, this kid." Choi Seung-byum from the training center praised him a lot. "What did you do? This is beyond all expectations." He recalled how Kim Min-jun had effortlessly handled the intermediate-level bats back at the supply depot, confirming that the kid was a rare talent. The first lieutenant continued, his face grim. "Yes, sir. Kim Min-jun was confirmed to have cleared the first wave. The fact that Kim Min-jun was promoted to sergeant in less than a month left even the veteran officers speechless. They realized this kind of promotion speed was completely abnormal, shattering every record that ever existed at the training center. Choi Seung-byum muttered thoughtfully that there was definitely more to this kid than meets the eye. He predicted it was only a matter of time before rumors about him spread throughout the army. And when that happened, the other side would undoubtedly start taking notice of Kim Min-jun. The first lieutenant wondered if that side was the Special Warfare Hunter Brigade and got a nod of confirmation from his superior. Choi Seung-byum stated that among the countless hunters he'd seen, only a few true monsters could become legends of the Hunter Corps. And now, it seemed a new monster just like that was starting to emerge right here in their ranks. The scene abruptly shifts to a desolate, dusty canyon where the sun beats down on everything. The silence is broken by guttural growls as a pack of lizardmen ferocious reptilian warriors slowly emerge from behind the rocks. Massive stone golems also begin to rise. A single figure stands alone, a spiked mace resting on his shoulder. It's Kim Min-jun. He's standing right in the middle of a horde of giant monsters, all of them roaring like they want to tear their prey limb from limb. Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes, observing the enemy, a cocky smirk playing on his lips. He asks coolly, "So, is that everyone?" Min-jun lightly taps his helmet with the spiked mace, the dry sound echoing across the tense battlefield. Facing dozens of raging monsters all around him, he shows absolutely no fear. Quite the opposite, in fact. Fire burns in his eyes, a defiant smirk plastered on his face. He's practically daring anyone to step up, thinking, "Come on, I'm ready for all of you." Meanwhile, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is wrestling with a monster hangover, desperately chugging water to regain some semblance of sobriety. A complete contrast to the gloomy mood in the room, Kim Min-jun strolls in with a shower basket, cheerfully humming a tune. He spots Sung-ho slumped on the floor, eyes dark from lack of sleep, and calls out his name. Sung-ho looks up at the new recruit, completely baffled, and asks, "You're okay?" Min-jun flashes a brilliant smile and confirms with confidence, "Yep, I'm perfectly sober." The answer leaves Sung-ho speechless. Absolutely floored by his insane tolerance, he can only think one thing. This kid is a monster. A little later, Min-jun bumps into Lee Dong-jin, who's just returned, drenched in sweat. He asks if his friend's hangover has gotten any better. Wiping his brow, Dongjin nods. Yeah, sweating it out like this helped a lot. Min-jun can't help but admire Dongjin's chiseled physique, with its powerful, sculpted muscles. Now that's an ideal build, he thinks to himself. He asks if Dongjin has ever used the unit's gym, but the other man says he hasn't had the chance. Dongjin then tells him not to worry about it and to use the facilities freely, since Min-jun is officially a corporal now. Min-jun happily replies, "Yeah, I got it." But then, Dongjin suddenly freezes, as if a critical memory just hit him. He reveals that the unit's combat simulator is seriously impressive and strongly recommends that Min-jun give it a try. The word simulator makes Min-jun's eyes light up with excitement. He realizes this must be the legendary VR room for hunters that everyone's been talking about. Without a moment's hesitation, Min-jun heads straight for the area marked Gymnasium Number 2. He stands before a massive door, buzzing with anticipation. As it slides open, a high-tech space filled with advanced equipment is revealed, leaving him in awe. Stepping inside, Min-jun scans the room and lets out a low whistle. Whoa, this is actually pretty sweet. He stands in the middle of the huge room, ready for new challenges in this promising virtual environment. Approaching the simulator's control panel, Min-jun wonders, all right, how does this thing work? He begins fiddling with the settings, selects the monster type, and decides on orcs as his opponent for the training session. When the system asks him to select a quantity, a huge grin spreads across his face as he mashes the increase button, but the screen immediately flashes a warning. Maximum number exceeded, 30. Huh? Though a bit disappointed he couldn't go all out, Min-jun still hits continue to proceed to weapon selection. Seeing that the system has a diverse arsenal integrated, he gets hyped. Oh, it has weapons too? This is awesome! After finalizing all his choices, Min-jun puts on the virtual reality headset and firmly grips the controllers. The moment the words "Battle Start" flash, his surroundings instantly transform into a desolate canyon. He's standing alone in full military gear, holding a spiked baton ready for a fight. Just looking at that thing, you know it's gonna leave a mark. Min-jun takes a deep breath, his face a mask of pure readiness. The countdown begins from 3. And the first massive, ferocious-looking orcs start to appear. Faced with the suffocating pressure of the enemy horde, Min-jun just keeps that arrogant smirk on his face. The battle explodes into pure chaos. Min-jun unleashes thunderous blows, easily smashing the orcs. The realistic feedback from the impacts is incredibly satisfying. The hit detection? Perfect. He moves gracefully through the encirclement, continuously landing strikes that trail a powerful blue energy, tearing the enemy formation to shreds. A wild laugh echoes across the virtual battlefield as Min-jun gets completely lost in the thrill. Ha ha ha, this feels so real. His eyes are gleaming, hyper-focused on every movement of the horde. And then, just like that, a flood of system notifications confirms he's completed the battle. Looking at the results screen, Min-jun lets out a small, disappointed sigh. Only 30. What a shame. To finish that fast is one thing. But for him, 30 monsters is barely even a warm-up. Then, a bold idea flashes in his mind. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he asks himself, what if I did this? Without hesitation, Min-jun starts tapping the control panel, simultaneously selecting 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 39 lizardmen. The ferocious roars of the monster horde begin to echo through the virtual space, signaling the start of an absolutely insane battle. Min-jun adjusts his helmet, tightens his grip on his weapon, his face alight with pure excitement. Now this is more like it. This is a real monster hunt. Facing an entire army of monsters lumbering toward him from the end of the canyon, he doesn't flinch. Instead, he just flashes that same defiant, challenging smirk. Watching the horde bare its fangs and claws as they surround him, Min-jun casually asks, "Is that everyone?" In the next instant, Min-jun charges straight into the enemy ranks and yells, "Welcome!" He leaps into the air, raising his spiked baton with a look of pure exhilaration. Min-jun lets out a triumphant roar, bringing the baton down in a devastating, fatal blow that shatters a golem's head. He moves fluidly, relentlessly unleashing powerful strikes that leave the orcs and goblins screaming in agony. Min-jun carves a path of destruction through the encirclement. Every step he takes leaves behind a mountain of monster corpses. One final, powerful blow crushes the last rampaging creature. He just cleared the entire map by himself, achieving total annihilation. Standing amidst the virtual carnage, Min-jun calmly watches the battle complete notification appear on the screen. Taking off the VR headset and returning to reality, Min-jun stands in the empty room and can't help but say, "That was insane." He smirks, thinking this is the most fun he's had since he quit League of Legends. Suddenly, a blue notification panel pops up, informing him he has successfully activated the skill Weapon Mastery, Bludgeon. Min-jun stares, confused. Huh? What's this? After seeing the notification that his weapon proficiency had increased significantly, he realizes this is basically a bonus drop from the sky. Even though he can't enter dungeons directly, the fact that he can still earn skills through the simulator is incredible. Now this is what I'm talking about. Min-jun walks out of the simulation room feeling incredibly pleased with himself, making a mental note to come here every day to grind new weapon skills. Lost in his plans, he suddenly stops short when he sees Lee Dongjin standing there with a look of absolute shock. Seeing his friend staring intently at the computer monitor, Min-jun asks, "Hey, what's wrong?" Dongjin stammers, pointing at the electronic board. Kim Min-jun, this is. Min-jun turns to look where he's pointing, asking curiously, "What? What is it?" It's the results board from the second simulation he just ran. The stats displayed on screen would shock anyone to their core. 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen, all annihilated. Kim Min-jun froze for a few seconds, staring at his own performance record. The numbers were absolutely insane. Even he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dongjin blinked, double-checking to be sure. "Wait, you're saying Corporal Kim Min-jun cleared all of these alone?" Just then, a voice barked out. "Private First Class Lee Dongjin, see me in my office right now." Dongjin panicked, shouting back, "Corporal Kim Min-jun, wait! What did you say before?" But Kim Min-jun didn't care. He just grinned, told him a good sweat, never hurt anyone, and slammed the door shut. The sound of the lock clicking was cold and final, a warning that a brutal, storm-like training session was about to begin. The next day at the administration office, Corporal Kim Min-jun stood at attention. "Loyalty," reporting to the office as ordered. "Sir!" He stepped inside with a perfectly stiff military posture. A soldier sitting at the desk stood up with a wide, welcoming smile. "Life as a corporal seems to suit you." "Glad you're having a good time," the soldier joked, "and congrats on the promotion." He handed Kim Min-jun a notebook. "This is actually why I called you here today. The battalion commander sent this for you because of how you handled that incident and for nailing the promotion exam with a perfect score." Kim Min-jun opened it up. It was a certificate of excellence. It read, "Corporal Kim Min-jun is recognized for outstanding service in the military, 2020. Signed by Colonel Jun Bong, 2nd Battalion, 104th Division, Hunter Corps." "Don't be bummed that I'm handing this over so casually," the soldier added. "We try to keep official ceremonies to a minimum here in the Hunter Corps. But don't worry, this all counts toward your experience." Kim Min-jun's eyes lit up. "Experience? Does that mean I can get some special exceptions or perks with these?" His face was practically glowing with hope. He didn't need a fancy ceremony, just give him some vacation days to catch up on his gaming and he'd be set. The soldier laughed awkwardly. Yeah, I guess so," he continued. "Still, this isn't an easy prize to snag. Not many hunters get recognized this early, and even fewer manage to rack up multiple awards." Fired up and full of energy, Kim Min-jun shouted, "If I get 10 of these, do I get another promotion?" The soldier just chuckled, caught off guard by how strange this kid was. He couldn't help but think to himself, does he think these awards are fried chicken coupons or something? A few days later, out on a dusty road, a voice boomed out. "Attention! Everyone, weapons ready!" The soldiers fell into a serious line, gearing up for the mission ahead. One soldier brought out a crate while the briefing continued. "As you've been told, the dungeon we're clearing today is a rat's nest, basically a sewer crawl." Everyone's faces went pale. It wasn't high rank, sure, but it was known to spawn over 200 monsters. The tight, cramped tunnels made using guns almost impossible, turning the whole thing into a complicated mess of close-quarters combat. One entrance for the platoon, another on the far side, and the nest right in the middle. They all strapped on special Hunter Corps gas masks. Without them, that stench would have knocked them flat. "Platoon 2, Squad 2. Private First Class Dusoni, bring the bait boxes forward." Lieutenant Kim Jong-min reached into the crate and pulled out a stink bomb. "God, that's foul," Jong Han-gien gagged. "No wonder those rats actually eat this crap." Everyone moved fast, placing the bait exactly where it needed to go. "Right here, put as much as you can," Lieutenant Kim Jong-min barked out the orders. Suddenly, Private Dusoni stopped. Something caught his eye, a horrifying sight of bleached white bones scattered across the ground. A soldier stood there, frozen, staring at the carnage. "Is this?" But before he could finish, a scream tore through the air. "They're here!" A soldier scrambled to report the emergency. Massive group of rat monsters approaching fast through the front entrance. The battle cry rang out. Prepare for combat! Move out! Weapons were drawn in a flash. Second group, defensive positions at the rear. Hold the line. The soldiers fanned out to their strategic spots, shouting in unison, in position. Even in the middle of all this chaos, one soldier managed to stay optimistic. He looked at his buddy and issued a challenge. Winner gets a bowl of beef noodles. Whoever kills fewer pays. His friend laughed, agreeing instantly. He patted a nervous rookie on the shoulder. Don't sweat it, kid. The rookie looked up, curious. Is the squad leader in on the bet too? Suddenly, a sea of giant rats with glowing yellow eyes and razor teeth flooded in like a tide. Look at them all, the squad leader growled. Stay in formation. Stand your ground and do not break rank. The pressure was suffocating. Every soldier was bracing themselves for the impact of the swarm. But Kim Min-jun? He just gripped his baton, a sinister little smirk playing on his face. God, I can't wait, he thought. Then, the chaos finally erupted. Corporal Kim Moon-ki of Squad 2 unleashed a lightning strike, tearing through the first monster. Right behind him, Corporal Jong Han-yang showed off his skills, clearing out a path in the blink of an eye. Amidst the battlefield madness, Kim Min-jun watched. He saw Squad Leader Kim in Squad 4 landing heavy, bone-crushing blows, while Squad 3's leader unleashed glowing sword strikes that forced the horde back. Kim Min-jun took it all in, quietly judging his teammates' strength. Not bad, he thought. Everyone's actually pretty solid. The rats screeched in agony as the Corps' overwhelming power crushed them. Kim Min-jun noticed the real heavy hitters holding down the rear. Wow, they're just sweeping them all up, he muttered. That was Deputy Squad Leader Kim Min-jun. With every sharp swing of his blade, he wiped the floor with anything in his way. Kim Min-jun was impressed. Carrying the whole map like that? No wonder he's got the rank. Right then, someone screamed for help. Support needed! Kim Min-jun didn't hesitate. I'm on it! He lunged forward, his blade carving through the rats surrounding his comrade. But just as the battle reached its peak, Kim Min-jun froze. He felt a sudden, chilling wave of killing intent coming from behind them. They're flanking us from behind, someone realized in horror. But it wasn't just an ambush. The ground began to vibrate violently. They're coming from underneath, he roared. Boom! A massive pillar of blue light erupted from the floor, throwing soldiers back like rag dolls. Panic set in. Get back! Someone screamed. As the smoke cleared, a terrifying entity slowly emerged. It was an irregular. A mutated monster, massive in size, radiating a level of bloodlust that made the previous rats look like tiny pets. The mutant growled, bearing rows of jagged, disgusting teeth, its eyes burning with a hateful, glowing purple fire. Looking at the piles of white bones, the truth finally hit them. This thing wasn't just a monster, it was a cannibal. It had been lurking here, hunting and eating its own kind. What the hell even is this thing? Its massive shadow loomed over a soldier who had fallen at its feet. Hong Sich! A soldier screamed. He knew Huang Siqiul was in mortal danger, but his body wouldn't listen. Pure terror had him pinned to the spot. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. My legs, they won't move. Just as he was about to be torn to shreds, a desperate shout cut through the chaos. Huang Siqiul. Snap out of it! Are you just going to stand there and let it eat you? The urgent command followed instantly. Get out of the way! Huang Siqiul looked up, dazed, completely powerless as the monster swung a colossal arm engulfed in dark energy. Then, a figure blurred past him, letting out a furious battle cry. H-Ra! A bone-shattering strike slammed directly into the twisted beast, unleashing an energy explosion that rocked the entire cavern. The monster was sent flying, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force. Helping his teammate to his feet, the soldier scolded him. You have to dodge, man. Get up. Huang Siqiul, stunned, looked up at his savior and uttered his name in disbelief. Lai Ronggin? But the mutated mole creature let out a furious roar. A terrifying aura of pure malice washed over them, and both soldiers couldn't help but freeze in fear. In this desperate situation, the monster's massive tail whipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, aimed straight for the shield-bearer soldier number 104. With 4 pairs of eyes glowing a haunting purple, the colossal entity lumbers forward. Its dark, gloomy shadow fell over the tiny humans trembling at its feet. And from the sidelines, Kim Min-jun silently observed the beast. Standing right there, he clocks the danger immediately. Those crazed eyes, that freakish strength, no doubt about it. It's that demonic energy again. Then boom, a streak of brilliant blue light tears through the night, slamming down like a spear from the heavens. The impact is earth-shattering, a massive pillar of energy obliterating the monster's head, and sending soldiers flying through a thick cloud of dust. Amidst the wreckage and chaos, Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes. He's scanning this new, unfamiliar power that just crashed the party. Right in the heat of it, a hand goes up confident, cool. A voice shouts, "Nice! Nice what?" The guy who just pulled off that spectacular kill steal is none other than Li Rongjin himself. But the vibe is still heavy. The situation is so intense that the other soldiers don't even notice Kim Min-jun charging straight into the fray. "Min-jun, it's too dangerous there. Fall back and let the pros handle this," the commander roars. He starts barking orders, frantically rearranging the line. "Officers with me. The rest of you, hold your positions." Warning? What warning? Min-jun's face stays ice cold, staring down the nightmare in front of him. The mutated beast lets out a gut-wrenching shriek, fighting back desperately under a storm of purple energy raining down like a hurricane. Explosions everywhere. The cave itself starts to crumble as smoke swallows the entire battlefield. Then, through the debris, a satisfied voice rings out. "Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Perfect." Using the chaos as a smokescreen, Kim Min-jun lets out a tiny smirk. His eyes glow with a haunting purple light. Finally, he thinks, no one here to play hero and get in my way. Kim Min-jun uses Shield 1004 to tank a massive, lightning-fast blow, then crack. A blue shockwave erupts, slamming straight into the beast's chest. It lets out one last pathetic scream before collapsing, stone-cold dead. Seeing the dark entity lying there, taking its final, ragged breaths, Kim Min-jun moves in for the final phase. He reaches out his hand, and like a vacuum, that swirling purple mist, the real prize gets sucked right into his palm. The ultimate loot for a former dark mage. Ding! The system confirms it instantly. Demonic energy secured. Time to level up. Kim Min-jun looks at the lifeless corpse and grins. "Appreciate the meal," he mutters. Meanwhile, back at the rally point, the rest of the squad is absolutely trashed, collapsing from exhaustion after the nightmare they just survived. One soldier wheezes out. Is it? Is it finally over? Across the field, the squad leader is already on the horn, barking out a report. Yeah, mutant type confirmed. The squad has cleared the hum. One of the recruits managed to suppress it. But our hero? He's just wrinkling his nose, holding his hand up and muttering about how bad the place reeks. Ugh, disgusting. He thinks to himself that this entire front line is just weird. From the smell to the monsters, nothing here is normal. As he's dusting off his uniform, his ponytail-wearing teammate sits down, looking genuinely grateful. "Man, seriously, if it weren't for you, we'd be dead meat right now. When I first saw that thing, I was so paralyzed with fear I couldn't even move. The kid just plays it cool, though. Nah, don't worry about it. Sorry for jumping the gun and charging in. Anyone could see that was an emergency. If you hadn't moved that fast, we were goners." The guy looks him over nervously. "You sure you're okay? Check yourself any broken parts?" Just then, the squad leader walks over with a face like stone. Seeing the heavy mood, Kim Min-jun quickly plays it off. "I'm fine, really, totally fine. Except maybe for a little more demonic energy," he thinks. The commander sighs in relief before dropping a cold order. "When we get back to the unit, come see me. We need to talk." The teammate watches him walk away, sensing the boss is in a pretty rough mood. But then, the leader gets a call from a soldier in black shades, reporting the status. "Sir, everyone's being escorted back. No heavy injuries. Li Rongjin is cleared and heading back. Going Siege has a minor head wound, but he'll be back on duty by tomorrow." Hearing that his boys are safe, the leader finally closes his eyes, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. "Listen up, Squad 2, the commander in shades shouts. "Operation's over." He announces to the whole site that due to the sudden complications, the dungeon raid is being scrubbed right here. "Check your gear, we're heading home." A chorus of "Sir" rings out full of energy. Under the glow of the setting sun, the whole team starts the trek back to base. Later, in the admin office, Kim Min-jun is face-to-face with his superior. The officer slides a file across the desk. "No big deal, but I called you in because of this report. Tell me exactly how you took those monsters down." Holding the pen, Kim Min-jun looks totally stumped. What am I supposed to write here? He can't exactly tell the truth that he beat it to death with his fists because his shield broke. The officer slams a water bottle down. "My view was blocked, so I couldn't see clearly. But did you seriously drop that thing with your bare hands?" Caught red-handed, Kim Min-jun flinches and gives a forced laugh. "It just charged at me so fast, my body kind of moved on its own." The officer stares at him for a long beat. "Kim Min-jun, what are your actual stats?" When he hears strength 65, agility 60, the man nearly chokes. He's doing the math in his head. A lieutenant like him only has an average of 40, and here's a regular soldier sitting at 60 plus? That's insane. He leans back, eyes wide with disbelief. That's double the average soldier's level. Honestly, with talent like yours, you should be in hunter officer school. It's such a waste. But then again, your record says you dropped out of high school, so getting into the academy might be tough. But then, he gets an idea. Kim Min-jun, if you want to be a leader, why not take the qualification exams? Go to university. There are military programs, assistant positions. I can pull some strings and find you a spot. Think about it. Kim Min-jun just scratches his cheek and shuts it down. No thanks. I hate studying. I'll just climb the ranks with my results. The officer respects the honesty. Fair enough. It's your call. I won't force you. But if you change your mind, let me know. Kim Min-jun bows and starts packing his things. As he heads for the door, the officer watches him with genuine respect. I won't forget how hard you worked today. The young man gives a sharp, crisp salute. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. He grabs his hat and steps out. But just as he touches the doorknob, the commander calls out again. Kim Min-jun, Specialist Kim Min-jun. He freezes. The officer's voice goes soft. You saved your squad today. If you hadn't been there, things could have turned out much worse. He flashes back to the nightmare, the claws, the terror in his men's eyes. He admits it bitterly. The truth is, I couldn't react in time, so thank you. Kim Min-jun gives a small, humble smile. It was nothing, sir. Just doing what needed to be done. He walks out of the office, thinking to himself, right. Exactly. He got the trust, and he got the merit points. His eyes turn sharp and calculating. Kindness is great, but performance points? Those are even better. Kim Min-jun marched straight into training room number 2. The moment he walked in, he saw 2 of his teammates, one with a fresh bandage wrapped around his head, staring back in complete shock. Crossing his arms, Kim Min-jun cut right to the chase. He wanted in on the special training with Ha and Private First Class Lee Dong-jin. The other soldier stammered, How did you know we were training here? Kim Min-jun scoffed, staring down his opponent. What's with the sudden focus? Did he forget his head was on the line? Called out. The guy just stammers awkwardly. Well, about that. Kim Min-jun flashes back to the heart of the battle, sharp blades slicing clean through hordes of grotesque monsters. Li Rongjin, your power's shot up, man. You're actually useful now, he commented. You can thank this brutal training for that. Fired up, Guang Shik declared. I'm joining too, this time. But all that determination was met with a cold, dismissive smirk from Kim Min-jun. He shot back flatly. And what makes you think I'd agree to that? Kim Min-jun stepped closer, looking the flustered corporal dead in the eye before adding another jab. Besides, everything has its proper order, doesn't it? Corporal Kim Guang-shik. The air in the room instantly grew heavy. Guang-shik's head dropped, and then he did something no one expected. He bowed low, right in front of Zhao Jin and Lin Yi. Thank you for saving me. And I'm sorry, Zhao Jin. The sudden apology sent Zhao Jin into a panic, and he frantically waved his hands. No, why are you doing this, Corporal Kim? But Guang Shik remained bowed, his face full of sincerity. I'm sorry for everything I've done up until now. I know you might not accept it, but I truly want to join the training. I have my own reasons. My goal is to become a non-commissioned officer. Dong Jin glanced over at Kim Min-jun, as if asking for his final say. Kim Min-jun just nodded. I get it. Then he turned to Dong Jin. Is it okay if we all train together? Hearing that, Lee Rongjin's face lit up. Corporal Kim Min-jun! But before the smile could even settle, Kim Min-jun splashed a bucket of ice water on his hopes. Dream on, buddy. You think it's going to be that easy? Seeing Kim Min-jun's unyielding expression, Guang Shik accepted his fate with a sad look. After everything I've caused, it's only natural you'd all feel uncomfortable. Anyway, thank you. I'm only alive because of you two. I'll be going now. He began to trudge away, Lee Rongjin watching with a look of regret. But just then, Kim Min-jun's voice cut through the silence. There is one condition. Guang Shik's ears perked up. He spun around, his eyes filled with a new spark of hope. Kim Min-jun stared him down, then delivered the strangest command imaginable, coo like a pigeon. Seeing the utter confusion on his face, Kim Min-jun let out a wicked grin. Do it for 24 hours, act like a pigeon, and then we'll talk. Guang Shik's face turned beet red with fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, What did you just say? Kim Min-jun remained perfectly calm, asking softly, You don't want to? Guang Shik froze, an intense battle raging in his mind. In the end, for the sake of his career, he threw his pride away. He forced it out, coo, coo, coo. Li Rongjin, standing nearby, could only stare in utter disbelief. His hero, Corporal Guang Shik, what happened to his tough guy image? Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun was absolutely losing it, doubled over with laughter at the ridiculous scene. The prey was in the trap. "We've got one more," Kim Min-jun declared with a grin. The scene shifts. Beneath a strange night sky lit by two moons, a massive, ancient castle looms on a towering cliff. Deep inside its cold stone corridors, a hulking soldier in a sealed helmet pushes a cart shrouded by a heavy, gray tarp. The squeaking of the wooden wheels echoed relentlessly until a woman with shimmering blonde hair approached. Seeing the soldier hard at work, she spoke. "You've worked hard." The soldier stopped, remaining silent under the woman's cold gaze. Noticing his hesitation, she asked him directly, "Is there something you wish to say?" After a moment of consideration, the woman didn't wait for a reply. She walked on, the sharp click of her heels echoing with authority. "Let's see," she murmured, approaching the cart. Her slender hands slowly pulled back the curtain, revealing what was inside. A pair of glowing purple eyes, burning with pure hatred, glaring out from the shadows. Despite the terrifying creature before her, the woman's face was unnervingly calm. The soldier called out worriedly, "My lady," but she seemed not to even hear him. She raised her hand, and a brilliant purple magic circle instantly erupted at her feet, pulsing with immense energy. Her eyes turned sharp as steel. "This is a gift for him," she declared, "for the one who left this place of his own free will." The soldier gasped in horror, but his words were cut off by the haunting expression taking over her face. Her eyes were wide, filled with a chilling fanaticism as she whispered, "No matter what I do, it's still not enough." The tense atmosphere is shattered by a loud grunt, "Hi," followed by a military boot slamming onto a shovel, plunging its blade deep into the dry earth. Barely back from the dungeon, Guang Shik was already grinding his teeth as he dug. "Just finished a raid, and now I'm digging ditches? My luck is incredible." Right behind him, Zhong Jin was also working hard, but his mind was somewhere else entirely. He clicked his tongue, lost in thought. This whole battlefield, it's built to fight monsters. Just then, a heavy military truck rumbled into the area, catching everyone's attention. Guang Shik let out an exhausted sigh. "Ugh, the slave fodder is here." The soldiers quickly gathered around the truck and began unloading massive, heavy blocks of gray stone. Kim Min-jun grunted as he heaved a huge block, sweat pouring down his face, his hands already getting raw from the rough material. He breathed heavily as he explained to a comrade, "Slave fodder is just our little nickname for this stuff. It's actually called ironstone, because nobody knows if it's stone or iron." He stressed that it looks simple, but it's unbelievably heavy and dense. That's why it's used to build fortifications on the front lines. Kim Min-jun added, "This stuff is made in a dungeon. Its real name sounds way cooler." He stopped mid-sentence when the soldier next to him turned, looking confused. "Did you say something to me?" Kim Min-jun looked around just as puzzled. "Huh? I haven't said a word." Turns out, it was just a few other guys nearby, their curiosity about the strange mineral making them hear things. The back-breaking work continued until the squad leader in dark glasses finally yelled out, "All right, take 10 minutes." Instantly, the soldiers collapsed, dropping everything to sit on the hot asphalt and savor a few precious moments of rest. Just then, a soldier ran up to the scar-faced squad leader to report something important. He spoke in a serious tone, revealing that in the 104th Regiment sector, a dungeon had appeared, and it was suspected to be a breed-type dungeon. The news that it might be a breed type sent waves of chaos through the resting soldiers. One soldier froze in shock, while the others couldn't hide their horror. "You're kidding, right, Vice Commander?" At that point, Sergeant Minji completely lost it. He lunged forward and grabbed the leg of his commander, crying desperately, "Sergeant Minji can't go! Not again! If we go in this time, it'll be the third time for me and Corporal Do. This can't be real, right? Forget pride at a time like this. Staying alive was all that mattered." Faced with his clingy subordinates, the vice squad leader can only scowl in pure frustration. He tries to push back the rowdy soldiers, telling them to pipe down since the investigation is still ongoing. Amidst all the chaos, Kim Min-jun just sits there on the dirt, looking completely dazed as if he has no clue what's even happening. Seeing this, Wang Shich scoots over and starts explaining the concept of a blank dungeon. Basically, these are dungeons where the interior space is way, way bigger than the standard measurements would suggest. Even though the number and types of monsters inside are off the charts, there's a catch. No high-threat creatures or boss-level entities exist in these specific zones. In the hunter world, these spots are considered the perfect environment to rack up real-world combat experience. That's exactly why the military usually runs division-level training drills here before sending soldiers out on actual invasion campaigns. Wang Shich emphasizes that this is the famous hunter mobile training, but when Kim Min-jun just continues to stare at him in total silence, Wang Shich scratches his head, feeling awkward. Boss? Are you having some kind of deep internal monologue right now, or what? He just tells himself that he only explained it so thoroughly because someone, well, probably Kim Min-jun looked curious. Kim Min-jun lets out a cryptic smirk and mutters to himself, "Hunter mobile training, huh? But right now, it's not exactly a drill." Across from him, Minji is still sobbing his heart out. "Oh man, we just got back from a dungeon too." He groans about how much he and the squad absolutely hate these drills. Losing his patience, the commander grabs Minji's cheek, pulls hard, and barks, "Even so, this is a division-level exercise. Listen up, you lot. This is your chance to rack up a ton of merit points." The mention of points hits Kim Min-jun like a bolt of lightning. He snaps out of it, eyes wide. Ah, right, points. In Kim Min-jun's head, merit points translate directly into images of certificates and rewards. His eyes light up, and his face twists into a look of pure, unadulterated excitement. Kim Min-jun clenches his fists, grinning like a madman. This is a sweet deal. Heading to the front lines to farm points, that's my specialty. But suddenly, he freezes. He spots a tiny black shadow with glowing purple eyes and a creepy smile lurking right at his feet. His eyes narrow in suspicion. "Why the hell are you there?" Without a second's hesitation, Kim Min-jun stomps his foot right onto the weird shadow, making it let out a muffled shriek. "What was that? Huh? You got something to say?" He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo down the hallway as a female officer rushes in to report an urgent request for backup. "Yes, it's an irregular monster. We have a request for immediate assistance from the gate investigation team in Yanggu." The commander walking beside her asks slowly for clarification. "A gate appeared in a military zone?" The officer nods. "Yes, sir. It's not a residential area, but 2 investigators have suddenly gone insane. The reports of strange activity started just a little while ago. She worries that it might be a dungeon that needs a full-scale raid immediately. However, the commander makes a different call. He orders the regular army to keep the area contained for now, telling the Yanggu hunters to pull back. Their priority? The gate that just appeared in the residential area of Hongcheon. "All units, move out!" The female officer bows deeply. "Understood, sir." Back to Kim Min-jun. He stands there in silence for a moment before a calculating smirk spreads across his face. Looking down at the shadow he's currently grinding under his boot, he thinks, whatever happens next. He stands up straight and stretches, looking up at the clear blue sky. A new plan is forming in his head. "I should probably use my vacation time first, shouldn't I?" Under the bright, sunny sky, Kim Min-jun quietly packs his bags for his vacation. He trades his stiff military uniform for a comfortable black hoodie, zips it up, and checks himself in the mirror. Above the television sits a warm family photo, a picture of Kim Min-jun smiling right next to his parents. Back at the base, the squad leader walks over, seeing Kim Min-jun all dressed up and ready to head out. "Planning on taking an early vacation, kid?" he asks curiously. "I don't know what got into you, but you moved 10 times more dirt than anyone else at the construction site. Were you that desperate to finish early just for some time off?" "Man, you're something else. Good job." Kim Min-jun answers politely, "Yes, thank you, sir." But internally he's thinking, "Yeah, that's definitely not why." The commander suddenly turns back, asking with genuine interest, "So, what did you do during your last vacation anyway?" When Kim Min-jun scratches his head and says he just hung out at a PC cafe, the old man sighs. Total game addict. Spending your whole break face first in a monitor. He couldn't stand seeing his talented subordinate wandering around aimlessly, so he pulls out a key and hands it over. "If it's not a bother, stay here." He explains that it's his parents' old apartment, currently empty since they moved away. "I stay there whenever I'm on leave, so it's kept pretty clean." Kim Min-jun hesitates and tries to decline. "I'll be fine, really, but the squad leader isn't having it." He shoves a piece of paper with the address into Kim Min-jun's hand. "Fine, my foot. Go there and get some real sleep. Why wreck your back at a PC cafe?" Looking at the paper, Chuncheon City, Gangwon Province, Kim Min-jun muses. "Chuncheon, huh? Not a bad direction to head in." The commander waves goodbye as he heads into the admin office. "Just take it, even if you don't use it. Enjoy your break." As the door closes, the squad leader lets out a heavy, troubled sigh. He sits at his desk and flips through Kim Min-jun's personal file. There, in black and white, is a heartbreaking detail. Under the section for father and mother, it simply says, missing. Staring at those words, missing, the squad leader falls silent, his eyes filled with a deep, lingering sadness for the kid. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun has ditched the military look completely. He pulls his black hood up high, hiding his face as he prepares to leave the unit. Kim Min-jun shows up at the Yanggu bus terminal. But instead of looking for a place to crash like his boss suggested, he starts walking silently through the deserted streets, looking incredibly mysterious. At the same time, across town, a female staff member is frantically reporting via phone. A dungeon has been located at an abandoned school in the Yanggu district. The orders are clear. Stay 1 kilometer away and only block the roads. She quickly confirms. Yes, understood. At the scene, the military has already set up a tight perimeter with trucks and armed soldiers. Catching a moment where a soldier is distracted, Kim Min-jun nimble-footedly scales the fence. He lands silently right behind them, no sound, no trace. Hiding behind some concrete pillars, Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes. He watches the vibrant green energy radiating from the dungeon gate, pulsing behind the warning tape. So, it's this one, he whispers. Without a shred of hesitation, he casually steps over the barrier and walks straight toward the heart of the anomaly. Doubts flicker through his mind. Which little brat is it this time? Kim Min-jun walks with total conviction, his mind locked onto one single goal, finding out exactly what kind of monster crawled out of there. Kim Min-jun stands before the gate, which is now crackling with brilliant blue electricity. He clicks his tongue and mutters to himself, "If it gets dangerous, I'll just bail. No point stressing over a tiny dungeon like this." The moment he steps inside, a system notification pings. You have entered the dungeon. The interior is a dark, freezing forest, with withered branches reaching out like claws under a silent night sky. Kim Min-jun walks quietly down a narrow trail, frowning at the atmosphere. It's so damp in here. I came to a dungeon, but it feels like I walked into a freaking sauna. Wait, suddenly, he stops. He spots a lone sword lying abandoned on the ground. Kim Min-jun crouches down, scanning the surroundings for tracks as he assesses the situation. So there was a fight here, huh? He squints into the dark bushes ahead and calls out, his voice dripping with provocation. Hey, you over there. Your hiding spot sucks. Just jump out already. Responding to the challenge, a figure emerged from the darkness. A colossal monster with ashen skin and glowing purple eyes slowly revealed itself, leaving Kim Min-jun stunned and speechless. But then he realized something. He'd mistaken it for something else. Turns out it was just a giant goblin. Still, seeing its hulking frame and menacing breath, he couldn't help but marvel. Damn, this thing is huge. Kim Min-jun suddenly understood why the previous investigation team had to fight tooth and nail just to make it back alive after facing a creature this massive. He took his stance, his eyes turning ice cold as the monster roared and charged straight down from above. Kim Min-jun effortlessly sidestepped the beast's attack, then immediately launched himself forward. He channeled all his strength into his fist, unleashing a devastating blow. A massive explosion of blue energy erupted, completely swallowing the goblin. Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes, observing his opponent. In the next instant, he delivered a bone-crushing punch straight to the monster's face, completely deforming it. Without giving it a moment to recover, he followed up with a powerful hook kick to its chin, landing solidly on his feet. Tougher than he looks, Kim Min-jun thought with a smirk. He stood up, his gaze locking onto the massive creature with pure defiance. You can take a punch from me, huh? The monster furiously swiped its arms, creating sharp slashes that tore through the air, but Kim Min-jun dodged each one with graceful ease. He let out a soft "oh," followed by a knowing smirk. Watch your step, big guy. That's a death pit. Just as he predicted, the goblin stomped its foot right into a strange, smoking patch of energy on the ground. Immediately, a skill notification for decay popped up. The ground beneath the monster's feet turned rotten and began to sink. Seizing the moment his opponent was off balance, Kim Min-jun shot forward like a whirlwind, unleashing a flurry of punches so fast they were just a blur. "Oh, you're a tough one," he said, enjoying himself. "Don't need this anymore, huh?" The relentless, powerful blows rained down on the monster's body, heavily injuring it and forcing it back. However, a sudden surge of purple energy exploded from the goblin's body, making Kim Min-jun pause in confusion. "Huh?" the monster roared, unleashing a powerful counterattack that sent him flying. Kim Min-jun skidded across the ground before coming to a stop. He looked down at his arm where his favorite hoodie was now torn to shreds. His expression turned dead serious. He slowly walked over and picked up the sword that was lying discarded on the ground. Gripping the sword tightly, Kim Min-jun muttered to himself, "Everyone I've met since I got back has been a total pushover." He stared directly at the goblin and sneered, "You're probably on the same level as that horned beetle, aren't you?" The monster opened its fang-filled mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar right in Kim Min-jun's face. It lunged forward with terrifying speed, but Kim Min-jun remained calm, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. The monster growled with contempt. "No matter what you do, a bug is still just a bug." Suddenly, a massive ashen hand shot out and grabbed Kim Min-jun's head, squeezing it tight. The monster grinned maliciously, a triumphant look on its face as it held him captive. But instead of fear, the veins on Kim Min-jun's forehead began to bulge. "My hoodie," he roared with pure rage. "You're gonna pay for that right now." He unleashed a thunderclap of a punch, slamming it straight into the monster's body, causing its eyes to roll back as it howled in agony. The force of the punch was so immense that the colossal creature was sent flying, crashing to the ground with no fight left in it. Kim Min-jun stood silently over the corpse, his breathing still heavy. A thick, black demonic energy began to seep out from the monster's body. Instantly, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. "You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy." His demonic energy stat just kept climbing, much to Kim Min-jun's delight. "Oh, nice." But it didn't stop there. The system announced he had unlocked a new skill called the HAM, Arrow. At the same time, his night movement skill was enhanced, and he even acquired basic swordsmanship. Absolutely shocked, Kim Min-jun exclaimed, "Whoa, my status window just got a major upgrade." His personal info screen popped up with some impressive stats. Strength 65, agility 60, stamina 60, and mana had reached 32. He was thrilled as he checked out the details of his new skills. HAM Arrow allowed him to consume demonic energy to fire invisible arrows at his targets, while basic swordsmanship significantly increased his proficiency with all blade-type weapons. Kim Min-jun grinned victoriously. "Finally got a long-range attack skill. This is like a gift from the heavens." However, looking back at the monster's corpse, Kim Min-jun noticed something unusual. A sword was embedded deep in its back. He wondered, was it already injured before it met me? Without hesitation, he reached out to pull the strange object out from its gray flesh. He quietly wondered what that glowing thing was. As the object was fully revealed, Kim Min-jun's eyes widened in shock. Staring at his hand, now covered in thick black blood, he mumbled, "This is." Lying in the palm of his hand was a sharp piece of metal. Kim Min-jun turned the fragment over, puzzled. An arrowhead? It's not a piece of a dagger? He wondered if a hunter from the investigation team had stabbed it, but the more he stared at it, the more familiar it felt. He frowned. "Wait a minute. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before." Suddenly, roars from behind him cut through his thoughts. Kim Min-jun turned around, only to find two more of those goblins lumbering toward him. Instead of fear, a smirk of pure excitement spread across his face. Perfect timing. "I was just itching to test out my new stuff." He stood up, his eyes sharp and challenging. "Come and get it." The monsters bared their teeth in a wicked grin, charging toward their prey, completely unaware that death was waiting for them. Kim Min-jun held his hands out in front of him as a swirling vortex of dark demonic energy began to form in his palms. Let's give them a little taste, he thought, of what an E-rank skill can do. A massive explosion of dark energy erupted, wiping out everything in its path and swallowing the monsters in the blink of an eye. Standing in the middle of a brilliant purple aura radiating from his body, Kim Min-jun casually remarked, "The main job is done, but since I'm here, I might as well clean up a bit before I leave." Looking at the last remaining monster, trembling in fear, Kim Min-jun's face twisted into a terrifyingly sinister smile. At this point, Kim Min-jun looked more like a monster than the actual monster did. He growled, "Where are your friends?" Shortly after, in a city district, a glowing blue dungeon gate began to tremble violently. From within that bright light, the silhouette of a young man slowly stepped out. Kim Min-jun gently set his foot on the ground, brushed off some dust, and calmly announced, "Okay, dungeon cleared." The brilliant blue electricity surrounding him slowly faded, revealing a sly grin and one mysteriously glowing purple eye. Instead of looking tired after the battle, he seemed energized, muttering, "Work's done. Time to head home and play some League." His fulfilling vacation was coming to an end. Kim Min-jun braced himself to return to his unit. While he was still lost in the afterglow of his days of freedom, crushing monsters and slurping instant noodles in front of his computer, reality was about to hit him with a bucket of cold water. When he returned to the unit feeling refreshed, the atmosphere in the squad felt like a funeral. The moment they saw Kim Min-jun, a teammate rushed over with a devastated look, shouting, "Kim Min-jun, it really is an empty dungeon." Another soldier couldn't hide his panic. He continued in despair, "We're done for, Kim Min-jun. We're about to get wrecked in that empty dungeon." Just as planned, the division-level practical training was quickly set in motion. Starting from random points with their squads, the soldiers had to march through treacherous terrain. Their mission? Reach the assembly point at the dungeon center. But between the ambush-happy monsters and the total unpredictability of the terrain, it's a suicide march. Suddenly, the commander freezes, his face turning ghost white as he glares at his GPS. "Prepare for combat," he roars. In an heartbeat, the valley echoes with the metallic click of rifles as every soldier drops into a firing stance, their shouts thundering through the cliffs. And then the nightmare arrives. While everyone else is shaking, Kim Min-jun remains cool as ice. From the sky, a swarm of dark-born inky, spherical freaks with mouths full of serrated teeth drop like a lethal rainstorm. One soldier screams in pure terror. The commander doesn't hesitate. "Lock and load, on my mark, aim, get ready." Like a wall of steel, the soldiers drop to one knee, forming a defensive line that looks absolutely unbreakable. Chaos. Pure chaos. Kim Min-jun watches the black orbs diving in and just smirks. "Exactly what I thought," he muses. "This score is going to be massive." Then, the commander screams, "Fire!" and a wave of lead and energy tears into the swarm. It's a literal fireworks show. The Darkborn explode into blue sparks as they hit the wall of bullets. The commander, a jagged scar across his face, keeps the pressure on while barking orders over the roar of the guns. "Don't let them get close," he bellows. "These things have thick skin and rubbery bodies. Melee is a death sentence." Under his iron-fisted command, the team forms a tight line, creating a grid of fire that nothing can pass. But as the swarm thins out, a few stragglers manage to breach the perimeter. The commander raises a clenched fist. "Seize fire! Blades out, prepare for close combat." He's not taking any chances. 3 monsters are already mid-leap. Keep your distance. If they latch on and start sucking blood, it's over. Don't let them get a single bite. In the back, Kim Min-jun is already calculating. He knows the deal: 1 bite means you're disqualified and sent home immediately. If too many people get knocked out, the squad's ranking will hit rock bottom. Kim Min-jun's eyes turn sharp predatory. He grips his weapon, muttering to himself, "Not happening. Nobody messes with my points." Just as a Darkborn lunges for the kill, a roar echoes across the field. It's squad leader Lee Sung-ho. He moves like lightning. Boom! A massive kick connects, sending the monster flying into the stratosphere. The other soldiers are stunned, but Kim Min-jun just smiles. That's the kind of confidence he likes to see. Honestly, he could wipe them all out in a second with his dark arrows, but why show off? He lets his teammates play their part, providing cover fire while the soldiers blast the monsters dangling in midair. The commander nods, finally looking satisfied. "Good. Now, finish them. Focus fire on those Darkborn in the air." A final volley of precision shots turns the monsters into confetti. Silence returns to the dry earth. The commander lets out a long, heavy breath, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. "All right, listen up. 10-minute break," he orders. "Rest, check your gear, and check for injuries. I want a status report from every squad now." As the team cleans up the battlefield, a hand drops onto Kim Min-jun's shoulder, making him whip around in surprise. While Kim Min-jun and his crew are taking it easy, some other soldiers are absolutely wrecked. In another corner of the field, 2 guys are slumped on the ground, looking like they've been through a meat grinder. Is this training or a death march? The red-haired guy pants, wiping sweat from his eyes. His buddy just stares into space, looking grim. "I don't know, man. Word is, this isn't just some empty dungeon." He leans in, dropping his voice to a low whisper. "Rumor has it there was a boss here that didn't die. They captured it alive and it's being held right at our target point. They imagine it a legendary commander, a bearded giant, standing over a massive elephant-like beast, a true monster of a man amidst a ruined world. In their minds, the giant just wipes blood from his hands and grins. Ready to start the real training? The thought alone has them on the verge of tears. But there's no time for crying. A soldier in dark shades slaps them on the back. "Break's over! Soldiers, move it!" They scramble to their feet, following the shadow of that legendary figure. Kim Min-jun watches the commander's back, silently evaluating. The Dusta of the Legion, huh? Definitely looks the part. As they march through the hills, a scream for help pierces the air. The squad looks around, confused, but Kim Min-jun is already focused on something else entirely. He stares at his map, a flashing icon. Injured person. And the location? It's right where Dusta, the supposed legend, is sitting motionless in the middle of a clearing. Some legend, Kim Min-jun scoffs. Down already? Meanwhile, far away in a quiet village, an old blacksmith is enjoying a pipe on his porch. He feels a familiar presence. A massive warrior in full armor stands behind him, head bowed low in shame. The old man sighs, not even bothering to turn around. Back already? Let me guess. You broke it. He teasks at the silence. I suppose that's what happens when you're busy being a bodyguard for that woman. He takes the chipped short sword, inspecting the damage with a practiced eye. This is pretty bad. You really did a number on this blade. Back at the dungeon's central command, the air is thick with tension. Commander Ju Jong-chon is glued to the monitors, his face etched with worry. I told you, the monster count is way too high, he mutters. I don't want a single incident on my watch. Across from him, Colonel Kim Se-hyungjun looks bored. The general probably thinks our average combat strength is slipping. He's just turning up the heat to see who melts. Colonel Lee Jun-beam nods in agreement. Exactly. We're not pushing them that hard. They can handle a little pressure. Suddenly, a soldier bursts in, panicking. Sir, do you know where the division commander went? The officers just burst out laughing. Haha, you know the boss. If he wants to go, he goes. Nobody stops that man. The soldier is speechless, stumbling over his words. But even so, why join the training now? Ju Jong-chon adjusts his glasses, his face turning dead serious. The boss gave a quick speech and then decided to go undercover and play actor with the troops. The real reason the big boss is out there? He wanted to see one specific soldier with his own eyes. That soldier is Kim Min-jun, the man making waves through the entire division. Back on the field, the silence is suffocating as the troops stand in the shadows. There's gonna be a penalty for this, a soldier whispers. Squad leader, sir, are you okay? The squad leader is drenched in sweat, his face pale as a ghost. I knew I'd have to carry a fake injured person for the drill, he thinks desperately, but I didn't sign up for this. Behind him, the injured person is radiating a terrifying aura. The director said someone from command would join us, the leader cries internally, but he never said it would be the division commander himself. And there he is, the legendary commander, his beard thick and his eyes glowing like embers in the dark, staring straight at his target. The memory sends a chill down his spine, making the air feel colder, more dangerous than ever. Platoon leader, take good care of me, all right? It's Division Commander Do Jae-wook, of all people, wearing an injured sign and a sinister grin that freezes the mood solid. Witnessing this absolutely insane spectacle, First Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min breaks out in a cold sweat. He snaps into a stiff, awkward salute. Our reporting, sir. I am First Lieutenant Kim Cheon-min. The surrounding soldiers can't hide their terror either, erupting in a panicked chorus. Yes, sir. Staring at the massive frame of their new patient, one soldier mutters under his breath. Damn, he's huge. Can we even lift this guy? Despite the crushing pressure, Lieutenant Cheon-min tries to follow protocol. Sir, we will now transfer you to a stretcher. But Jae-wook's expression darkens in an instant. I don't need Kim Min-jun Minji. He glares at his subordinates, who are frozen solid with shock. Have you all forgotten how I operate? Completely ignoring his role as an injured soldier in this training exercise, he waves them off decisively. Forget it. I don't like stretchers. Got a problem? Take it up with command. Do Jae-wook then gestures for the squad to move out. So don't worry about me. Get back to your training. Watching the entire charade from the back, Kim Min-jun hesitates for just a second, and then it clicks. His eyes light up, and a wicked grin spreads across his face as he finally gets it. This messed up training is actually going to be fun. From that moment on, things got wild, descending into a series of bizarre and over-the-top situations. Even when a monkey-like monster jumps on his head to harass him, Division Commander Do Jae-wook's expression remains completely stoic. Meanwhile, Min-jun is an absolute beast, carrying the commander on his back and sprinting full speed through fields of glowing magic mines. The insane pace, however, is starting to wear the other soldiers down, leaving them gasping for breath. Lee Byung-jin runs while crying on the inside. We're all soldiers, so how the hell is he so ridiculously strong? Just then, a giant lizard monster appears, its long tongue disgustingly whipping through the air. In a flash, a brilliant green sword arc splits the creature clean in two. Guess the monster picked the wrong guy to mess with. Across the brutal battlefield, soldiers are hitting their absolute limit, eyes rolling back, drenched in sweat. They're completely overloaded. One soldier's legs finally give out, and he collapses, utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, toad-like monsters continue their assault with those grotesque tongues. Min-jun coolly unleashes a precise green slash, severing the attack instantly. Immediately a system window pops up. Basic swordsmanship, rank E. Slightly increases mastery of sword-type weapons. He quietly observes the notification, thinking to himself, just a basic skill, huh? Maybe my own strength is leveling it up faster. Is this what this training is for? Seeing a comrade collapse from exhaustion, Min-jun pulls the man to his feet amid the chaos of the monster-filled battlefield. The soldier gasps, completely out of breath. Gasp. Gasp. Thank you. I would have been a goner without you. All over the training grounds, the sounds of screams and clashing weapons echo as the soldiers give their all against the green-skinned monsters. And watching over it all is Division Commander Do Jae-wook, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. This was already being called the most intense training course in the entire history of the Hunter Corps. Suddenly, a toad monster tries to ambush the commander from behind. But without even looking back, Jae-wook throws a single, powerful punch that sends it flying dozens of meters away. He then announces, "All right, that's a wrap. Form up in this order and start your rest. Let's see everyone keep up this momentum." Min-jun turns to the soldier he helped. "You still breathing, comrade?" The man gives a firm thumbs up. "I'm good." Meanwhile, Commander De Jae-wook stares intently at Min-jun, that sinister smile returning as he thinks to himself. "You, however, are very impressive, Kim Min-jun." At the same time, in the northern part of the city, another squad is deep in a tense battle. This all-female unit is fighting on the brink of exhaustion, their breathing heavy and labored. Suddenly, a black, spherical entity with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a grotesque red tongue lunges forward to attack. One female soldier quickly uses a riot shield to block the monster's charge, while her teammate behind her fumbles to provide support with her rifle. Seeing the desperate situation, Private Sun Yun-seo grits her teeth, her hands gripping her sword so tight that the veins bulge. Her eyes turn to ice. A brilliant green sword aura erupts, slicing the monster clean in half mid-air as it dissolves into toxic black smoke. After the intense clash, Yun-seo lets out a tired breath, wiping sweat from her forehead. Seeing her teammate's strength, the brown-haired woman beside her cheers, "That's our Sun Yun-seo for you. Such a clean slash. You're amazing." But right behind them, a piece of the monster they just defeated suddenly twitches, mutates, and lunges straight for the unsuspecting soldier. It all happens in an instant. The brown-haired girl's eyes widen in pure terror. One second she's praising her friend, the next she's the target. A powerful impact sends her helmet flying as she's knocked to the ground with a sickening thud. Yun-seo reacts instantly, swinging her sword to block another attack from the black monsters lurking nearby. Yun-seo's eyes widen in horror as she feels a thick, murderous aura flood the entire area. From the deep shadows, more black entities begin to emerge. Later, under the crimson sunset, the platoon rests on a hill after a grueling march. A soldier reports with pride, "All members of the platoon have made it this far with no serious injuries." Right on cue, Commander Do Jae-wook appears with his signature sinister smile. The massive injured sign hanging from his chest leaves his subordinates completely baffled. What's up with the commander now? Even with the sign, his overwhelming presence is impossible to ignore. Hearing Kim Min-jun's humble claim that it was all thanks to them, the commander claps him on the shoulder. "It was also because of your own ability." He gives a meaningful smile and says, "Please, guide me well until the end of this training course." Min-jun immediately snaps to attention, responding sharply, "Thank you, sir." Suddenly, Jae-wook spins around, grabs a sergeant in sunglasses by his collar, and roars, "What kind of sergeant are you, letting things get this sloppy? Were you just going to let the new recruits fend for themselves?" The terrified sergeant turns pale, only able to stammer, I'm sorry, sir." In another corner, Sergeant Lee Sang-jun and his teammate are resting when he asks curiously, "Hey, Sergeant Lee, so, about the second part of this training exercise, can I ask you something?" But his cold-hearted teammate immediately shuts him down. "No, don't ask." Sang-jun, not giving up, points to a restricted area marked with an access prohibited sign and asks, "What's over there?" His teammate glances over and replies nonchalantly, "Oh, that's a hole." The order came down in an instant. "All right, let's move. Everyone to your positions." The soldiers answered in a unified roar. "Yes, sir." As they marched, Sanju muttered in confusion, "Did you say it was a hole?" His squadmate shot back with total certainty. "That's right, a hole. 100%, it's a hole. You've never heard of a tomb hole? Looks like you slept through that part of the training course, huh? Always asking questions when you're already clueless." Though the specifics of the tombs were still classified, Private First Class Lee Dong-jin adjusted his glasses and started to explain. The most supported theory right now, he said, is that a tomb is like a gateway, a portal connecting our space to another dimension entirely. A mental image flashed a young boy running on a beach, suddenly falling through a swirling blue vortex and landing on a strange, breathtaking planet. His teammates' eyes widened. So it's basically an infinite connection to an endless space? Dongjin nodded, confirming it. Exactly, and even within these tombs, there are specific boundaries. He pointed to a map. In some cases, this connection gets cut off at a very unexpected point, and that's what we call a tomb hole. Hearing this, the soldier next to him flashed two curious thumbs-ups. So what would happen if someone crossed the tomb's boundary or jumped into one of those holes? Dongjin paused, deep in thought as he pushed up his glasses. Who knows? But the rumor is, one jump and you're teleported to a whole different world. Just as he finished his sentence, a loud crash echoed, making them both jump in shock. And just like that, chaos erupted right in the middle of the camp at sunset. Terrified screams ripped through the air. What the hell just fell from the sky? The soldiers scrambled over to see what was going on. What happened? Through a haze of smoke and dust, everyone stared with wide, horrified eyes, all thinking the same thing. What is that? Lying unconscious on the ground before them was a female soldier with long, blue hair, her helmet knocked to the side. The whole team stood frozen as they realized who it was. This person is! It's Sun Unseo! After being rescued, Unseo sat resting on a hillside with the other soldiers, silently sipping water to regain her strength. Squad leader Lee Cuh spoke into his radio. I've already reported the situation to the 4th platoon, so don't worry, he said reassuringly. Just get some rest. Noticing Unseo's anxious expression, he gently asked how she was doing. Unseo looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow and urgency. Can I ask you to please check if my teammates are okay? Cuh offered a comforting smile. They're just fine, he explained, but they did say something. They were going to pause their training to start a search and rescue operation for you. But since we've already reported your status, I'm sure they'll just continue their training. Sun Unseo let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. That's good to hear. But the moment she tried to move, a sharp pain shot up from her ankle, forcing her to sit back down, her face twisted in pain. Looking at the heavily bandaged left foot, Unseo couldn't help but worry. Seeing this, a nearby officer spoke up with stern advice. With a leg like that, you're done training. Just focus on recovering, young lady. He emphasized a critical rule. For a hunter, knowing how to take care of your own body is just as important as strengthening your combat skills. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho also came over to comfort her. That's right, we've contacted the 4th platoon, so a rescue team will be here soon. He knew how passionate she was, but had to be firm. I know you're disappointed about the training, but Unseo started to protest, but then lowered her head in silent, regretful acceptance. Suddenly, a deep, commanding voice came from behind them. What's her status? The entire group of soldiers jumped and spun around, snapping into a respectful salute as they saw Division Commander Do Seo-gyeong striding towards them. The moment the boss showed up, the air just froze. Unseo's eyes went wide with terror as a storm of questions exploded in her mind. Huh? Division Commander Do Seo-gyeong? Why is he here? Where am I? A soldier immediately stood at attention to report. Sir, no critical injuries, but we suspect a fracture in her left ankle. I believe it will be difficult for her to continue the training. Hearing the report, Do Seo-gyeong clicked his tongue in disappointment. Is that so? The program is almost over, too. What a shame. He looked directly at Unseo and pressed her for details. You, soldier, what was the situation? Unseo snapped to her feet, stammering out her report. Private First Class Sun, Unseo, sir. While fighting monsters, I fell down a crevice and lost consciousness. The next thing I knew, I opened my eyes. And I was here. Do Seo-gyeong stroked his chin, speculating. You fell over the tomb's boundary, huh? Or maybe it was a tomb hole. Either way, I'm glad they found you quickly. Suddenly, the division commander froze, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. He asked urgently, Wait a minute. What was your name again? Unseo repeated clearly. Private First Class Sun, Unseo, sir. Instantly, Do Seo-gyeong's face twisted in pure shock. Inside his head, one name was screaming, Sun Unseo. Sun Unseo of the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, daughter of Sun Taeho? Unseo just looked confused and nodded. Yes, sir. Realizing the true identity of the injured soldier, Division Commander Do Seo-gyeong suddenly flew into a panic, running back and forth, leaving his soldiers staring at each other in total bewilderment. Abruptly, a loud voice called out, Hey, Kim Min-jun. Min-jun immediately sheathed his sword, turned, and reported, Kim Min-jun, present. He froze, stunned to see Unseo crying into her hands right in front of the frantic division commander. Is that Kim Min-jun? Why is he here? Sonun Seo covered her face, in utter disbelief that he of all people had just shown up. Kim Min-jun, you will carry her from now on. The boss was so panicked he was ordering his soldier to be a personal shuttle service. Min-jun stared blankly at his commander, thinking, is there something wrong with my ears? Did I really just hear him say, carry her? Seeing his favorite soldier hesitate, Du Seo Gyeong roared, you will carry this wounded soldier. Is that clear? Unseo could only look down in shame while the surrounding soldiers broke into a cold sweat under the pressure from their fuming boss. They quickly tried to intervene. Sir, please calm down. Can't you see his performance score? Don't punish him like this. But then, Min-jun broke into a bright smile, as if he'd just figured something out. Ah, so that's what this is. I get it now. He stood at attention and declared, yes, sir. Walking over to Unseo, Min-jun casually crouched down. Get on. Caught completely off guard, Unseo's face turned beet red as she yelled, I refuse. Min-jun's expression immediately turned dead serious as he gave her a cold ultimatum. Option 1. You get on my back. Option 2. You get wiped from the rankings and lose all your points. Which will it be? Threatened with losing her score, Unseo could only grit her teeth and accept the humiliation. She sighed and mumbled, sorry to trouble you. Min-jun smirked, satisfied that she was finally cooperating. The onlooking soldiers couldn't hide their amazement. Wow, Kim Min-jun actually managed to make her do it. Can he even carry her? Someone else muttered, that guy is no joke. Min-jun effortlessly lifted Unseo onto his back, then turned to his teammates. Just follow me and the vice captain. Report immediately if you get tired. As he carried her, Min-jun calculated in his head. Carrying her will probably get me some extra points, but I think she might have misunderstood my intentions. While UCO is blushing bright red, Kim Min-jun's mind is on one thing and one thing only. Performance points. I have to get every last one. He suddenly bolts, dashing away at a terrifying speed that leaves UCO shouting after him. Watching them leave, Du Seo Kyung listens to her subordinates report. The girl is getting special treatment because she's the daughter of another unit's division commander. They're probably already talking. Du Seo Kyung crosses her arms, calmly shooting back. Is there a rule against helping an injured person? Besides, this is all part of the training. His eyes turn to ice as he brings up a heavy hitter. You might not know him, but Son Tae-ho, that bastard is anything but simple. Beneath the setting sun, the entire platoon marches on through the sticky mud. Unseo glances back, sweat streaming down her pale face as she groans internally. God, this is annoying. Watching this scene unfold, Platoon Commander Duseol Eon observes them quietly, her eyes filled with a hidden meaning. Not wanting her to suffer any longer, Kim Min-jun walks over. If there's a problem, you need to tell me. Unseo turns away, embarrassed, and tries to struggle free. I'll walk on my own. But Min-jun doesn't even flinch. He just keeps up his brisk pace and throws out a little tease. Relax. Carrying you is a whole lot lighter than the boulders I usually have to haul. That weird comparison makes Unseo freeze up, stuttering, bee boulders? What? Min-jun then drops another casual bomb about her weight. Yeah, boulders. Compared to those, you're probably about 50 kilos. Hearing this, Unseo practically screams in pure shame. Hey! All around them, their teammates keep walking but can't help shooting curious and awkward glances their way. Completely mortified, Unseo just buries her face and mumbles, I'll shut my mouth, so please, just don't say anything else. Meanwhile, Platoon Commander Duseol Eon, watching from behind, lets a satisfied smile spread across her face at the couple's interesting dynamic. And then, her eyes sharpen. Grateful for his help, Unseo thinks to herself. Because you helped me, I'll find a way to repay you later. But that budding moment of romance? Instantly shattered by Min-jun's sly laugh. Oh, I'll be looking forward to that. Inside the former dark magician's mind, though, the calculations are purely practical. You bet. And you can repay me by handing over all your contribution points. Min-jun, still not letting it go, keeps rambling on the same topic. Like I said, 50 kilograms or a boulder, it's all just a feather to me anyway. Unseo, absolutely fed up, yells out, please, just shut up. Their bickering echoes across the hillside, all under the watchful eye of Duseol Eon. The commander watches their retreating backs with a look of pure satisfaction, while the soldier beside her can only remain silent at her over-the-top excitement. As night falls, the training atmosphere suddenly becomes suffocatingly tense. The soldiers are in a desperate race against time in the dead of night, their faces twisted with fear and pure exhaustion. One of them checks his gear, his hands shaking from the dungeon's strange tremors. A red-haired soldier groans, completely worn out. I wish these damn monsters would just go to sleep for us. His comrade beside him can only sigh, defeated. This is hell. Unbeknownst to them, someone has quietly dialed up the training's intensity. While the newbies are on the verge of tears, Commander Duseol Eon just smiles mysteriously and asks, "Were you calling me?" At that moment, a soldier checks his equipment and reports, "About 2 kilometers to go. Don't let your guard down. Stay focused until the very end." The order gets passed down the line. "Relay the message. We're almost there." But suddenly, Corporal Lee Yikyun and Sergeant Lee Kite freeze at a strange disturbance. A blood-curdling scream rips through the ranks. "Report to the platoon leader. Monsters in the sky." A swarm of pitch-black flying creatures begins to blot out the stars. The command unit roars out the warning. "Monsters directly ahead. Everyone, prepare your weapons. They're flying beasts, Hot-Du. A species that appears so suddenly, it leaves everyone completely shocked. Watching from the back, Duseol Eon quietly assesses the situation. "We came all this way with a real casualty," she thinks. "But in the end, we got lucky. It's just a flock of Hat-Du. They might only be the size of a parrot, but their beaks and claws are sharp enough to tear human flesh to ribbons. While demon hunters don't easily fall to monsters like these, they're still in extreme pain to deal with clinging to you like starved leeches, even if you try to ignore them." The pitch-black night is seriously limiting everyone's vision. Before her eyes, soldiers are struggling, swinging glowing swords to desperately fend off the swarm's frenzied attack. She immediately recognizes this is a massive problem. From her viewpoint as both an injured party and an overseer, this pathetic response could easily lead to a total wipeout. The dark, their exhaustion, none of it is an excuse, not when they're demon hunters. Duseol Eon continues her harsh assessment. Even if everyone was at 100%, she doubts it would change a thing. In fact, the fact that their formation is completely shattered is what's making them so visibly weak. At this point, the soldiers can only put their faith in their platoon leader and wait for orders. In the middle of this absolute chaos, Kim Min-jun grinds his teeth in fury, ignoring the shouts, "Wait! Hunter Kim Min-jun, where are you going?" Min-jun, with Unseo still on his back, dashes forward at a terrifying speed. "Platoon leader, let me clean up this mess," Min-jun declares confidently, not even breaking stride. Platoon leader Cheon-min is stunned, blurting out the first thing on his mind. "Are you insane? You plan to fight with a person on your back?" Min-jun's eyes suddenly sharpen, a destructive element flaring to life around him as he states with utter certainty, "Everyone's at their limit. They can't hold out much longer. I can do this." Looking at the Hat-Du's relentless assault, Cheon-min clenches his jaw and makes his call. So what's the plan? After hearing Min-jun's absolutely crazy idea, the whole platoon is in an uproar. Someone cries out in pure disbelief. "Wait, what did he say?" Unchio covers her mouth, not believing her ears, while Cheon-min decides to risk it all on one final gamble. "All right, I'll trust you this time. But if this goes south, you better be ready to write one hell of an incident report." Min-jun replies coldly, "Understood." All Unseo can do is scream internally at the two of them. "These guys, do you even get the situation we're in right now?" High above, the flock of Hot-Du continues to circle, ready to dive down and rip their prey to shreds. Cheon-min roars, "Now, bring the injured soldier over here." But Min-jun immediately and decisively shuts him down. "We don't have time for that. The time is now. Platoon leader." Seeing the sheer confidence in his star soldier, Cheon-min bellows his command. "All units, follow behind Corporal Kim Min-jun. Prepare firepower." Commander Duseol Eon, watching from the side, is shocked by the decision. What? Firepower? He plans to hunt them with a rifle? But ignoring all the doubt, Min-jun just readjusts Unseo on his back and gives her a warning. "Hold on tight or you'll get blown away. Gorgeous." He begins to load his weapon, getting ready for the show. Unseo squeezes her eyes shut, a mix of anxiety and annoyance. Seriously, this bastard. What is he about to do? But she has no idea. At this moment, Min-jun's eyes are glowing with a mesmerizing, demonic violet light. For a dark magician, hunting in the shadows is second nature. It's an instinct that runs deep in his blood. Instantly, a Hat-Du dives down, its horrifying screech tearing through the night. Min-jun aims his rifle barrel straight at the circling swarm of monsters and states calmly, "This is as easy as a rookie's first hunting drill. These things are already dead." Through the scope of his long-range rifle, He begins to channel his power, activating his skill. Dark Arrow. Immediately, the status window confirms it. Skill. Dark Arrow, E. Rank. A loud shot rings out. But the thing that tears through the darkness isn't a normal bullet. It's a bolt of pure, shimmering violet-black energy. Kim Min-jun smirked to himself. His plan was flawless. He could channel his hidden skill through a long-range rifle and fire it. A stream of dark energy shot out, moving like a phantom through the night, piercing and detonating the swarm of beasts in midair. Witnessing this insane spectacle up close, Sun Unseo, who was still on Kim Min-jun's back, could only stare with wide-eyed shock. No way. How is that even possible? A demonic purple light glowed in Kim Min-jun's eyes as he confirmed just how deadly this technique was. It's almost impossible to dodge bullets infused with his dark energy. In the dead of night, no one could see them coming. Using the dark arrows was the perfect move. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously as Kim Min-jun casually cleared the sky, all while carrying Unseo securely on his shoulders. High above, the monster swarm was shredded to pieces, exploding in a cloud of thick, toxic black smoke. Down below, his teammates were completely shattered by this unbelievable sight. They could only gape at the sky and mutter, "What the hell?" As monster parts rained down around the platoon, one soldier shivered in fear. That guy. He's on another level of terrifying. After wiping out every last threat, Kim Min-jun let out a faint, arrogant smirk. He casually slung his rifle over his shoulder and walked back towards his squad, still carrying Unseo. With Unseo on his back, he grinned and announced, "All done, everyone. A few birds are nothing. Let's head back and get some rest." Witnessing this overwhelming one-man performance, the commander could only stand there in stunned silence. "You might be showing off just a little too much," he thought to himself. The squad's heavy march finally came to an end as they approached the base gate. One man did all the work, and the entire team reaped the points. In the quiet of the night, the soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief. A few of them couldn't help but whisper, "Phew, it's finally over." The commanding officer officially announced the results of the grueling training. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon. All of you have passed. A roar of cheers erupted across the assembly area as pure joy lit up every soldier's face. Kim Min-jun broke into a smile. Immediately, the next order was given to ensure everyone's health. The medical team will first check on those who were brought in injured. Medical staff rushed over with stretchers, quickly tending to the soldiers wounded from the battle. The officer gave his most sincere praise for the team's effort. "You all worked hard. Thank you for enduring until the very end without leaving a single person behind." In perfect unison, the entire squad shouted back, "You worked hard, sir." In a sharp salute, the E10s of Sones, E10s of satisfaction. "Excellent. You didn't show any signs of fatigue, even at the end. Everyone, move to the temporary barracks and rest up. Let's go." The weary soldiers filed into the tent area to recover from their long and brutal journey. Just then, an officer approached and called out his name, Kim Min-jun. The man looked at him with deep respect. "You worked the hardest out of anyone, always taking the lead, never flinching from danger." With Sun Unseo still on his back, Kim Min-jun casually tried to calm the blushing, embarrassed girl. "What's there to be shy about? I just treated you like a long-term strength training exercise. You're light, you know." Unseo could only mumble quietly before meekly asking, "Thanks for the lift. Can you put me down on the stretcher now?" A moment later, she was transferred onto a medical stretcher for the medics to take care of her. Unseo looked up apologetically. "I'm sorry for being a burden to the squad. Thank you all." The commander just smiled and waved it off. "We all completed the training safely, and that's a reason to celebrate. Don't worry about it." Right at that moment, the booming laughter of Battalion Commander Jae-eon echoed through the area. "Ha ha ha, excellent work." He strode over excitedly, his face beaming under a thick beard. In the end, the entire battalion completed the training safely. Without a second thought, Jae-eon swung his arm and gave Kim Min-jun a massive slap on the back, a blow so hard it nearly sent him flying. "And it's all thanks to you." The commander boomed with enthusiasm. Kim Min-jun could only break out in a cold sweat and reply, "Yes, sir." But amidst the cheerful atmosphere, Kim Min-jun suddenly flinched, sensing a cold, murderous aura drawing near. Huh? A female officer with an incredibly stern demeanor walked right past them. It was Colonel Iuj, company commander of the 4th Battalion from the 104th Division. Watching her cold silhouette retreat, Kim Min-jun couldn't help but wonder, what's going on here? Colonel Iuj silently approached Unseo and questioned her coldly, "Private, how are you injured?" She addressed her by her full name, Private Sun Unseo, which made the girl immediately sit up and report, "Nothing abnormal, ma'am, other than my left ankle. You're lucky to have just fallen into a dungeon pit. Take her away immediately." A sharp reply came back, "Yes, ma'am." Standing nearby, Colonel Ayuch quietly watched Uncio being carried away, a thoughtful look in her eyes. She then approached the battalion commander and spoke up, "How did you find the training observation, sir?" With a mysterious smile, she continued, "May I ask you a few questions?" Eon hesitated for a moment. "Right now?" After receiving a firm yes from the female colonel, he still tried to push back. But Ayuj's face suddenly turned incredibly serious and sharp. She emphasized every single word. "Yes. Now." Sometime later, after the exhausting training, Kim Min-jun was sitting alone in a deserted canteen, ravenously shoving food into his mouth to recover his energy. A cook, holding a giant tray of freshly cooked fried chicken, approached him and asked, "Hunter Kim Min-jun, care for some fried chicken?" Kim Min-jun's eyes instantly lit up like he'd just found treasure. He asked with pure excitement, "This entire tray, is it all for me?" The cook just smiled and explained, "That's right, everyone else is asleep, so I doubt they'll eat. Not about to make the man wait." Kim Min-jun eagerly took the tray. "Well, if you went through the trouble of cooking it, I'll eat every last piece. Thanks." As he happily ate, the cook started making small talk. "Hunter Kim Min-jun, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon. I heard Platoon 2 is the top-ranked unit in the division." Kim Min-jun mumbled a reply through a mouthful of food. "Is that so?" The cook continued, sharing what he'd heard. "Yep, I overheard the officers talking about it while they were eating earlier. The company commander was praising you a lot for your performance. He then got curious about the night's big event. I heard you single-handedly dealt with that swarm of flying monsters that appeared. Is that true?" Kim Min-jun nonchalantly confirmed it. "Yeah, that was me," leaving the cook completely amazed. "You took them down, even at night? You're really something else." The cook then reflected on how hard the test was. "I heard this mobile hunter training was absolutely brutal. They say 70% of the division failed." But Kim Min-jun couldn't care less about stats or praise. He was trembling with emotion, tears of pure happiness welling up in his eyes. "Oh my God, this flavor is heavenly. Being number one is great, but this fried chicken. And this is on another level." Footsteps echoed down a quiet hallway as 3 officers in black uniforms walked with purpose. The leader, an older man with salt and pepper hair, was casually whistling, looking completely relaxed. He glanced out a window at the silent barracks below and let out a soft sigh. "The barracks, huh?" An officer named Seo, walking just behind him, explained, "Yes, sir. As of yesterday's orders, this morning is free time. The soldiers are all sleeping in." Hearing this, the older officer cracked a smile. "Heh, but they still have to eat breakfast, don't they?" Everyone worked hard this training cycle. He continued walking, adding with satisfaction, the division commander was very impressed. Just then, Captain Kim Chu, leader of the 1st Company, rushed over to join them. "Ah, I heard the division commander personally came to watch the training session for 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon." With a radiant smile, Kim Kyu started gushing about their boss. "Our division commander isn't intimidating at all, he's just so cool." That innocent comment? It landed like a bomb, making the 2 officers with her break out in a cold sweat. The air instantly froze. Chiyu, completely oblivious, just asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Oh, she had no idea. That coolness was actually causing a massive headache for the entire command. Their minds flashed back to Colonel Yuga and the absolute chaos from yesterday. All because of that incident, the 4th Battalion's commander had completely lost her mind. Faced with the female colonel's blazing fury, even the other officers could only stand there, totally intimidated. A worried Kim Chiyu wondered, just how big of a deal is the 4th Battalion commander that she dare challenge the division chief in front of everyone? The older officer just sighed, accepting the harsh reality. "She wasn't wrong," he admitted. He left his post without reporting. "How are we supposed to defend him?" He shivered, picturing the colonel holding her razor-sharp katana. "Honestly, just seeing her with that sword sends a chill right down my spine." But he quickly pushed the fear aside, focusing on their unit's pride. Still, this time was just like with Kim Min-jun. Another agreed. "Exactly. The results were overwhelming." A different officer nodded along. That's right. He even got praised right in front of the division commander herself. He cracked a sly smile, thinking to himself, "I can't wait for this month's meeting." Meanwhile, at the 104th Division headquarters, a brand new storm was brewing on the horizon. In his quiet office, Division Commander Ziak Hyun was laser-focused on a file, his expression dead serious. Across from him, Colonel Yug sat on the sofa, sipping tea, enjoying a rare moment of peace after a brutal training session. Setting the file down, Zeok spoke quietly. This dungeon schedule seems complete. How is Private Son Yunseo doing? Yuge gently put her cup down and reported, luckily, no broken bones. Her recovery is excellent. She can finish treatment tomorrow and return to active duty. Hearing this, Du Seok gave a slight nod. He glanced out the window, muttering thoughtfully, she's just like her father. Suddenly the sharp ring of the phone shattered the calm. Du Seok quickly answered, his voice firm. Hello, Du Seok speaking. Instantly, a cocky, provocative voice shot through the line. Hey, handlebar mustache, haven't you shaved that garbage off your face yet? Du Seok expression darkened. He gritted his teeth, demanding, what? Who is this? A shadowy figure appeared on the screen as the voice mocked him. It's me, Handlebar. You've forgotten my voice already? Staring at the unknown number on the screen, Du Seok's eyes flew wide open as he let out a horrified shout. Even Yug, standing nearby, was shocked by his extreme reaction. Du Seok stammered in utter disbelief. Don't tell me, it's you? On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man covered in battle scars sat calmly in his office. A sinister grin spread across his face as he confirmed, that's right, it's me. This was none other than Major General Son Tae-ho, commander of the 107th Division, and more importantly, Son Yunseo's father. His eyes were burning with hostility as he threw down a shocking challenge. Let's have a match. I heard you took real good care of my daughter, you bastard. Hearing that direct provocation, Du Seok exploded in fury. Son Tae-ho, you son of a bitch. What the hell do you want calling me out of nowhere? And what did you call me? Handlebar mustache? Tae-ho shot back without missing a beat. Well, you have one, don't you? Get over it. Let's fight. Where's a good place? Du Seok clutched his head in frustration. Ha! Hey, old man. Are you really doing this just because your daughter got a little hurt? He really should have known better than to mess with this guy's daughter. Seeing her boss getting backed into a corner, Colonel Yug spoke up. Sir, aren't you a soldier too? And a general, no less, Sun Tae-ho added, his tone unyielding. Exactly. I'm a soldier. And I'm a general, which is why I need a sparring partner. Stop wasting time and name the place. Du Seok finally snapped, yelling into the phone, stop being so childish. I'm sorry your daughter was injured, but that's what training is. It can't be helped. Then, out of nowhere, Sun Tae-ho delivered a critical personal blow. What would a single loser like you know about it anyway? That insult hit a raw nerve. Du Seok completely lost it. He crushed his phone screen in his hand, roaring like a madman. Where are you? Say something. Don't tell me you're in Daejeon, are you? Just stay right there and you'll see. In a fit of pure rage, Du Seok screamed loud enough to burst. I'm not married because I don't want to be. Du Seok slammed his desk, still fuming. You hear me? The other end was silent. Hello? Are you seriously ignoring me? From behind him, Colonel Yuge reported calmly. Sir, he already hung up. No matter how loud you shout, I'm the only one who can hear you. Zeok clicked his tongue in frustration and barked an order. Do you have Sun Tae-ho's number? Call him for me. Now. Yu could only let out a weary sigh. She advised, please calm down, Commander. I think it's perfectly reasonable for Major General Sun to be this angry. Du Seok whipped around, stunned. What? You're taking his side now? You're the one who told him his daughter got hurt, weren't you? Yug calmly explained. Because the patient had to be evacuated, the hospital is required by protocol to report to her legal guardian. She continued laying out the facts. On top of that, he heard his daughter was injured during training but wasn't evacuated immediately because she was receiving special treatment to help her easily pass the program. That's the rumor going around. Hearing that, Du Seok froze. Yu gave a knowing smile. Even if an apology isn't necessary, you still need to provide an explanation. Besides, she added, don't you want a chance to show him the true power of the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company, and the entire 2nd Battalion? That hit the mark. The division commander's tone softened. Yes, you're right. He started to backpedal. I witnessed their medevac process myself. Since there appears to be a misunderstanding here, I will go and explain everything personally. Yug silently prepared her phone and announced, I'll put it on speaker. She placed the device on the desk as the crackle of the connection filled the room. From the other end, Sun Tae-ho's voice dripped with sarcasm. What is it, Colonel Yug? Are you with old Handlebar's stash? Yug replied respectfully, reporting, Major General, this is Yuge. I'm calling from my personal phone because the division commanders just suddenly died. Sun Tae-ho sighed. All right. I was so worked up I could barely think straight. Duzio finally spoke up to clear the air. It was an unavoidable situation. At the time, I was personally observing the platoon's training. He paused for a long moment, and then his entire attitude shifted. No, I was wrong. I don't have a daughter. But even I couldn't accept my own child receiving that kind of special treatment. Duziakion clenched his fist, bowing his head in shame. My actions hindered your daughter's potential for growth. For this incident, I formally apologize. Back in the office, a bewildered Colonel Yuge asked, "Sir, what are you talking about?" An incredibly awkward silence, thick enough to cut with a knife, fell between the two officers. On the other end of the line, Major General San Taeho's scarred face fills the screen. He's radiating pure stress. "Just stay calm," he says to himself, before demanding, "That kid, the one who carried my daughter. Give me his name." Now, the division commander, Do Jae-wook Eon, is completely stunned. "What?" Sun Tae-ho just explodes. "I haven't even had the chance to carry her, and you let some random punk throw her over his shoulder? You're in some serious trouble now. He keeps pushing this insane logic. No matter what, you're going to make this right. So what's the kid's name?" The aide, Ake, is sweating bullets, staring at the phone as it practically vibrates off the hook from the nonstop yelling. Sun Tae-ho roars with pure menace. "You better spit it out, and fast." And just like that, click, the line goes dead. Do Jae-wook Eon is trembling, but it's pure rage. He mutters through gritted teeth about the disrespect to his rank as division commander. His aide, flinches back from the terrifying pressure, stammering, "Please, calm down, sir." Do Jae-wook Eon's hand grips the armrest so tightly that veins pop out, bulging against the fabric. He barks out an order. Seeing his boss about to blow a fuse, EUGHE nervously asks, "Sir, where are you going?" With a face beat red with fury and eyes blazing with a murderous glint, the commander shouts, "You're canceling all your plans too. We're going to find that kid, right now." All EU can do is sigh in defeat, thinking to himself, "This is exhausting. When are these old guys going to stop causing so much drama?" Meanwhile, the source of all this chaos, Kim Min-jun, is having a perfectly relaxed day. He's happily humming a tune as he walks down the hall, completely oblivious to the hurricane of trouble heading straight for him. Min-jun casually strolls past a water cooler, not noticing the tiny shadow entity hiding behind a cabinet, watching his every move. But then, he freezes mid-stride. He feels a presence, stealthily tailing him. He whips around and instantly spots the tiny shadow creature peeking out from behind the water cooler. It even has the nerve to give him a goofy little wave. Min-jun's expression instantly darkens. Veins bulge on his forehead. Oh, he is pissed. Without a second thought, he snatches the annoying little pest by the head and drags it away, ignoring the confused stares from the other soldiers. To avoid drawing any more attention, Min-jun takes his summon to a deserted area behind the red brick building. He crosses his arms, glares down at it and snaps, "I told you to hide properly. Why do you love showing your face so much, huh?" The little shadow creature just stares back with a clueless expression, question marks practically popping up around its head. A second later, it starts waving its arms and legs around like crazy, trying to explain something incredibly important. Can any of you guys understand it? Because I sure can't. Min-jun just squats down, resting his chin on his hand, listening to its report with a totally bored look on his face. "Yeah, I know there's no one around," he sighs. "But don't you think you're being a little annoying right now?" Seeing his summon suddenly droop, looking utterly devastated, Min-jun lets out a soft sigh. He holds out his hand, releasing a swirling vortex of dark purple energy and says, "Eat up." The little shadow creature's mood does a complete 180. It instantly gobbles up the energy with a look of pure delight. Min-jun watches it silently, then asks, "So, what is it this time?" That's all it took. The moment it finished absorbing the energy, the tiny entity raised its finger, signaling it was ready. Min-jun focuses, touching his finger to the creature to connect. A flood of premonitions hits him, making him gasp out loud. What is this? In his mind's eye, a horrifying vision unfolds. A city in absolute ruins, looking like the aftermath of a full-scale war. Did monsters attack? Min-jun wonders in shock. The images are crystal-clear soldiers fighting back in a panic amidst the rubble. Were they ambushed? His eyes land on a tattered sign that reads, "Gwacheon, 200 meters. Min-jun mutters to himself, his hand touching the ground. Gwacheon. Again. He springs to his feet and turns to his summon. "By the way, have you been there? What did you see?" The shadow entity puffs out its chest with pride. Immediately, a status window pops up. Skill, Nightwalker. Seeing his subordinate's progress, Min-jun flicks his wrist, rewarding it with another glob of dark energy. He turns, walking away with a sly, calculating grin spreading across his face. Now, what's a good excuse to get over there smoothly? Standing in front of his dorm room, Min-jun can't help but hesitate. Suddenly asking for holiday leave might be a bit suspicious. It would be a waste to use up his fixed vacation days for a maybe situation. If only this mission fell on a holiday, that would be perfect. But the moment he opens the door, he's hit by a wave of cheers from his teammates. "He's here! What in the world is going on?" Min-jun asks, completely baffled. His commander announces with a huge grin, "Congratulations, Kim Min-jun. You've been selected as the division's best soldier for this combat training program." "Thank you, sir," Min-jun replies, beaming. The commander continues, "They also said there's a reward this time. You collect rewards like they're discount coupons." Another teammate chimes in, "Anyway, thanks to you, the entire squad gets a reward, a nice long break." But the moment he hears those two magic words, vacation leave, Min-jun's eyes practically sparkle. He immediately asks, "Can I use my reward tomorrow?" The squad leader sweats, stammering awkwardly, "That's a little sudden." Min-jun puts on his brightest smile to reassure him. "Oh, it's no big deal. I just really want to use it tomorrow, that's all." Faced with his star soldier's determination, the commander clicks his tongue. "All right, fine. Let me see what I can pull off." Min-jun cheers with excitement. "Thank you, squad leader. You're the best boss ever, guys." And just like that, Min-jun arrives in Gwacheon, right on schedule. However, the sight before him leaves him stunned. The entire city is nothing but a desolate wasteland of rubble. Min-jun walks through the debris, watching hunter teams actively decontaminating the area. He wonders to himself, what is this? Is it already over? And why are there so many hunters here? While Min-jun is busy grumbling about how much magic his greedy little summon consumed. "Give me back my mana, you glutton." A familiar voice rings out. Hunter Kim Min-jun, a female soldier, removes her gas mask, revealing a beautiful face staring at him in complete astonishment. The outskirts of Gwacheon, once a residential area, now lay in ruins after the monster attack. Amidst the grim scene, special hunter teams are rushing to disinfect and clean up. A female soldier lets out a tired sigh. When is this ever going to be finished? Her comrade reminds her that their company's performance was just downgraded in the last hunter mobility drill, so their captain is probably furious right now. The pink-haired girl just keeps complaining. I'm dead tired. Why did monsters have to pour out of the gate right after training ended? Her teammate just feels lucky they weren't on the assault team. Just then, another female soldier approaches Son Yunseo and asks with concern, "Yunseo, are you okay? Not pushing yourself too hard, are you?" "I'm fine." Her amazing recovery ability never ceases to amaze her teammates, but they still warn her to take it easy just in case. As they're talking, the whole team's attention is suddenly drawn to a strange figure who just appeared. "Who's that over there? And he's a handsome one too." A buzz goes through the crowd. "Is he from our division? Which company is he from?" Sun Yunseo freezes when she recognizes the familiar face. Hunter Kim Min-jun. Min-jun is just as shocked, letting out a small, "Oh!" A million questions explode in his head. What is she doing here? Yunseo walks closer, her eyes narrowed with suspicion as she bombards him with questions. "Hunter Kim Min-jun, what business do you have here? I thought only our company was assigned to provide support." Faced with her intense questioning, Min-jun just puts on a completely innocent face and drops a simple one-liner. "I'm on vacation," an answer that only seems to make Yunseo even more furious. She scans him from head to toe with a skeptical smirk. "You're not lying, are you? I mean, who shows up to a scene in full military uniform while on leave?" She even suspects he might be a deserter. And honestly, I'd be suspicious too. To prove his point, Kim Min-jun silently pulls out his leave permit and holds it up. Unselg takes the paper, examining it carefully, but she's still not convinced. He replies confidently, "It's a real leave. So why are you dressed like you're on duty?" She presses him further. "And why would you come here while on leave? Don't you know this is a restricted area?" Kim Min-jun struggles to find an excuse, thinking in helpless frustration, what's with this woman? Seriously, I can't just tell her I came here to eat and get some demonic energy. Kim Min-jun calmly explains his presence to Unseo. "I had some business to take care of in Hwacheon. I heard it was an emergency, so I thought maybe I could help." Right as they're talking, a horrifying incident erupts in the middle of the street. A surge of blue electricity rips through space, forming a dungeon gate right before their very eyes. Kim Min-jun's map lights up with excitement as he internally cheers. A gate! But in complete contrast to his calm, Onseo screams in terror, "That's a gate!" The scene instantly descends into absolute chaos, and the other soldiers despair at the sight of yet another portal. Are you kidding me? We just finished attacking one gate, and now another one pops up, so we have to clean up this mess all over again. One soldier yells out the order for an emergency evacuation. Fall back for now and report to the squad leader. Everyone, run to the squad leader's position. Amidst the fleeing crowd, UC. Oh, urges Kim Min-jun, Hunter Kim Min-jun, we have to get out of here. But Kim Min-jun just calmly observes the swirling demonic energy and makes a bold decision. I'll stay behind and buy some time. UCO is stunned and immediately protests. What? That's impossible. Do you have any idea what could come out of there? Let's go, Kim Min-jun calmly explains his reasoning. It looks like the assault team has already left the scene. If a monster comes out now, everyone will be in danger. He reassures the worried girl, if it looks dangerous, I'll bolt immediately, so don't worry. But UNXO is still hesitant, thinking about her old injury. But your leg isn't fully healed yet. So hurry up and get out of here. Kim Min-jun just flashes a confident smile and declares, I'll stop it. Faced with his determination, UNX. O grits her teeth, hands him a weapon, and gives him a stern warning. If you're in danger, you run. Immediately. I'll be back with the squad members as fast as I can. Watching UNXO's retreating back, Kim Min-jun silently analyzes the monster's traits. Among monsters, there are types that refuse to leave their own habitat. If the dungeon gate contains those types, then not a single monster will jump out. Kim Min-jun tightens his grip on the weapon, but there are also monsters that aren't like that, especially if it's a monster with herd-like behavior. In that instant, from the center of the glowing green gate, a shadowy figure with fiery purple eyes suddenly peeks its head out. A colossal boar-like monster with blazing purple eyes and a pair of horns. Looking at the ferocious beast growling before him, Kim Min-jun calmly identifies it, just like these buffaloes, and just like that, the entire herd of demons bursts out. Facing a pack of foam-mouthed monsters, Kim Min-jun smirks slyly. Red boars. You've got a lot of demonic energy, so you must have a lot of stamina, huh? As the monster pack closes in, Kim Min-jun deftly leaps high into the air, narrowly dodging their thunderous charge. Mid-air, he activates his skill. Dark Arrow, E. Streaks of dark energy shoot out, slamming directly into the massive bodies of the demon boars, creating a series of earth-shaking explosions. Landing solidly, Kim Min-jun squints, observing the results and silently assessing them. So, you're that tough, huh? The arrows barely made a dent. He gives the enemy no time to breathe. He continues his high-speed assault. Kim Min-jun flips through the air, gripping his short sword and issuing a cold challenge. Even so, what else have you got? He lands and unleashes a barrage of brilliant magic slashes, tearing through the space around the pack of monsters. The demon boar glares with pure hatred, letting out a furious roar as it's cornered. Surrounded by the monster pack, Kim Min-jun smirks confidently. I admit, you're tough. He glances at the lurking monsters and poses a sinister question. But what about the inside? In an instant, a deadly black aura engulfs his body as Kim Min-jun activates a new skill, Decay. The demon boars begin to roar in agony. Kim Min-jun flashes a wicked smile at the horrific scene. Oh dear, looks like the demonic energy I gave you doesn't agree with you. The monster stumbles, its body trembling, no longer able to resist the soul-corroding power of decay. In a desperate frenzy, one demon boar charges forward but ends up slamming headfirst into its own teammate, creating a massive collision. Kim Min-jun casually walks forward, a bewitching purple energy still radiating from his hand. He states plainly, "Oh, crashing into your own kind? Thanks for the help." As the monster collapses, Kim Min-jun silently pulls out his military-issue dagger, his eyes cold and sharp with determination. All right, piggies. Time for the slaughterhouse. He wipes out the entire herd in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a series of system notifications pop up. You have absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy. His magic stat continuously rises, and at the same time, his basic skills in physicality and swordsmanship receive a massive power-up. Walking through the crackling green electricity, Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, come on, that can't be all, right? Is there anyone else in there? Come on out! Suddenly, a loud voice makes Kim Min-jun jump in surprise. A group of female soldiers is rushing toward him. He mutters to himself, they got here fast. Instantly, Chung Ji-eun, the leader of Squad 4 from the 104th Division, rushes forward and grabs him to check his condition. She bombards him with questions. "You're private first class, Kim Min-jun, right? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" After confirming he's unharmed, she announces loudly, "Private first class Kim Min-jun is unharmed." But right after that, Ji-eun scolds him harshly. "Seriously? If a gate appears, you're supposed to fall back and report it. What were you thinking, not abandoning your post?" Kim Min-jun calmly explains, "I didn't know what kind of monster would appear, so I was buying time for the other soldiers to get away." Witnessing his performance, the female soldiers behind them can't help but whisper in awe, "Oh my god, who is that hunter?" Ji-eun snaps quietly, "Be quiet, this is all a mess because of you people." She turns back to question Kim Min-jun. "Anyway, what are you doing here? What unit do you belong to?" Kim Min-jun presents his papers and reports clearly, "Private First Class, Kim Min-jun, 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company." Ji-eun is stunned. On leave? She silently wonders why someone on leave would be at such a dangerous scene. "Do you live near here?" Kim Min-jun explains that he had business in Hwacheon and wanted to see if he could help when he heard the gate had been destroyed. After a moment of consideration, Un gives an order. "All right, no casualties. For now, just clean up the monsters that appeared. We're withdrawing from the scene as well." She adds, "The assault team and the investigation team will be here soon to secure the area." The female soldiers can't stop their excited chatter as they surround him. "Whoa, you took out 5 of those boar things by yourself with this tiny knife?" They shower him with praise. "This hunter is incredibly strong." Un can only let out a weary sigh at the chaos his subordinates are causing. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun feels completely drained, running a hand through his short hair, absolutely exhausted. These girls are giving him a major headache. The group quietly leaves the scene as the sound of cheerful chatter fades into the distance. Man, this harem of his is getting way too crowded. Over at the administrative office, the atmosphere suddenly turns ice cold when a loud shout echoes through the room. "What?" An officer presses a phone to his ear, his face a mask of disbelief. He demands again, "Did you just say Kim Min-jun? Are you absolutely sure it's Kim Min-jun from the 2nd Platoon, 2nd Company?" The voice on the other end confirms, shaking him even more. "Yes, he's one of ours, currently on leave." But then the officer shoots up from his chair, sending a stack of files flying. He's practically shouting now. "Wait, what? Did you say Gwacheon in Gangwon Province? Handling a red gate? Alone? And now he's assisting civilians?" Meanwhile, back at the scene, under a cold, drizzling rain, a female soldier with blue hair reports into her radio, "Yes, the gate has been contained for now. We're currently disinfecting the nearby homes that were damaged." She glances over at Kim Min-jun, who's working tirelessly, and adds, Kim Min-jun volunteered to help. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this before." In another corner, a female soldier with pink hair is staring at Kim Min-jun with heart-shaped eyes. She gushes, practically swooning. "That hunter over there? I heard he's on leave, so he's helping us during his vacation? Oh my god, he's so cool. Don't you guys think? Handsome guys just look cool no matter what they do." She's still in awe of his power. Seriously, how did he take on all those boars with just a single knife? In reality, Kim Min-jun is working and muttering to himself in frustration. These boars are so damn broken. He sighs, "Guess I'll just play the part of the perfect young man and get this over with quickly." Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Excuse me, Hunter Kim Min-jun." "Whoa, you scared me." Kim Min-jun wipes the sweat from his brow, looking startled. "I almost spat on you just now. Could you please stand to the side?" After the work is done, the blue-haired girl approaches Kim Min-jun with a serious look. "Can I speak with you for a moment?" Kim Min-jun scratches his head. "What do you want to talk about?" The girl nervously brushes her hair back, avoiding his gaze. "That day, by the window. You were cursing me out, weren't you?" Kim Min-jun freezes, thinking, what on earth is she talking about? But then, it clicks. That. I wasn't cursing you out, he clarifies. I was telling you that if you caused trouble again, you'd be left behind. She immediately fires back. So you were talking bad about me. She lets out a sigh, then suddenly bows her head. Still, I admit I was the one who started the trouble that day. This is so exhausting, she mumbles. Please, accept my apology. Kim Min-jun just turns to leave, waving his hand dismissively. It wasn't something you needed to apologize for in the first place. Just let it go. If you're done, I'm leaving. But the girl stops him dead in his tracks with a very pointed question. Only one person has ever passed the promotion exam with a perfect score. Do you know who that was? Kim Min-jun pauses, turning back with a confused look. Are you talking about me? She shakes her head. No. Before Hunter Kim Min-jun, there was only one other, but now there are two. The girl smiles with pride. My father was the only person to rise from a common soldier all the way to a star-rank officer. I want to be just like him, so I enlisted as a soldier too. Hearing this, Kim Min-jun starts connecting the dots, and his eyes light up with pure excitement. Whoa. Her dad is the legendary senior who achieved his goal before him. This is getting interesting. But then, another thought hits him, and his expression changes. Huh? Wait a second. The Hunter Corps was formed when I was 7 years old. Does that mean the division commander re-enlisted as a private after he awakened his powers? No way. He voluntarily went through basic training all over again? What a legend. But she corrects him. That's not it. Actually, my father told me he had a very weak body when he was young. She explains that because of his poor eyesight and other issues, her father was exempt from military service. But after his awakening improved his physical abilities, he chose to enlist voluntarily. She smiles, full of pride, as she continues. He always told me he was lucky he awakened because it gave him the power to protect me and my mother. Listening to her words, Kim Min-jun looks at her glowing face and finds himself wanting to meet this division commander more than ever. The girl adds cheerfully, if you two ever get the chance to meet, I'm sure my father would be thrilled to meet you, Hunter Kim Min-jun. He has a special soft spot for strong soldiers. Meanwhile, at the 107th Daedong Division headquarters, inside the Hunter exclusive training hall, the atmosphere is anything but cheerful. I thought you'd finally kick the bucket, old man. Or did you get scared and go into hiding? My division isn't as lazy as yours. Daedong? What's that? Something you eat? What? You think you can keep his name from me, Kim Min-jun? Instantly, a scarred old man, Colonel Seok, roars back, his face contorted with rage. Spit it out! Who gave you that name? His opponent, unfazed, just smirks. You really think I wouldn't find out if you kept your mouth shut? The two lunge at each other in a fiery clash. The impact creates a terrifying shockwave that makes the entire arena tremble. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Colonel Lee Sang-jin grabs his head in a panic. This is no joke. At this rate, nobody will be able to stop those two. I'm finding a place to hide. Just as things are about to spin completely out of control, Captain Yuhi suddenly leaps between the two monsters, stopping their 1,000-pound punches with her bare hands. She calmly announces, 5 minutes are up. That's enough for today. The battle halts. The two muscular old men glare at each other, breathing heavily. Still not dead, I see. Feeling better now? Both have to admit that even though the official match hadn't even started, they'd managed to blow off a ton of steam. Looking down, they see the training floor is completely wrecked, covered in deep craters from their little spat. One of them mutters angrily, damn bastard. You're way too narrow-minded. The scene shifts. At a military base, Colonel Seok is relaxing comfortably in a lounge chair. Just then, a female soldier approaches to report. Third Company Commander reports that the Red Gate incident has been successfully resolved, sir. Seok nods, satisfied. Good. The Third Company Commander worked hard. You did well too. After the soldier salutes and leaves, Division Commander Sun, sitting nearby, finally breaks the silence. All right, what's the real reason you're here? Something's up, isn't it? Seok pauses for a moment before admitting it outright. I'm planning to give that kid, Kim Min-jun, a special promotion to Sergeant First Class. Hearing this, Commander Sun explodes in a fit of rage. He roars, You came all this way just to reward the brat who dared to carry my daughter. Seok, not backing down an inch, yells right back, Carry her? You should be thanking him for helping your daughter. After the fiery shouting match, both men gasp for air, trying to regain their composure. Commander Sun sighs, still skeptical. He just became a sergeant not too long ago, didn't he? He even got a special promotion to private first class. What on earth are you really planning? Seok stares off into the distance, revealing an even more audacious plan. I'm even considering promoting him straight to an officer rank. Commander Sun scoffs. Huh, that's sure to cause a stir. He voices his concern, alluding to a powerful figure. Do you think he'll just stay quiet? He warns that if a rookie gets this much recognition so quickly, it will undoubtedly stir up a storm of jealousy from the others. Xiao makes his offer, his voice firm. I'm telling you this in advance so you'll join my side later. The division commander, however, remains cautious. I can't make a reckless move based on your word alone. The two continue to sit, each pursuing their own agenda under the cloak of night. At that very moment, In Gwa district, Kim Min-jun stood in a desolate mountain wilderness under the moonlight. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in pure shock at the sight of an unusual presence before him. Kim Min-jun stammered, You couldn't be." From the void, a vibrant purple demonic energy began to swirl, forming a dark, powerful figure. It was a mysterious man in a black cloak, revealing long, flowing white hair and a murderous aura. The stranger slowly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile and ice-cold, sharp teeth as he stared Kim Min-jun down with a look of pure challenge. The battle was over. A military bus was already waiting at the stop to take the soldiers back. One by one, they quietly boarded the vehicle under the hazy streetlights of the night. From inside the bus window, the pink-haired girl waved enthusiastically, shouting towards Kim Min-jun, "Hey, Kim Min-jun, thanks for everything today. You worked hard." She even flashed a bright smile and added, "Next time, let's grab a meal together." Instantly, the black-haired girl sitting next to her slapped a hand over her friend's mouth, cutting her off. "My number is." While the two friends were messing around, the green-haired girl in the back simply watched in silence, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. The bus slowly pulled away, vanishing into the darkness, leaving Kim Min-jun standing alone on the roadside. He adjusted his beret, letting out a heavy sigh of relief as he thought about the achievement points he had just racked up. But that peace? It didn't last long. Kim Min-jun's eyes suddenly shot wide with alarm as he sensed a strange presence right beside him. From behind him, a tiny, pitch-black creature with glowing purple eyes suddenly materialized, letting out a series of whiny, clingy sounds. Kim Min-jun spun around, staring at the little shadow with a look of complete annoyance. He didn't hesitate to scold it. "You dare use your demonic energy again? Have you no shame? You almost ruined the whole thing." Reprimanded, the little creature looked guilty, but then it abruptly froze, its purple eyes glowing with alarm. It started waving its hands frantically, as if trying to signal something incredibly urgent. "What is it?" Kim Min-jun immediately focused his senses, and was stunned by what he realized. "What? Who dares to cross the border without going through a dungeon gate? Could its scouting ability have gotten stronger because his Nightwalker skill had leveled up to C2? A cold smirk appeared on Kim Min-jun's face as he reached a final conclusion about his subordinate. "Turns out you're a better radar than an assassin, huh?" The atmosphere suddenly grew thick and heavy as Kim Min-jun and his tiny creature advanced deeper into the dark forest late at night. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled violently. A vortex of sinister purple-black energy erupted from thin air. The dark, suffocating power spread out, tearing at the space around them and stunning both Kim Min-jun and his little creature. From the center of the energy vortex, a dark figure slowly took shape. Kim Min-jun was stunned, stammering in disbelief. It can't be." Underneath the mysterious black cloak, a man with long, flowing white hair and a murderous aura gradually revealed himself. He curled his lip into a smirk. Faced with this menacing presence, Kim Min-jun could only grit his teeth, his expression a mask of extreme tension mixed with sheer annoyance. However, just as the atmosphere reached a peak of dramatic tension, the ridiculously handsome stranger's demeanor completely changed. He started bawling, snot and tears streaming down his face as he launched himself like an arrow, trying to glomp Kim Min-jun while wailing tragically, "Master Minun." Completely shocked and irritated by this act, Kim Min-jun exploded with rage. "This lunatic!" Here's the dark magic version of a slap, folks. The stranger went flying, landing in a pathetic heap on the ground. Kim Min-jun strode over, grabbing him by the shoulders while scolding him furiously. "You idiot! I told you to forget me. Why did you come here?" In response to his master's anger, the white-haired man could only look up with tear-filled eyes, whimpering his name in despair, "Master Minun." Kim Min-jun could only sigh, his mind flashing back to the first time he'd met the man. Back then, he was all alone in a desolate wasteland, where dry skeletons lay scattered at the foot of a cliff. A chimera-like creature with bat wings and a scorpion tail suddenly appeared, roaring threateningly at the intruder. Just as the monster was about to strike, a blast of intense, purple, demonic energy shot straight for its head. A massive explosion rang out as the creature's head vaporized into a cloud of purple smoke, and it dropped to the ground, instantly dead. Kim Min-jun stood there casually, traces of dark energy still swirling around his hand. He glanced at the man lying on the ground and wondered, they have leftover stock here too? Approaching the mysterious man, he frowned at the trembling survivor and silently assessed the situation. So they're all dead. He observed the white-haired man's face and couldn't help but marvel internally. Damn, why is this guy so handsome? Seeing that the other man was still silent, he pressed on. Why aren't you answering? Can't you speak? Suddenly, the man looked up at him, his eyes wide with utter shock, and stammered, Are you? The great mage Minun? Kim Min-jun froze, completely stunned. Wait, you can talk? And how do you know my name? Instantly, the man burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. The hope of all mages, it really is you. Faced with this over-the-top reaction, Kim Min-jun just scowled in frustration. You're a mage too? If you're this weak, you should go home and raise chickens. What are you doing in a dungeon, just taking up space? He stood up, dusted off his clothes, and casually dropped a harsh reality check. Hope of the mages? What a joke. Forget about it. If you're this weak, stay out of dungeons like this from now on. Kim Min-jun decisively turned and walked away, but then he stopped short as if he'd just remembered something. Ah, but what's your name? The man bowed his head, hesitating for a long moment before whispering in reply. I don't have a name. Looking at the nameless man trembling before him, Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes mockingly. Weak and nameless, huh? How pathetic. He raised a finger, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. Then I'll give you one. From now on, your name will be... Back in the present, in the gloomy forest, Kim Min-jun, dressed in his military uniform, gripped the shoulders of the dimension hopper and shook him violently. He roared in disbelief. Bong-gu, have you lost your mind? How dare you cross dimensions to come here? The man whimpered accusatorily. After you left with only a single note, the faction, it began to crumble. How could you just abandon us without a single word? Hearing this only fueled Kim Min-jun's fury. He yelled right in Bong-gu's face. You weirdos from that cult were obsessed with following me. I'm not crazy. Why would I tell you where I was going? Without any mercy, he shoved Bong-gu hard, sending him tumbling to the ground, and continued his tirade. And you still had the nerve to track me all the way here? Bong-gu lay on the ground, crying as he tried to justify his loyalty. You should have brought me with you from the start. I am your capable right-hand man. Kim Min-jun just clicked his tongue, completely fed up with his subordinate's delusion. So capable, huh? All I ever see you do is cause trouble. He took a closer look at Bong-gu's pathetic state and then asked, Anyway, why do you look so messed up? Seeing his subordinate was heavily injured, Kim Min-jun held out a hand, and a surge of brilliant purple energy enveloped Bong-gu's body. The dark power rapidly restored his condition, and Bong-gu shot up, completely revitalized. Instantly, Bong-gu dropped to his knees in reverence. Thank you, Master Minun. You've saved my life again. I will be indebted to you until the day I die. Kim Min-jun immediately cut through the dramatics. Cut the sappy stuff. Start talking. Tell me exactly why you came here. If you leave out a single detail, you'll have me to answer to. Model. Bong-gu begins his plea. It's all thanks to the miracles born from my faith in you, Master Minol. My only wish is to help you and stay by your side. Kim Min-jun coldly cuts him off. Skip that part. Seeing Bong-gu about to speak again, Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow with suspicion. He steps closer, his voice demanding, With your skill level, how did you manage to cross into another dimension? Tell me the truth. Bong-gu rushes to affirm his absolute loyalty. We, the devout, follow no one's command but yours, Master Minol. His evasiveness makes Kim Min-jun lose his patience. Enough with the theatrics. Are you going to tell me the truth, or do you want to be permanently relocated 6 feet under? Under his master's pressure, Bong-gu finally cracks and confesses. Yes. The truth is, after you left, I infiltrated the Holy Maiden's temple because of a strange rumor. The memory floods back. Ever since Minol had vanished, a black crow had been silently gliding past the ancient holy temple in the dead of night. It slipped through a stone window, guiding a shadowy figure deep inside. It was Bong-gu, dressed in a mysterious black outfit, landing silently in a corridor. He hid behind the stone pillars, secretly observing guards pushing carts completely covered by tarps. Beneath one of those tarps, a monster with glowing purple eyes growled with fury in the darkness. The rumor was that they were capturing a massive number of monsters and taking them deep within the holy sanctuary. Bong-gu nervously watched as the convoy of carts moved in a long line through the dark and chilling corridors. But then, he stumbled upon a horrifying truth. There wasn't a single trace of the monsters left behind, not even when they passed the Holy Maiden. The soldiers just silently carried on with their bizarre task, leaving no clues, no bones, no flesh, not even a single drop of blood from the creatures. Standing before a magic circle pulsing with a strange, dark energy, he wondered how they could possibly eliminate the monsters so perfectly. Bong-gu states with absolute certainty to Minol, I'm telling you, she's sending that whole pile of monsters straight to you, boss. There's nowhere else they could be going. Hearing this, Manal's anger boils over. He grabs Bongu by the collar, demanding, is what you just said the absolute truth? Bongu looks his master straight in the eye and replies decisively, I would never lie to you. Minal thinks grimly, could she really be trying to send them to me right now? Do you know what this is? Bongu carefully observes the fragment in Minal's palm before making his assessment. Judging by its shape, it looks like a piece of a sword used by the temple's guardian gods. You remember their weapons, don't you? He clicks his tongue. So how did you even get here? What if that portal took you somewhere else? And if you were a second late, trapped in that void, you'd be dead. You know that, right? See? The boss can be scared too, folks. But contrary to Manol's concern, Bongu just grins cheerfully. Nope, I had no idea. Looking at his subordinate's clueless expression, Minal is at a loss for words, thinking this guy has never been normal. He glances back at the sword fragment in his hand. What is their objective? It has been 1,224 days since Kim Min-jun returned to Earth, according to Isgha's time. Under a brilliant sunset next to an ancient temple, a woman with flowing golden hair stands silently on a towering cliff. As soon as he sees her silhouette, Kim Min-jun, his face etched with exhaustion, asks, Why did you call me to a place like this? The woman turns slightly, her distant gaze fixed on the sky before she smiles. Getting out for some fresh air like this once in a while is nice, don't you think? Her vague answer makes a vein pop on Kim Min-jun's forehead. He snaps, I've had enough of sleeping on the ground these past few days. If you have something to say it quickly so I can go to bed. Seeing his harsh attitude, the girl bows her head apologetically. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. In the end, I still can't leave the temple. Kim Min-jun maintains his cold demeanor, standing with his arms crossed impatiently. So, why did you call me? Only then does the girl get to the main point, her tone serious. I heard that many of your comrades were injured in the Park Arts dungeon. Hearing the word comrades, Kim Min-jun's face twists in annoyance. He remembers those who constantly called Lumi their favorite character and bluntly refutes her. They are not comrades or some kind of cult. He explains that those people followed him of their own free will and got injured by a bunch of dogs, or more accurately, the Park Ars clan. But they were all treated in time, so no one is going to die. The girl lets out a soft laugh at his choice of words. You believe they're dogs, huh? Feel free, Sir Manal. Kim Min-jun walks away nonchalantly, explaining that such concepts don't exist on Earth. Back home, if it bites, we call it a dog. It's more familiar that way. However, Kim Min-jun's expression suddenly becomes incredibly serious. He looks directly at her, his voice low. But anyway, let me ask you seriously. Are you absolutely sure that Isgha and the monsters on Earth have no connection? Facing his intense questioning, the girl just gives a slight nod of confirmation. Correct. She explains that the gates and monsters had already begun appearing in Isgha hundreds of years ago. If there truly is a connection between Isgha and Kim Min-jun's world, it's simply that both worlds are experiencing the same mysterious phenomenon. Standing on the cliff under the vibrant sunset, the Holy Maiden speaks softly. It's only natural for you to wonder. The monsters you saw over there also exist here. And more importantly, you came to Isgha through a gate. She adds that spatial travel isn't a simple matter. Even summoning him required a great deal of preparation. Therefore, transporting a massive number of monsters to create a dungeon would be extremely difficult. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, calculating. He seems to have understood the issue. Turning his back so his cloak billows in the wind, he declares coldly, I get it. When all this is over, it will be time for you to send me back. The Holy Maiden just smiles enigmatically, as if to say, we'll see if you don't change your mind and beg to stay then. Back in the present, on Wakion Mountain, Kim Min-jun is in his military uniform, deep in his own thoughts. He tells himself he never trusted that Holy Maiden from the start, which is why he secretly discovered that Isgha has actually been dealing with these gates for a long time. He confirms that transporting a dungeon to another dimension is possible, but with her level of power, it's no easy feat. Kim Min-jun breaks out in a sweat as a huge question forms in his mind. But why now? Why would she use such a massive amount of holy power just to send a bunch of monsters? Did she even touch the holy relics? An image of the Holy Maiden surrounded by countless mystical items appears in his mind, making Kim Min-jun wonder if she'd really pull such a stunt just to capture him. Lost in thought, Kim Min-jun freezes when he sees Lee Bungu kneeling at his feet. Bungu declares loudly, I, Lee Bungu, will serve you until I die, Master Minhoi. Please accept my service. Kim Min-jun lets out a weary sigh, holding his head in his hands. I can't send you back right now, I get it, but change the way you address me. My name is Kim Min-jun now, not Minhoi. Hearing this, Bongu's face lights up with a radiant, worshipful smile. Thank you, King Min-jun. I will remember your grace until the day I die. No, even after that, I will. Kim Min-jun immediately snaps. What, King? Just call me Kim Min-jun. You still using that copy-paste trick of yours? Bongu shot back with total confidence. Of course. Thanks to your little demonic energy charity, I'm overflowing with power, Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrowed. Don't lie. I'm not giving it away for free anymore. He thought to himself. I barely have enough for my own use. How could I possibly spare any? Seeing his expression, Bongu quickly apologized and admitted the truth. All I can do for now is turn into a small animal. That'll work just fine. Li Bongu, transform. Let's see it. Bongu's face turns dead serious. As you wish, master, he replies. In an instant, a dark aura explodes from him, and Bongu transforms into a black crow, its piercing purple eyes glowing with an eerie, magical light. Kim Min-jun nods, satisfied. Good. Now, become a shadow. Go follow that night walker for me. With a screech of pure obedience, the crow takes flight. The night walker slowly rises from the ground, facing off directly with Bongu the crow in an atmosphere thick with tension. They glare at each other, ready to tear one another apart, forcing Kim Min-jun to step in. That's enough. Hearing his master's voice, Bongu the crow lets out a series of ear-splitting shrieks. Kim Min-jun can't help but sigh, thinking to himself, just talk like a person, you feathered idiot. Startled, Bongu quickly replies in a human voice, Yes, sir. He immediately puffs out his chest, his tone becoming ridiculously formal. As the right hand of Master Kim Min-jun, I must first establish the chain of command. But Kim Min-jun cuts him off flat. Skip it. A wicked smirk plays on his lips as he gives the order. Cut the drama, get acquainted, and get to work. Now, under their master's ice-cold gaze, the two subordinates can only stand in a long, silent stare-down. Finally, the Nightwalker takes the lead, reaching out its pitch-black hand to pat Bongu's wing, a silent truce. Kim Min-jun starts giving out assignments. Bongu, you can ask the Nightwalker about how things work around here. As for you, Nightwalker, if Bongu tries anything dangerous or draws attention, you stop him, immediately. He emphasizes with a serious tone, safety is the top priority. Got it? While the Nightwalker gives a sharp, disciplined salute, Bongu just lets out a quiet, defeated squawk. With things settled, Kim Min-jun waves them off. All right, dismiss. The two shadows scurry away, and Bongu the crow soars into the brilliant moonlit night sky. Kim Min-jun lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, he starts strolling through the forest, completely at ease. His mind is already drifting to a hot meal. Some jajangmyeon, then sleep, he thinks, suddenly worried if any restaurants are even still open. A few days later, back at the military base under the evening sun, a loud shout shatters the peace. It's Kwang-sik, his hair a total mess, bursting into the barracks buzzing with excitement. Seeing his frantic state, one soldier just groans, what's he going crazy about now? Another one scoffs, he's a lost cause. The other day I saw him nodding off, pretending to be a pigeon. What? What's going on? With a smug grin plastered on his face, Kwang-sik drops the bombshell. The quarterly performance rankings for the administrative platoon are out. That news immediately sends a jolt through the room as soldiers buzz with excitement. One even quickly adjusts his glasses, ready to check the results. Staring at the newly posted rankings, Lee Sung-ho can't help but grumble under his breath. That damn genius got first place again? This quarter had been packed with drills and raids, so everyone's scores were all over the place. Noticing his comrades staring, Sung-ho closes his eyes, exhausted. Hey, you guys talk like I'm some kind of high-performance machine. Just then, the official results are confirmed. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, you received 75 points this quarter. The crowd of soldiers erupts. What? No way. He's at the top of the platoon again. Another soldier confidently claims, nah, he's probably the top of the entire company. While most are just happy to get over 50 points to avoid punishment, one soldier leans in with a secretive whisper. Actually, he gets right next to his buddy's ear, dropping a shocking truth. Bad news for Lee Sung-ho. You're only the king of second place this time. This makes the red-haired guy freeze, then burst out laughing. For real? That's great news, he says, eagerly asking who in their platoon could possibly score higher than Sunho's 75. And right at that moment, Kim Min-jun appears at the door with a sharp salute. Reporting, Corporal Kim Min-jun. I have returned from my leave. The entire room falls dead silent. A soldier trembles. Don't tell me it's... And then the truth is revealed. 99 points. Is he hacking the game? Did he go on vacation or did he go power leveling? The number 99 leaves everyone present completely floored, jaws on the ground. It's a score so insanely high it feels impossible. Amidst the chaos, Captain Kim walks into the room with a radiant smile. Hope you all enjoyed your meal. He casually gestures for Platoon 2 to relax. Turning to our main character, he asks enthusiastically, Kim Min-jun, how was your leave? Kim Min-jun replies clearly, it was great, sir. The commander lets out a hearty, satisfied laugh. Ha ha ha, glad to hear it. He then holds up a small device in his hand, his tone full of meaning. Kim Min-jun, look at this little gift from your captain. Seeing the object in his hand, every soldier in the room is frozen in shock. One stammers, Captain, is that? Is Kim Min-jun getting another special promotion? The red-haired guy yells out in utter disbelief, 2 promotions in such a short time? Captain Kim calmly explains that they received the official document from the regiment commander just today. The reason? Not only did Kim Min-jun earn the title of Best Individual in the recent Taesan military drill, but he was also recognized for his volunteer work in Gwacheon during his leave. This was a special request from the regiment commander himself. Congratulations. Kim Min-jun beams with happiness, silently thanking the brother who helped him achieve this. Ah Hyun-hyung. Kim Min-jun carefully removes his old rank insignia, replacing it with the 4 gleaming stripes of a sergeant. Witnessing this insane, high-speed promotion, the soldiers in the room burst into applause to congratulate him, though a few are still whispering, what's this about Gwacheon? Another just shrugs, no idea. While the crowd cheers, Kim Min-jun quietly pulls a small piece of paper from his pocket. Looking at the long list of names tied to Han Yang's massive debts, he lets out a smug chuckle. Heh, damn, this guy's contact list is thick. Seeing Kim Kwang-sik forcing a smile beside him, Kim Min-jun claps him on the shoulder like an old friend. Thanks for this. I'll put it to good use. Kwang-sik, though clearly pained to part with it, has to concede. Haha, you really guessed right. Fine, take it all. However, the atmosphere shifts completely as Kim Min-jun, now in his authoritative black uniform, steps closer. He stares directly into Kwang-sik's eyes, his voice low as he reminds him of his new status. Hey, Kwang-sik, you know I'm a sergeant now, right? Sweat starts pouring down Kwang-sik's face as he trembles under the pressure from the new sergeant. End Corporal Kim Kwang-sik. Yes, I know, sir. Kim Min-jun casually flips through the paper, questioning him about the secret gambling ring in their unit. I heard you threw quite a party while I was gone. Did you win big? He gets his confirmation. Yes, I won. Kim Min-jun can't help but whistle at the huge amount of money collected. Wow, this is a hefty sum, isn't it? A real sweet deal. Seeing the color drain from Kwang-sik's face, Kim Min-jun leans in close, a wicked, threatening smile spreading across his lips. You'd better play nice. Just then, Kim Min-jun appears in the training room with that same knowing smile. Underneath a heavily weighted barbell, a soldier is straining, his face beat red, gritting his teeth. I'll give you 30%. How about that? Kim Min-jun just replies coolly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Huh? What was that? Anyone listening would think you're doing this just for the money. Everyone said you did a great job, so keep going. But his opponent wasn't ready to give up. The soldier, through gritted teeth, made another offer. Fine, 40%. Just let me off the hook, sir. Kim Min-jun stood tall, looking down at the face contorting under the pressure, and kept digging into his opponent's psyche. You're not doing this for money, are you? Don't you feel the least bit ashamed making bets on me like this? He'd hit a nerve. The soldier could only stammer in despair. The clients, no. While his teammates groaned under the crushing weight, Kim Min-jun casually whistled, lightly tapping the bar to make the pressure multiply. After that physical and mental torture, the soldier collapsed onto the bench, gasping in agony. Kim Min-jun then casually lifted the massive barbell with a single hand, his expression completely unfazed. He explained with an innocent look on his face, then cracked a smirk and asked, well, who's next? Seeing Kim Min-jun's terrifying strength, the other soldiers broke out in a cold sweat, frantically waving their hands in refusal. We're good, Kim Min-jun. Yes, we'll just train by ourselves. They quickly looked for a way to escape with their lives intact. Thanks for the reminder, we'll be on our way then. But just as they were about to sneak away, the air in the gym froze solid. Kim Min-jun's eyes turned ice cold, unleashing a terrifying pressure that stopped them dead in their tracks. He spoke slowly, each word dripping with menace. What a shame, a real shame. I don't think you have the right to refuse. The sound of agonizing screams tore through the silence echoing all the way out into the hallway. Inside, soldiers were scattered across the floor, their breathing ragged, completely broken by Kim Min-jun's relentless training. Seeing his juniors trembling, Kim Min-jun approached with a cryptic smile. Good timing. Turns out I have a small favor to ask of you. Seeing his calculating expression, Dong and his purple-haired teammate went pale with fear. Dong stammered, What kind of favor? The purple-haired soldier quickly chimed in. Just say the word. As long as it's not more training? Kim Min-jun crossed his arms, his face turning serious as he laid down a series of tyrannical new rules. Privates and below are banned from the simulation room. Seeing the confused looks on their faces, he dropped another wave of absurd prohibitions. Anyone below private first class gets nothing. No PC, no phones, no entertainment. Basically, don't even breathe unless I say so. Witnessing Kim Min-jun's absolute tyranny, Dong and his purple-haired friend could only exchange looks of despair. Dong muttered in frustration, This is completely unreasonable. I can't believe stuff like this still happens in this day and age. They both agreed this injustice had to be stopped immediately, and yet, just a moment later, they were laughing and joking, coming up with another ridiculous idea. This is insane, right? Hey, want to bet on who can last the longest? Suddenly, Kim Min-jun appeared behind them, his sharp gaze fixed on the pair, freezing them in place. Don't push it. Facing their superior's immense pressure, Dong and his teammate immediately straightened up, bowing their heads in submission. Yes, sir. Dong tried to smooth things over with a promise. I'll do my best to convince them, before quickly asking for his leave. So, can I go now? The purple-haired teammate hastily backed him up. You can count on us. Can I leave too? After getting a dismissive wave and a smirk from Kim Min-jun, the two of them bolted, scrambling out of the gym as fast as they could. Meanwhile, in another corner, Kim Hwang-si-cheol appeared, his face as pale as a ghost. The officer in front of him offered a friendly, yet terrifying smile as he announced a personnel change. I'm sure your squad leader already told you. Due to a change in formation, you've been moved to Squad 2. Hwang-si-cheol froze in shock. Sweat poured down his face as his new superior delivered the final bone-chilling words, Let's train hard together from now on. Hwang-si-cheol's face twisted in pure despair. It was as if he could already see the hellish days ahead. Amidst these shifts in the military, an announcement was made about a new monster, the Snake Mai. This creature looked just like a regular snake, but possessed entirely different traits. They operate mainly underground, hiding and waiting for their prey, and unlike common surface snakes, the Snake Mai has no venom. However, their sheer size and aggression make them a threat that cannot be underestimated by anyone who wanders into their territory. But this species has one extremely dangerous characteristic. Before killing them, you absolutely must remove their tail, which acts as a detonator. If you don't, it triggers a massive chain explosion, wiping out everything nearby. For that reason, Snake Mai dungeons are considered the standard for training exercises with inexperienced personnel. A place where they can learn a lot about real combat. Just as a red monster lunged at his teammate, Kim Min-jun moved in a blur, delivering a devastating punch that the creature never saw coming. He casually grabbed the monster and crushed the detonator in its tail. Looking at the creature squirming in his hand, Kim Min-jun thought to himself, Back at XGA, I used to catch and grill these things all the time. While the other soldiers were still struggling, Kim Min-jun had already collected a huge pile of monsters in his bag, but he reminded himself, just one of these is enough for the mission. After the intense battle, the commander ordered the whole team, All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break. Taking advantage of the break while his teammates rested under the trees, Kim Min-jun pulled out a newly acquired sword to inspect it. Instantly, a system window popped up with a notification. Agility enhancement. Agility increased by 5. Admiring the sharp blade in his hand, he thought, It's lacking any decent skills, but hey, an extra 5 points in speed? I'll take it. A satisfied smirk spread across Kim Min-jun's face. Every dungeon really is a treasure trove. Standing among the ranks, Kim Min-jun was suddenly jolted by a voice. Kim Min-jun. No, Lord Kim Min-jun. I've detected demonic energy. I can sense a fairly large amount of it. Kim Min-jun focused, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he clenched his fist in excitement, silently asking, Excellent. Where are you? From a distant place under the setting sun, a black crow with glowing purple eyes, perched on a power line, responded, I'm in Incheon. Kim Min-jun's excitement turned to disbelief. What? All the way in Incheon? You've got to be kidding me. A few days later, on a weekend evening in the city of Incheon, Kim Min-jun appeared before a gloomy mansion, his head covered by the hood of a black jacket. The black crow quickly flew over and landed on his shoulder. Kim Min-jun asked in a low voice, "What's the situation?" The crow began its detailed report. "As per your orders, Lord Kim Min-jun, I did not act rashly and only observed. I can't sense any monster aura, so I believe this might be the aftermath of a broken dungeon." He pressed on. "All right. How many people are inside?" The crow turned its purple eyes toward the house and replied, "Until yesterday, there was no one. But now, I can confirm there is one person inside." Kim Min-jun sighed, a look of regret on his face. He thought to himself that if only he could have come yesterday. But being a soldier made it hard to get out freely, especially since his corps didn't have its own designated base. Standing before the iron fence, Kim Min-jun pulled up his black mask, reassuring himself. "What we're doing might look like illegal entry, but we're really just cleaning up the dangerous things inside." The crow nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord speaks the truth. However, it didn't forget to add a warning. Whatever you do, just try not to get dragged back to the station in handcuffs, boss." Kim Min-jun slipped inside the dark house, moving silently down the corridor. As he cracked open a door, he suddenly froze at the sight of something. What is that? Inside the room, a radiant purple crystal was placed reverently inside a glass case. Kim Min-jun was stunned by the sheer energy radiating from the crystal. And man, it had a fragrance to it, almost like it was some kind of highly refined, premium-grade item. Drooling a little, he reached out curiously towards the crystal. But just as his hand neared the glass case, a cold female voice shot out from behind him. "Stop!" Kim Min-jun flinched, spinning around to face a girl with long green hair already in a fighting stance. She was dressed in athletic wear, her sharp, wary eyes locked on the intruder. Let's rewind the clock a bit to see how we got here. Late at night, in a luxurious villa, the same green-haired girl was relaxing on her bed, happily texting her mom. Her mother sent a message saying she and dad were on their way home after a late-night movie. When the daughter asked why they went so late, her mom laughed in her reply, "Haha, I don't know either. Your father bought the tickets in advance." Reading the messages, the girl smiled, feeling a wave of happiness. "Haha, dad can be so cute sometimes." When her mom asked how she was doing, staying home alone for the holidays, she began to type back, "It's fine, I'll be heading down to the dojo tomorrow morning." Suddenly, she froze. Her eyes turned sharp as a strange noise came from the front door. Sensing something was wrong, she crept out of her room, moving silently down the dark staircase. Down in the living room, a mysterious shadow was sneaking around, rummaging through things. "Oh, Kim Min-jun, you are so busted," the girl thought to herself. "So, a burglar, huh?" Without a shred of fear, she yelled out, "Don't move!" The intruder jumped, startled, and turned around. Before him stood a girl in a flawless, professional fighting stance. She growled, "A common thief in this day and age? Who are you? State your name and your purpose, now." Kim Min-jun looked at the girl, completely taken aback by her powerful aura. Whoa, this girl. He stared intently at her solid, unwavering stance and wondered, what in the world is this? The atmosphere in the room grew terrifyingly silent. Kim Min-jun then gasped in shock as he realized the cruel, unbelievable truth. The house we broke into to find items containing demonic energy. Turns out it belongs to Sun Eon-seo? How is this even possible? Outside on the balcony, the black crow was also trembling in panic. Kim Min-jun mentally grilled the crow, who desperately tried to explain. "I swear I checked Google Maps. Who knew this ghost address was the home of that psycho woman?" Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes, putting the pieces together. If this was the house of the Hunter Guild's former commander, then having items from dungeons scattered around was actually pretty normal. But, he wondered silently, why is she at this house today? Remembering the incident back in Guangdong, he felt something very unusual was going on. Meanwhile, Eon-seo was ready. "Stay still. Hands up now," she shouted. Seeing the intruder had no intention of cooperating, she narrowed her eyes. "This is your last warning." Kim Min-jun knew things were getting complicated, but he wasn't about to give up. He'd already gone through the trouble of breaking in. If he left empty-handed, how could he face his disciples? The moment he twitched, Eon-seo launched her attack. "I told you not to move!" She unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, shouting, "Are you deaf?" Kim Min-jun continuously dodged, weaving through the girl's whirlwind kicks. While moving, he secretly pulled a small object from his pocket. Eon-seo didn't let up, roaring, "You punk," as she threw a dangerously high kick. All Kim Min-jun could do was let out a surprised, "Huh?" Witnessing Eon-seo's skill, he was actually impressed. Her technique is pretty solid. She's almost at the level of a sergeant in my old world. However, the power gap between them was just too massive. When Eon Seo threw a straight punch, Kim Min-jun casually raised a hand and stopped it dead. Eon Seo gasped, stunned to see her strongest attack neutralized so easily. Kim Min-jun quickly grabbed her arm, holding her tight and completely overpowering her. "What is this?" she panicked. "Are you trying to play games with me?" The more she fought, the more she realized something was off. This was no ordinary person. Watching her opponent's lightning-fast movements, Eon Seo was terrified. These martial arts, the way he moves, he's clearly an awakened. She gathered her strength for one final, desperate kick. Kim Min-jun deftly dodged Eon Seo's wind-splitting kick. The force from the blow grazed his face, creating a brilliant flash of light in the dark room. Kim Min-jun's eyes flickered toward the table, where the purple crystal was emitting an enchanting demonic aura from under its glass dome. Seeing her opponent was distracted, Eon Seo focused all her power into the next blow, thinking, "It's too late for you to dodge this." But just as her kick was about to land, Kim Min-jun vanished like a phantom. With incredible speed, he not only dodged the attack, but also managed to snatch the purple crystal from the table. A perfect 10 out of 10 for his professional two-finger technique. Eon Seo stared, speechless, as the dark figure leaped over the balcony. She rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Wait, that's..." But it was too late. Kim Min-jun performed a masterful jump from the high floor to the ground, disappearing into the quiet night with the black crow leading the way. Eon Seo stood there, frozen, watching him go. A strange feeling washed over her. He didn't even try to fight me back. Just then, she realized something had been slipped into her hand during their struggle. Eon Seo slowly unfolded the crumpled piece of paper, her eyes widening as she read the words inside. "Borrowing this for a bit. We'll return it when I'm free." Pure rage erupted. Her face turned bright red from the sheer disrespect. Eon Seo gritted her teeth and screamed into the night, "You bastard! You absolute scum!" Her shouts echoed through the neighborhood, but the intruder was long gone, his faint silhouette merging with the city lights. Far from the residential area, Kim Min-jun stopped in a deserted park. Under the moonlight, he carefully observed the dazzling purple crystal in his hand, lost in thought. This thing contains way more demonic energy than a normal monster. He figured if a B-rank hunter like Eon Seo could keep it at home without any issues, this type of demonic energy probably didn't have a major effect on humans. Kim Min-jun let out a small laugh at his own theories. "Ha ha, but that's just my guess. Could this be a monster's crystallized core?" Instantly, the shadow of the crow appeared behind him. Kim Min-jun turned and asked, "You have something to say?" The mysterious creature bowed its head respectfully. "My apologies." It began to explain what it knew about crystallized cores, but also expressed its own doubts. "Boss, in Isgha, I've never seen a gemstone that reeked of demonic energy this strongly." The crystal in the case continued to glow with a mysterious purple light. It was a rare mineral, sometimes found deep inside the bodies of powerful monsters. The size of the mineral varies depending on the age and danger level of the monster. They usually contain mana, and the amount of mana is proportional to the size of the crystal. Among all the items you can get from hunting monsters, this is one of the most valuable. Kim Min-jun stared intently at the purple crystal in its case. He thought, "But I've never heard of a monster's crystallized core containing demonic energy." Without a second's hesitation, he crushed the protective glass with his hand. The crystal rested in Kim Min-jun's palm before shattering under his power. He wondered, why does something like this even exist in this world? Immediately, a series of system notifications popped up. A certain amount of demonic energy has been absorbed. Demonic energy stat has increased by 1. The number kept jumping, forcing him to focus completely. He scoffs to himself. That saintess thinks she can trick me with cheap little toys like this? Not a chance. I need to focus on grinding levels. As the final fragment melts into his palm, the system announces, "Skill, sense chi has been formed. Skill, sense demonic energy has been formed." Kim Min-jun is stunned. Whoa, 2 skills developed at the same time? He immediately opens his status window to check it out. Name, Kim Min-jun, Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, Demonic Energy 30. His skill list was already getting crazy long, with names like Decay, Nightwalker, Shadow Arrow, Deviant Demonic Energy, Demonic Hand, and a ton of other basic skills. Kim Min-jun cracks a satisfied smile. Nice, this skill list is as long as a CVS receipt. But this new silent mode, that's the real game changer. He pays special attention to one new skill, practically shouting, "Especially this one." It's called Deviant Demonic Energy, a a skill that lets him make his own demonic energy colorless, odorless, and completely undetectable to his surroundings. He can toggle it on and off any time. He quietly analyzes the situation. As his demonic energy stat rises, the power inside his body grows darker and harder to control. Even though he's been careful, he was still worried it might affect the people around him. And just like that, he thinks, this is exactly what I needed. He decides to test it out by combining it with his demonic hand skill. Kim Min-jun reaches out, easily snatching a small creature trying to escape. He nods, impressed. Not bad. Still, he's a little puzzled. He can feel all this power, but all he can catch is something this light? He figures it must have some other use. I'll figure it out later. Looking at his two little minions, Kim Min-jun gives them an order. I have a mission for you two. Using the intel on dungeons suspected of containing demonic energy, go there and track down any items that have that power for me. Replying to their master's command, the crow and the small creature shout in unison, "Yes, sir!" Then give a sharp, determined salute. Deep in the silent night of the forest, Kim Min-jun is testing out his new skills with his two trusty underlings. The black crow and the tiny creature are playfully bickering 1 second, then quickly making up and being ridiculously friendly the next. Watching his subordinates' goofy antics, Kim Min-jun lets out a knowing smile and says mysteriously, "Bonggu, let your boss enlighten your taste buds. Just don't blame me if you want to move here after you're done." Their destination is a hangover soup shop named Ariari, sitting quietly under the city lights. As soon as the steaming hot soup and colorful kimchi dishes are brought out, Lee Bonggu, now in the form of a young man with dashing long silver hair, is suddenly left speechless. The moment he lifts the first spoonful of soup to his lips, he's completely overcome with emotion. In the middle of the bustling restaurant, Bonggu starts devouring the food while wailing his eyes out, startling the owner who watches on with concern. He sobs, "Oh my God, this is so good. It's incredible, Mr. Kim Min-jun." Witnessing this hilariously tragic scene, Kim Min-jun just pinches the bridge of his nose in total helplessness and yells, "Hey, either cry or eat, pick one. And slow down, will ya?" Seeing Bonggu suffer from how delicious the food is, Kim Min-jun feels a pang of sympathy. He remembers the rock-hard cookies back in Isgha. Yeah, no wonder he's crying like a baby after one sip of broth. He recalls the bland, hard rations from the old world, where a decent meal felt like an impossible luxury. Right in the middle of their meal, Kim Min-jun's pocket starts buzzing non-stop with a flood of notifications. He furrows his brow, confused, and pulls out his phone, thinking, "Who's blowing up my phone all night?" He unlocks the screen, and his eyes are met with a barrage of messages from the 2nd Platoon's group chat. Wang Sik is frantically spamming him, demanding a reply. Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun. The group chat is in absolute chaos, with members constantly leaving and being re-invited. Wang Sik's message is filled with urgency. Kim Min-jun, we're screwed. Next week's guerrilla training schedule is brutal, but it's the very last message that truly makes Kim Min-jun's face turn pale. The Hunter Corps' guerrilla training instructor has been captured. For the Hunter Corps, which is made up entirely of awakened individuals, being sent to the Army's training grounds was a whole new kind of challenge. A drill instructor with a cool red hat and black sunglasses observes with a stern expression. For them, guerrilla training here was a massive deal. Under the scorching sun, soldiers with numbers on their hats performed endless high-intensity physical drills. They strained through push-ups and executed sharp, powerful jumping jacks in unison. The sound of heavy breathing filled the air until everyone collapsed onto the ground from sheer exhaustion, all under the strict supervision of the red-hatted instructors. But, in the middle of the crowd lying on the ground, soldier number 222 was flashing an excited, almost crazed smile, and it was none other than our boy Kim Min-jun. Next up was drill number 3, crossing a rope bridge. While everyone else was struggling, he zipped across the thin ropes with pure excitement, not a hint of fear on his face. Immediately after, he skillfully and effortlessly rappelled down a wall. But the most hellish challenge began when they all had to put on gas masks and enter the chemical chamber. Heavy breathing. Inside the thick white smoke, the soldiers cried and screamed as they tried to sing the national anthem to the 4th verse as ordered. They coughed violently while yelling, "To serve the army, we must train with all our might." This training session was worlds different from their usual drills. For the new hunters, guerrilla training was nothing short of a nightmare boot camp. As night fell on the field camp, all the new soldiers were still struggling to adapt to the harsh conditions. They were sprawled out on folding cots inside the tents. But the reason for their suffering wasn't just the training, it was also the food. Looking at a simple scoop of mixed rice in a plastic-wrapped bowl, a red-haired guy grumbled in disbelief. I'm a hunter, and at the end of the year, I have to sit here eating rice out of a plastic bag? This is cruel. His teammate across from him, looking just as miserable, worriedly asked, "This isn't because the division commander has it out for us, is it?" The red-haired guy mumbled in despair as he shoved a spoonful of rice into his mouth. "Did we do something wrong?" Just like that, the whole squad endured a long, miserable night, dealing with the discomfort of having to eat and sleep right there in the field camp. Staring at the mixed rice in front of him, Wang Sik curiously turns to Kim Min-jun. "Hey, Sergeant, you planning to become a monk or something? Why aren't you touching your food? If you eat too much, you'll have to go to that place." The only thing on his mind was the horrifying image of the field latrines, a place every soldier desperately tried to avoid after the army's questionable meals. Night quickly fell over the military base. At the assembly area, Captain Seo Doong-gun, commander of the 2nd Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 104th Division, appeared with an authoritative look on his face. Seeing the soldiers all stand up, salute, and report, "Attention, at ease," reporting, "The 2nd Platoon is currently reforming." The commander just casually waved his hand. "Relax. You can all be at ease. You've trained hard all day." He continued in a low voice, explaining that the night missions, including guard duty, would have a few more surprises. But then, Captain Seo's eyes turned sharp as he declared loudly, "And one more thing. The biggest objective of this guerrilla training for you hunters is this. Tomorrow, we will achieve total victory in the trench warfare battle." He clenched his fist, roaring with fighting spirit. That's right, trench warfare. The rules of the battle were actually pretty simple. The starting bell rings, and the crowd absolutely explodes. Let's go! Wipe the floor with M. This is a brutal, high-stakes battle of raw power. The rules are simple. You're in a four-sided pit. To win, you either throw everyone but your own teammates out of the arena, or you neutralize them completely. Victory goes to the last team standing. And right now, one mountain of a man with muscles practically bursting from his uniform is absolutely dominating the field. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he effortlessly hoists a poor soul into the air. The guy goes flying. Bodies slam into each other, soldiers piling up in a desperate struggle to hold their ground. The match is over in a flash. "It's done," the referee roars. The Giants team stands tall, leaving the defeated soldiers in utter shock. The announcer's voice booms. "First platoon, first squad of the 1st Company wins the 3rd match in the round of 16. The referee, a stern man in a red hat, firmly reminds everyone of the strict rules for the tournament. This isn't just any fight. It's being held at a special guerrilla training camp for hunters. We're talking awakened individuals from the 4 companies of the 104th Division, and this trench warfare has special meaning here. Up in the stands, the commanders are watching intently. Colonel Jun Byam, head of the 2nd Company, nods in approval. That guy's on another level, isn't he? Beside him, Colonel Kim Se-hyung-gyeon, leader of the 1st Company, just smirks with pride. His squad won last year too, you know. The officers can't help but be impressed. They remembered how in the morning qualifiers alone, that one guy, Choi Sung-gu, had single-handedly crushed 9 different squads. They all start wondering just how insane his stats must be to be that terrifying. Right then, Lieutenant Colonel Go Jong-chon of the 3rd Company suddenly speaks up, dropping a bombshell. "I heard," he says, "that Corporal Choi Sung-gu already passed the exam to become a sergeant. But the commander of the 1st Company is delaying the promotion." Hearing this, Colonel Jun Byum is stunned. "What?" He immediately whirls on Kim Se-hyung-gyeon. "Is what he said true? You knew about this, didn't you? You did this on purpose. Because here's the thing. Once he becomes a sergeant, he can't compete in this event." Busted, Kim Se-hyung-gyeon panics and denies it frantically. "You're giving me way too much credit. How could I possibly predict this surprise guerrilla training exercise? And besides, with the weather we've been having this month, who would have ever guessed we'd be doing this in the first place?" He tries to argue that this is just a chance for friendly competition between the companies, but Lieutenant Colonel Go Jong-cheon cuts him off. "Hey, where are you pulling these ridiculous conspiracy theories from?" But as the argument heats up, Colonel Eugen, the head of the 4th Company who's been silent this whole time, finally speaks. "I also heard something interesting. Right on cue, the announcer calls the next match. Next up, Squad 4, Platoon 4, from the 4th Company and, in reality, this whole competition is a battle of pride for the company commanders. But for the 4th Company, only a single squad managed to pass the qualifiers." Colonel Eugen can't hide his surprise. Only one? And that squad? A team of incredibly built female soldiers looking fierce and ready. The stakes are high here. Any squad with poor results has to face double the training intensity. Meanwhile, down in the tent area, the air is buzzing with energy. Kim Min-jun is walking casually when suddenly a massive shadow falls over him, blocking his path. It's Choi Sung-gu. He's flashing a grin that's a little too wide, a little too friendly. You're Hunter Kim Min-jun from the second company, right? Kim Min-jun stops, turning to look at the giant with a skeptical expression. Huh? Yeah, I am. What about it? Sung-gu lets out a loud laugh, holding out a massive hand excitedly. Whoa, I'm meeting a celebrity. He claims he heard Kim Min-jun's promotions were so fast they were practically a hack, so he just had to come see for himself. Kim Min-jun, however, remains completely unfazed, simply giving a slight nod. Okay, thanks, he says, and turns to walk away with his team. As Kim Min-jun walks away, Choi Sung-gu's friendly act vanishes, replaced by a sneer of contempt. He looks Kim Min-jun up and down and says, "What a letdown. I heard all these crazy rumors, but you just look kinda pathetic." That insult ignites Kim Min-jun's teammates. "What did you say?" They both roar, stepping right up to the giant's face. "Hey, you walking mountain? Who do you think you're starting trouble with?" One of them reaches out to grab Sung-gu's arm, ready to teach him a lesson, while the other closes in to back him up. But before either of them can even lay a finger on him, Choi Sung-gu's hands shoot out like lightning. He grabs both men by the collar and lifts them clean off the ground. He makes a weird cackling sound, then stares them down with that same wicked grin. Better stop whatever you two are thinking right now. His grip is like a steel clamp, the fabric of their uniforms wrinkling under his terrifying strength. They're horrified, realizing they're completely paralyzed. What is this? This power, I can't even move. Choi Sung-gu lets out a satisfied laugh, drops the two men, and casually turns to leave. Whoops, my bad. We can talk about this later. As he and his team walk away, still laughing, one of Kim Min-jun's teammates explodes in anger. Who the hell do those guys think they are? His friend turns on Kim Min-jun, unable to believe his calm. Kim Min-jun, are you seriously just gonna let them get away with that? But unlike his enraged men, Kim Min-jun is perfectly calm. He raises a finger, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Easy there, guys. Just let them have their fun for now. People who laugh today tend to get their asses kicked tomorrow. But one of his teammates misunderstands. What do you mean it's okay? I'm going over there right now to break that bastard's legs. He starts to charge forward but freezes dead in his tracks, a cold sweat breaking out as he sees the look on Kim Min-jun's face. Corporal Kim is now sporting a seriously dark, twisted smile. Kim Min-jun's voice is low and heavy. I said, "It's fine." Suddenly, a brilliant purple aura erupts around him as he points a finger toward the sky. Besides, we're going to meet them up there eventually. Butcher mode. On. Over at the waiting area for the 4th Company squad, the tension is thick. Corporal Chang Mari, her bright pink hair, a stark contrast to her tired expression, sighs heavily. Ugh, what even is this? Mari is completely drained. After a long, exhausting day, the last thing she wants is to fight more people one after another. Sitting beside her, Corporal Yeon Hee-ju nods in agreement. I know, right? Suddenly pitting all the squads against each other like this. If we don't perform well, we're gonna get an earful. Chang Mari stares anxiously toward the fighting pit, wondering if this is how they're picking some kind of guerrilla king. At the same time, she knows their squad absolutely has to qualify. Hee-ju just adds to the pressure. If we don't, you know the commander is going to flip. Meanwhile, up in the command area, the officers are still arguing heatedly about the rumors flying around. This just sends Mari into a full-blown panic, her face pale with fear. What do we do? What if he really gets mad? Right then, a powerful, built figure walks past them, speaking in a calm voice. What's there to worry about? The announcer's voice cuts through the tension. Next up, from the 4th Company, Platoon 4, Squad 4, enter the field. Squad leader, Sergeant O. S.B.U.N. A powerhouse with golden hair tied high and seriously impressive muscles, she leads her team onto the field, radiating pure confidence. She boldly declares to her team, "We just have to knock them all out of the way and take the title of king." The trench warfare battle officially begins, and Chang Mari lets out a fierce battle cry, psyching herself up for the fight ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Eon Hizuru charged in, using her raw muscle to dominate and push back her opponent. Amidst the chaos, Marie barked a single order to her teammates. Run! In another corner, Privates Kim Naewon and Ha Jaewon were struggling to defend against a massive soldier. They braced themselves, but the man's power was just too much, and their strength was starting to fade. Seeing her comrades in danger, Osbu shot forward like a hurricane. She sent the giant flying, making him howl in pain as he crashed into the distance. See you later. At the hospital. The soldier collapsed to the ground, only able to groan, completely helpless against the female sergeant's overwhelming power. Quick as a flash, Osbe got behind her next opponent, executing a powerful takedown that gave him zero time to react. The enemy soldier's eyes went wide with shock right before he was slammed face first into the floor. After dropping her target, Osbu stood up casually and dusted off her hands, her expression unchanged as if it were just a light warm-up. But across the arena, another soldier lunged, grabbing Marie by the shoulder and yelling triumphantly, "Gotcha!" His victory smile, however, vanished in an instant. Marie expertly grabbed his arm, using his own momentum against him to execute a picture-perfect shoulder throw. The soldier was launched into the air before crashing hard onto the ground. Watching from afar, even Osbe was frozen in place, absolutely stunned by the display. Marie looked down at the man on the floor, her eyes practically X's, and let out a short scoff. "I told you not to follow me, didn't I? Enjoy the flight, pal." Meanwhile, Hiju was trapped in the grip of a gray-haired soldier. Seeing Hiju was tied up, a blonde soldier decided to try a sneak attack. He rushed in yelling, "You might be tough, but my limbs aren't exactly soft either. Farewell and victory," he shouted. But the moment he got close, Hiju completely turned the tables. Before the blonde soldier even knew what was happening, he found himself flipped upside down in midair. He stared down in horror, meeting Hiju's challenging gaze and vicious smirk right before she slammed him into the floor. And just like that, the final member of their group had also claimed her victory. Watching the whole thing, a pink-haired girl clicked her tongue, clearly unimpressed. Down on the arena floor, a bald soldier was mocking the guys who had just lost. "4 of you, and you couldn't even take out a single one of them?" He arrogantly said their weakness was surprising, and that it wasn't good to always rely on their superiors to carry them. The bald guy confidently stepped forward. "Everyone, just sit there and watch closely what a Choi Kim Se-hyun Yu can do." He and his squad charged forward with immense spirit, declaring this year would be different and that everyone would witness their true power. Reaching his target, the bald guy grabbed Osbu's shoulder with a smug grin. "What's this? You're all alone?" But his smile died instantly. His face twisted in pain as he let out a strangled grunt. He realized with horror the terrifying strength of the woman before him as she restrained both him and his teammate at the same time, forcing his partner to scream out. "Let her go." Osbu's lips curled into a challenging smirk as she asked, "Who said I was alone?" The second the words left her mouth, the other 3 members of the female squad shot forward like arrows. They combined their strength, unleashing a massive attack, an explosion of energy that swept their opponents clean off the stage. The bald soldier was sent flying through the air, his face a mask of pure, distorted shock. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring victory for Company 4, Platoon 4, Squad 4, much to the disbelief of the defeated soldiers lying on the ground. From a distance, others who had watched the whole match quietly acknowledged the incredible teamwork and physical prowess of the female squad. Another soldier standing nearby had to nod in agreement. Looking at the tournament bracket, the gray-haired soldier muttered with concern, "That team is facing Choi Kim Se-hyun Yu in the quarterfinals. If this keeps up, Choi Kim Se-hyun Yu is going to get demolished," but his teammate with the ponytail waved it off. "Just let that Kim Se-hyun Yu guy crawl to the finals. That way, we'll be the ones to give him a taste of total defeat." Hearing this, the gray-haired guy could only reply, "Really?" before wondering if their own team could even make it to the finals. Then he glanced to his side and reassured himself, "Well, we do have Sergeant Lee Seung-ho and Kim Min-jun. There's no way we can lose. These two are the monsters carrying our team, after all." Over in the stands, the pink-haired girl, Marie, spotted Kim Min-jun and began waving excitedly. Kim Min-jun. Her action left her own team completely confused. The gray-haired guy scratched his head. "Is she waving at us?" While his long-haired teammate confidently declared, "She's obviously looking at me," Kim Min-jun just stayed silent, dealing with the narcissism. Watching Marie continue to wave enthusiastically, Kim Min-jun thought to himself, "On second thought, I'm really not ready to get involved with anyone." The 2 teammates next to him immediately changed their tune. "That's right, you can take all the time you need. I can forgive Choi Kim Se-hyun Yu for now." They decided to ditch their training plans. "Yeah, training can wait. From now on, I'm a fan of Company 4. Faced with his team's absurdly fast change of heart, Kim Min-jun could only mutter, "I give up." In the command section, an officer with glasses sighed in disappointment. "I was so confident in that team. Oh well." In stark contrast to his gloomy mood, the older commander next to him let out a smug chuckle. "Oh, come on, I thought it was a perfect match. Wouldn't you agree, Captain of Company 4? The female captain, Yugi, maintained her ice-cold expression, offering no reply. An announcer's voice cut through the atmosphere. Round of 16, Match 5. Company 2, Platoon 2, Squad 2 versus Company 1, Platoon 3, Squad 4. Please enter the arena." Captain Yugi's eyes suddenly flashed with keen interest. Kim Min-jun and his team walked grimly toward the center stage, surrounded by the murmurs of other soldiers, all whispering the name Kim Min-jun. As they walked, the long-haired teammate leaned in to whisper, "Hey boss, I heard the longest winning streak gets a pass to go party. You gotta carry the team so we can get a break, man." Kim Min-jun shot him down with a cold, direct answer. "But I don't want to go out with you guys." The gray-haired teammate just laughed. "Oh, so you don't need to win then?" Kim Min-jun paused for a brief moment, then slowly turned his head back. A wicked grin spread across his face. Once we're out there, a massive roar erupted from the crowd as the two squads took their positions, facing each other in the middle of the arena. Every soldier wore a tense expression, their eyes burning with determination before the match. The referee in the red hat yelled out, "Ready! The match begins at the sound of the whistle. All right, guys, clear the stage for the boss to work." The second the whistle blew, the atmosphere exploded. Both sides charged at each other like wild animals, creating a chaotic storm of powerful impacts and grapples. Kim Min-jun and his team quickly fell into formation, weaving through the desperate arms trying to pin them down. In the middle of the frantic crowd, a soldier with gray hair let out a condescending smirk. "What is this?" he muttered. In a swift move, he grabbed an opponent by the waist and effortlessly hoisted him into the air. He laughed mockingly. "You're this weak and you dare step on this stage? Go run back to your mommy, kid." Without a shred of mercy, he slammed the poor soldier onto the floor, who could only let out a pained grunt. Witnessing the enemy's overwhelming power, Kim Min-jun's teammates couldn't hide their anxiety. But squad leader Kim? He remained unnervingly calm. His eyes scanned the battlefield, silently gauging the power of every fighter out there. Impressive. A dangerous thought sparked in Kim Min-jun's mind as he stared down at his own hand. Should he really try that? Right at that moment, some soldier charged from behind, going for a cheap sneak attack. But Kim Min-jun? He just let out a little smirk. His eyes turned ice cold, calculating. He still didn't have full control of it yet, but that didn't matter. A mysterious dark purple energy began to swirl at his feet, enveloping his entire body. Instantly, a system notification flashed. Skill acquired. Dark power. The soldier charging at him suddenly froze, his eyes widening in pure terror as he felt an insane pressure radiating from Kim Min-jun. Before the guy could even process what was happening, a powerful demonic aura erupted. Kim Min-jun just casually flicked his wrist. The soldier lost all control, his body flipping upside down in midair, completely stunned. Kim Min-jun noted the strategy internally, a perfect way to throw his opponent off balance. The soldier crashed backwards, letting out a shocked cry. But here's the crazy part. No one else could see this dark power. To them, the guy just bizarrely collapsed on his own. The soldier could only whimper as Kim Min-jun closed in, easily grabbing him and tossing him clean out of the ring. Looking at his bewildered opponent, who still had no clue what just happened, Kim Min-jun let out a sly, satisfied smirk. But he quickly wiped the expression off his face, reminding himself to play it cool. To avoid arousing suspicion about his true strength, Kim Min-jun decided to change tactics. All right, time to have a little fun. He started rushing forward, using agile movements to dodge his opponent's attacks. With superior speed, Kim Min-jun zipped behind his next target, locking him in a tight hold. Then, with a massive heave, he launched the soldier into the air in a spectacular arc. And right before the guy flew out of the arena, Kim Min-jun gave him a playful little wave. Bye-bye. As expected, Kim Min-jun's squad easily crushed their opponents to advance. But as they rested on the red benches, every single face was tense and deadly silent. Things had gone just as Guangsik and Han Jiang hoped. Their most dangerous rival, Team 4-4, had been unexpectedly defeated, failing to make it to the finals. The last round began. The referee's voice echoed across the stadium, signaling that the most intense moment had finally arrived. Both teams, get on the field and show me what you've got. The heavy stomping of military boots echoed on the dirt ground. The air grew thick with tension. Choi Sung-gu led his squad out with a smile dripping with arrogance and absolute confidence. Seeing that provocative look, Kim Min-jun's ponytailed teammate narrowed his eyes. Is that guy a professional fighter or something? The soldier next to him nodded. Heard he fought all through high school, then quit the second he awakened his powers. He continued his assessment of their rival. Judging by his movements, he's definitely a warrior type. Then he dropped a bombshell that shocked everyone. And get this, he used to be a national champion. This is no joke. His eyes suddenly blazed with anger as he growled through gritted teeth. So you're telling me he's that skilled, but he still uses dirty tricks? The rage burning on the faces of the second company soldiers was white hot, and the reason for that fury? Choi Sung-goo's controversial quarterfinal match. Choi Sung-goo stood in the middle of the arena, letting out a relaxed breath as if he'd just finished a light warm-up. It wasn't just that his team had won, it was how they'd won. Female Sergeant Oh Set-byun was struggling to her feet, seriously injured, her face a mask of pain and frustration. The final score of that match was a complete 6-0 shutout in Sung-goo's team's favor. But what was more telling was that not a single one of his team members had been eliminated by being pushed out of the ring. Instead, every member of the opposing female squad had been brutally beaten down right where they stood, left sprawled across the floor, completely unable to resist his overwhelming power. Damn. Sung-goo swept the floor with them. Witnessing the ruthless takedown of the female soldiers, Kim Min-jun's expression remained calm. To him, this wasn't a sporting event, it was combat training. He calmly assessed that it wasn't Sung-goo's fault for simply defeating his opponents. He had followed the minimum requirement, don't let your own side take damage. Kim Min-jun's gaze turned ice cold as he reached his final conclusion. In reality, it was the other squad's fault for not being strong enough to hold their ground. Seeing the female soldiers from Squad 4 cheering hopelessly for their fallen teammates revealed a brutal truth. They lost because they were too weak to fight back. Kim Min-jun stood silently, letting out a tired sigh at the sheer gap in power. His teammates, however, had no intention of letting it go. A soldier with a face full of rage roared, "My blood is boiling, let's crush these bastards." Faced with his senior's outburst, Kim Min-jun could only sigh in exasperation, thinking this was going to be a long day. On the other side of the field, Choi Sung-goo, the arrogant squad leader, was flashing a sinister, satisfied smirk after trampling his opponents. For him, life was simple and cruel. If you don't like something, you just destroy it. The arrival of Kim Min-jun's squad made the atmosphere in the arena hotter than ever. The surrounding soldiers started whispering, "Why are they so worked up?" Lee Sung-ho approached Kim Min-jun, a challenging smirk on his face. "You planning on taking them all on by yourself again?" Choi Sung-goo overheard and just scoffed. "I admit, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is known to be my rival, so I can't be careless." But then he added with pure arrogance, "But do you have any idea who I am? Why are you asking such a pointless question? One-on-one? You think you could even lay a finger on me?" The taunt was so sharp, all Seung-ho could do was grind his teeth and mutter, "Ugh." Seeing Kim Min-jun's completely unfazed expression, Sung-goo decided to switch to psychological warfare. He leaned in close and whispered with pure malice, "You know, I was wondering, if I destroyed your little girlfriend, would you finally make a more interesting face? Or are you just going to stand there and watch?" The sudden question left Kim Min-jun's entire group stunned. Kim Min-jun furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about? What girlfriend? Isn't that pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion your girlfriend? She was waving so cheerfully for you." Seeing Marie waving her hands and shouting, "Fighting!" Kim Min-jun could only say, "What the hell is this?" Just then, Kim Min-jun's gray-haired teammate suddenly went into a full-blown panic, shouting a denial. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" She wasn't waving at Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun. He frantically waved his hands, stammering in absolute desperate denial. "No, I mean, it's not like that. I refuse to believe it, no." Then, to protect his own perfect reality, he bellowed for everyone to hear. "That's absurd. My boss is completely loyal to his virtual wife in the game, and that's it." A dead, awkward silence fell over the entire stadium. Choi Sung-goo froze for a few seconds, and then absolutely exploded with laughter. His whole squad followed, roaring, "Haha, wow. Soldiers these days are into some weird stuff. Loving computer data now, are we? Aha ha ha, so this guy really is a total moron." While their opponents were literally bent over laughing, Kim Min-jun and his teammates could only stand there, frozen in place, their faces turning beet red from the sheer second-hand embarrassment of their brother's epic public fail. Choi Sung-goo was laughing so hard he had to clutch his stomach, gasping for air between jeers. "I've heard stories, but this is the first time I've actually witnessed it. Dating an NPC from a game?" He laughed like it was the most ridiculous thing in the universe. "Oh man, you just can't make this stuff up." The tense atmosphere slammed back into place as the red-hatted referee gave a sharp command. "Both teams, prepare! The match begins on my whistle." Sungu's laughter vanished, and his eyes turned cold and malicious, locking directly onto Kim Min-jun. He smirked and made a final declaration. I'll be extra gentle with you. I have to return you to Lady Lux in one piece, don't I? The referee raised the whistle to his lips, ready to begin the match. Zeongu drops into a low, aggressive stance, his hands coiled like claws ready to pounce on his prey. He lets out a challenging roar. Let's see what you've got, rookie. A whistle shrieks, cutting through the space, signaling the official start of the match. Instantly, members of both teams launch themselves at each other like arrows. In stark contrast to the chaos, Kim Min-jun remains perfectly still, his face an unreadable mask of cold indifference. Zeongu, quick to seize the opportunity, rushes in and unleashes a powerful strike towards him, yelling, "Still half asleep, huh?" Faced with a hand lunging to grab him, Kim Min-jun maintains a composure so calm it's almost terrifying. His eyes harden, radiating a chilling aura. Touch me, and you're done for. The very instant his opponent makes contact, a massive shockwave erupts, sending a violent tremor through the entire training ground. Standing in the middle of the field, Dongjin's group freezes, completely baffled by what just happened. A vein pops on his forehead as he stammers out a lame excuse. "I just tripped. It's nothing." As all eyes turn to him, he growls in pure humiliation. "Just ignore it." At this point, the referee is forced to intervene. "Everyone, be careful and avoid unnecessary contact," he announces, reinforcing the rules. "I repeat, striking an opponent is forbidden." The reminder hits Choi Sung-gu's pride like a physical blow. He turns away sullenly, a furious rage building inside him. Gritting his teeth, he mutters to himself, "You damn bastard, that was a cute little trick." His face twists into a vicious snarl. "Don't expect any mercy from me now. You're finished." Hearing the threat, Kim Min-jun just smirks. "Cute, huh?" Before his opponent can even react, the referee shouts, "Continue the match." Kim Min-jun's eyes glint with a cold light as he makes a chilling promise. "From now on, I'll show you plenty more cute things." Choi Sung-gu is stunned. "What?" A black shadow zips past so quickly that Choi Sung-gu completely loses track of him. He can only yell in frustration. "Huh? What was that? You just gonna hide?" But seconds later, brilliant purple energy explodes across the field. Kim Min-jun unleashes a storm of lightning kicks, taking out the surrounding soldiers before they can even react. One soldier screams in terror as he watches his teammate get sent flying in an instant. Another drops to his knees, tears of disbelief streaming down his face. "Why me?" Kim Min-jun's absolute dominance forces a teammate to cry out in betrayal. "Why? Why are you taking out members of your own team?" Choi Sung-gu is frozen to the spot, cold sweat pouring down his face as he watches the others get brutally eliminated one by one. "Your turn is next. Get ready to log out." "This bastard," he growls, his fists clenching with enough force to crush steel. But before he can even process what's happening, Kim Min-jun moves like a phantom, blurring past the remaining opponents with horrifying speed. Witnessing this sheer madness, Sergeant Choi Sung-gu stands rooted to the spot, sweat dripping from his chin in pure terror. A horrifying thought crosses his mind. This guy's insane. Is he planning to wipe all of us out? Another soldier only has time to let out a pained grunt before he's taken down. Choi Sung-gu watches Kim Min-jun's silhouette move, unable to stop a shiver from running down his spine. This guy. Now, Kim Min-jun stands in the center of the training ground, completely enveloped in a dark purple aura so suffocating it feels like the air itself is freezing solid. Up on the observation deck, the tension among the high-ranking officers is just as thick. One commander slams his fist down, roaring, "What the hell does he think he's doing? Stop the match, now!" But the officer next to him, the one with glasses, remains perfectly calm, replying, "Is it against the rules?" He's fighting perfectly within regulations. The commander's fury doesn't subside in the slightest. "Even so," he bellows, "are you saying that eliminating his own teammates is perfectly normal?" Faced with that logic, the hot-headed commander freezes, his face a mask of shock and helplessness. Well, he slumps back into his chair, muttering in defeat. But how can this be? I can't even argue against it. Still, his concern for the soldiers' safety won't let him rest. "Will you take responsibility if someone gets hurt?" The only response he gets is a weary sigh and a cold, detached answer. "The referee will handle that. It's just like any other match." The female officer, Yu, stands by, watching silently, her sharp eyes never leaving the scene unfolding on the training ground below. Meanwhile, the furious commander can only grit his teeth in humiliation. Down on the field, Kim Min-jun suddenly blitzes forward, grabbing Choi Sung-gu's belt from behind. The once arrogant sergeant is now trembling like a leaf, drenched in a cold sweat. What's with this guy? He thinks, panicked. He's creating a one-on-one situation. He wants to fight me head-on? His hand tightens on his belt as he lets out a quiet, smug chuckle. So naive. You're wrong, buddy. I'll admit you're strong, but Choi Sung-gu flashes a triumphant grin, declaring loudly, "You have to use your head to fight. You get it, rookie?" To him, the core of any real battle lies in skill. Immediately, Choi Sung-gu lunges, grabbing Kim Min-jun from behind and trying to use his strength to overpower his opponent. But no matter what he does, he can't even make Kim Min-jun budge an inch. Then, all of a sudden, Kim Min-jun spins. He lifts the massive sergeant clean over his head, to the absolute shock of everyone watching. Without giving him a moment to recover, Kim Min-jun brings him down with a thunderous slam, cracking the ground beneath them. Choi Sung-gu lets out a pained roar as a shockwave of agony ripples through his entire body. Kim Min-jun stands tall, looking down coldly at his defeated opponent and gives an order. "Get up. We're not done yet, so why are you lying there like you're dead?" The sergeant just lies flat on the ground, coughing violently. It hits him with stunning clarity. The skills he was so proud of are utterly useless against this rookie's monstrous power. Looking at Kim Min-jun's menacing smile and glowing eyes, Choi Sung-gu knows. This guy is tough. Seeing Kim Min-jun approach, he panics and begs, "Wait! Okay, I'll give up this time." But Kim Min-jun has no intention of stopping. He hoists him up once more and throws him straight into the air. Choi Sung-gu free falls before crashing hard onto the floor, only managing a pained as the impact severely injures him. Kim Min-jun walks menacingly towards the man crawling on the ground. He speaks coldly. "Who gave you permission?" The sergeant just keeps coughing, cough, cough, in utter desperation. Kim Min-jun brutally grabs him from behind and roars, "You give up?" Choi Sung-gu screams in a panic, "Stop! I give up! Just let me go!" Kim Min-jun leans in close to his ear, his voice a low growl. "Listen closely. The young lady, Lak." Choi Sung-gu, dazed, asks back, "What?" Kim Min-jun coldly adds, "She's not just some character in a game." And with that, he slams him into the ground one last time, making the scene a brutal mess. The surrounding soldiers, including Lee Kim Se-hyung-ho and Son Yun-shio, are frozen solid, their faces masks of stunned disbelief. Choi Sung-gu lies motionless on the ground, foaming at the mouth after the relentless beating. Kim Min-jun looks at his opponent, who has completely lost the will to fight. A phrase still echoes in his mind, "She is my true love." The deep cracks in the training ground floor are a testament to the terrifying power Kim Min-jun just unleashed. The announcer's voice booms through the air, breaking the silence. "The match is over. Battalion 2, Company 2, Platoon 2, Squad 2 is the winning team." Kim Min-jun stands in the middle of the field, surrounded by the excited cheers of his comrades. As he steps off the fighting stage, he catches the eyes of his teammates walking towards him. He scratched the back of his head, cracking an awkward smile. Hey everyone, my bad. I guess I acted with..." Just like that, the entire squad swarms him, losing their absolute minds with excitement. Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun. They can't even process his overwhelming power. The guy didn't even break a single drop of sweat. Another soldier is completely floored, muttering that in the entire history of this tournament, there has never been a skill gap this massive. A gray-haired soldier walks up, his face beamed. It was pure satisfaction watching that arrogant guy get left in the dust and utterly destroyed. One of the guys, An Hao-hung, jokingly chimed in, "So you basically took us out just so you could solo him yourself? Nice. If I'd known, I would have just grabbed some popcorn and watched the show." Looking at his cheering teammates, Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, "They're so easily satisfied. Well, a win is a win, and seeing them this happy isn't exactly a bad thing." But his expression quickly turns serious as he reminds himself of one thing. No matter the reason, a fighting style that puts his own teammates at risk, that's something he can never truly justify. Right then, a high-ranking officer walks past, dropping a cold, stinging remark. "Utterly disappointing, Kim Min-jun." Kim Min-jun watches him leave, feeling the heavy tension in the air. This is definitely going to be a problem. The officer heads into the forest, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. He mutters to himself that if he lets his guard down for even a second, this successor might actually overtake him. He looks back, eyes burning with a sharp, challenging light. "I won't be fooled next time, Kim Min-jun." The scene shifts to a formal ceremony at Roka Base, where a female officer stands tall on the podium. She pins a gold medal on a soldier as the troops stand in perfect, solemn formation. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, one soldier is frantically packing his gear. He's already complaining about the ridiculous schedule for the upcoming guerrilla march. Lately, all we do is guerrilla marches, and we're supposed to be hunters. When are we actually going to join the Legion? Suddenly, a soft, feminine voice calls out from behind him. Excuse me, Mr. Hunter? He turns around and instantly turns beet red, completely stunned by the breathtakingly beautiful soldier standing there in the sunlight. Talk about going from total annoyance to total love at first sight, guys. After that short but intense tournament, the training program for the 100.4th Division finally comes to an end. Standing outside the base, a secret plan is starting to brew. A blue-haired soldier whispers urgently, "We have to handle this with extreme caution." His teammate nods in agreement, saying that no matter how risky it is, this is their chance to make a legendary impression. The younger recruit looks terrified that the sergeant might catch them, but the blue-haired guy just brushes it off. Relax, don't be a coward. Once we lure them to the meeting spot, what can the sergeant even do? It's much easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? They turn to their youngest member, pinning all their hopes on him. Everything depends on you, Kim Min-jun. Good luck, brother. Kim Min-jun just stays silent, looking completely unreadable. Even while they're buried in snow-shoveling duty after the brutal training, these guys are still plotting something big. The blue-haired guy keeps pushing, saying they're running out of time and need to find a location as close as possible. Location is everything for this secret mission. When asked for suggestions, Lee Dong-jin suggests the eastern part of Gyeonggi province is their limit. Anything further would just waste too much time. The blue-haired guy lets out a loud, satisfied laugh. Nice one, Lee Dong-jin. I knew I liked you. That's a perfect plan. Suddenly, a loud ping echoes from the phone in his hand. They all huddle around to look, and the group erupts in cheers. Oh, it's starting. It's a message from the hunter, Sun UCO. She's reaching out to coordinate their vacation leave. UCO suggests that both squads should head out on vacation together next Sunday and promises to update her own team. After agreeing to handle the location details, UCO drops a bombshell. By the way, could I get Hunter Kim Min-jun's phone number? That one question sends the blue-haired guy into a cold sweat. This is bad, getting caught in an unauthorized private contact, like this is basically a death sentence in the military. The rest of the squad thinks it's weird too. The blue-haired guy hesitates, wondering if he should just lie and say he doesn't have the number. This whole private contact thing feels incredibly sketchy to him. I don't know, this is insane. I'm out. He decides to bail, telling the others, if you guys agree to this, it's on you. We don't know anything about it. He quickly drags the others away so they won't get implicated. Despite the blue-haired guy yelling behind them, the soldiers just keep walking with their shovels, joking that maybe even the sergeant wants in on the fun. Meanwhile, back at the living quarters, Kim Min-jun casually walks into the break room. He heads straight for the water dispenser, thinking it's finally time to check the results of all that training. Instantly, a status window pops up with a hilarious title. Lady Lax is my favorite character. His stats have seen a massive jump. Strength has surged from 65 to 70, agility is at 66, and his magic has hit 30. Recalling the recent fight, Kim Min-jun smirks. Thanks for the help, Choi Sanju. Lying back on the weight bench, he evaluates his progress. Once your stats hit 60, they usually become incredibly hard to increase. But his hard work actually paid off. He's hyped because his agility went up by 1, and his strength jumped by 5 whole points thanks to a skill level up. Kim Min-jun flashes a satisfied grin, soaking in the feeling of power surging through his veins. It's a great feeling, but his thoughts are suddenly cut short by an urgent voice. Lord Kim Min-jun! Lord Kim Min-jun! The sound of a heavy dumbbell hitting the floor makes him bolt upright. Huh? What's going on? It's his subordinate communicating through telepathy. Boss, can I buy some tteokbokki to eat, please? Kim Min-jun absolutely loses it at the stupid question. I already gave you the money. If you want to eat, just go buy it. Why are you wasting my time asking that? The subordinate just gives a goofy grin. Thank you so much, Lord Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun just holds his head in his hands, completely exhausted by this guy. Good grief, why is he even that happy about rice cakes? Noticing his master's irritation, the subordinate quickly pivots to some actual news. Boss, we've got a rare item. Well, I probably should have mentioned this before asking for the tteokbokki. After a heavy silence, Kim Min-jun sighs and asks seriously, anyway, what kind of energy is it? Is it dark energy? The mysterious subordinate explains that it's not dark energy, but something extremely rare, something he's never even seen back in his Isekai. Just as things get intense, the subordinate suddenly goes quiet. Kim Min-jun snaps, why did you stop talking all of a sudden? The shadow figure responds with a completely blank face. My tteokbokki is here. Can I finish eating before we continue? Left hanging for the most ridiculous reason, Kim Min-jun can only grit his teeth in the gym, holding back his rage. Then ping! His phone goes off, and he freezes when he sees a message from the last person he expected. Hi Kim Min-jun, this is Sun UCO. This is your real number, right? Kim Min-jun's face goes completely blank as he wonders what on earth is wrong with today. What's with these weird messages, and more importantly, how did she even get his private number? Not wanting any drama, Kim Min-jun mutters. Whatever, where's the block button? He's about to delete the contact for good when Kim Min-jun, no, please! A desperate scream rings out as a hand grabs his arm with pure desperation. He spins around to see his squadmate looking at him with pleading eyes. They clearly know he just got that message from Hunter Sun UCO. S.O., right? The soldier was on the verge of losing it, screaming, "This chance won't come twice. Please, man, if not for me, then think about our friends, our squad." Kim Min-jun just scowled, visibly annoyed, but the guy wouldn't let up, hitting him right in the psyche. A leader's gotta look out for his men's well-being, right? Just give me the number so I can escape this hell. Kim Min-jun shot back, fed up. What are you even talking about? Then, a thought suddenly struck him. He demanded, "Wait, did you give her my number?" "Bingo," his comrade admitted without a second of hesitation. He practically fell to his knees, pleading, "I just want one date. That's all I'm asking for. Please, show some mercy and understand. We're all putting our lives on the line in the army. Shouldn't we get to enjoy ourselves a little, just to relax?" Seeing the desperate, twisted expression on the guy's face, veins started popping on Kim Min-jun's forehead. He growled, "What in the absolute hell are you talking about?" "What do you mean?" the soldier asked back, looking dumbfounded. "What? You didn't hear what Miss Sun UCO said?" Kim Min-jun's temper finally snapped. "Said what?" He flashed a murderous smile, unleashing a terrifying pressure that made the other man tremble. "This is a gym, you know, so you better start talking straight. Congratulations. You've just spun the wheel and landed on total annihilation." The next Sunday, at the vibrant entrance of Thunderland Amusement Park, heavy footsteps slammed onto the pavement with purpose. Instead of casual clothes, a squad of soldiers in full dress uniforms stood in perfect formation, looking like they were about to march into battle right in the middle of the bustling theme park. "Thanks a ton, Kim Min-jun. I never thought we'd actually come here," Han Dong-yang exclaimed with excitement as the team stopped in front of the Thunderland gate. But in stark contrast to that excitement, Sergeant Huang gritted his teeth in pure rage, his fists clenched tight. "Oh, you traitors don't deserve his generosity. Do you know how much I had to endure to make today happen?" The gray-haired sergeant glared at his casually strolling teammates. "You think we came here for you guys? It's because John Ho wanted to come, so you better be thanking our youngest member." Han Dong-yang just grinned smugly, glancing at his senior walking ahead. "That's right. By the way, I didn't think Sergeant Lee Seo-eung-ho would agree to come out and play. Guess the boss knows how to enjoy his leave. Going out with girls is way better than staring at us old guys at home." Hearing the teasing remark, Lee Seo-eung-ho just silently closed his eyes and kept walking, his expression cold and annoyed. Looking around for the main objective of their outing, Han Dong-yang curiously asked, "So, where's the 4th Battalion anyway?" A second later, he shouted with excitement as he spotted the figures of female soldiers in the distance. "There they are, at the ticket counter, huh?" The smile on Han Dong-yang's face immediately vanished. It was replaced by a look of sheer terror as he saw a colossal, menacing shadow standing directly behind the girls. Staring at the wrinkled face and the long scar running across the strange man's eye, Han Dong-yang stammered in fear. "What the? Is that a gangster?" Huang Sik couldn't hide his own outrage and was about to charge in. What the hell? But in that instant, Lee Seo-eung-ho recognized the terrifying identity of the man before them. He quickly stopped his comrade and yelled, "Huangdu! All personnel, attention, salute." The sharp command echoed as the entire squad snapped into a perfect military salute. Han Dong-yang realized with dawning horror who this was. "Is that the division commander? From the 107th Division? I've seen him on TV." The girl standing beside him could only blush with embarrassment. "Dada, no, Dad. I thought you were just dropping me off at the gate. Go home." The authoritative division commander's attitude suddenly shifted. He smiled gently, soothing his daughter. "I just wanted to see your friends' faces for a second, then I'll leave right away. I promise." But even so, his daughter couldn't help but worry. But all of a sudden, the commander's smile vanished. His face became incredibly stern as he scanned the line of soldiers. He strode silently towards Kim Min-jun, each step pounding the ground with immense pressure. Standing menacingly before Kim Min-jun with his overwhelming height, the division commander gritted his teeth and roared. Standing in front of the bright amusement park entrance, a female soldier with stylish pink hair beamed, waving everyone over. She announced excitedly, "Time's up! Let's get this party started, people! Move it!" Before anyone could react, she grabbed a teammate's hand and started pulling him along, urging, "Come on, let's go." This sudden, intimate gesture left the other male soldiers frozen on the spot, their faces flushing red with a mix of embarrassment and pure jealousy. Seeing the atmosphere finally heating up, Sergeant Dong joined in enthusiastically. "Let's get a move on, too," the brawny guy confidently declared. "Don't worry, I've got the park conquest map right here. Just follow me for guaranteed fun." The guy's enthusiasm got the female soldiers hyped up, too. They cheered in unison, "Whoa, thank you." And just like that, the group stormed into the park like a whirlwind. However, in the middle of that noisy crowd, some people still felt out of place. A blonde-haired girl quietly watched her teammates and let out a soft sigh. Standing next to her, Private Lee nodded in agreement. "I know exactly what you mean." They exchanged a look of perfect understanding. The girl asked quietly, "Right?" Instead of joining the crowd, they silently split off, walking together towards the Ferris wheel. "Weekends are best spent training quietly by yourself." The other person smiled back. "Oh, of course. I knew you'd think the same thing." They wondered how the others were having fun, then walked on in a rare moment of peace. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad was having an absolute blast. They all piled onto the Viking ship, screaming like crazy as it swung high into the air. The pretty female soldiers excitedly picked out adorable bunny and cat ear headbands to take pictures with. Joyful laughter echoed all over the roller coaster as the whole team threw their hands in the air, embracing the thrill. They even held intense arm wrestling competitions right in the middle of the park to see who was strongest, with everyone around cheering them on loudly. Their next stop was a fairground shooting gallery with a sign calling out, 10,001 for 10 shots. A hunter stepped up to the plate. He silently picked up the model rifle, his posture all business. His eyes narrowed, focusing on the target with the intensity of a real battle. The metallic clinks of targets falling rang out one after another as he decisively pulled the trigger. With the top-tier marksmanship skills of a soldier, he quickly took down the targets and won his prize. An incredibly cute tomato-shaped plush toy. Holding the tiny tomato plushie in his hand, Soldier Dong accepted his consolation prize, completely stunned by his own performance. Seeing this, the ponytail guy standing next to him started teasing. "Hey, you're a soldier and that's the best you can do?" He confidently stepped up and grabbed the gun, not forgetting to leave a cocky challenge. Watch how a real pro does it. With his expert shooting stance, he made the female soldiers around him gasp in admiration. Wow, he looks so professional. He's definitely going to win all the prizes. But reality, as it turns out, is often disappointing. The arrogant sergeant's final score was no better. 10 points for form, 1 point for content. He stood there, frozen, with his own consolation tomato plush in hand, sweat dripping down his face as his teammate reminded him of their bet. "You remember that the loser pays for everything, right? You're the loser." To save face, he could only blame the equipment. "That gun is weird, I swear." Right at that moment, Kim Min-jun quietly approached the game stall. The first prize was a Lingji mushroom, and third prize was a banana. But the second prize was something that made the former dark magician's heart pound. It was a keychain shaped like a flask, the goddess of his heart. Kim Min-jun couldn't believe his eyes, which were now sparkling with pure excitement. A limited edition 1-year anniversary keychain for Lich of Legends? That legendary tier item was right here? Without a single moment of hesitation, Kim Min-jun grabbed the air rifle, his face a mask of crazed determination. It was going to be his. A relentless barrage of pellets hammered the target with absolute precision. His marksmanship was so unreal the stall owner could only stand there, jaw on the floor, completely stunned. When he had one shot left, the owner reminded him, "Hey, you still have one more." But Kim Min-jun coolly set the gun down and replied, "Don't need it." This move baffled the female soldiers watching. He hit every single shot, right? Yeah, so why wouldn't he take the last one? They had no idea. Kim Min-jun had intentionally left that last shot to keep his score perfectly in the second-place prize category. Taking the keychain from the owner's hand, Kim Min-jun was over the moon. "Thanks." And while the crowd was still scratching their heads, wondering what the big deal was, Kim Min-jun was already lost in a world of pure happiness. He cherished the legendary item in his hands, his face flushing with joy. Man, he thought, coming here was absolutely the right call. He walked off beaming, leaving the laughter and jokes of his teammates behind him. But right in the middle of his high, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Private Kim Min-jun." He turned around and came face to face with Sun Yuko. The CO was waiting for him, her expression dead serious. She looked him straight in the eyes and asked a loaded question. Hey, spill it. What did you whisper to my father that made him act so weird? Kim Min-jun froze for a second, then answered quietly, Oh, that. Far off in the parking lot, the figures of two men standing next to a luxurious black sedan seemed to hold the key to this whole story. You can smell the stale smoke, can't you? The general with a long scar across his eye said, breaking the silence formally. My apologies for pulling you away from your day off to bring you here. Kim Min-jun immediately responded with perfect military courtesy. Not at all, sir. Is there something you needed to speak to me about in private? Without warning, the general's eyes narrowed, and his hand shot out, clamping down hard on Kim Min-jun's shoulder. It was a grip so powerful that veins bulged on his hand, as if he were trying to test the absolute limit of the young man's physical endurance. Feeling the unyielding sturdiness from Kim Min-jun, the general released his hand and smiled, satisfied. You're tough. No wonder my daughter has taken an interest in you. Kim Min-jun just gave a simple reply, Thank you. The general let out a knowing sigh and continued, And since my daughter owes you a debt? As he spoke, he bent down and pulled a small black box out from the car. He placed it directly in Kim Min-jun's hands and said, Take this. It's an item from a dungeon, the kind supplied to generals in the military. It's yours now. Seeing the rookie's baffled expression, he explained further. The military's appraisal abilities aren't perfect, but this is a precious item that will randomly boost your stats. Kim Min-jun opened the box and saw a glittering silver bracelet. His heart soared. What kind of insane luck was this? He bowed his head deeply. Thank you, sir. The general gave him a stern order. I'm giving this to you with the expectation that you'll train constantly and push yourself to get even stronger. Use it well. As he closed the car door, he added one more serious command. And don't tell a soul about this. But in the very next second, his face twisted into a terrifying mask, his aura exploding with killing intent. And another thing, if you so much as mess with my daughter, I will kill you. Watching the car disappear in a cloud of dust, Kim Min-jun just smirked confidently. That's not going to happen. He walked away under the bright sun, thinking with absolute certainty, Don't worry, sir, I'm only faithful to my virtual wife. Yuko asked worriedly, For real? My dad didn't do anything weird, did he? Kim Min-jun smiled to reassure her. Honestly, it was nothing. He just said if I'm ever in Daejeon, he'll treat me to a meal. He casually pulled out a business card, making Yuko wonder, but why would my dad treat you to a meal? Kim Min-jun gave a nonchalant guess. Maybe he feels bad that his daughter owes me a favor? Remembering the battle where Kim Min-jun had risked everything to save her, Yuko looked down, embarrassed. Still, I'm sorry you had to meet my father. Kim Min-jun smugly pocketed the business card, thinking to himself, I am definitely ordering the most expensive thing on the menu. He flashed a scheming smile. Meanwhile, back at the amusement park, the atmosphere between the two squads was still buzzing. Kim Min-jun Guangsik awkwardly asked the hunter, Cha Marie, hey, Miss Hunter, why did you invite all of us out together? He was worried his question might have sounded a little rude. Cha Marie just smiled and explained. In the last shelter battle, our squad got completely steamrolled by Hunter Sun Yuko's team. You remember, right? It was thanks to Kim Min-jun teaching Sun Yuko a lesson that we wanted to treat him to a meal to say thanks. The blonde hunter next to her enthusiastically added, That's right, lunch is on us, so order whatever you want. As soon as they heard this, the male soldiers froze. Their expressions turned to pure tragedy as the crushing reality set in. Turns out, they were just the +1 so the girls could get a chance to meet Private Kim. The pain was real. They were screaming internally, realizing they were just an excuse for the girls to get close to Kim Min-jun. One soldier muttered, And I thought this was for Rumi Nuna's revenge. At that very moment, in Daejeon, a dungeon area was under strict military quarantine. A strange crow with eerie purple eyes landed silently, observing the entire scene from high above. Colonel Lee Sang-jin, the commanding officer of the 3rd Company of the 107th Division, stared at his tablet in disbelief. What? A 100-kilogram mana stone? A soldier reported the details. Yes, sir. A single mana stone was discovered inside the wall of the cave-type dungeon. Total weight is 100 kilograms. Looking towards the swirling green energy of the gate, Lee Sang-jin cracked a sinister smile. 100 kilograms, huh? The fun-filled day at Thunderland Amusement Park was finally coming to a close. The female soldiers waved goodbye cheerfully. This was a great trip, everyone. Travel safely, the guys responded with just as much enthusiasm. We had a blast too. Next time, it's our treat. In the middle of the lively goodbyes, Sun Yuko, looking a bit shy, boldly made her own offer. I'll buy. Seeing his teammates all competing to treat their guests, another soldier piped up. Then I'll get dinner. This left Kim Min-jun standing there quietly, his face a mask of deep thought. The whole group shouted, "Let's head home," and went their separate ways, ending a memorable day off. The scene quickly shifts to the bustling city of Daejeon, where, amidst the crowds, Kim Min-jun hears the voice of his summon echo in his mind. Master Kim Min-jun, Master Kim Min-jun, we have a serious problem. Seeing Kim Min-jun's annoyed look, it kept reporting frantically. The atmosphere in the dungeon is hearing this. Kim Min-jun snapped, "What? What is it now? If this is about Gukbop again, I swear you're dead." He couldn't help but worry about his vacation plans. Isn't that dungeon still under investigation? My leave starts tomorrow. Is the dungeon trying to erupt right now just to mess with me? Meanwhile, at the dungeon site right in the middle of the city, that same crow with mystical purple eyes was watching from above. The brilliant blue magic gate was pulsing with violent energy, making the space around it incredibly tense. The soldiers on guard duty tried to calm each other down. Yeah, they're definitely just securing the perimeter. But the reality was the complete opposite. As teams of soldiers started frantically rushing heavy equipment right up to the dungeon gate, the situation was escalating so fast that a commanding officer could only grit his teeth and curse, "God damn it." The faces of the higher-ups were absolutely twisted with rage over this unexpected incident, a deadline crisis, and of course, it hits right on their day off. A steel-clad order was issued. By the time I arrive, this better be handled. The next day, under the scorching Deong sun, a blue bus pulls over to let Kim Min-jun out. The moment his feet hit the pavement, he walks right into a scene of total chaos as the military has the entire area locked down. Right in the middle of the street, a massive magic gate blazes with energy, surrounded by heavy barricades. Kim Min-jun just observes and mutters, "What a mess." While soldiers rush around, hauling carts overflowing with glowing blue mana stones, Kim Min-jun watches silently from a distance. He pulls a blue card from his pouch, thinking to himself, "If I flash this and ask for a quick look inside, they probably won't just kick me out, right?" But then, a pigeon with bright pink eyes suddenly speaks. "That's right, Sir Kim Min-jun. You've worked hard." Kim Min-jun's a little surprised by his assistant's form, but it immediately gives a dedicated report. "Don't you worry, boss. I watched this dungeon closer than my own girlfriend. Didn't miss a single second." Kim Min-jun lets out a short sigh. "All right, a 100-kilogram mana stone?" From what he'd heard, even without knowing its actual size, something like that was absurdly rare, the kind of thing that supposedly only appeared in the Isgha dungeon. But the reality here was so much crazier. The legendary item he thought they'd found was actually 100 times that size. Hearing that number, 100, the pigeon freaks out, flapping its wings in a panic. Kim Min-jun thinks it over. If that's true, then this thing has to be an absolutely terrifying source of energy. He knows that back on Earth, people are desperately hunting for this exact material to power up every kind of weapon imaginable. But suddenly, a massive surge of green energy erupts, pulsing violently. His assistant Bongu screams in a panic. "That strange energy I told you about. That's it, the energy source I couldn't identify." The bird trembles, sensing the insane pressure. Even without feeling the monster inside, this energy. "You probably don't know it either, sir." Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, a cold aura flaring around him. "I've only seen it once before." To his assistant's stunned question, You know this energy?" He just gives a sharp yes, and instantly bolts forward. Back at the dungeon gate, a violent explosion of green energy, crackling with blinding lightning, tears a hole right through the fabric of space. Gigantic purple tentacles erupt from within, whipping out and crushing everything in their path. The scene turns to chaos as the guards flee in terror. The commander's shouts echo through the wreckage. "What is that? All soldiers, pull back from the gate. The mana stones, whatever, just leave it all behind and run." I mean, I'd be running first, just saying. "Sir, there are still squad members inside. They haven't escaped yet," a soldier screams amidst the chaos. Seeing Kim Min-jun about to charge in, another man quickly tries to stop him. "Don't go in there. Just get out of here, kid. It's too dangerous." Ignoring the warning, Kim Min-jun gives a firm command. "Just follow your orders and move." He effortlessly leaps over the barricade, his suspicion confirmed. This energy, it's definitely a disguised dungeon. Dashing straight into the mess of purple tentacles and green lightning, Kim Min-jun yells at the panicked soldiers, "All of you, fall back. You want to die here?" Before the stunned men can react, he announces himself loud and clear. I am Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon. I'm going to reopen the dungeon from the inside by taking down the boss. Make sure you report this to the 104th Division. The soldier just freezes, stammering in disbelief. Reopen it from the inside? Attack the boss? What are you even talking about? That's impossible. But ignoring him, Kim Min-jun dives headfirst into the swirling green vortex. The soldier only has time to scream, "Wait, who are you?" before the blast wave sends him flying back. The magic vortex swirls violently like a deadly purple tornado before sealing itself shut. The soldier stares in horror. No, looking at the now closed gate, he can only mutter in despair. Oh God. He's a goner. And right on cue, a system message confirms it. You have entered the dungeon. Kim Min-jun lands softly inside a dark, rocky cave. He looks up and immediately spots a group of soldiers, standing around completely dazed, holding fragments of broken mana stones. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, the whole squad is here then. In front of him are Privates Lai Su-hon, John Jong-di, and Kim Zeong-gwan, along with 2 privates first class, Choi Ti, Hee-won, and Imda Kim Se-hyung. Seeing a stranger appear, one asks cautiously, "Yeah, but who are you?" Kim Min-jun calmly replies, "I'm Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. I was just passing through." His answer leaves the entire group completely stunned. Huh? Before they can bombard him with questions, he cuts them off. If you want to live, ask fewer questions. Focus up. Kim Min-jun glances over the squad. Is anyone injured? Everyone check your equipment and your physical condition. Now, Kim Min-jun commands, his voice ringing with authority as the group takes a quick break in the dark cave. They look down at their pathetic excuse for gear: 3 swords, a few packs of rations, and 2 daggers. One of the privates starts sweating bullets, stammering, "This is all we brought into a dungeon?" Another soldier quickly explains their grim situation. "We're just the transport team. This is all we have. The investigation and defense teams already pulled out." Kim Min-jun silently curses the chain of command. Sending a transport unit in to die? What were his superiors thinking? But he pushes the thought aside to focus on the mission. He steps forward and reminds them, "All right, everyone grab your gear." Kim Min-jun's face turns deadly serious as he lowers his voice, about to reveal a terrifying truth. "I don't know if you've realized it yet, but you've all walked into a disguised dungeon." The words hit them like a truck, and they all shout in unison, "A." What? Kim Min-jun starts explaining the rare phenomenon. Bad news. We're inside the stomach of a giant monster. He continues, explaining that this kind of death trap lures victims in with valuable items before sealing itself shut to digest them. Kim Min-jun's eyes flick over to the blue mana stones scattered across the ground, and this time, that was the bait. Seeing the absolute terror on the soldiers' faces, he cracks a confident smile to reassure them. "No need to worry too much. I'll take full responsibility and get every one of you out of this hellhole." Like they've found their last shred of hope, they all ask frantically, "Really? You know a way out?" Kim Min-jun just points ahead, his voice firm with command. "You are all to follow my arrangements perfectly. From now on, we're going to hunt the monsters and bring them to the dungeon's core." A soldier asks, confused, "Monsters? Don't we just need to catch one?" Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow, cold and sharp as he senses a shift in the space. "Yeah, it's already starting." Instantly, from beneath the rocky ground, a thick black sludge begins to bubble up violently, flooding the entire cave. And from within that dark ooze, enormous, grotesque figures begin to take shape, causing one soldier to scream in terror. What are those things?" While his red-haired comrade stumbles back in fear, Kim Min-jun is already a flash of movement. Channeling his power, he launches a punch blazing with purple energy. He lands in front of everyone, completely unshaken. "Stay back. I'll handle this." Witnessing that absolutely overwhelming display of power, Soldier Im Da-song's eyes went wide as he recognized their savior. "Wait," he stammered. "Are you Kim Min-jun from the 104th Division?" The soldier next to him immediately recalled the rumors. "Yeah, the guy everyone in the hunter community has been talking about. It has to be him." Just then, Min-jun's attacks became a blur, moving so fast the naked eye couldn't even track them. In the minds of these soldiers, they were staring at a living legend. The man who became a sergeant in the shortest time in hunter history, a fearsome monster known as the prodigy of the unbeatable hunter army. "Hey, Lee Sang-jin!" A thunderous roar from outside the dungeon made Sang-jin jump, his face turning pale with sheer terror. The moment he stammered out a reply, "Yes, sir." A high-ranking officer, Son Tae-sok, his face marked by a scar, wasted no time. He stormed forward, grabbed Sang-jin by the collar, yanked him into the air, and snarled, "You absolute fool. What in the hell do you think you're doing?" Panicked, Sang-jin trembled as he tried to explain. I thought the dungeon was empty, so I just sent people in to gather magic stones." Taeseok's eyes burned with rage as he snapped, "Who gave you that order? Go investigate the dungeon you were actually assigned to." The officer continued to tear into his subordinate for his recklessness. "How dare you deploy a combat force without an experienced vanguard team leading the way? And you set up camp in a dungeon that hasn't even been properly scouted." Sang-jin desperately tried to explain that after 2 weeks, the dungeon was confirmed empty, so he acted on his own to secure the magic stones inside. Yeah, let's all drop a laugh react for this guy. But his excuses only made Taeseok even more furious. After only 2 weeks of investigation, without any expert confirmation, you dared to move soldiers in there? And without my permission. He exposed Sang-jin's selfish motives. "You want to keep feeding me this nonsense? You think I don't know you put them in danger just to score some points for yourself?" Taeseok shoved Sang-jin away and declared coldly, "Shut your mouth. You should start mentally preparing your resignation letter right now." Turning his back toward the dungeon gate, he delivered one final threat, "And if anyone gets hurt, even one single person, I'll hold you personally responsible and throw you in military prison, so you better pray." Meanwhile, inside the camouflaged dungeon, Kim Min-jun was single-handedly tearing through a horde of disgusting mud monsters. His powerful punches disintegrated the vile creatures, protecting the transport team behind him. However, instead of gratitude, Min-jun's face was etched with annoyance. Seeing the soldiers fumbling with their swords, eager to jump in, Min-jun snapped, "Hey, I told you I'd handle them, so why do you keep trying to butt in?" A young soldier could only look at him with a mix of awe and confusion. After the brief skirmish, Kim Min-jun let out a sigh and turned to remind the soldiers with him. "A moment ago, I said we'd bypass these monsters and head straight for the dungeon's core, right? You all remember that?" In response, the 3 soldiers behind him nodded with complete trust. Min-jun then began to explain the brutal reality of this place. "This dungeon was created by a monster so it can absorb its prey, which is us, while we're moving inside it." He emphasized that the danger was increasing with every step. More importantly, the closer we get to the center of the dungeon, the more of them will start spawning, and in much larger numbers. With a stern expression, Min-jun gave a clear order. "Save your strength and run. If you take a hit here, no one will be able to save you later." His responsible words filled the soldiers with gratitude, and they all shouted in unison, "We can do it!" But contrary to his righteous facade, Min-jun was hiding a wicked, calculating smirk. "Right, of course. I'm only saying this because I truly care about you guys." His eyes burned with greed as he glanced at his personal status window. "I have no idea who any of you are, but I know that if you stay safe, I'm going to earn a mountain of experience points in here." Min-jun was so excited his face flushed, thinking gleefully, "And all of those experience points will be mine. So all you have to do is protect yourselves. You all see that? This killer is getting ready to clean house." Instantly, his sly expression vanished as he shouted, "Now, let's move out." The entire team raised their daggers, ready for battle. The command, "Let's go," echoed through the cave as they began to advance toward the core. Min-jun took up the rear, a sinister smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Their footsteps squelched through the slimy muck in the darkness. The deeper they went, the more grotesque the space became, with giant masses of slime clinging to the walls, pulsing like living organs. At the end of the path, a glowing purple orb shone on a stone pedestal, surrounded by countless mud monsters rising from the ground with slimy arms outstretched. By now, Min-jun's companions were clearly showing signs of exhaustion, panting heavily as sweat streamed down their faces. Min-jun quietly observed them, realizing a harsh truth about the difference in their power levels. If someone has low strength stats, just being in this dungeon will drain their stamina. Looking at his teammates struggling with every trembling step, he thought to himself, "If I had asked them to fight alongside me earlier, some of them wouldn't have even made it this far." Min-jun pointed towards the glowing purple orb on the pedestal, surrounded by the hideous mud monsters, and encouraged them, "Forward! Smash that stone, and we can all go home for dinner." The closer they got, the more ferocious the monsters became, their threatening yellow eyes glowing intensely. Min-jun turned back to instruct the soldiers behind him, "Your job is to keep yourselves safe." He looked them straight in the eyes, his tone dead serious. "No matter what, do not get injured or killed." Flashing a confident smile, Min-jun cracked his knuckles and said, "For your safety. Whatever. Just step back and let me clean this up quickly." Following his command, the team immediately raised their daggers and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir!" Min-jun silently observed his target, his eyes burning with determination. He suddenly burst forward, launching himself toward the 7 monsters and leaving the soldiers behind in a defensive formation. Min-jun leaped into the air, diving right into the middle of the slimy creatures. A massive impact followed, but he silently reminded himself, "If I use my skills here, they'll see. I need to hold back a little." Min-jun moved like a phantom, unleashing a relentless barrage of powerful punches and slashes that tore the mud monsters' bodies to shreds. He soared high into the air, then came crashing down with a thunderous blow, creating shockwaves of crackling purple magic. He shot down like an arrow, aiming straight for the rammed. He grabbed one monster's head and slammed it into the floor, sending slime splattering everywhere. Surrounded by the dense horde, Min-jun's expression remained ice-cold and deadly. A thrill-seeking grin spread across his face as he roared out loud, "Come on, you walking bags of EXP! Don't you dare run!" Witnessing his overwhelming killing intent, the mud monsters could only tremble in fear. However, the glowing purple orb on the pedestal suddenly began to vibrate violently, emitting powerful electric currents. Min-jun immediately sensed something was wrong, his eyes widening in horror. "That thing, it's poisonous!" Without a second of hesitation, he yelled a warning to his comrades. "Everyone, fall back!" The soldiers scrambled away in a panic as a massive explosion of purple gas erupted, engulfing the entire room. Standing in the middle of the thick, poisonous smoke, Min-jun reassured himself, knowing he was immune to toxins. But he couldn't help but worry about his teammates. "I have poison immunity, so I'll be fine. But the others?" Whether they'd make it out of here alive depended entirely on the poison's potency. He glanced at the dark energy clinging to his hand and made a call. There was no more time. Clear the dungeon first, figure out the rest later. But then bam! A system notification flashed to life. An item was reacting to the dark energy, and just like that, its hidden ability was being unlocked. Seeing the silver bracelet on his wrist blaze with a blinding light, he remembered the general's words, an item from a dungeon. Technically something only a general-class hunter should use, but he was given it anyway. The army's assessment of this item wasn't entirely accurate. It was said to increase stats by a random percentage. Min-jun had planned to save it for when his stats were harder to raise, but this desperate situation jogged his memory. Wait a second. Didn't the general mention something about a hidden power? Instantly, the item's information window appeared, the Bracelet of Duplication. It allows the user to cast any single skill they know of, including ones they haven't even learned yet. After one use, the item vanishes forever. A wave of pure ecstasy washed over Min-jun. A treasure this insane, and he was only just finding out about it? What a waste. A confident grin spread across his face as he muttered, "Perfect." An ideal skill for this exact moment flashed in his mind. A violent storm of dark purple energy erupted from him, enveloping his entire body like crackling, shadowy lightning. The sheer pressure was immense, causing the soldiers behind him to stare with wide-eyed disbelief. "He's just a rental, but damn, that guy's on fire." Min-jun firmly gripped the colossal shadow sword, now burning with dark energy. His voice was cold as ice. The one-of-a-kind skill of a shadow knight. Min-jun thought to himself, remembering just how difficult it was to defeat one. Facing this insane challenge, he made his choice. Skill activate. Demon sword summoning. "Try this on for size," Min-jun roared with absolute resolve. A colossal tear in space, blazing with violet energy, suddenly ripped open the darkness, creating an incredible suction force that warped the very night. The grotesque monsters let out horrifying screams as their fleshy bodies were mercilessly dragged into the void. The entire swarm of disgusting creatures was wiped out in the blink of an eye. After using a skill that drained so much energy, Min-jun dropped to one knee, the faint purple magic fading from his hands. He took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly rose to his feet. Meanwhile, outside the gate, the situation was escalating dramatically. The military had mobilized trucks and heavy equipment, closing in on the dungeon entrance. A soldier, having just finished setting up a massive device, yelled out, "Mana bomb is set." Immediately, an emergency evacuation order was issued. Only essential personnel remain. Everyone else, get out of here now. Watching from a distance, Lieutenant Hyotseok stared at the mana bomb, now glowing with an intense blue charge, and quietly murmured, "A bomb, huh?" His subordinate, in a state of sheer panic, kept reporting. "They said they've armed a mana bomb. Sir, do you copy?" Back inside the dungeon, Min-jun walked calmly, as if he could see everything happening on the other side. In front of him, The dungeon's purple energy core began to crack violently. A confident smile played on his lips as he thought, "Don't worry." He poured all his strength into his fist, delivering a thunderous blow that shattered the magic sphere into 1,000 pieces. Min-jun declared with certainty, "Who needs a bomb? Open the gate. We're coming home." Mana bomb installation is complete. The sharp report echoed next to the dungeon gate, which was now pulsing with a deep purple energy. On the display screen, the countdown clock was already ticking. Division Commander Heo Tsiok watched grimly, his hand clutching the red detonator. He silently weighed his options. It would be great if this could force the gate open, but it could also trigger an abnormal reaction from the dungeon. He knew the risks all too well. But the team's only hope now rested on a completely unexpected name. "What did you say?" "Kim Min-jun, from the 104th Division." Tsiok was stunned as he listened to his subordinate's report. The officer confirmed it without a doubt. "Yes, sir. It's confirmed he's currently inside the dungeon." A wave of fury erupted. Tsiok roared, "What? How the hell does a kid on patrol just fly straight into a dungeon?" The nearby soldiers quickly explained that while on patrol, Min-jun had charged towards the gate the second he confirmed the emergency. Tsiok, suppressing his anger, immediately asked about support. "Have you contacted the 104th Division yet?" The officer reported that the commander of the 2nd Battalion, Min-jun's unit, had been notified and was already en route to the scene. He glanced at the violently swirling energy vortex. After getting confirmation that all troops were evacuated to a safe location, Tsiok gave a cold command. "All right." He looked at the device in his hand, his heart heavy. They'd been trapped in there for 4 hours with no proper gear. "I want to put my faith in Kim Min-jun, but we're out of time." Suddenly, the very air around them began to tremble violently. Sharp cracking sounds echoed from the center of the gate as blue energy burst outwards. A horrified soldier yelled, "Commander, the gate is!" Not wasting another second, Tsiok roared his orders. "Have the medics on standby for survivors. Notify all troops to be ready." He sprinted towards the shattering gate just as a blinding light exploded from within. Outside, the scene was pure chaos as military medical vehicles and police cars swarmed the area around the brightly glowing gate. A medic's voice crackled over the radio. "Report. Medical team is ready." Spotting silhouettes moving inside, another soldier screamed, "There!" Division Commander Sun Tsiok's eyes went wide with shock as fragments of the dungeon gate exploded outwards. Amid the brilliant blue light, 3 figures slowly emerged from behind the gate. It was the transport team. They walked out, leaving the entire rescue force completely stunned. Seeing his subordinates safe and sound, Tsiok's face lit up with pure joy. He breathed out, "You guys." Unable to contain his emotions, the division commander rushed forward, pulling the lead soldier into a tight hug. "You're all alive. Is anyone hurt?" he asked rapidly. The young soldier, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Commander, we're all safe." He pointed back towards the disintegrating gate and announced loudly, "The dungeon has been cleared, sir." Kim Min-jun emerged last, his demeanor incredibly calm. He was supported by medics, walking through a crowd of awestruck onlookers. Standing before the high-ranking division commander, Min-jun stood at attention and executed a sharp, decisive military salute. Sun Tsiok gave a slight satisfied smile and raised his hand to return the salute. Inside an office, 2 high-ranking officers sat facing each other on a sofa, sipping hot coffee after an unbelievably eventful day. Placing his cup down with a soft click, the commander spoke thoughtfully. "Is that so? You were on vacation?" Division Commander Sun Tsiok of the 107th Division began, his voice filled with surprise. Seeing Min-jun casually hand over the report with a smile, he continued, "And what brings you to Daejeon?" The young man answered matter-of-factly, "Well, you said to come here for a reward, sir, so I used my leave to come grab a bite to eat." The answer left the division commander speechless for a moment before he exclaimed in disbelief, "You used your vacation for this?" Tsiok gently rubbed his temples, dryly summarizing the events. "So, let me get this straight. The moment you arrived, you ran into the gate incident and you just decided to jump right in." Min-jun thought to himself that the situation had indeed been a bit unusual, but it's not like he had any other choice. He then affirmed aloud with unwavering confidence, "Yes, sir, that's correct." The moment he saw that gate, Seo Siwoo stared at Kim Min-jun for a long moment, then just burst out laughing. A big, hearty laugh. "The more I look, the weirder you are. Now I get why that guy praised you so much. And you guessed it, folks, the big boss has taken a liking to our guy." Kim Min-jun could only manage an awkward laugh, secretly sighing in relief and wondering if the trouble was finally over. Shie Seo gives a nod of approval. A perfect dungeon clear with 0 casualties, that's the best possible outcome, and he definitely respects that kind of efficiency. But just like that, the entire mood shifts. Shie Seo's expression turns deadly serious as his gaze locks onto Kim Min-jun. You have a habit of showing up in the strangest places, and today was no exception. An incident like this? You've definitely caught the guildmaster's attention by now. While Kim Min-jun was still trying to figure out if that was a good or bad thing, the commander made a promise. If it causes you trouble, don't hesitate to tell me, no matter what. The 104th Division and I will back you up. Understood? Kim Min-jun immediately thanked him, promising to report any incidents that might come up. Due to his busy schedule, Seo Siwoo said he couldn't treat him to a meal today. But he made it clear Kim Min-jun could come to him any time for help, a thank you for saving his soldiers. Seeing his chance, Kim Min-jun hesitated, then asked, "Could I possibly get a promo?" but was immediately cut off by the commander. "No, that's not within my authority." Just as disappointment hit, Kim Min-jun's eyes froze on an object displayed on a bookshelf. He was stunned. How did he not notice it before? It was an incredibly rare crystal, pulsing with pure, raw mana. Noticing the rookie's intense focus, Seo Siwoo squinted. "What? You want it? Do you even know what that is?" Staring at the shimmering purple crystal, Kim Min-jun thought to himself, "This is my first time seeing a mana jade soul." The commander admitted he had no clue what it was, but he just had to have it for his personal collection. Kim Min-jun could only think, what a strange hobby. He explained that since it came from a dungeon, it couldn't be taken outside, and after a break-in at his house, this was the only piece he had left. If I ever catch that bastard, ahem. Then, out of nowhere, he pushed the crystal towards Kim Min-jun. "Take it. It's just taking up space here. Consider it payment for the dungeon job." Kim Min-jun was ecstatic as he accepted the priceless gift. "Thank you, sir." Inwardly, the commander smiled to himself. "Looks like I'm stuck with you now, but for some reason, I don't really mind." Just as Kim Min-jun was celebrating his new treasure, the commander cleared his throat and asked a very sensitive question. "By the way, what's your relationship with my daughter?" Kim Min-jun's demeanor instantly became serious again, and he stated firmly, "We are comrades, sir. Nothing more, nothing less." Satisfied with the answer, the commander waved his hand. "You're on leave, aren't you? I've taken up too much of your time. You're dismissed." But just before Kim Min-jun left, he added one more thing. "Can you tell your battalion commander to come see me?" Kim Min-jun snapped into a sharp military salute. "Yes, understood, sir." That night, in a quiet alley, a little punk was overjoyed, munching away and exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is top-shelf stuff. The boss is the best." Kim Min-jun shushed him to avoid drawing attention. "Shut up and eat. You want to wake up the whole neighborhood? What was with this kid?" A moment later, a series of blue system windows flooded his vision. "You have absorbed sufficient mana." As the stats kept climbing, Kim Min-jun made a quick assessment. So that's the limit. I guess it's less effective since my own mana capacity is much higher." Then suddenly, a critical notification appeared. "Because your mana is sufficient, you have unlocked the skill, Mana Drain." A wicked grin spread across Kim Min-jun's face. He clenched the new energy flowing in his hand and declared with excitement, "Perfect. With this, I'm going all out." Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters in Gyeonggi, the tension in the meeting room was thick enough to cut with a knife. A furious shout shattered the silence. "Hey, Sun Tae-ho, what the hell are you doing, just letting this disaster happen?" Facing this storm of fury, Sun Tae-ho could only bow his head in submission. "I apologize, sir." Lieutenant General Kim Hyung-mo slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted in rage as he roared, "You better start writing your resignation letter. If the 107th Division gets involved, you're finished. Guaranteed." Another officer chimed in, adding his own harsh threat. "I'll strip that uniform right off your back myself." Kim Hyung-mo continued to bark orders. "Bring that punk Lee Sung-jin to headquarters tomorrow. Immediately. Understood?" Sun Tae-ho quietly answered, defeated. "Yes, sir." Just when the atmosphere was at its most suffocating, the door burst open. A high-ranking officer walked in, causing everyone to snap to attention and salute sharply. "Sir!" It was none other than General Gu Hachon. He spoke calmly. "Calm down, Lieutenant General. The whole headquarters is going deaf because of you." Seeing his superior, Kim Hyung-mo instantly reined in his aggressive demeanor. As General Gu sat down with an air of complete composure, he flipped through a file and muttered softly, "Good, I've received the report." Kim Hyung-mo sighed internally, completely exhausted. "Here we go again." The general's eyes showed a clear hint of amusement as he read the contents. He cracked a meaningful smile and asked, "This time it's Kim Min-jun again, isn't it?" A black SUV sped down the road, screeching to a halt right in front of a base with a sign that read Hangtor Squad. From the vehicle, a high-ranking, three-star officer stepped out, his expression grim and intense. He strode purposefully straight into the building. In the commander's office area, the wooden door was suddenly thrown open. The commander's abrupt arrival startled the officers inside, who scrambled to their feet to salute. "Greetings, sir." Wasting no time, the commander scanned the room and demanded, "Where is everyone?" Facing their superior's fury, one officer nervously began to report. The commander narrowed his eyes, seemingly already guessing the situation. He asked in a low voice, "It's what I'm thinking, isn't it? He's the target, right?" The officer bowed his head, confirming with a worried tone, "Yes, sir, yes." Hearing this, the commander slumped into a sofa, letting out a weary sigh. "Ha." He gritted his teeth, veins popping on his clenched fists as he muttered, "Those fools. They deliberately waited until I was gone to pull this, didn't they?" An hour later, the atmosphere in the office was heavier than ever, and boy, this drama is getting intense. Two new figures appeared, both looking incredibly imposing and radiating pressure. It was Sergeant Yu Tai-gwan and Sergeant Jang Min-soo from the Hunter Special Task Force. Facing them, an officer from the local unit tried to stay calm and negotiate. "You guys are going too far. He just got back from leave. Are you trying to bully my soldier?" He emphasized how unreasonable the request was. "From our perspective, this is a bit." Seeing that the other side was playing hardball, Sergeant Yu Tai-gwan stepped closer. "You do know who ordered us here, right? Please, just for this once." Despite the pressure, the officer stood his ground. "But our battalion commander and company commander are both absent right now. This goes against protocol," but his weak protest was met with nothing but the arrogant laughter of the Special Forces operative. A sinister smile spread across Sergeant Yu Tai-gwan's face. He stared right at the officer trying to stop them. "We can have it right here and now." "Oh, I smell trouble brewing." He immediately pulled out an old-school flip phone to make a power call. Overwhelmed by the special task force, the soldier named Kim could only break out in a nervous sweat. Tai-gwan stated casually, "We'll leave after a short talk. That's all." A cold command cuts through the air. Han orders someone to bring Kim Min-jun here, now. A sharp knock on the door shatters the tense, suffocating silence in the room. The door swings open and in steps Kim Min-jun, his posture perfect. Kim Min-jun reporting, "Sir," he announces, but his voice trails off with a hint of confusion. "I heard you were looking for me?" But the moment he lays eyes on the two strangers, he freezes. Min-jun's gaze narrows, instantly locking onto the insignias on their uniforms. A red flag goes up in his mind. Weird, these insignias look completely fake. Definitely not standard issue. The second he sees Min-jun, Yu Tai-gwan leaps to his feet, absolutely buzzing with excitement. He grins wide. "You're finally here, Min-jun." Min-jun stays quiet, observing them, calculating. Tai-gwan steps closer, wanting to be sure. "So, you're Kim Min-jun, right?" He introduces himself with formal flair. "I'm Yu Tai-gwan, from the Hunter Corps Special Task Force." He then initiates a firm, powerful handshake with Min-jun, not holding back on praising the new recruit's achievements. "You saved a lot of hunters by bravely jumping into that fake dungeon in Daejeon a few days ago, didn't you?" His tone is shockingly friendly. "Incredible. Come, sit down, let's talk for a bit." Min-jun, ever polite, simply replies, "Thank you, sir." Once everyone is seated, Tai-gwan gets straight to the point. "The Hunter Corps Special Task Force is in desperate need of people like you." Looking at the senior officer's smiling face, Min-jun instantly understands the real purpose of this visit. This is a recruitment pitch. He silently sizes up his opponents. Unlike regular hunters, Tai-gwan begins, explaining his elite unit. "We're the force for special cases, high-risk dungeons, VIP protection, overseas missions, you name it." Min-jun just nods along. Hearing about all those dangerous missions, Min-jun's eyes suddenly light up with raw excitement. But the real reason for his enthusiasm? Something completely different. Min-jun thinks to himself, "I don't care about any of that, as long as I get a big promotion out of it." Tai-gwan continues his pitch, his expression dead serious. "And when we're dealing with criminal hunters outside the military, combat ability is everything." He stares directly at Min-jun, his voice heavy with meaning. "Your performance lately has caught our superior's attention. So, I'm here to offer you what you deserve." He pauses for dramatic effect before dropping the bombshell. "A special promotion." At those two words, it's not just Min-jun, everyone in the room gasps, blurting out in shock. "A special promotion?" Yu Tai-gwan grins, confirming it. "That's right, Kim Min-jun. My team doesn't accept regular soldiers." He lays out the irresistible offer. Join my team, and you'll be a Master Sergeant by the end of the day. How about it? Master Sergeant Kang Min-soo, sitting beside him, chimes in to sweeten the deal. Join us, and your military merits will stack up like crazy. We're talking rapid advancement. The vision of a fast-track promotion has Min-jun absolutely giddy. He can't hide his excitement. I see no reason to refuse, he thinks to himself. Just as the atmosphere hits a fever pitch, the sudden ring of a phone shatters the moment. Min-jun quickly reaches to silence his device, bowing his head slightly. My apologies. His eyes then stop, fixated on an unfamiliar device sitting on the table. Curious, Min-jun points and asks, "Is that a phone?" Kang Min-soo picks up the device to explain. "Ah, this belongs to the special task force. It's not a phone, it's a security device. After all, there's a lot of stuff we can't make public." Hearing the word security, Min-jun's expression suddenly shifts. He falls silent, his face becoming unusually serious. He stares intently at them and asks the one question that will decide everything. Would I be allowed to use the internet and my computer if I wanted to? Min-jun's bizarre question leaves the two special ops sergeants completely stunned and speechless. EU Taewon explains the unit's strict regulations with a grave tone. Security is paramount on our team, so using the internet and personal devices is forbidden inside the barracks. We also strongly encourage you not to use them during your vacation time. Kang Min-soo tries to soften the blow with a casual laugh. It's just a small inconvenience compared to our mission. This is a great chance to serve the country, and you'll get plenty of other perks instead, so don't worry. But they have no idea. For a hardcore gamer like Min-jun, the internet is life itself. His face falls in utter disappointment as he scoffs internally. Well, that settles it. You guys just blew the deal yourselves. Even though he notices the shift in Min-jun's attitude, EU Taewon still pushes his business card across the table, trying to persuade him. We don't make this offer to just anyone, so think it over carefully. Before he can even finish, Min-jun cuts him off with a decisive declaration, "I'll stay here." The blunt refusal hits the two agents like a ton of bricks, leaving them speechless. All they can manage to stammer out in disbelief is, "What?" EU Taewon's eyes narrow. He cannot believe someone would actually turn down this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "What's your reason?" he demands. Min-jun begins to explain his choice. "If I join the special task force." A furious roar suddenly rips through the room, cutting him off. "What did you just say?" The dungeon overlord, Master Sergeant Kang Min-soo, bellows in pure disbelief, his face twisted with rage. Seeing his colleague struggling to calm him down, he just keeps yelling, "You're throwing away an opportunity this good for a game? The Lieutenant General held a meeting because of you, and now you're turning it down for Dungeon Overlord? Are you kidding me?" Faced with this absolute firestorm of anger, Kim Min-jun remains perfectly calm, completely unfazed. He coolly replies, "Gaming is life." The new recruit's deadpan attitude leaves Kang Min-soo stunned. He just glares at Min-jun, seething with frustration. After a long, tense silence, Kang Min-soo lets out a short sigh. He stands up and says with finality, "I see your point. This is your biggest problem. We'll be leaving now." As the two of them head for the door, another soldier rushes over to salute them respectfully. "Oh my sirs, are you leaving already? The door is always open for you." Min-jun remains seated at the table, his eyes following the backs of the two uninvited guests. Walking down the hall, Kang Min-soo is still fuming, veins popping on his forehead. He suddenly spins around, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. "I bet your so-called talent has been seriously exaggerated compared to your actual skills. You're making up that ridiculous excuse because you're scared everyone will find out you're a fraud once you join the team, aren't you?" Kang Min-soo gets right in Min-jun's face, his eyes burning with a threatening glare. "Without this opportunity, someone like you would never pass the entrance exam. Got it?" Faced with the blatant provocation, Min-jun's gaze turns ice cold. He asks quietly, "How are you so sure?" The unexpected question makes both senior sergeants pause. EU Taewon turns nervously. "Min-jun, what are you doing now?" Kang Min-soo pivots back around, his face dark and menacing. "What? Say that again?" Min-jun doesn't back down an inch. He states with solid confidence, "I don't know what this entrance exam you're talking about is, but how can you be so certain I'd fail it?" Kang Min-soo stalks back, closing the distance to Min-jun. The air grows thick with hostility. He leans in close to his ear, a challenging smirk on his face. "Want to prove it?" Standing before the colossal special ops agent who's radiating an insane amount of pressure, Min-jun holds his head high, meeting his gaze without even blinking. Just as the tension is about to snap, Lieutenant Kim Chun-min rushes in frantically to intervene. "This is bad. Are you two trying to tear this whole base apart?" But EU Taewon quickly places a hand on Kim Chun-min's shoulder to calm him down. He flashes a mysterious smile and makes a proposal that stuns everyone. Mind if we borrow your training ground for a bit? Let's see if this genius is the real deal, or just full of hot air. Moments later, the group heads to the training field, where a battle between a new recruit and a Special Forces elite is about to explode. Sergeant EU Taewon cracks a confident smile, while First Lieutenant Kim Chun-min can't hide the sweat-drenched anxiety on his face. Sergeant Jang Min-soo strides into the center of the training yard, his voice booming as he announces the challenge. The entrance test is a freestyle match against a current member of the Special Forces. If you don't think you can do it, you should speak up right now. Min-soo stares his opponent down, his expression unchanging as he lays out his own terms. I have no intention of joining the Special Forces. So, when I pass this test, you will apologize for your words. That arrogant declaration really gets under Jang Min-soo's skin. Pure fury ignites in his eyes. Glancing at the simple rope in Kim Min-jun's hand, Jang Min-soo scoffs with contempt. Planning to herd cattle with that thing? Let me teach you some respect. First Lieutenant Kim Chun-min steps in as the referee, his command echoing sharply. We will fight for 3 rounds, 3 minutes each. Prepare. The starting bell rings out. Instantly, Jang Min-soo launches forward like an arrow, swinging his baton in a relentless assault that forces Kim Min-jun to constantly retreat just to maintain distance. But Kim Min-jun moves like a ghost, his steps light and swift as he effortlessly weaves past the barrage of attacks. Seizing a split-second opening, Kim Min-jun is thrown backward, his feet skidding across the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust from the sheer force of the blow. Seeing this, Private Kim gasps in horror, while Sergeant Jang Min-soo flashes a smug, sinister grin, certain victory is his. But Kim Min-jun shows no sign of distress. He leans back against the wall, spreading his arms wide, his face cloaked in shadow. Then, he reveals a wide, hauntingly confident grin that sends a chill through the air. Seeing that terrifying look, Private Kim freezes, suddenly remembering the conversation they had just before this. Kim Min-jun, what are you planning to do? Kim Min-jun had turned back casually, replying, to win, of course. Hearing that decisive answer, Private Kim swallowed nervously. He knew Kim Min-jun was strong, sure. If it was him, he'd have a decent chance of winning. But that's what I'm more worried about. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun had raised a hand to his chin, lost in thought about the fallout of the match. If I win, will it cause any problems? Private Kim stammered a reply, while behind them, Jang Min-soo and his buddies were still laughing mockingly. Yeah, I'd give him a Prince Charming crown right now. Kim Min-jun quietly observed his opponents, thinking to himself, this unit has a lot of pride. If their egos get bruised, I'm worried how they'll react. He narrowed his eyes, calculating a way to solve this with a win-win solution. After a moment, Kim Min-jun suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. He raised a finger and declared his bold decision. Defeat. A loud thud signals the end of the match. Kim Min-jun lies motionless on the ground as Sergeant Jang Min-soo casually turns and walks away, rolling his shoulder as if he just finished a light warm-up. Witnessing this, First Lieutenant Kim Chun-min is frozen in shock at the new recruit's swift defeat. Sergeant EU Taewon declares coldly, we'll end the training match here. He immediately orders his subordinate, get him to the infirmary, now. Kim Chun-min silently watches Kim Min-jun lying there. However, Taewon doesn't forget to add a condescending remark. He got cocky after dodging the first hit. But by Special Forces standards, Kim Min-jun is too slow. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun sits bolt upright with terrifying speed, stunning everyone. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he states firmly, we're not done yet. Jang Min-soo whips around, his eyes wide with utter shock. He can't believe what he's seeing. Kim Min-jun is completely unharmed, casually picking up his rope. Jang Min-soo thinks in a panic, impossible. That hit was solid. He grits his teeth in frustration, his face twisting in confusion. How is he? Seeing Kim Min-jun still fired up, EU Taewon speaks up. Do you want to continue the match? He issues a serious warning. Stop now. If anything happens to you here, we'll be in deep trouble with our superiors. In response to that concern, Kim Min-jun just keeps that confident smile plastered on his face. Scared? Come on. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. This arrogant attitude makes Jang Min-soo see red. He storms toward Kim Min-jun and growls, you're being stupidly stubborn. His anger explodes. That's not bravery. It's just foolishness. I'll make you regret this. Kim Min-jun smirks. Is that so? In an instant, he activates his magic, turning his mana colorless, imperceptible, and completely hidden from the world. Kim Min-jun focuses the energy into his hand, shaping it into a powerful E-rank magic whip. Witnessing this eerie power, Jang Min-soo clenches his teeth and roars. "You arrogant bastard!" He puts all his strength into his next move, lunging at Kim Min-jun with his sword at blinding speed. Min-soo's sword strikes are so fast they create a storm of afterimages, trapping his opponent in a furious assault. But Kim Min-jun's eyes narrow with focus. Preparing to unleash the decisive blow, he swings the magic whip. Jang Min-soo tries to fight back but can't hide his shock at his opponent's speed and the whip's unpredictable trajectory. He swings his sword to block, but the magic whip expertly wraps itself around his weapon mid-clash. A brilliant purple light explodes from the point of contact, completely dazing Jang Min-soo. With a single sharp crack of the whip, Kim Min-jun rips the weapon straight out of the Special Forces soldier's hand. Jang Min-soo's sword is sent flying. It spins through the air before clattering to the ground. Seeing this, Sergeant E.U. Tae-hwan is frozen, his face a mask of utter disbelief. A wave of dark purple energy sweeps across the training ground, forcing Jang Min-soo to brace for impact. Despite the relentless attack, the sergeant tries to maintain a triumphant expression, sneering as he shouts, "A mosquito bite? What's this stupid rope supposed to do?" Right then, the color drains from Jang Min-soo's face. It turns pale and twists in sudden agonizing pain as he stammers in shock. "What?" A heart-wrenching scream echoes across the field. "AGH!" Jang Min-soo drops to his knees, his entire body convulsing and shaking in pure agony. Sergeant E.U. Tae-hwan's eyes go wide with horror, his mind screaming, "What the hell was that?" Sergeant Jang, taken down with a single blow? Jang Min-soo collapses completely, lying motionless on the ground. The dark energy from the whip slams into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust right next to E.U. Tae-hwan. Across from them, Jang Min-soo is utterly defeated, able to do nothing but lie helplessly on the floor. Kim Min-jun calmly tightens his grip on the mana whip's handle, his posture relaxed and arrogant. He flashes a demonic smile, his eyes glowing with power as he stares down at his writhing opponent. Witnessing this overwhelming strength, Sergeant E.U. Tae-hwan is frozen in pure terror. Jang Min-soo tries to push himself up, his face contorted with pain and fear. He screams in a panic, wait a second," but Kim Min-jun has no intention of stopping. He swings the whip again, creating a black arc that slices through the air, aimed straight for his opponent's chest. He's not being cruel, he's simply teaching an adult a lesson. A sharp crack echoes. A searing red mark appears on the man's chest from the brutal attack. He collapses, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Kim Min-jun stood tall, stating coldly, "That's right, an unstoppable attack." He smirked, a hint of mockery in his voice. "Nice skill you got there. Too bad you picked the wrong person to mess with." He swung his whip again, arcs of purple energy coiling around his body as he posed a challenge. "First time feeling a whip infused with magic, huh? How's it feel, buddy?" "This is the whip I used on the Oros," he remembered, recalling the weapon's power in the other world, a place where even the toughest Oros warriors would collapse from a single hit. And with that thought, Kim Min-jun slowly walked forward, the sound of his combat boots echoing on the cold stone floor. Jang Min-soo was now trembling like a leaf, drenched in a cold sweat, his teeth chattering uncontrollably from pure fear. Seeing the Special Forces agent's pathetic state, Kim Min-jun warned in a low voice, "Don't get so full of yourself." He then let out a wild, manic laugh, his eyes flashing with contempt. Overwhelmed by the rookie's murderous aura, Jang Min-soo screamed in absolute desperation, "Enough! That's enough!" Sergeant U.T. Hwang rushed forward to intervene, trying to prevent a disastrous outcome, but it was too late. Kim Min-jun unleashed a final powerful strike, and a thunderous explosion of energy rocked the entire training facility hallway. Jang Min-soo collapsed to the floor, foaming at the mouth and completely unconscious. Kim Min-jun stood silently over his defeated foe, the confrontation ending in a swift and brutal fashion. Seeing his teammate fall, another agent rushed to Jang Min-soo's side. The man was completely out, his face twisted in agony. Witnessing this scene, Tae-hwan couldn't help but wonder in shock. How could a man who once faced down a horde of Orosei without flinching now be knocked unconscious from the pain of a single whip strike? His eyes shifted to Kim Min-jun and the weapon in his hand, full of doubt. Could a simple training whip really be this powerful? Deep down, Tae-hwan came to a firm conclusion. "That's right, we cannot let this guy go." He silently stood up, straightened his uniform, and declared, "A subordinate's mistake is a superior's responsibility." Allow me to apologize on his behalf. Seeing the senior officer's serious demeanor, Kim Min-jun scratched his head awkwardly, chiding himself internally. Ah, crap. I think I poured a little too much magic into that whip. Looking at the man flattened on the ground, Kim Min-jun felt a twinge of guilt and immediately softened his stance. Well, since you put it that way, sir, I guess I'm sorry for knocking your guy out. Recognizing the rookie's incredible skill, UT Huang looked Kim Min-jun straight in the eyes and offered a business card. If you change your mind, contact me. Kim Min-jun quietly took the card, which bore the skull emblem of the Special Forces team. Just then, another soldier walked over. Oh, are you leaving? If you're in a hurry, you can stop by our medical unit. Huang, while supporting his unconscious comrade, replied, No, it's fine. We apologize for today's inconvenience. As he watched the Special Forces team leave, Kim Min-jun let out a small smirk, holding up the business card to himself. Well, that ended nicely, he thought. Meanwhile, in the commander's office, a hearty ha 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 echoed with pure delight. Company Commander Lee Jun-byung couldn't hide his excitement. He laughed as he asked, So, where is our private Kim Min-jun? I'm telling you, sir, our soldiers are on a whole different level. Kim Jun-min stood at attention and reported, He has returned to his duties and is currently in the middle of personal training. Lee Jun-byung nodded in satisfaction. I will report his refusal of the Special Forces offer. Today, I'll speak directly to the division commander about this. He was sure his superiors would be pleased with Kim Min-jun's performance, but he couldn't help but worry. But after today, even with his refusal, his reputation is going to spread among the Special Forces. They won't give up on Kim Min-jun. Hearing that, Kim Jun-min proposed with concern. If that's the case, shouldn't we do something? To make the conditions here good enough for Kim Min-jun to want to stay. Lee Jun-byung gave a confident smile to reassure him. Don't worry about it. The division commander is already handling it. He then wondered to himself what kind of tempting offer the powerful commander would make for this exceptional new soldier. Back at the training ground, Kim Min-jun was still swinging his whip. Each crack carried devastating power, shattering the training targets into hundreds of pieces. He gripped the whip's handle tightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, just waiting for it now. Laughter rang out, ha ha ha, across an office. A mustached officer couldn't hide his excitement. He sang his praises. Just as I expected from Kim Min-jun. Well done. He was ecstatic thinking about his rivals being humiliated. Serves those arrogant jerks right. I bet seeing their faces when Kim Min-jun whipped them was incredibly entertaining. In fact, he admitted, I was so worried Kim Min-jun would leave, no matter what privileges I promised. If Kim Min-jun decided to transfer to the STF Corps, I couldn't have stopped him. So yes, I was worried. But after this incident, I can finally breathe easy. The high-ranking commander sitting across from him nodded in agreement. Our time has come. We have to show them our division isn't a pushover. Overcome with emotion, the mustached officer shot to his feet. Yes, I agree. I need to express my feelings properly. He immediately picked up the phone and barked a decisive order. It's me. Is the thing I wanted ready? After getting a satisfying answer, a sly grin spread across his face. Good. Bring all the related data here. Immediately. Back at the military base, the air suddenly became unusually lively. A group of soldiers gathered in a room, and every single one of them looked utterly baffled. They glanced at each other, confused. What's up? What's going on? Kim Min-jun stood in the middle of the crowd with his usual calm demeanor, looking as if he were ready for a brand new position. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho stepped forward, announcing a shocking decision in a loud voice. All right, listen up. From this moment on, Squad 2 will officially be led by Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun, you'd better listen to your new boss. The surrounding soldiers asked in disbelief. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, did you get promoted? Seung-ho calmly replied, No, but I will be trying out a new role as a staff sergeant. I already have enough points for a promotion, so I'm leaving my current position to Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun. I assume there are no objections? Faced with Kim Min-jun's well-deserved promotion, the soldiers erupted in a unified, excited cheer. Of course not. Who else could possibly replace you besides Kim Min-jun? Kim Min-jun? Everyone, the Kim Min-jun fan club is now officially open for business in this unit. Lee Seung-ho raised his hand and asked directly, Kim Min-jun, I have a question. Kim Min-jun calmly turned to him. Go ahead. Seung-ho continued, his voice filled with curiosity. I heard a rumor that someone from the 104th Regiment single-handedly cleared a mutated dungeon not too long ago. Was that you, Kim Min-jun? You were on leave at the time, right? Kim Hwang-sik chimed in excitedly. Is that for real? The entire hunter community is buzzing about that incident. Surrounded by his comrades, Kim Min-jun had to admit it. Yeah, that was me. I was just passing by when it all happened. The soldiers gasped in amazement. It really was him. So that's how it was. Another soldier marveled. That's incredible. Were you injured? Kim Min-jun replied curtly, I'm fine. Hwang Sik jumped in again with a barrage of questions. Does that have anything to do with you becoming our squad leader? Did you get any other rewards? Faced with the absolute excitement of his subordinates, Kim Min-jun could only stammer. A few days later, at the Goblin Colony dungeon, the squad began their next hunt. Even in the middle of a tense battle, the gossip about Kim Min-jun was flying. Get this, he got an offer to be an investigator for the elite STF hunters, a short-term gig. One of his squad mates confirms it between sword swings. Yep, it's true. He looked that Special Forces sergeant right in the eye and said, Nah, I'm good. Got a game to grind. How badass is that? They were in awe. I mean, the stories sound so wild. Who outside the military would even believe this stuff? The story goes on. Anyway, the division commander himself appointed Kim Min-jun as our new squad leader. He even promised to fast-track his promotion to officer within a year, as long as he racks up enough points. Man, these guys get military gossip faster than 5G. And word is, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho was all for it, since he can't stand the STF Hunter Corps anyway. But then a deafening roar suddenly shakes the entire forest, snapping the squad to high alert. A colossal, sickly green hand clamps onto a tree trunk, revealing the grotesque face of a massive monster, its eyes glowing red as it lets out a threatening growl. In the shadows of the forest, a giant goblin with muscles coiled like steel brandishes a heavy wooden club. Spotting the two soldiers, it unleashes a savage roar. But Kim Min-jun and his teammate? They just watch the creature, completely unfazed. No time to waste. Kim Min-jun instantly unleashes his mana whip. The whip cracks across the goblin's face. It shrieks in agony, dropping its weapon as its entire body convulses from the sheer force of the blow. Again and again, the whip strikes with lightning speed. The monster can only howl in despair, hit repeatedly in its most vulnerable spots. Witnessing this absolute domination, the other soldiers are just frozen in shock. Kim Min-jun walks coolly toward the defeated beast, now writhing on the ground, and casually retracts his whip. Seeing the weapon, the soldiers start whispering, Is that the personal gear the division commander gave him? Another soldier says in awe, That thing is insane. Right? Not even the regimental commander has his own personal gear. Talk about special treatment. Kim Min-jun keeps swinging the whip, unleashing concussive blasts of energy that wipe out the remaining goblins in a flash. But the soldiers are still scratching their heads. Why a whip, though? His teammate explains, the commander could have given him anything he wanted. This was Kim Min-jun's choice. With perks like that, I finally get why he turned down the STF gig. Standing among the monster corpses, Min-jun quietly surveys the aftermath. The soldiers just can't get over it. It's crazy rare for a sergeant to get a personal weapon. The commander must have pulled a mountain of strings for that. Hearing this, Min-jun cracks a smug little smile. He looks at the whip and thinks to himself, Man, this high-end gear is on another level, feels perfect in my hand, and every crack hits like a truck. Definitely worth every penny. Kim Min-jun continues to marvel, giving the new weapon a few test swings. He realizes that with the mana stone embedded in it, he doesn't even need to tap into his own demonic power to unleash its maximum potential. Each crack of the whip rips through the air, setting off a chain of powerful explosions. His teammates can only stare, jaws on the floor. A confident smile spreads across Kim Min-jun's face as he thinks, A whole year, huh? With this baby in my hands, I'll be an officer in just a few months. The scene shifts. It's Saturday in Chuncheon, outside a restaurant called Invincible Chicken BBQ. The delicious smell of sizzling barbecue fills the air. Kim Min-jun sits at a table, a look of pure resignation on his face. Across from him, a girl named Sun Eseo asks excitedly, Can we eat yet? Why are you asking me? He grumbles back, clearly annoyed. More importantly, why are you even here having dinner with me? Ignoring Kim Min-jun's cold shoulder, Eseo still beams. Whoa, it looks amazing. The meal kicks off awkwardly. A server wishes them well, and only Eseo replies with a cheerful, Thank you. She digs in right away, completely in heaven over how good the food is. Noticing Kim Min-jun hasn't touched his food, Eseo asks with her mouth full, Aren't you eating? Kim Min-jun just sighs. That's not the problem here. His eyes narrow with suspicion. He crosses his arms, his whole demeanor shifting. How did you know I was on leave today? and that I'd be in Chuncheon. And how in the world did you know I'd be at this exact restaurant? Then, a thought hits him, and he freezes. Wait a second. He remembers something. His face flushes with rage as he glares at a text message on his phone, the one that leaked his entire schedule. Kim Min-jun grinds his teeth. That son of a bitch. Kim Hoang-sik, faced with Kim Min-jun's intense interrogation, Son Seo stammers, "No, it's not like that. It's just a coincidence, I swear." But Kim Min-jun's expression is now terrifyingly dark, radiating an aura that makes her shrink in fear. Realizing he's genuinely pissed, Seo quickly bows her head to apologize. "I'm sorry, I was just too curious. Please don't be mad at him. If you're angry, be angry with me." But Kim Min-jun is still fuming, a vein throbbing on his forehead. He growls, "That's my business." Then he cuts right to the chase. "And what is this anyway? Do you? Like me? Wow. The man is direct, I'll give him that." The question is so blunt it makes the restaurant staff drop their dishes in shock. Seo's face explodes in a blush. "What are you talking about? Of course not," she yells, completely flustered. "And why are you suddenly dropping the formalities with me?" Kim Min-jun, however, is perfectly calm. "What's the big deal? We're the same age. Calling each other by name is more natural. Unless," he adds, "you'd prefer I call you girlfriend?" Seo just turns a deeper shade of red and shouts to save face, "In your dreams! I'm here on official business. It has nothing to do with your stupid face." While she's a flustered mess, Kim Min-jun cuts right through it. "Then why are you here eating with me? I'm guessing you took the day off the second that Tattletale told you I was leaving the base." Pinned by his sharp gaze, Seo finally admits it. "You're right, but there's another reason." She starts listing off a series of recent, bizarre incidents, all connected to him. The closed dungeon at the training center, the red gate in Hwacheon, and that mutated fake dungeon just a little while ago. Min-jun cuts her off. "What are you talking about?" she continues. "It just seems like, wherever you go, trouble follows. I was just curious. I wondered if something might happen this time too." The second the words are out, Seo is so embarrassed she wants the ground to swallow her whole. She knows how strange she sounds, believing in something so supernatural. Hearing her reason, Min-jun just bursts out laughing. "Hey now, are you saying I'm some kind of walking disaster?" He's laughing on the outside, but on the inside? He's sweating bullets, hands trembling, totally terrified she's on to him. He looks at Seo's suspicious expression, his own heart pounding. No way, he thinks. Did she actually figure something out? Trying to change the subject, he notices the new insignia on her uniform. "Oh," he says, "looks like you got promoted to staff sergeant." Seo blushes a little, confirming shyly, "I passed the exam last week." Seeing her reaction, Kim Min-jun immediately starts teasing her. "Whoa, that was fast." "But hey, that's what I'd expect from the famous Seo." She narrows her eyes, annoyed. "Are you making fun of me?" Then, remembering his own rank, she adds a final sarcastic jab. "Besides, you're already a sergeant." Suddenly, UCO explodes, shouting, "Wait a minute! Why are you speaking so informally to me?" Kim Min-jun, completely unfazed, casually shoots back, "Can't you just drop the formalities?" In response to his challenge, UCO grits her teeth. "You think I can't?" Kim Min-jun just smirks, a devious glint in his eye. "Good, then do it." The air suddenly turns thick as a sinister purple aura erupts, wrapping around Kim Min-jun. And folks, the Demon King's monster radar just officially went off. His eyes light up as he senses crackling blue energy stirring somewhere far away. Kim Min-jun thinks in shock. "Oh man, of all the times for a gate to appear." UCO just stares at him, confused. Kim Min-jun bites back his frustration, thinking to himself, "This feeling, it's always so damn unpleasant." The memory of the little creature's instructions flashes in his mind. Kim Min-jun reminds himself, "I came out here because I heard a gate was supposed to open." He frantically scans the area. Where is it? Realizing the urgency, Kim Min-jun quickly bows his head, hiding his stress while dropping an excuse. "Hold on, my stomach's suddenly acting up. I need to use the restroom for a second." He leaves a bewildered UCO stammering. "Okay, sure." Under the park's quiet night sky, Kim Min-jun walks alone down an empty path. Spotting the brilliant blue sparks crackling by a tree, he confirms it to himself. It should be right here. Unexpectedly, the tiny creature Bongu pops out from behind a bench, making Kim Min-jun jump. "Ah!" He quickly gives a thumbs up. "Nice work. I can't believe you finished the job so fast all by yourself." Bongu excitedly points ahead. "I can feel the magic from here." Kim Min-jun's expression turns serious again, his brow furrowed in thought. Where the hell is that Dongjin guy? How could he disappear when things are getting this heated? The blue sparks begin to erupt more violently, signaling the arrival of a massive gate. Kim Min-jun lets out a sigh of relief. Good thing there's no one around here. Before his very eyes, a vortex of blue energy tears open reality right in the heart of the city. Kim Min-jun watches the scene grimly. Why would a gate open in the middle of the city like this? There are way too many people living nearby. His eyes burn with fury as he glares at the evil presence. Do you monsters have any conscience at all? Kim Min-jun breaks into a sprint, bolting straight for the gate. He steels his resolve. I have to destroy it quickly, for the safety of the people. And for my promotion, a magic gate rips through the night, unleashing arcs of blue energy as a colossal shadow takes shape. From inside the swirling vortex, a massive, muscle-bound entity begins to emerge, its pressure suffocating. Witnessing this, Kim Min-jun can't help but mutter in disbelief. What the hell is that? Looks like a real heavy hitter is stepping onto the stage this time. Instantly, his phone buzzes non-stop with an emergency notification. The message reads, Emergency Disaster Alert, Hunter Core. At 8:22 p.m., a gate has been detected near Gyeonggi-cheon in Choi-cheon City. Evacuate according to emergency protocols. Kim Min-jun stares at the gate, assessing the situation. Who knows what's coming, but if it's too strong, I have to grab its attention so it doesn't harm any civilians. He begins to channel his power. A dark purple energy envelops his hand as he thinks, the army must know about the gate by now. I just need to buy some time. Without warning, a massive, razor-sharp blade slices out from the portal, tearing through space. A gray-skinned monster with a mouthful of jagged teeth and glowing eyes steps out, letting out a heaven-shaking roar that makes the whole area tremble. Kim Min-jun gets into a defensive stance, his sharp eyes locked on his opponent. Let's see what you got. The monster swings its huge blade arm, and Kim Min-jun gracefully dodges it by a hair's breadth, analyzing. Just one monster? The magic here is dense, so it must be pretty strong. And that arm looks dangerous. The monster continues its frenzied assault, its sweeping slashes cutting through the air, aimed right at Kim Min-jun. He glides effortlessly across the ground, weaving through the deadly arcs of the blade with a challenging smile. A little faster, come on. It's a waste to have such sharp blades if you're just peeling fruit with them. You overgrown freak. Dark magic explodes from Kim Min-jun's hands as he activates his skill. Dark Arrow. A blinding explosion erupts as the attack slams into the demonic entity. The monster roars in fury, trying to break free from the ethereal chains binding it. And then Kim Min-jun appears, looking epic with a brand new weapon glowing with an eerie blue light. He stands firm amidst the smoke and dust, his eyes narrowed, calculating his next move. The monster is stunned, thinking to itself, this guy, where did he learn a trick like that? Kim Min-jun moves like a phantom, relentlessly launching attacks from midair. He slams his weapon down with the force of 1,000 tons, creating a wave of pink energy that shatters the creature's defenses. That's right, folks. You gotta choose pink for that extra masculine touch when fighting monsters. The beast collapses into the rubble, but Kim Min-jun doesn't let his guard down. He watches silently, thinking, that's not enough to take it down. And just as he predicted, the creature lurches back to its feet, opening its grotesque mouth to let out a horrifying scream. Kim Min-jun tightens his grip on his weapon, resolved. All right then, one more shot. Suddenly, a piercing scream makes him whip his head around, a look of pure shock on his face. He yells in disbelief, why are you here? In the distance, UCO is charging forward like a madwoman, wielding a traffic sign as a makeshift weapon. The monster swings its blade, but Kim Min-jun quickly grabs the chains, stopping the attack cold. He glares at his opponent, thinking, what do you think you're doing? The monster screams in pain as it's restrained. Right at that moment, UCO arrives. She rushes in, yelling right in Kim Min-jun's face, what are you doing here without a weapon? She continues her furious lecture, did you run away from our dinner just to come here? Kim Min-jun, not backing down, yells right back, how did you even know I was here? Gripping the traffic sign in his hand, he prepares for the decisive blow. UCO shouts as she lands, the disaster alert was blowing up my phone. What else would I be here for if not to pick up your corpse? A wicked grin spreads across Kim Min-jun's face as he crouches and leaps into the air with terrifying speed. Clutching the signpost, he coldly declares, in that case, instantly a brilliant purple energy explodes from him. Skill activated. Magic Armor E. Kim Min-jun looks the monster dead in the eye and asks with a challenging smirk, let me give you a taste of traffic laws. Demon King style. A thunderous strike with the magic-infused signpost shatters the monster's grotesque teeth. The creature is slammed into the ground, sending out shockwaves of purple energy that rip through the surroundings. As the dust settles, Kim Min-jun stands powerfully over the corpse of the completely defeated monster. UCO walks over, panting, staring in horror at the traffic sign, which is now bent like a piece of wire. She coughs, completely shocked. I never thought. You were a real hunter. You. CO couldn't believe the power her colleague was hiding. You can handle dangerous monsters like that. All by yourself? Hearing this, Kim Min-jun coolly replies, I still needed a little help. A smug smirk plays on his lips. If you hadn't gotten in my way, that thing would have been logged out of existence ages ago. UCO observes the scene and remarks, this gate is a little unusual, don't you think? A monster that could throw blades and had chains. Yeah, it seems a bit abnormal. Kim Min-jun also realizes something was off, especially since it appeared all alone. With a stern voice, he warns her. We need to discuss this later. But right then, a tremor. That blue magic portal, it starts vibrating, warping, and expanding once more. Yunche flinches, gasping in shock. From deep within that energy vortex, a whole wave of identical monsters comes pouring out, their horrifying maws open, unleashing a roar that shakes the very heavens. 5 of them? Unche's voice cracks with panic as even more monsters spill from the gate. She desperately urges him, Kim Min-jun, we have to fall back. We need to regroup with the Hunter Legion when they get here. Kim Min-jun, however, just calmly walks forward. He flashes a grin. Good idea. You go fall back and regroup with the Hunter Legion first. Unche is stunned. What? And what about you? Seeing the sheer power radiating from Kim Min-jun's back as he faced the gate, she screams, Are you planning to fight them all alone? Are you insane? Ignoring the horde's frantic roars, Kim Min-jun just smirks, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Bring it. Witnessing this level of recklessness, Yunche can only gasp in horror. What? And folks, this is where it gets crazy. A massive wave of oppressive purple magic explodes from Kim Min-jun's entire body. He grips the bent iron bar with a heavy rock attached, ready for a massacre. With terrifying speed, Kim Min-jun launches forward, leaving white shockwaves cracking the ground behind him. A look of pure, unadulterated excitement is on his face as he roars, Let's dance. Let's see which one of you can even handle this first hit. Beneath a strange night sky with 2 moons, a figure in a black cloak moves silently through a dense forest. Her steps are firm, crunching on the dry leaves. She approaches a giant rock formation where, after a series of heavy tremors, a secret passage opens, leading deep into the earth. The dark figure descends the stairs, heading into an ancient structure lined with solemn stone pillars. In the center of a vast circular hall, the cloaked person stands motionless before a giant statue of a goddess. After a respectful bow, she slowly pulls back her hood, revealing a cascade of fiery red hair and a stunningly sharp face. The girl looks forward with determined eyes, whispering to herself, Just wait for me. Meanwhile, near Nagasaki, on a deserted island, a helicopter descends onto a white sandy beach. 2 men in tactical gear are already waiting below. A tall officer with a thick beard and an overwhelming presence steps off the aircraft. The man on the ground approaches, extending a hand to introduce himself. Thanks for coming. I'm Enzu Masaru, from the Japan Hunter Association. The officer replies politely. I'm Yu Seok-young. Your Korean is flawless. I hope our collaboration is just as smooth as your speech. After the compliment, Masaru leads the Major General towards a glowing blue gate in the middle of the island. Later, in an office, Masaru reviews some documents, expressing his satisfaction. There don't seem to be any issues with the plan. Everything looks fantastic, actually. It's incredibly thorough, especially given the short preparation time. Yu Seok-young takes a slow sip of tea and replies, It's all thanks to the elite warriors you provided from your teams. Thank you again. The Major General cuts to the chase. I'm sure the Japan Hunter Association is worried about the increasing number of irregular dungeons. This dungeon is no different. Showing up on a deserted island makes it. He slams the report down on the table, his eyes turning ice cold. This is a pretty tough dungeon, even for an irregular one. However, I don't believe you'd ask for our help just because you're short on manpower. What's your real objective here? And there it is, folks. No such thing as a free lunch. Faced with the direct question, Masaru pauses before explaining Japan's situation. While they have the numbers, the alarming rate of irregular dungeons popping up has them desperate for a better system. Masaru looks him dead in the eye, laying his cards on the table. I'll be blunt. We're interested in the Korean Hunter Corporation's training system. I hope we can establish a connection through this joint operation. Hearing this, it all clicks for Yu Sukyong. He understands the real reason. That sly old fox Hakhyun. He sent his ace to put these guys in their place. A knowing smile spreads across the Major General's face. Just then, Masaru picks up a file and comments, "This hunter is quite remarkable. This level of evaluation, even though he just joined recently." Yu Seokyeong glances over and adds, "Ah, him." Masaru stares at the file, amazed by the person in question, the speed of his promotions. He's also a hot topic in the Korean Hunter Corporation community. Comparing it to what he's seeing, he admits in shock, "Compared to the file you sent, the rumors must be true. How did he get so strong, so fast? It's unbelievable. Just you wait. This kid is about to put on a magic show and make some monsters disappear." And the man at the center of this conversation? None other than Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun. Right now, he's on the battlefield, looking completely unfazed. A giant, red-skinned monster suddenly swings a massive wooden club straight down at him. Witnessing the danger, a soldier next to him screams, "Dodge it, Kim Min-jun!" However, Kim Min-jun doesn't move an inch, facing the bone-crushing attack head-on. Watching from a distance, Zen from Japan's Danjo Guild remarks, "This guy's tougher than I thought." Just as he's about to ask for the next move, a woman with long black hair steps forward resolutely. "I'll handle it." This is Suzuki Mio, from the Japan Hunter Association. She calmly places her hand on her sword, her ice-cold eyes locked on her target. The moment the monster roars and charges, Mio draws her blade. A flurry of lightning-fast slashes creates a web of shining light, and the monster collapses instantly. Witnessing such high-level skill, one of the soldiers can only gasp. Her swordsmanship is on another level. Mio sheathes her sword, coldly asking her comrades, "Is anyone hurt?" Zen approaches, smirking in admiration. "Suzuki, you're basically a monster yourself." He doesn't miss the chance to try and recruit her again. "Join my team, I'll make you the leader." Ignoring Zen's offer, Mio walks straight towards Kim Min-jun. She looks at him and asks with concern, "Excuse me, are you all right?" Faced with this sudden question from the beautiful female hunter, Kim Min-jun can only stare back, completely bewildered. Suzuki Mio stares straight at Kim Min-jun, her expression serious. She remarks coldly, "You don't seem to be focused at all. We proposed this joint operation, so we can't have people getting injured or killed on our watch." Seeing Kim Min-jun remain silent, she delivers a condescending offer. "If you're worried, you can take charge of the rear lines. More importantly, please stay out of the fight." Faced with such blunt words, Kim Min-jun is just frozen, a look of pure bewilderment on his face. However, he quickly forces a stiff smile. "Yes, ma'am." Internally, though, he's just marveling at her language skills. Wow, her Korean is really good. Meanwhile, at a rest area, Major Hyo Yundo from the 104th Division's medical unit is observing. He muses to himself about the monsters. They're much bigger than the red dokibi we saw in Korea. It seems Japan isn't having an easy time with these dungeons either. Do you think? He stops mid-sentence, his eyes widening at a tense situation unfolding up ahead. Captain Kim Sang-deok from the 104th Division's command post storms over, grabs Kim Min-jun by the collar, and roars, "You brat! Are you trying to bring shame to our entire military?" Faced with that explosive anger, Kim Min-jun keeps his expression perfectly calm and gives a short, simple answer. "Not really." But that reply only makes Sang-deok Woo even more furious, as he continues to rage. "What kind of connection does this brat have with the big boss to get this special treatment, huh?" The guy is seriously getting on everyone's nerves. Seeing the situation about to boil over, Major Hyondo finally speaks up to de-escalate. "Captain Kim Sang-deok Woo, stand down. Don't be so harsh on him. He's still inexperienced." But Sang-deok Woo refuses to back down, turning to complain to his superior. "But Major, this isn't right at all. Did you even hear what that Japanese hunter said to him?" Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun silently watches on. "I was just observing to gauge everyone's skill level," he thinks to himself. But I guess that caused a huge misunderstanding. Looking over at the Japanese hunters fighting with expert precision, Kim Min-jun makes a quiet assessment. "Still, the Japanese hunters are better than I thought," he admits, "especially her." His gaze lands on Suzuki Mio, who is currently displaying some absolutely insane swordsmanship. Just then, Sang-deok Woo gets right back in Kim Min-jun's face, pointing a threatening finger at him. "Get your head in the game. I'll be watching you." All Kim Min-jun can do is give a mockingly polite reply, "Yes, sir." As the captain storms off, Kim Min-jun lets out a weary sigh. What is with that guy? He hasn't done a single thing to help so far. Oh, but but that captain's karma is coming for him. In another corner of the dungeon, Zen is trying to chat up Mio, but she's giving him the complete cold shoulder. Suddenly, Mio feels it, an incredibly powerful killing intent. Her eyes fly open with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, she screams out, "Something's coming!" while instantly drawing her sword from its sheath. At the same time, a gigantic blade crashes down from above with terrifying speed. Mio immediately swings her sword to block, creating a massive impact that sends sparks flying everywhere. The force of the blow is so immense it cracks the very ground around her, but Mio grits her teeth, holding firm against the surprise attack from this hidden foe. From the deep darkness of the cave, heavy footsteps echo, getting closer and closer. A massive shadow begins to take form. It's a giant blue demon with bulging muscles, burning yellow eyes, and a terrifying mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Its very presence makes the air thick with dread. But in this life-or-death situation, Suzuki Mio quickly regains her composure and barks out an order. "I've shared our location with the other 5 teams. We'll hold our ground and wait for them to regroup with us." She even adds a backup plan. "We'll retreat if we have to," but the monster doesn't give her a chance to finish. It lets out a world-shaking roar and charges straight for the group of hunters. The impact is brutal, sending hunters flying and throwing their formation into complete chaos. Before they can even recover, the beast unleashes a relentless barrage of powerful attacks, smashing the ground and kicking up blinding clouds of dust. Mio decides to take the initiative, swinging her sword and aiming directly for the monster's chest. However, instead of piercing flesh, her blade is stopped dead in its tracks by skin as hard as forged steel. Mio's eyes widen in absolute shock as the monster flashes a mocking grin, completely unfazed by her attack. And right on cue, Captain Sang Deokwu steps forward with a face full of confidence. He slowly draws his own weapon and announces, "A mana sword." It's an anti-monster weapon. It maximizes destructive power by absorbing the user's mana. As he speaks, the sword in his hand begins to radiate a brilliant and powerful blue aura. He boasts loudly, full of pride, "The aura you see on this blade is proof of that power. Take a good look. A high-end sword like this can't be compared to that shoddy junk." Under the admiring gazes of the soldiers around him, Sangdeok channels power into his legs and shoots forward like an arrow, heading straight for the monster. He roars with absolute confidence, "I am the Mana Sword Warden of the 104th Division of the Champion Hunter Team. Watch this. One shot from a high-end weapon, and this boss is history." But the second he finishes talking, the monster sends him flying into a wall with a single kick. Seeing the situation turn bad, Suzuki Mio instantly unleashes her own power and rushes in to provide support. She unleashes a powerful slash that makes the ground tremble and fills the air with smoke, then screams an order to her team, "Fall back." Turning around, Mio quickly tries to coordinate, "I'll buy some time, so get the injured," but she stops dead in her tracks, stunned by what she sees. Kim Min-jun had already moved their 2 wounded teammates out of the danger zone without anyone even noticing. Mio stammers, "Since when did you?" Seeing he's already handled the rescue, she continues, "Since you've got them, just retreat to safety." But hearing that one word, retreat, he slowly places a hand on the hilt of his sword. A soft click is heard. Then he makes a completely insane proposal. "Why don't we just kill it instead?" Mio immediately shoots him down. "Are you crazy? You want to solo the boss? We have to wait for the others to assemble." But Min-jun just cuts her off with a cold smile. "So that's how it is, huh?" In the next instant, Kim Min-jun moves with terrifying speed, becoming a streak of light that blurs past Mio before she can even react. Even the blue monster is startled by this sudden spike in pressure. Right then, the sword in Kim Min-jun's hand explodes with a colossal blue aura, burning so brightly it completely overwhelms everything around it. Seeing the threat, the beast immediately lunges forward to attack. But Kim Min-jun moves like a phantom, unleashing sword strikes so fast the naked eye can't possibly keep up, leaving the monster to look around in utter confusion as it completely loses track of its opponent. Kim Min-jun suddenly activates his weapon, creating a massive explosion of blue energy that blasts the monster backward. A thrilled smile spreads across his face. Oh? Faced with this sudden, immense power, the blue demon boss can only stare back with wide-eyed shock. The mana erupting from Kim Min-jun's weapon is so violent that even he has to focus with everything he has just to control it. Standing nearby, Suzuki Mio is completely frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief at what is happening right in front of her. A brilliant blue light tears through the space, creating an insane pressure that blasts everything in its path away. Even a veteran hunter like Mio has to struggle to stand her ground against the sheer force of the aftershock. Captain Sang Deok Woo is rooted to the spot, his face twisted in pure terror as he witnesses a level of power far beyond his comprehension. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, Kim Min-jun casually returns to his stance and smirks. Ah, my apologies. His eyes are glowing with a blue light, and the sword in his hand is now completely engulfed by a colossal, fiery aura of pure energy. Kim Min-jun mutters to himself, I was off by a little. Let's try that again, properly this time. The monster feels the killing intent closing in, its pupils shrinking in absolute terror. Now, Kim Min-jun roars, shooting forward with a look of pure excitement on his face. The aura-clad sword slices through the boss's massive wooden club like it's a thin sheet of paper. A single, devastating vertical slash descends, tearing through space and making the monster scream in agony as its arm is severely wounded. However, the pressure from the overwhelming aura is too much, and the sword in Kim Min-jun's hand shatters into countless pieces. Too much power, even a top-tier item couldn't handle it. The blue demon boss collapses, trembling as it clutches its horrific wound. Witnessing this scene, Mio thinks in stunned silence. Mana equipment. It can't withstand that aura. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun looks at his broken sword hilt with a regretful expression. I guess I shouldn't have poured all my power into it. This is bad, he says, silently approaching the monster trembling at his feet. Looking at the broken fragments on the ground, he clicks his tongue. Tch. Oh well. Then, with a sinister smile, Kim Min-jun pulls out a jet-black cable, his eyes glinting with a calculated look. I'll just let the boss drop reward make up for it. Under a clear blue sky, the group of hunters takes a moment to enjoy a rare bit of downtime right there at the construction site. A member of the squad looks up at the sky and lets out a long sigh. Man, how long has it been since we actually got a break like this during work hours? Instantly, another guy snaps back, blaming the one person who isn't there. It's all Sergeant Kim Min-jun's fault. All that guy ever says is get to work, no exceptions. I'm so sick of hearing it. The red-haired guy whines, dreading his own future. We're being worked to the bone like we're in our final years. We better rest while we have the chance. But a teammate claps him on the shoulder, warning, hey, watch your mouth. Right then, the biggest guy in the group leans in close to Dong Jin and teases, we've got a spy in our midst, which sends the guy into a panic, pleading, I'm innocent. The burly hunter keeps on grumbling about having to take orders from someone like Kim Min-jun, who climbed the ranks way too fast. Ever since I made corporal, he's been with us instead of at Beowulf. What can I do? The guy's a monster who made sergeant just 1 month after being assigned. I have to follow his orders, no matter what, and now he's the vice commander. However, another member speaks up to defend him. Yeah, he's a real pain, but you can't deny we've all leveled up thanks to him. Hearing this, the redhead just sighs. Whatever. I just hope he stays in Japan for a good long while. It'd be even better if he comes back after I'm discharged. Meanwhile, over at the cleanup area, a soldier calls out, Hey, Lee Dong-jin, Corporal Lee Dong-jin. Dong-jin immediately jogs over, rake in hand. Seeing him working so hard despite his promotion, a teammate asks, You're a corporal now, so why are you still working this hard? Dong-jin just gives an awkward laugh and scratches his head, quickly changing the subject. Is there any news about Kim Min-jun? The other guy smirks. What are you, the boss's #1 fan? You miss him so much you're about to cry. Don't even deny it. Dong-jin gets flustered and replies, Well, I don't know about that, but I did just get some news. As everyone gathers around, curious, he drops an absolute bombshell. Yesterday, they completed the dungeon raid when Kim Min-jun killed the boss. Seated the blank stares from his teammates, Dong-jin continues, I don't know the details, but it seems he took down the boss all by himself. The whole group of hunters shouts in unison, What? By himself? It's already over? Dong-jin keeps updating them. So, is he coming back today? Because it ended way faster than planned. They all got a break. He's going to rest in Japan for a day and come back tomorrow. The crew explodes again. What? A vacation? In Japan? Another guy yells out in pure jealousy. Just 1 day? They should give him a year off. While a few others seem almost wistful. Man, that must be nice. The weather's great too, right? I wonder what he's doing right now. One of them thinks for a moment. Who knows? That guy is always training, building his strength, or playing games. I honestly can't imagine what else he'd do for fun. Suddenly, the long-haired guy smiles slyly. Maybe he's conquering a dungeon in Japan. The whole group bursts out laughing. Haha, are you kidding? You know, he'd totally do that. But then, a chilling silence falls over them as they all remember Kim Min-jun's workaholic personality. One of them mutters nervously, "He wouldn't, right?" Meanwhile, on the quiet streets of Japan, Kim Min-jun walks leisurely, looking completely at peace. All of a sudden, a black crow swoops down from the sky, landing on his shoulder and squawking loudly. "Kim Min-jun!" Without a hint of surprise, he glances over. "Hey there, you got the goods for me?" The crow reports with pride. "Mission complete, boss. I found the nest of extreme demonic energy." Hearing this, a satisfied smile spreads across Kim Min-jun's face. "Excellent. We can't waste a single moment since we went to all the trouble of coming here." Just then, the roar of an engine shatters the quiet air. A high-performance motorcycle comes flying down the street, executing a series of spectacular sharp turns. The bike screeches to a halt, leaving a long skid mark right next to Kim Min-jun. Mio slowly takes off her helmet, revealing a sharp, focused face as she asks, "What are you doing here? Planning on going for a walk?" Faced with this sudden appearance, Kim Min-jun looks genuinely surprised. He thinks to himself, "What? Is she following me?" Mio immediately clarifies, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. "Looks like you've got the wrong idea. This area is uninhabited because a dungeon outbreak happened here before. It's not forbidden to enter, but this place is under the 247 surveillance of the association." As she speaks, she points up at a nearby utility pole. Kim Min-jun follows her gaze and spots an active security camera, its red light glowing. And perched right on top of that camera is the black crow, looking incredibly guilty and trembling with fear. Seeing this, Kim Min-jun's face darkens. He seethes, thinking to himself, "You useless, troublemaking bird." The crow starts stuttering, trying to defend itself. "I sense demonic energy in this area." Kim Min-jun threatens him under his breath. "You and I will have a talk later." Back in reality, Mio repeats her question, her tone firm and demanding. "Let me ask again. What are you doing here?" Kim Min-jun hesitates for a second before giving the most unbelievable excuse. I'm lost. I just wanted to take a walk." With that, he casually turns his back and starts walking away, whistling while pretending to be clueless. "Oh, where am I?" This act just leaves Mio frozen in place, staring after him with a look of utter disbelief. Watching him go, she thinks to herself, "This guy is completely different from other awakeners. There's something strange about him, but I just can't put my finger on it." She remembers his mysterious smile during their last battle. "That's why I came here," she decides, even though it wasn't really necessary. Suddenly, a deafening roar from behind makes Suzuki Mio whip around in shock. A giant, bull-headed monster with glowing red eyes is roaring furiously, smashing the surrounding rocks to pieces. Mio is completely stunned by the sudden appearance of this ferocious beast. Standing a short distance away, Kim Min-jun remains perfectly calm. He quietly murmurs, "Huh? But what she doesn't know is that the monster is actually one of Kim Min-jun's underlings. "Boss, how was my performance?" "The bull boss is ready to go." Realizing the plan is working perfectly, Kim Min-jun gives a thumbs up. "Nice one, Lee Vong-gu." Seeing Kim Min-jun just standing there, Mio yells with worry, "Get out of here, and stay away from the underground area. There are sinkholes there. You'll die for sure if you go in." But contrary to her panic, Kim Min-jun flashes a bright smile and replies, "Oh, that spot right there? Thanks for the tip." Mio tries to stop him again. "Don't go in there. If you pass out inside, it's game over." But ignoring her warnings, Kim Min-jun bolts towards the dangerous zone, leaving Mio standing there, completely baffled by what just happened. She quickly draws her sword, her mind racing with questions. Why did a monster suddenly appear? If a gate opened, there's no way our surveillance system wouldn't have detected it. Could it have been hidden here this whole time, and we only just found it? Shaking off her thoughts, she tells herself, "I need to deal with this monster first." Mio charges forward at incredible speed, the sword in her hand erupting with a brilliant blue aura. She leaps high into the air and brings her blade down in a powerful strike on the monster's head. A flurry of sharp, precise slashes follows, relentlessly striking the massive creature. Mio grinds her teeth, pouring all her strength into a final chop aimed right at the enemy's face. After the heavy impact, the monster is thrown back and collapses. Mio lands gracefully, but in the next instant, her eyes fly wide open in utter shock. Just like that, the massive monster vanishes into thin air. Mio stands there, completely stunned, muttering, "What the hell?" She isn't about to let her target slip away, immediately giving chase with a face full of pure determination. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is standing right in front of a restricted zone, ignoring the danger signs as he calmly prepares his H-arrow skill. AMS activated. After letting the shot fly, he breathes a small sigh of relief, only to suddenly notice something incredibly strange lurking just behind the perimeter fence. Without a single second of hesitation, Kim Min-jun leaps right over the barricade and into the forbidden zone. Rules are basically just suggestions for this guy, right? The moment his feet hit the ground, system notifications start flooding in. Mana +1. Kim Min-jun is absolutely losing it with excitement, laughing out loud. Oh my god! This is even better than he imagined. A new notification confirms that his dark energy has officially hit the limit. Since that dark energy is capped out, a whole wave of brand new skills just unlocked, like the demonic chest explosion and the reign of depravity. Even his old reliables, like mana control and demonic strike, are getting massive upgrades all at once. Kim Min-jun eagerly pulls up his status window and whistles. Nice, these stats are actually insane. His numbers are looking legendary, with his strength reaching 77 and his mana at 30, backed up by a list of skills that goes on forever. Even with all that power, he knows he's not top dog yet. He mutters to himself that even with these muscles, he still can't afford to mess with that Lee Bong-gu guy. He glances to the side, a tiny flicker of hope burning in his chest. He's praying that guy managed to escape, because if he gets caught, it is straight up game over for him. Over in a different set of ruins, Suzuki Mio is silently picking her way through deep craters and piles of rubble. Her footsteps echo with a dry, hollow thud against the cracked earth. Suddenly, she stops dead. Her eyes turn ice cold, sharp with total alertness. In a flash, Mio draws her weapon, ready to tear apart whatever threat might be lurking in the shadows of these ruins. Looking down from a high vantage point, Mio locks her gaze onto a stranger trying to hide below. He's wearing a black cloak with messy white hair, and his face is a mask of pure panic. Oh, it is over. The debt collector is officially here to collect. She doesn't give him a single chance to react. Mio unsheathes her sword, unleashing a series of slashes fast as lightning, sending streaks of blue light tearing through the air. But as the dust begins to clear, Mio's expression completely shifts. In front of her isn't some dangerous enemy, it's just a tiny black cat with glowing purple eyes, letting out a terrified little meow. Mio just freezes. She lets out a confused, huh? And slowly lowers her weapon, looking completely embarrassed. Suddenly, the cat hisses, its fur standing on end, before it bolts back into the debris. Mio is left standing there all alone, looking totally bewildered in the middle of the wasteland. Mio taps her headset to report into her superiors. Yes, this is Suzuki. I'm still on the trail. I'm focusing the search on the areas where the surveillance cameras are dead. The voice on the other end sounds skeptical, asking if even the tracking team lost the signal. Mio confirms it firmly. Understood. I'll link up with the reinforcements once they arrive. Suddenly, a voice crackles through the radio that makes her pause. Underground-level depravity skill? Back at the command center, a man is staring at a massive gemstone glowing with an eerie purple light. He explains that the gem has actually changed color. It looks like some of the cargo might be leaking. Honestly, the higher-ups are starting to scramble and get confused. If it isn't an equipment glitch, then the chances are high that depravity material has leaked out. He demands to know, is there anything unusual out there? Mio takes one last look at the ruins before lying. No, everything looks normal to me. Hearing that, the man with the glasses sighs in relief and decides to tell ITV that it was just an equipment malfunction. He says they'll send a support team to handle it, letting out a smug laugh. Ha ha ha, there's no way that much depravity material could just vanish all at once. Suzuki Mio walks away slowly, her hand still on her phone, but her mind is spinning with doubt. Looking back at the ruined streets under the setting sun, she whispers, wait, did that guy seriously just play me? Over at the airport, which is currently serving as a temporary base for hunters, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. A few soldiers from the South Korean hunter force are looking visibly pissed off. While the high-ranking officers are busy with the whole professional handshake routine, one soldier loses his cool and screams, "What are you people going to do about my sword, huh?" He stares down at his ruined weapon with a look of pure heartbreak. In the middle of all that noise, Kim Min-jun stays strangely calm. Suddenly, he senses something and slowly turns his head. From a distance, a familiar figure is walking toward them. It's Suzuki Mio. But this time she isn't in her combat gear, she's rocking a black suit that looks incredibly professional. Mio is stunned, wondering what the hell she's doing there. And it's pretty clear she isn't exactly welcome, as one soldier snaps at her. "Hey, Japanese girl, what are you doing here? Beat it!" Mio just ignores the hostility and walks right past him. Enjoy your walk yesterday? She asks. Kim Min-jun shrugs. Yeah, it was all right, thanks to you. Hearing that, she steps in close to Kim Min-jun, her face turning dark and heavy with pressure. She grills him with a suspicious tone. You wouldn't happen to know anything about a destroyed underground entrance, would you? As Kim Min-jun starts breaking out into a cold sweat, she keeps the pressure on. All the surveillance cameras nearby were conveniently destroyed, too. We have no idea what's actually happening here. Did you see anything suspicious on your way out? Kim Min-jun tries to keep his cool, acting totally clueless. Who? Me? Nah. I was too busy looking at flowers and catching butterflies. Seeing him sweat like he's in a sauna, Mio lets out a small, knowing smile. Fine then. I'm just glad you had a safe trip. She casually turns her back and walks away with a simple, see ya. The soldiers nearby can't help but start whispering and gossiping about what just happened. While Kim Min-jun is still standing there dazed, a high-ranking officer suddenly barks out, Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun! He jumps, turning around with a look of total confusion. On the other side, Mio looks back one last time, leaving him with an cryptic message, see you again. As night falls over the forest, a full moon shines down on the thick trees. In the darkness, heavy, desperate gasps for air echo through the woods. Someone is running with every last bit of strength they have left, their breathing ragged and painful. Finally, a figure with silver hair collapses onto the grass. Immediately after, Kim Min-jun appears. Later that night at the unit's training hall, screams of agony and frustrated groans echo all the way down the hallways. Inside, Kim Min-jun stands tall, looking completely bored by the sight of soldiers scattered all over the floor. Looking at the hunters who can barely breathe, he snaps. Did you guys get stupid while resting? You look like a bunch of sick chickens. I told you all to train while I was away. He points out how pathetic they are, considering they all rushed him at once and couldn't even last 30 seconds. Kim Min-jun mocks them, asking why they haven't made any progress at all. With this pathetic level, how are you supposed to handle your roles in the Legion? While the soldiers are crying internally that their teacher has turned into a literal demon in less than a week, one of them finds the courage to beg for mercy. Boss, please, just give us a few minutes to catch our breath. Kim Min-jun's eyes turn sharp and cold. He growls, I had high expectations for you lot, but even you are turning out to be a disappointment. Seeing a corporal sitting there looking all pouting and depressed, Kim Min-jun doesn't hold back. He shouts, You really think I'm going to go easier on you just because you're sulking and looking sad? Get up. Now. The soldiers scramble to their feet, their hands shaking as they face his wrath. Kim Min-jun starts cracking his knuckles one by one, a truly dangerous smile spreading across his face. Look at you all. I'm going to whip every single one of you into shape. But just as the speech hits its peak, Kim Min-jun freezes. His pupils shrink, sensing a strange, cold energy flash past him. He instantly goes on high alert. This feeling, before the bewildered trainees can react, Kim Min-jun abruptly changes his mind, shouting, Self-training today! In an instant, he blasts out of the room at terrifying speed, leaving behind the deafening slam of a door. The soldiers let out a collective sigh of relief, as if they'd just escaped death itself. One of them can't even believe their luck. We're alive. Thank God, the boss spared us. As he runs, Kim Min-jun repeatedly calls out to his partner in his mind, Lee Bong-gu, where are you right now? Was that you? Did you cause that monstrous energy explosion I just felt? What is happening? Answer me. From the other side, Bong-gu's faint voice echoes back. Kim Min-jun presses on, his voice filled with worry. What is it? What's wrong? What's going on? Bong-gu only manages to stammer a few broken words about the shock of crossing dimensions before going completely silent. Not a good sign, not good at all. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth, urging him on, but there's no reply. He suddenly stops dead in his tracks, his eyes focused, observing strange purple energy trails floating in the air. He realizes Lee Bong-gu's monstrous energy is fading fast. He quickly pinpoints the location, looking up at the sky where streaks of light are literally pointing the way. Got it, Kim Min-jun mutters, having finally found the source of the chaos. He then dashes off into the night, cutting through dense forests at an unbelievable speed. As his figure vanishes into the deep darkness, Kim Min-jun roars a single haunting name, Isgha. Meanwhile, in another dimension, one that breathes the air of ancient battles, a fierce conflict is raging. A figure in a gray cloak moves like a phantom among muscular, weapon-wielding warriors. Without a hint of hesitation, the cloaked figure leaps into the air, delivering a powerful high kick aimed straight at the head of a soldier in a steel helmet. The devastating blow sends the massive warrior flying, crashing hard to the ground. The moment their feet touch the ground, the mysterious figure spins, dodging an attack from behind and retaliating with a series of masterful combat moves. The cloaked fighter closes in on another soldier, grabbing his steel helmet and using every ounce of strength to slam his head into the hard ground, creating a violent shockwave. Amidst the chaos of defeated enemies lying everywhere, the gray-cloaked figure stands tall, their breathing still steady. But that brief moment of peace is shattered as another, gigantic shadow looms forward, a warrior of immense size, gripping a massive sword, ready to begin a new massacre. Suddenly, a huge wooden door is smashed to pieces, sending splinters flying everywhere. From within the cloud of dust, a figure in a gray cloak tumbles inside, sliding across the cold stone floor. The intruder quickly pushes themselves up with one hand. He stood there like a mountain, his cold eyes looking down at the person sprawled at his feet. He growls menacingly, incredible nerve, daring to enter a goddess's private chambers. The sound of high heels clicking on stone echoes from behind the warrior as a woman with shimmering golden hair, dressed in a noble white gown, approaches. She gazes at the intruder with a look of pity and declares, "If you surrender now, I will spare your life." Facing the powerful goddess, the cloaked figure slowly looks up, their blazing red eyes revealing a calculating glint. This situation, it's a classic life or death predicament. But the red-haired girl under the cloak suddenly flashes a defiant smile. Surrender? That word isn't in my vocabulary. Instantly, a burst of pink and purple energy explodes, enveloping her body. She raises a brightly glowing divine artifact and asks back, "So, what now?" Despite this sudden resistance, the goddess remains calm. She coolly remarks, "Trying to run away with a low-grade item? You really think you can get far, little sister?" In response to the taunt, the red-haired girl intensifies her magic, causing the very space around her to start warping. She confidently declares, "I've now confirmed it. I have successfully activated an interdimensional teleportation circle. As for the coordinates far beyond this dimension, I got them from that troublesome parasite." The revelation stuns the goddess into silence. The warrior roars, "Stop her!" and charges forward. Facing the encirclement, the red-haired girl calmly touches the cross-shaped artifact that's radiating a brilliant pink light. A world-shaking energy explosion erupts, blasting away everyone in her path and creating an immense pressure that makes the ground tremble. Amidst the wreckage, she flashes a triumphant smile. It seems her escape plan was a complete success. On the other side, the golden-haired goddess quietly watches it all unfold with a smirk. The scene abruptly shifts to a quiet forest under a full moon, where Bangu holds a mystical purple orb of energy. He casually holds it out to a small, dark creature and yells, "Surprise! A gift for you, kiddo!" The little monster exclaims in astonishment. "Ooh!" Its eyes are glued to the unexpected gift. Perched on a tree branch, Bangu watches the monster gobble it down and asks, "Is it good? This came from very far away, you know? You should be grateful that I'm sharing this with you. You should be grateful, right?" The small monster mumbles while chewing noisily. "Well, I got it from Kim Min-jun for doing a good job. He doesn't let up, but I'm still sharing it with you, aren't I?" All of a sudden, the dark creature flashes a cunning smile, its purple eyes glowing with a challenging look. Realizing its intent, Bangu flies into a rage, screaming, "Spit it out, you glutton! That is not candy! Stop right there!" Seeing the monster about to swallow the energy orb whole, he lunges forward, roaring, "Get back here, you little brat!" The chase causes the space around them to distort, filled with dense, dark lightning. A colossal flash of light suddenly explodes, tearing the night apart and creating deadly cracks in space itself. A terrifying wave of power sweeps through the forest, leaving behind dark energy aftershocks that envelop everything. Li Bangu lies collapsed on the ground, his breathing ragged and pained. He whispers, "This is." In his delirium, Kim Min-jun's voice urgently echoes in his mind. "Li Bangu, where are you right now? Was that you? Did you cause that monstrous energy explosion I just felt? What is happening? Answer me." Bangu tries to respond weakly. "Sir Kim Min-jun, what's wrong? What is going on?" Bangu only has time to explain the shock of crossing dimensions before his strength gives out completely. Just then, from within the strange light, a girl with fiery red hair steps out, looking at Bangu in horror. "Still looking this pathetic, huh? Later, you annoying pest." Bangu looks up at the newcomer, stammering, "You are." But before he can finish his words, he collapses completely onto the ground. The red-haired girl looks up at the darkness enveloping her, shocked. That's right. This is my... Just as the girl is about to fall, a pair of strong arms catches her in time. It's Kim Min-jun, his face dark and radiating a deadly aura. The red-haired girl looks at him with pure adoration and whispers, "Sir." Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun holds her in his arms, looks over at Bongu's motionless body, and then roars in absolute fury, "You! You are all insane bastards!" Seeing both Bongu and the red-haired girl severely injured, Kim Min-jun can't contain his rage. First him, and now her, both of them defeated. "I can't stand these bastards anymore." A violent surge of purple mana erupts around him the moment the Marquise energy hand skill is triggered. Massive spectral arms hoist the giant Bongu into the air, tossing him around like a helpless stuffed animal. Min-jun grits his teeth, eyes blazing with fury at his enemy. "I'll make sure you stay alive, just so I can beat you to death with my own two hands." The girl's crimson eyes slowly flutter open, tears streaming down her face as she catches sight of the familiar man standing before her. Kim Min-jun is fuming, veins popping on his forehead as he struggles to contain an absolute explosion of rage. The red-haired beauty, Se-hyun, sobs his name through her gasps, "Master Minode, so it wasn't a dream. I'm really..." But before she can finish, she freezes. Her entire face turns bright red with embarrassment as she realizes Min-jun's hand is placed in a very sensitive spot to support her. Realizing the awkwardness himself, Min-jun panics, quickly wrapping her in a shroud of eerie energy that leaves her floating mid-air in pure shock. The second her feet touch the ground, Se-hyun drops into a deep, respectful kowtow. "I, Kim Se-hyun, your loyal servant. I offer my humblest greetings, my lord." She begs for forgiveness for making her master waste his precious energy to save her life, declaring with absolute conviction, "One day, I will repay this debt with my very life." This just makes Min-jun lose it. He snaps at her. "All right, enough. You're always talking about dying for me. Stop with the death talk already. Just live a long life and work off your debt to me. Got it?" Under his sharp scolding, Si-hyun can only bow her head in shame while Min-jun lets out a heavy sigh, comparing her to that idiot subordinate Bongu. To him, Se-hyun is the brains of the operation and his absolute pride. He actually spent 10 whole minutes thinking of a proper name for her, unlike the half-baked way he named Bongu. Glaring at the girl, still kneeling at his feet, Min-jun demands answers. "So, what the hell are you even doing here?" Si-hyun keeps her head low, clarifying that she didn't come here for some brainless reason like that parasite Bongu. Hearing that name, Min-jun can't help but mock him. That guy never had a brain to begin with. But seeing Se-hyun's dead serious expression, his tone shifts instantly. "Wait a second. Did you see something?" Si-hyun looks up, one of her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, a clock symbol ticking inside her pupil. "I did," she confirms softly. "That's the Phantom Eye, a legendary item Min-jun gave her after she lost an eye in a brutal life-or-death struggle. Its power hides a terrifying ability, the Fragmented Prophecy." Min-jun holds his breath, his voice low and cautious. "And? What did you see?" Her eyes flare with an intense light. "What I saw was the end of the world." In her mind, a horrific vision unfolds, skyscrapers engulfed in flames and smoke choking the entire city. There, amidst the apocalypse, stood a lonely Kim Min-jun. Above him, a single black crow soared over the ruins of a total nightmare. Min-jun just stares at her, skeptical. "The end of the world? Really? Don't joke like that, I haven't even had my vacation yet." Despite his doubt, Se-hyun remains bowed in respect. "The Phantom Eye is unpredictable, but I saw you standing over the remains of Earth, with that parasite, Bongu, by your side." Min-jun starts pacing, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "So you came all this way just to tell me that?" "By using the tracking spell I put on that troublemaker Bongu to spy on us, just because we were together in your vision?" Deep down, he's actually impressed by her sharpness. He thinks to himself, this girl actually put a tracker on Bongu just to keep tabs on me? But a bigger question hits him. "Wait, how did you even get here? You don't have the power to travel between dimensions. Did you steal a holy relic from the temple or something?" His eyes go wide as he spots the shimmering cross-shaped treasure on her chest. That's exactly what she used to pull off this impossible journey. Min-jun facepalms, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. After regaining his composure, he cuts straight to the point. "What's the cause? What triggers the end of the world?" Si-hyun looks away, her voice trembling with anxiety. "I believe it's war. I can feel the friction of an ancient grudge, just like the conflict in Isgha right now." The moment he hears Isgha, Min-jun's pupils shrink in shock. He shouts, "What?" Rage boils over. He grits his teeth, punching the air in fury. I just settled that mess. Sehyun looks him in the eye, her answer freezing the air solid. The Nova Empire has returned. Rewind to one day before Kim Min-jun returned to Earth, back in the northern territories of the Nova Empire. A bleak, oppressive atmosphere hangs over the jagged mountains. Through the thick mist, an ancient castle rises from a sea of ruins and corpses. A lone figure in a black cloak walks silently through the carnage. Like a literal reaper, Min-jun glides past the defeated, leaving a devastated battlefield behind under the gray, lifeless northern sky. Heavy footsteps echo through the gloom of the castle halls. A giant in black-horned armor, his muscles stitched together like a patchwork nightmare, stands like an immovable mountain in his path. Facing this monster, Min-jun looks almost small in his cloak. Looking at the piles of failed experiments at his feet, a duke scoffs. Don't get too arrogant, Minol. He points a finger at the hulking guard. Those corpses were just test subjects. This guy? He's the real deal. Hearing the duke use his old name, Min-jun's expression shifts. Oh? You actually know who I am? What, are you a fan from somewhere? The Nova Duke smirks with pure arrogance. I'm a duke of the Empire. Knowing things is my job. Though, honestly, it's a shame. A man of your talents, being used like a common hunting dog. How about it? Join us. We have much more important work for someone like you. Min-jun doesn't even blink. He cuts him off coldly. Look, we aren't friends. Stop talking like we are and just get to the point. The Duke tries to sell him on the knowledge that could make him shine, but Min-jun isn't buying. I don't have time for this. He glares at the Duke, his voice like iron. If you've got any last words, save them for those hypocritical old farts back in Isgha. Seeing his stubbornness, the Duke sighs in mock disappointment. Good grief, what a waste. Instantly, the giant lunges forward at terrifying speed, eyes glowing with a murderous purple light. Facing this suffocating pressure, Min-jun doesn't move an inch. He just clenches his fist. Finally, he mutters. A flood of A-rank skill notifications screen through his mind from mana suppression to primal mana and ethereal tail. A violent explosion of purple energy wraps around his fist. Min-jun flashes a wicked grin and throws the words back at him. You're right. It really is a shame. His footsteps echo rhythmically as he advances through the empty hall. On his shoulder rests a massive sack, and he looks completely at ease, more like he's finishing a casual afternoon stroll rather than a life-or-death struggle. Is he heading to a battlefield or just collecting scrap metal? At the end of the corridor, a towering figure has been waiting. It's an old man with hair and a beard as white as snow, wearing simple robes that somehow radiate an absolutely suffocating pressure. Recognizing a familiar face, Kim Min-jun lets out a smirk. Did you lose your patience? I didn't expect the High Mage himself to come all this way. In his mind, Kim Min-jun figures this man must be the leader of some seriously ambitious subordinates. He stares the man down and asks bluntly, or do you have business with me, High Mage Isaac? With the legendary High Mage standing there, the air suddenly feels heavy and solemn. Isaac just offers a gentle, grandfatherly smile. The soldiers are busy seizing the castle, he says slowly. Are you hurt anywhere? Kim Min-jun spreads his arms wide, nonchalantly showing he's in one piece. Well, as you can see, I'm fine. Isaac glances deep into the castle and follows up. Is the Duke still alive? Kim Min-jun keeps walking and gives a clipped response. Of course, he's sleeping. Go find him yourself. The High Mage watches him walk away, silently wondering about the power of the enemy just defeated. How was the Nova Empire's artificial monster? Kim Min-jun just shrugs, looking totally disappointed. A total knockoff. Didn't even get my heart racing. Isaac falls silent, stunned by that cold answer. He looks at the wreckage around them and explains, this is the Nova Empire's secret lab. It's packed with forbidden knowledge the world was never meant to see, including the horrific truth about their monster experiments. Isaac's voice turns calculating as he emphasizes, all of this. It should stay buried under the victory of this war. Understanding exactly what the mage is trying to hide, Kim Min-jun walks right past him. Yeah, don't worry. I have zero interest in talking. I'm leaving now. But he only makes it a few steps before Isaac's voice rings out, suddenly dead serious. Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun stops in his tracks, hearing a question he didn't expect. How much do you believe in the saintess? At that, Kim Min-jun can't help but let out a dark, twisted laugh. He turns back, eyes burning with pure skepticism. Please, I don't believe in her at all. Meanwhile, another world-shaking truth is unfolding that's about to flip the entire continent upside down. A terrifying rumor is spreading like wildfire. The Emperor of the Nova Empire has been killed by the hero. Kim Min-jun walks into the chaos, stunned. What the hell? Are these monsters like cockroaches? No matter how many you kill, they just keep coming back in droves. Looking at his two subordinates kneeling at his feet, he clenches his fists, worry etched on his face. What about our people? How are they? Our followers are fine, Sejong mutters, head bowed in guilt, but Bonggu chirps in eagerly to reassure his master. Don't sweat it, boss. Our training is top tier. We don't raise weaklings here. Sejong adds on. He's right. It's not what I wanted to hear from him, but you don't need to worry too much about the followers. Kim Min-jun lets out a long sigh of relief. Phew, fine. It's not like I'm useless here. I'll stop overthinking it. Suddenly, a blue system window flashes before his eyes. Lee Bong-gu and Kim Se-hyun have jumped through dimensions with only one thing on their minds. The loyalty of Lee Bong-gu and Kim Se-hyun has deepened significantly. These two are the most fanatical followers of the Lumi cult, definitely my favorite characters. Note, when you use mana on a fanatic, you actually recover a portion of that energy. Looking at the text, Kim Min-jun clicks his tongue. Utterly useless. But seeing the sparkling, expectant eyes of his two subordinates, he just sighs to himself. Fine. If I don't look after them, who will? He stands tall, his aura exploding with power as he declares, Apocalypse? Whatever. We'll just power up and crush the chaos. Strength is everything. Se-hyun and Bong-gu cheer in unison. You're absolutely right, master. Kim Min-jun flashes a devious smile. So, what we need to do now is, a few days later, in a totally ordinary apartment building, Kim Min-jun stands with his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug behind literal mountains of cash. Kim Se-hyun, wearing a bright red tracksuit, stands there jaw-dropped at the piles of 50,000 won bills stacked like a fortress. The crow, Bong-gu, practically drools, his eyes glowing with pure greed at the sight of that massive fortune. Immediately, Se-hyun lands a heavy punch right on the crow's head. Looking back at the sea of cash, she hesitates. Master Kim Min-jun. Giving us a place to stay is already more than enough. You didn't have to do all this. Kim Min-jun just gives her a cold stare. Absolutely not. Your continued support is essential. Unlike Bong-gu, you don't have transformation skills, so just do as I say. Se-hyun can't take her eyes off the stacks of 50,000 won bills. But this is way too much money, she worries. Kim Min-jun just crosses his arms, oozing confidence. Money is just paper. I can make more whenever I want. He looks his subordinate dead in the eye and declares firmly, I couldn't do anything for you when you were living in poverty back in Isgha, but I won't let you live like that here in my hometown. His words hit Se-hyun right in the heart. Her eyes well up with tears and begin to glow, while Bong-gu the crow just looks hyped up. She bows deeply to show her undying loyalty. Thank you, Master Kim Min-jun. I promise I'll get that ID you mentioned along with this money. Kim Min-jun nods, giving her a serious warning. Right, it's not exactly legal, so I can't help much. Just don't get scammed and make sure to send me regular reports. Se-hyun and Bong-gu shout back, Understood. But seconds later, Se-hyun loses it. She grabs her partner by the neck and growls, Shut your mouth! Even as Bong-gu struggles, she grits her teeth, forcing him to stay quiet. Watching the chaos, Kim Min-jun just sighs. Man, who would even survive trying to scam these two? Raising these monsters is a total headache. He realizes that even though Se-hyun always mocks Bong-gu, both of them are actually formidable assets with terrifying skills. Se-hyun walks up to Kim Min-jun, her expression turning dead serious. She places a hand over her heart, looks him in the eye, and asks hesitantly, Master Kim Min-jun, after I get my ID, can I join the Hunter Association too? A bus carrying soldiers winds its way through a jagged mountain road where Kim Min-jun sits by the window, lost in thought. Se-hyun's desperate question is still ringing in his ears. Once I have that ID, will I be able to join the Hunter Legion? Kim Min-jun lets out a soft sigh, answering her in his head. That's impossible. He thinks it through. If he bought her foreign citizenship and finished the paperwork, her talent as an Isgha mage would make joining the Hunters as easy as breathing. But the thing that's really bothering him is simple. Why on earth does she want to join the military? He shudders just imagining it. A woman who spent her whole life as a black mage entering the army? If she causes trouble, the consequences would be absolutely catastrophic. A vision of Se-hyun being dragged away by military police for being too aggressive flashes through his mind. He can't help but worry, wouldn't that just bring him 10 times more trouble? Kim Min-jun bites his nail, his face tight with stress. Damn. Before this whole thing goes off the rails, how am I supposed to stop her? The more he thought about it, the more he realized CHON was somehow even harder to control than Li Bonggu. He was torn between a complicated, expensive naturalization process, or just letting things play out and seeing what happens. A tiny spark of hope flickered when he remembered a rumor. Join the Hunter Corps, and they handle all the citizenship paperwork for you. Kim Min-jun leaned back in his seat, completely drained. He was done. Just done with it all. He shut his eyes, sick of the troublemakers who seemed to live for chaos. Let them do what they want. He was too damn tired to care anymore. It was his fate, always having to deal with traitors he'd practically raised himself. The vehicle pulled into the Siorak rest stop, and Kim Min-jun stepped out, his expression heavy. He needed to find someone to punch, just to blow off some steam. He walked quietly, heading deeper into the deserted rest area, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun stopped. He whispered to the shadowy creature on his shoulder, "That place, it's close by, right?" After getting a nod of confirmation, Kim Min-jun broke into an excited grin. He patted the little monster's head, wondering aloud, "Let's see which unlucky monster falls into my hands today." He casually made his way deeper into the desolate Rocky Mountains. He was just enjoying the quiet atmosphere under the sun when he suddenly froze. Something up ahead was wrong. Looking down from a high cliff, he was stunned to see a group of fully armed people gathered near a dungeon that was glowing with an intense green energy. Kim Min-jun wondered to himself, "Someone's already here?" Looking closely at their combat gear, he knew something was off. They didn't look like they belonged to the Hunter Corps. His presence was quickly noticed. A hunter wearing a mask gasped in surprise, and a moment later, a huge bearded man shot a wary glance in his direction. The giant lumbered over, standing face to face with Kim Min-jun, his expression incredibly serious. He growled, "Why are you here?" Kim Min-jun, however, stayed perfectly calm. He explained casually, "Heard there was trouble with the dungeon. I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd come check it out." Hearing this, the hunter's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He immediately asserted his group's authority. "We're a clearance team from a private hunter company. We have a permit to clear this dungeon." To prove it, the big guy pulled out his phone to show Kim Min-jun the paperwork. "The Hunter Corps themselves gave us the intel on this dungeon. You need to see our permit?" Kim Min-jun waved his hand politely, declining. "No need, thanks. I don't mean to get in your way." But the hunter wasn't letting it go. He kept questioning him, sizing him up. "It's the weekend. Instead of going on a date, you're wandering around the woods alone? You trying to sneak in and steal the dungeon for yourself, kid?" Faced with this hostile attitude, Kim Min-jun quietly thought about how weird. He knew for a fact that the Hunter Corps managed every single dungeon in South Korea, and most of the time, their own people handled the clearing. It's rare for the Corps to hand over clearance rights to a private company like this, Kim Min-jun thought. Seeing him stay silent, the hunter lost his patience and yelled, "Spit it out! What are you really here for? We don't have a lot of time." Looking at the guy's tense face, Kim Min-jun totally understood the problem. An opportunity this rare, losing it would be a huge blow. It made sense that he was on edge. Kim Min-jun knew all about the greed of private hunters. He smirked to himself. "Greed gets you killed, boys. When you see a gold mine right in front of you, of course you're gonna get frantic." A sinister smile spread across his face. Kim Min-jun thought with absolute resolve, "But no matter what, I have to get into that dungeon." He touched his chin, thinking for a moment, before suddenly speaking up. Wait a minute." Kim Min-jun looked straight at the hunter team and made them an offer. "I won't interfere with your clearance, but I still need to do a little survey inside." Then, he held up 5 fingers with a brilliant smile. "I'll go into the dungeon first. Give me 5 minutes, then you guys can come in." This completely unexpected proposal made the big team leader hesitate. Seeing the hesitation, Kim Min-jun pressed on. "I really just need to check one thing inside the dungeon. Don't worry, I'll just take a quick look. I won't touch any of your precious loot, I promise." The leader grunted. "Wait here. I need to talk to my team," and turned to walk away, leaving Kim Min-jun to wait. The private hunters started whispering among themselves. Seo Ongjin, one of the members, said, "I have no idea what he's planning. But if we don't have to share the loot, we're not losing anything, right?" Another member nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We get a military sergeant as a free assistant without paying a dime. Sounds like a sweet deal to me." But Seo Ongjin was still worried. But he came here without a single weapon. As the team debated whether to contact the Hunter Corps, their leader, Bak Chan-young, immediately shut it down. "No need. Did you forget there are over 10 of us on this raid?" He explained how much of a headache reporting it would be. "Report what? Reporting this just means we lose out. We keep quiet and do our thing. The 10 of us can handle anything." Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun was starting to get impatient. He crossed his arms, annoyed. How long is this going to take? On the other side, the hunters were reaching a consensus. He's right. We're in the weaker position here anyway. Let's just do what he says. What's the harm? Seeing that everyone was on his side, the leader Bak Chan-young made the final call. Fine, whatever, let's go. But while the hunters were still deep in discussion, a blonde girl with an incredibly cool vibe suddenly appeared, watching Kim Min-jun from a distance. She calmly walked closer, completely ignoring everyone else around her. Stopping right in front of Kim Min-jun, she asked with total certainty, "You're Kim Min-jun, right?" Blindsided by this stranger's sudden appearance, Kim Min-jun just stared, a giant question mark hanging over his head. The girl immediately broke into a huge grin, waving enthusiastically as she announced, "I'm your fan." Looking at her cheerful face, all Kim Min-jun could manage was a dry and awkward reply. "Oh, right." What a surprise. As they got ready to enter the dungeon, the squad leader couldn't help but ask, seeing Kim Min-jun was completely empty-handed, "You sure you don't need any gear?" Kim Min-jun casually confirmed, "Yeah, I'm good." Instantly, his smartwatch activated, starting a 5-minute countdown. The squad leader repeated their deal as Kim Min-jun closed his eyes to focus. "Okay," he replied calmly. But just as he was about to step forward, he stopped again. "Ah, I almost forgot." The leader looked confused, and that's when Kim Min-jun's eyes lit up with a mischievous glint and a wicked smile. He slowly added, "I forgot to mention, I'm going to kill every monster I see on my survey. We cool with that?" Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Corps Command headquarters, a grim and tense atmosphere filled the entire building. Inside an office, Lieutenant General Song Boemji, the commander of the Special Forces, was giving a report, his face deadly serious. Across from him sat General Gu Hekchian, the Supreme Commander of the Hunter Corps, who was intently studying a file in his hands. General Gu slowly raised a hand to his temple and coldly questioned his subordinate. "So you're saying you can't handle this, is that right?" The general's razor-sharp gaze made Lieutenant General Song tremble, sweat pouring down his face. He could only stammer in fear, "Re-reporting, sir. I'm making calls non-stop. Please, calm down." Before he could finish, General Gu furiously slammed the file down on the table. "What is the problem? Is it you, Lieutenant General?" he continued, making his dissatisfaction with the current situation crystal clear. The Lieutenant General was dead set against the idea, but the person they invited didn't just hesitate, they gave a flat-out no. The general's eyes turned razor-sharp, his voice booming with pure pressure as he snapped at his subordinate. With results like this, how do you even expect to keep that Lieutenant General seat? Facing the absolute fury of his superior, Lieutenant General Song Baekjeum started breaking into a cold sweat. He pleaded desperately, "Please, sir, give me one more shot. I'll go personally and give Colonel Lee Jun-bio the wake-up call he deserves." But Gohak Cheon wasn't having any of it. He completely ignored the plea, repeating his command with a face as cold as ice. "I said, get out." With no other choice, Song Baekjeum hung his head and trudged out of the room, looking like he'd aged 10 years in a single minute. As he walked, he clutched his head in frustration. "Ugh, my head is killing me." Right then, his phone started vibrating like crazy. Great, just as the headache starts to fade, another storm rolls in. But when he saw the caller ID, Song's face did a complete 180. He answered with a sudden burst of energy. "Oh, is that my precious daughter calling? What's up, sweetie?" He immediately started venting to her about his terrible day. Yeah. Your dad just got torn to shreds because of that one sergeant." However, whatever his daughter said on the other end made him freeze in his tracks. "Wait, you said what?" A calculative, excited smirk spread across the lieutenant general's face as he urged her. "Tell me everything. Give me every single detail, right now." Meanwhile, over at the dungeon site, a brilliant blue energy was pulsing through the air. Kim Se-hyung-jun held her phone tight against her ear. She flashed a triumphant grin, ready to drop a massive bombshell for her father. "The thing is, I just ran into Kim Min-jun." Deep within the pitch-black shadows of the dungeon, heavy footsteps echoed against the damp, cold stone. A massive reptilian monstrosity covered in gray-green scales was prowling the area. Suddenly, a strange sound from behind made it freeze, every instinct on high alert. Before it could even turn its head, a dark blur lunged forward like a freaking hurricane. Min-jun appeared out of nowhere, delivering a devastating kick straight to the beast's skull. He didn't even look stressed, just casually muttered, "Wow, this thing was actually hiding pretty well." Surrounded by a pack of feral monsters, Min-jun moved like a ghost, dodging lethal strikes by mere inches. He felt something off and whispered to himself, the demonic energy in these things. It's getting weaker. Seeing the monster's power fading, it all clicked. He realized why the military was suddenly so generous with civilian hunter permits. So the army is just dumping their junk inventory for the private sector to clean up? No wonder these things are weak as wet noodles. He dropped enemies with precise, brutal strikes, thinking to himself, good thing I'm here. Without me, this whole operation would have turned into a total disaster. Fed up with wasting time on these small fry, he let out a low growl. I don't have all day to play games with you runts. In a burst of terrifying speed, Min-jun vanished, leaving the monsters standing there looking confused about what just hit them. He stopped in a deserted corridor, scanning the area with a sharp gaze. It should be right around here. But after a few minutes of searching, Min-jun's patience started wearing thin. There was no sign of the secret passage. Seriously? Not a single entrance? Now I have to play hide-and-seek? What a pain. His gaze suddenly went cold, his eyes glowing with an intense, suffocating purple light. He decided to stop being polite. Where's the door? Not gonna show yourself? Fine, I'll make one. Min-jun unleashed a monstrous kick, purple energy swirling around his leg as he literally tore through the dungeon's space. He landed perfectly and started strolling toward a blinding light at the end of the dark tunnel. Waiting, there was a massive reptile monster with glowing red eyes, growling a warning that would have made anyone else turn tail and run. Standing before a creature several times his size, Min-jun just stood there with his hands on his hips. He looked the snarling beast right in the eye and gave it a cocky grin. Lucky you. You get to be the first one to block my path. Instantly, Min-jun blurred forward with insane speed, weaving through attacks while a violent purple mana flared up all around him. Standing in the center of the energy storm, his face lit up with pure excitement. I actually just picked up a pretty interesting move lately. Min-jun raised a finger, and a massive, swirling vortex of dark energy formed above him, crushing the entire room with sheer pressure. The system window flickered to life. Skill activated Dark Rain. Looking at the monster trembling under the shadow of the energy mass, Min-jun let out a sinister chuckle. Consider yourself lucky. You're my first test subject for this one. Honestly, if I were that monster, I'd be halfway home by now. This skill allows the user to rain down pure energy over a specific area, a magical downpour that rots anything it touches. Min-jun dropped his hand, signaling the dark rain to delete his enemy. Sharp, purple energy needles sliced through the air like thousands of daggers, piercing right through the monster's reinforced scales. The beast roared in absolute agony as its body began to corrode and fall apart. It tried to hide behind the rocks, but it was useless against an area of effect attack like this. The lethal rain kept pouring down, pinning the monster to the ground until it couldn't even twitch. But despite the absolute carnage he just caused, Kim Min-jun just stood there with his arms crossed, looking bored. He sighed, unimpressed. D-rank garbage is still just garbage. Was that a massage or an attack? Guys, seriously, don't believe the advertisements. This was weak. Suddenly, Min-jun's eyes sharpened as he locked onto his opponent's next move. Without warning, a flash of white light tore through the air, aiming directly for the monster's tail. A clean, perfect slice sent the massive tail flying, leaving the creature shrieking in shock and pain. Min-jun moved fluidly, mocking the beast as it struggled to balance. There, chop that off to help you lose some weight. You're welcome. He let out an excited laugh, noticing his stats were kicking in. Nice. My speed is definitely on another level now. Desperate, the monster unhinged its jaw and spat out a thick, disgusting cloud of green poison gas. The cloud swallowed everything. Thinking it had finally won, the monster lunged forward, ready to swallow its victim whole. But out of the thick, poisonous sludge, a hand shot out and grabbed the monster's long tongue. The beast's eyes nearly popped out of its head in pure terror. Then, a massive explosion of purple aura erupted from Min-jun, incinerating the poison instantly. Standing tall amidst the wreckage, he declared coldly, "You thought some cheap poison would take me down? Go use that stuff as a supplement or something. This is what a real dark mage looks like." The system chimed, "Skill Demonic Mastery activated." Min-jun used overwhelming force, yanking the tongue so hard the monster's face literally started to contort from the pain. He raised his finger again. Purple mana surged and flickered at his fingertip as he prepared another round of dark rain. A split second later, a world-shaking explosion of energy slammed down, erasing the monster from existence in the blink of an eye. As the dust settled, Min-jun stood there unfazed, his powerful silhouette visible through the smoke. System messages started spamming his vision. Demonic power increased by 1. Demonic power has reached the threshold. New skill unlocked. Berserk Rush. Checking his status window, Min-jun's grin widened. Oh? What's this? This skill tanks your defense and stamina, but in exchange, it boosts your speed to the moon and deals collision damage to anyone in your way. He analyzed it for a second. Most dark mages wouldn't have the guts or the stats to pull this off. Then, with total confidence, he added, "But I'm built different. I was strong to begin with." Heh. Stepping closer to the monster's corpse, he whispers, "Now then." Kim Min-jun raises a hand, activating his decay skill and giving the command, "Clean up!" Instantly, purple flames erupt, completely incinerating what's left of the beast. He casually glances at his still smoking hand and remarks, "You know, this skill would be great for a cremation service." And with the battle over, Kim Min-jun gives a long stretch. "Oof, my back." He strolls toward the glowing dungeon gate, wondering to himself, has it been 5 minutes yet? A little fight and his back is already protesting. The struggle is real. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the team of private hunters is still waiting impatiently. One of them checks his watch and speaks up. "It's definitely been over 5 minutes now, right?" The team starts readying their weapons, preparing to move in. "All right, let's go." But wait. The bearded captain suddenly freezes, his face etched with worry. "Hold on. Something's not right." When his team asks what's up, he lays out his doubts. "I didn't say anything because he's from the Hunter Corps, but scouting a dungeon in just 5 minutes? How is that even possible?" Whispers of agreement ripple through the group. He's got a point. The captain continues his grim analysis, and even if he was telling the truth, this dungeon could be hiding some other major danger. If that's the case, he might already be dead in there. The captain grits his teeth, the tension palpable. Yeah, that's not wrong. Two members of the team look at each other, pure despair on their faces. "We're screwed," they mutter. "We're totally, completely screwed." Their captain, Park Chan-byung, slumps down next to his gear. He's already thinking of how to dodge responsibility. This is a total mess. I'll just say I was standing watch out here. If something happened to that guy, then I'm innocent. Hearing this, his teammate asks in disbelief, "What are you talking about?" Chan-byung's face is dead serious as he growls, "I'm preparing for the worst-case scenario where that guy." But another hunter quickly cuts in, trying to reassure him, "That's not going to happen." Seeing Ji-yoon looking so calm, Chan-byung turns to her. "Oh, right. You know that guy, don't you? You even said you were a fan of his, didn't you? You guys don't know him? He's the one who handled that fake dungeon in Daejeon a few months back." Another hunter is still skeptical. "You mean that guy? I thought he was just a regular sergeant from the 104th Corps, not a first-class sergeant or anything." The teammate continues, adding details from the news reports. "That's right. The news said the top brass never approved it. The people below sent him in on their own. Did he get a promotion? And how do you know him? I thought the Hunter Corps kept their identities secret, no faces, no names." Ji-yoon just smirks mysteriously. "I have my ways. All you need to do is grab your weapons, get up, and prepare to start the sweep." She starts planting some dangerous ideas. What if there really is something wrong with this dungeon? Ji-yoon sighs once, then turns to the captain. "Captain Park Chan-byung, don't tell me you actually believed what I said, because I don't." Just as the countdown timer hits 0, Ji-yoon resolutely walks towards the gate. "We've waited the 5 minutes we promised. Now, I'm going in to check myself." Why is she so insistent on going in there? As she walks, a cunning smile spreads across her face. Who knows what might happen in there, right? Maybe we'll find some evidence we can use to hold against him? Haha. Suddenly, a hunter shouts, "What is that thing coming out? A transforming monster." Ji-yoon and the entire team freeze, stunned, as a silhouette casually steps out of the brilliant blue light. It's Kim Min-jun, but he's shirtless, revealing a ridiculously muscular physique and a completely relaxed expression. A sight to make any gym-goer jealous, let me tell you. Seeing this, Ji-yoon can't help but blush in embarrassment. Chan-byung quickly rushes over. "Sergeant, is there a problem?" Kim Min-jun just scratches his head and replies nonchalantly, "Ah, no, nothing at all. You can all go in." Seeing the team still frozen in shock, he flashes a bright smile and makes a surprising request. "But before that, can I borrow a t-shirt that'll fit?" At a modern apartment building, Kim Se-hyun is buried in a pile of books, studying Korean with intense focus. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, eyes locked on the computer screen with beginner's textbooks spread neatly on her desk. Just then, a black crow swoops past the window, carrying a plastic bag as it flies inside. A puff of purple smoke envelops it, and the crow transforms into a silver-haired boy with a cheerful expression. He casually pulls out a bag of snacks and starts munching away happily. Seeing him, Si-hyun's face instantly darkens. Where did you go without saying a word? The silver-haired boy just chews loudly and replies, just went to grab some snacks and instant noodles. What's with the scary face, sis? He walks to the kitchen, opens a cabinet, and sighs. We're out of ramen. He grabs a golden pot, ready to cook, but turns to find Si-hyun standing right behind him, radiating a murderous aura. Before he can even ask if she wants some, Si-hyun lands a massive heaven-shaking punch right in his face. Si-hyun looks down at him, sprawled out on the floor, and scolds him. You could have just walked to the nearby store instead of transforming. He cries out in pain. Ow! Can't we talk things out normally? Who can stand this constant violence? But Si-hyun shows no mercy, continuing her tirade. You damn fool. All you ever think about is eating, and you go around wasting your transformation on it? She presses him aggressively. Do you really think Master Kim Min-jun gave you magic power just so you could go for a stroll? He pouts and mutters resentfully. Even so, I've found a lot of dungeons. Si-hyun's eyes suddenly turn dark with worry. The boss is pushing himself to the limit to sustain us, you know. If I had known, I never would have accepted this magic from him. I'm worried sick. In stark contrast to her anxiety, the silver-haired boy just smiles, full of confidence. Don't worry. The master will definitely increase his magic stat faster than anyone else. Besides, I'm sure I'll play the most crucial role. In an instant, Si-hyun grabs him by the collar and yells, How dare a mere mage say something like that? She explains furiously, increasing the stat only raises the maximum amount of magic he can store. It still runs out when it's used. Si-hyun grits her teeth, reminding him of their reality. On top of that, gathering magic here is much harder than it was in Isgha. And you dare say such carefree words? She stares deep into his eyes with a threatening glare. I'm starting to doubt your faith. He just laughs nervously. Haha, Master Kim Min-jun always has a plan. Sharing his magic with us must be part of it. Before he can finish, Se-hyun lands another punch, shouting, That means you're being way too complacent. Seeing things were getting too heated, Bonggu finally relents. All right, I won't do it again. Though she lets go, Si-hyun can't hide her frustration. She looks away and mutters with determination, I swear, I will. Just then, the sound of the door opening cuts through the tension. In walks Min-jun, casually holding a paper bag of food. Was I gone that long? The house has already turned into a fighting ring? Who started it this time? The moment they see their master, both Se-hyun and Bonggu freeze, their expressions changing instantly. Bonggu frantically waves his hands in denial. No, sir. He immediately bows, his voice full of excitement. Welcome back, Master. Min-jun enters the room, calmly hands the bag of food to Bonggu, and gets straight to the point. So, how are the preparations coming along? Bonggu hands over a bag of fruit, quickly spitting out his report. In 3 days, the black market seller is set to secretly meet with that parasite, with Lee Bonggu. Looking at the smug expression on his subordinate's face, Kim Min-jun can't help but sigh a warning. Just try not to cook up any more ridiculous identities, all right? He turns to Kim Si-hyun, his face growing stern. And you, don't let Bonggu do everything. You need to observe things carefully, got it? While Bonggu is completely lost in his bag of food, Kim Min-jun suddenly notices a stack of books on the table. He quietly wonders, what's all this? His gaze becomes thoughtful as he asks Kim Se-hyun, are you really planning to join the Hunter Corps? Hearing the question, Kim Si-hyun immediately straightens up, proudly showing off her progress. It hasn't been long, but I've already learned to write basic Korean. I'll be perfectly prepared for enlistment. Seeing her burning with determination, Kim Min-jun can only marvel at the magic of the Korean alphabet. He then asks, a little bewildered, enlistment. Suddenly, a notification sound pings from the computer screen. Kim Se-hyun quickly excuses herself. It's time. Let me show this online world the true speed of a mage. Her eyes suddenly flare with an eerie purple light. In the next instant, Kim Si-hyun launches herself at the desk, her 10 fingers flying across the keyboard at a terrifying speed, creating a relentless storm of clicks. Kim Min-jun stands behind her, watching the scene unfold, completely stunned. On the screen is a flood of malicious comments from the online community, all aimed at the Hunter Corps and Kim Min-jun himself. Accounts with names like RUA, Hang Tior, and Hoon Jiang are relentlessly posting insults, claiming hunters are just tax leeches and that all of Kim Min-jun's achievements are fake. Under the username Kim Min-jun Fan, Kim Si-hyun furiously replies to every single comment. She hammers the keys as if trying to smash the keyboard to pieces, her face radiating pure murderous intent. Kim Min-jun breaks out in a cold sweat watching her ruthless counterattack. You keyboard warriors only know how to hide and type. He stammers, trying to praise her through his shock. Yeah, your Korean has really improved. In his mind, he's thinking she's practically a native speaker now. Still, he has to warn her, but don't use my name in your ID. Ignoring his warning, Kim Si-haeon remains lost in her fury. Die, all of you, you bastards! The keyboard itself seems to cry out, "What did I do to deserve this?" Realizing the situation is unstoppable, Kim Min-jun decides to switch to an important announcement. Anyway, starting tomorrow, you won't be able to contact me for a week, so don't cause any trouble. In the middle of a bite, Bong-gu looks up, confused. Where are you going, sir? Kim Min-jun lets out a heavy sigh, sounding completely drained. You have no idea. I've been assigned to 24/7 combat duty. For the next week, none of you better cause any trouble so I can get through my shift in peace. The 5-minute rapid response team, also known as the 24/7 combat duty force, is always the first unit on the scene during an emergency in their assigned sector. Within the Hunter Corps, each platoon takes turns handling this duty at the battalion level. Even for elite hunters, being on continuous standby is notoriously brutal, and the main reason everyone dreads it? The sudden appearance of 2nd Platoon's deputy commander, Kim Min-jun. He storms into the room, roaring, "Red alert! Everybody up! Stop dreaming and get moving!" The soldiers below can only groan. Not again. Is this another drill? Even if he doesn't know for sure, Kim Min-jun just shoves them forward. Don't know. We'll figure it out on the way. Move! Complaints echo down the hall. I'm asking because 9 out of 10 times, it's a false alarm. This is getting ridiculous. The hunters grumble, thinking a drill every single hour is completely insane. Let's just go. The deputy commander is waiting. This was basically a tradition of endless drills, because even the 5-minute standby duty itself is considered part of the grueling training process. Back at headquarters, a military transport vehicle is already revving its engine. A radio call crackles to life. Rapid response. This is HQ. Position 3030. Move fast. Over. Kim Min-jun grabs the radio to confirm the situation while his soldiers quickly pile in and take their seats. After getting the all-clear from a teammate in the rearview mirror, Kim Min-jun gives the cold command. Move out. The vehicle tears down the road, leaving a thick cloud of dust in its wake. Hold on tight, everyone. The boss is driving like a maniac. Sitting in the truck, Kim Min-jun silently observes the atmosphere around him. He gently taps his chin, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he senses something unusual. Feels more tense than normal. Looks like this one's for real. The vehicle continues to accelerate towards the target. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Kim Min-jun, look ahead. Kim Min-jun mutters, Huh? What is it? He focuses on the road ahead, and his eyes fly open in complete shock at the unexpected sight. The military truck screeches to a halt as it meets an obstacle. A single soldier stands blocking the middle of the road, frantically waving a light stick. Stepping out of a vehicle is an officer with a signature beard and an intimidating stare. On his chest, a name tag clearly reads, Jang Min-soo, Republic of Korea Hunter Corps. The moment he sees the man, Kim Min-jun can't help but let out a stunned, Huh? This was the guy who challenged Kim Min-jun and got absolutely demolished for his troubles. The thud of boots on the pavement shatters the tense air. Jang Min-soo's attitude suddenly flips. He spreads his arms wide in a cheerful welcome. Well, if it isn't Kim Min-jun, long time no see. Kim Min-jun approaches cautiously as Jang Min-soo points to a smoking truck behind him and explains, As you can see, my vehicle broke down. You seem busy, sorry for the trouble. Yeah, right, broken down, or is this just another one of your schemes, Min-soo? Kim Min-jun glances at his watch and gives a curt nod. Ah, yes, well then. But just as Kim Min-jun turns his back, a sinister, calculating grin spreads across Jang Min-soo's face. He suddenly bellows an order to his own men. Platoon 2, all dismount. We're running to the target location. The thunder of soldiers' boots echoes down the forest road, and Kim Min-jun's team has no choice but to join the race. They're forced into a dead sprint through the dense foliage. A few soldiers cry out in pain as they run. Damn it. Ugh. Watching Kim Min-jun's team disappear into the distance, Jang Min-soo lets out an annoyed sigh. Ha, what a pain in the ass. The race against time is absolutely brutal. Kim Min-jun leads the pack, constantly shouting encouragement to his squad. Come on, we're almost there. Move your feet. The whole team bursts out from the edge of the forest, emerging into a blinding light. Waiting for them is a long, imposing line of Special Forces officers, standing in perfect formation. A soldier from Kim Min-jun's team gasps, his jaw dropping at the sight of such high-ranking figures. Stepping out from the crowd is a general with suntanned skin and a powerful wraparound beard. This is Major General Song-baek-jeom, the commander of the Hunter Corps Special Task Force. He casually glances at his watch and announces, 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Another 5 seconds and your entire team would have been wiped. Kim Min-jun quickly brings his squad into formation. He barks, fall in, attention, salute. He executes a perfect military salute, his ice-cold eyes locked directly on the Major General. In response to that deadly seriousness, Song-baek-jeom offers a cheerful, relaxed smile. Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes, quickly sizing up the situation. So the Special Forces want to play it this way, huh? A sly smirk appears on his lips, ready to face whatever challenge comes next. Just a few minutes before the standby call, the atmosphere at the base had been incredibly tense with the arrival of several key officers. Standing in the middle of the training ground, Song-baek-jeom, Lee Jun-beom, Seo Jung-gun, and Han Borum were deep in discussion. Colonel Lee Jun-beom was waiting for them, and he looked incredibly tense. Song Bomji spoke up. No need to be so uncomfortable. We're all just doing our jobs. Lee Jun-beom forced a strained smile, sweat beading on his forehead. For you to grace our remote little battalion with your presence. It is truly an honor. At that, Song Bomji let out a booming laugh that echoed across the grounds. Oh, is that so? Well then, I guess I'll have to visit more often. Ha ha ha. Standing in the background, Captain Seo Jung-gun watched the scene unfold, his expression lost in deep thought. He knew that managing a hunter unit full of awakened individuals was nearly impossible. The standard military hierarchy was completely useless for controlling them. His eyes shifted towards Han Borum, an officer who radiated confidence in her own skills. Jong-gun believed that only hunters from the Special Forces had what it took to assist the military police in monitoring these talented and unpredictable people. But he was still confused. He understood the logic, but did they really come all this way just for Song Byung-ji to slap Lee Junbyo on the shoulder and laugh? Especially when the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approaching snapped Song Byung-ji to attention. He gripped his radio, a small smile playing on his lips as he announced, "They're here." It was day 2 of phase standby, and the atmosphere in the barracks was suffocating. Soldiers were slumped all along the hallways, their faces pale and exhausted, eyes hollow from a long and stressful night without sleep. One soldier, worn down to the bone, started to complain. His teammate chimed in, breathing heavily. "All night long, man. Have we ever had to deal with this many guys at once before?" Thinking about the STF commander's presence at the base, one soldier voiced his concern. "He's definitely here for personal revenge. An STF leader acting this petty?" Another scoffed. "I agree. He's got to be after Kim Min-jun," a soldier asked, confused. "You mean because of some trouble with an STF sergeant?" His comrade nodded grimly. "It's the only explanation. But why would a high-ranking officer come all the way here just for that?" He fumed. "I didn't know the STF had this much free time. So damn petty." Seeing the exhaustion on his team's faces, one man spoke up with resolve. "If that's the case, we can't afford to lose." Instantly, their spirits lifted. All they had to do was hold out. "It's only for a week," one declared firmly. "I'll take care of Chun-ho." They tried to console each other, saying, "Who cares about the STF? Our Sergeant Min-jun is the real deal." But at that thought, the whole group suddenly collapsed to the floor, haunted by a memory. One of them mumbled, "Ah, I remember now. He really is a demon. Can't we just fail at Phi standby and get out of here?" But a harsh reality crashed down on them. Failing would only make the training even more brutal. "You're right. Best to just give it our all." During the march, 2 soldiers whispered to each other, "Isn't he being way too cruel? Are you trying to kill me?" Another added, "I'm seriously considering reporting you." In response, their commander just gave them a knowing, cryptic smile. Suddenly, an announcement blared through the base's speakers. "All personnel, assemble! Move out to the military training grounds. The music's on, boys. Time to party." The entire squad immediately grabbed their guns and took off at a full sprint, spurred on by urgent shouts. One soldier asked while running, "Lee Dong-jin, this is Drill A, right? I've never faced actual hostiles before." Dong-jin scanned his surroundings and reassured him, "Don't worry. The base we're heading to has been abandoned for years. There's no one to report to, even if there are hostiles." The young soldier's face lit up with excitement. "Ah, so it's really..." Dong-jin confirmed. "Yep, this is probably a simulation scenario from Central Command." Suddenly, a soldier froze, his eyes sharp with suspicion as he spotted something out of place. Halt! The whole squad instantly dropped into combat positions, surrounding a suspicious target in the middle of the abandoned base. Patrolling through a dense forest, the soldiers abruptly stopped, their faces filled with doubt as they heard a strange noise. Up above, two mysterious figures dressed head to toe in black tactical gear, completely masked. Instantly, the whole squad raised their weapons, focusing their firepower on the target with extreme caution. Holding a radio, the commander reported with a confident smirk. "Command, this is Phi standby. 2 suspects spotted at base X-20. We'll capture them immediately. Over. You picked the wrong day to mess with us." On the other end, Command immediately replied with a steely order. "Phi standby. This is Command. Capture them alive. Over." Watching the 2 strangers walk away leisurely as if taunting them, Min-jun turned to his teammates. "You all heard that, right?" He slowly cracked his knuckles, a determined fire igniting in his eyes, and then gave his team an order. "Lower your weapons. We're going to give them a proper beatdown with our bare hands." Like a pack of wild beasts, the entire squad charged their prey, but their opponents were no easy targets. One of them stood like a mountain, radiating an incredible pressure that made everyone hesitate. A chaotic brawl erupted, with a dizzying exchange of blows between the 2 sides. The other stranger, the one with the green hair, proved to be just as dangerous. He unleashed a relentless barrage of vicious spinning kicks, taking down multiple soldiers in the blink of an eye. Watching their comrades fall one by one against such overwhelming power, the remaining soldiers were stunned and began to waver. One soldier tried to muster his strength for a punch, but his face was a mask of pure stress. The skill gap was just too massive, leaving the soldiers completely on the defensive. The green-haired man moved like a ghost, constantly delivering devastating strikes that sent soldiers flying out of the fight before they could even react. Receiving some timely backup, the soldier sighed in relief. "Thanks." Min-sung, clad in his full uniform, quickly urged his teammate, "I've got this. Go help the others before they're all wiped out." Seeing his men getting thrashed, Min-jun strode forward, his eyes as cold as ice. Now, he stared directly at the stranger and issued a steel-laced warning. "I won't be holding back. Got it?" The suspect cracked his knuckles and immediately snapped into a professional fighting stance. He lunged forward, unleashing a furious combo of punches straight at Min-jun. Min-jun, however, remained perfectly calm. He effortlessly weaved his body, dodging every single strike with masterful skill. Before the suspect could even process what was happening, Min-jun unleashed a single, devastating blow that slammed him into the ground. The impact was so powerful it left the man sprawled out, coughing and sputtering in pain. Just then, the other soldiers arrived. They gathered around, time to show this guy what a festival of pain feels like. Min-jun and his teammates grinned sinisterly as they closed in, ready to teach the suspect a lesson he'd never forget. The group of soldiers immediately swarmed him, raining down brutal kicks that left the enemy beaten in a cloud of dust. And just like that, only one of them was left. He slowly rose to his feet, revealing a powerful physique with rippling muscles. Min-jun approached him, his eyes filled with mockery. "Well then, how about a one-shot deal?" He provoked, pointing to his own face. "You can hit me first if you can." The suspect smirked, thinking to himself, "Arrogant little brat." He poured all his strength into his arm and threw a 1,000-pound punch straight at Min-jun's head. The impact was so intense it made the helmet smoke, but Min-jun stood firm, solid as a rock. The man's eyes went wide with shock, seeing Min-jun still smiling that same defiant smile. Min-jun spoke slowly. "My turn." After letting out a long breath that turned to white vapor, he suddenly unleashed an explosive punch. The fist slammed right into the man's gut. Min-jun looked down coldly at his defeated opponent and ordered his team, "It's done. Go on, boys, take care of him." The soldiers' eyes lit up with vicious glee as they instantly surrounded their new prey. Terrified, the suspect desperately begged for his life. Wait. Okay, stop. The training is over. Don't you hear me? I'm from the STF." But despite his frantic explanations, the team swarmed him, their relentless attacks drowning out his cries for help. "You were so tough a minute ago. What happened to all that? I absolutely cannot agree to this." The furious shout echoed throughout the command building. Inside the office, Lee Jun-byum stood before Song Baek-jeom, his face red with rage. "Please, withdraw the order," he yelled, his voice strained. In his entire military career, he had never heard anything so absurd. Lee Jun-byum warned through gritted teeth that this could lead to a serious conflict between his soldiers and the Special Task Force Command, adding firmly, "I will definitely be filing a formal complaint." In stark contrast to his fury, Song Baekjeom just sat there calmly, leaning back in his chair with a mocking smile. He said slowly, "Calm down, Colonel. All that stress will give you wrinkles." Lee Junbeom was so furious he was physically shaking, his fists clenched so tight his veins bulged, but all he could manage was a choked, helpless grunt. Just as the tension reaches its breaking point, a sharp knock echoes through the room. Song Baekjeom coolly gives the order to enter, and the door bangs open. Dong-hoon marches in and snaps into a perfect, rigid salute. "Reporting, sir." The members of the quick response team have returned. Seeing his subordinate back in one piece, Song Baekjeom lets out a smug, satisfied smirk. Commander Lee Junbeom rushes forward, his voice frantic with worry for his soldiers. "Is everyone okay? Any casualties?" Dong-hoon rubs a tiny scratch on his chin, hesitating for a split second. "Two, sir." That vague answer sends Lee Junbeom into a total panic. "What? Two? Who are they? Are they badly hurt?" Realizing his boss is overreacting, Dong-hoon quickly holds up two fingers to clarify. Reporting. "Those two suspects are out cold, sir. Our guys, they're running just fine." Lee Junbeom just stands there, frozen in shock. Unconscious? The suspects? He can't believe his ears. STF elites. Beaten into a coma? Are you absolutely sure? STF soldiers got taken out like that? Dong-hoon nods with pure, unadulterated pride. "Yes, sir. The quick response team has successfully detained both suspicious individuals." He continues the status report on his squad's health. Sergeant Lee Seung-ho and a few others have minor scratches, but they're more than healthy enough to run. A bright smile hits the young soldier's face as he reveals their real motivation. They're sprinting straight to the cafeteria because today is sausage day. Then, he turns and leaves with a hilariously smug look on his face. On the other side of the room, a fist clenches so hard the veins turn blue. Someone is absolutely vibrating with pure, white-hot rage. The commander roars in his thoughts. That bastard, Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, our hero is casually stuffing his face, cheeks puffed out, totally oblivious to the absolute chaos he just sparked. Back at the base, the atmosphere is pure horror. People are gasping in disbelief. No way. Outside the HQ building, two military ambulances are already on standby. Inside, the two STF giants Han Borum and Jong Hae-jun are lying motionless on stretchers, their faces swollen beyond recognition. Seeing the state of his men, the officer screams in a panic. "Unbelievable! Major Han, are you okay?" He desperately tries to wake them. "Major Jong, open your eyes! Majors!" Watching the carnage, Song Baekjeom clicks his tongue in disgust. His face turns dark as he glares straight at Kim Min-jun, who is standing at attention in the office. His eyes are razor-sharp, pure, murderous intent. It looks like he wants to tear Min-jun apart right then and there. Song Baekjeom coldly dismisses the room. Under the intense pressure, the two officers salute and bolt out, leaving Min-jun standing completely alone in the heavy silence. Song Baekjeom starts to approach. Each heavy footstep echoes across the floor like a steady drumbeat of impending doom. He stops right in front of Min-jun and bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha! You really are something." He actually praises the young sergeant. "Taking down two of my majors all by yourself? You're a beast." But then the mockery kicks in. "A talent like yours, and you're still just a sergeant? Guess the 104th Division commander has zero eye for talent." He walks closer, placing a hand on Min-jun's shoulder with fake friendliness. "Every man for himself, right? Here's the deal. I'll promote you to second lieutenant immediately. Join the special task force. You want more than that? I can make it happen." Song Baekjeom leans into his ear, whispering with a calculating grin. "Just tell me what you want." How does Min-jun respond? He just gives a small, challenging smirk. Looking the STF commander straight in the eye, he asks, "Are you sure about that?" Outside the office, Seo Young-un peeks through the door crack, worried sick. He whispers to Colonel Lee Junbeom, "Is this really okay, sir?" He's trying to recruit Kim Min-jun. If we leave them alone like this, unlike his panicked subordinate, Lee Junbeom is incredibly calm. "Don't worry. Kim Min-jun is way more unpredictable than you think." Before he can even finish, a furious roar shatters the silence from inside the room. "You said what?" The sound of a desk being slammed echoes out, followed by Song Baekjeom screaming, "Say that again, you little bastard." The hallway literally shakes from the chaos, but Lee Junbeom just smirks. "See? Told you he was different. That kid has never known how to hold back." Outside the door, Colonel Lee and Seo Jung-un are sweating bullets, worried about their problem child subordinate. Colonel Lee mumbles, "Great, He probably just slapped the boss's face. The whole battalion is doomed. Seo Jung-un tries to stay positive. No way, he wouldn't. But they both go silent, sweat pouring down their faces. They don't even believe their own words. Colonel Lee grabs his hair. What do we do? Should we go in? He hesitates. But then what? What do we even say? Right then, a calm voice cuts through the panic. Titles don't matter. What matters is not being a boss, sir. Turns out, the source of the rage is something nobody expected. Song Baek-jium's eyes bulge out. Dungeon, what? What you want? Is guaranteed time to play games? He gets right in Min-jun's face, fuming. Are you out of your mind? Unlike the exploding commander, Kim Min-jun is a total statue, completely calm. I told you this last time, sir. The ban on personal electronics and limited internet? Unacceptable. He even holds up a finger to correct him. Also, the name is Dungeon Musketeer. That was the last straw. Song Baek-jium goes nuclear. No one asked the name. He screams about military discipline and how soldiers must obey. He looms over Min-jun, eyes narrowed. You still don't get it? Was the quick response experience not enough of a warning? Now comes the real threat. He points at the floor. I can make your whole squad's life a living hell if I want. Want to see them go a month without sleep? At the mention of his team, Min-jun goes quiet, head down. Song Baek-jium thinks he's won. Nothing to say? Oh, so you don't care if your friends suffer for your mistakes? He smirks, leaning in to whisper something much darker. What about that mercenary incident, the one involving civilians? Let's have a little chat about that. Min-jun visibly flinches, his eyes shake. The secret is out. Song Baek-jium grins, ready to deliver the final blow. I think that needs a full investigation. Don't you agree? But just as he's about to crush him, the door slams open. A senior officer storms in, roaring, Investigation, my foot. This sudden entrance leaves Min-jun and the other soldier frozen in total shock. The bearded officer bellows, I'm the one who ordered him to do it. He glares at the STF commander with enough rage to burn the whole room down. The heavy thud of footsteps echoed as he approached. Two high-ranking officers, face to face, creating an atmosphere so tense you could barely breathe. When his superior officer appeared, the subordinate broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, Sir, what are you doing here? I thought you were at headquarters. Payback, it seems, had arrived right on schedule. The other officer arched an eyebrow, his voice dripping with suspicion. What a strange question. Is there a particular reason you're here while I'm away? The pointed question left the man speechless. He could only fumble for a denial. No, that's not it. But before he could ramble on, the officer forcefully shoved a brown envelope into his chest. I received an interesting tip. Came as soon as I heard you were in my division, just so I could show you this. The man took the envelope, his face a mask of confusion. A tip? The moment he opened the file and read it, all the color drained from his face. His eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated shock at the information staring back at him. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun watched the whole scene unfold with a subtle, knowing smirk. A calm voice echoed in his mind. Kim Min-jun, right? I'm a fan. Kim Min-jun glanced over, his gaze falling on a blonde girl standing some distance away. He muttered to himself, A fan, huh? Why is my fan club packed with such heavy hitters? Suddenly, Kim Min-jun's eyes flashed a menacing purple, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. A fan. At that moment, the blonde girl was on her phone, reporting in. Hey, it's me. Can you talk? She continued nonchalantly. Looks like your top recruitment priority has changed. A smirk twisted her lips as she delivered the final verdict. And don't even think about touching him. I just saw it for myself. Kim Min-jun is on a whole other level. At her feet, a tiny shadow creature looked up with curiosity. You don't seem like much of a fan to me, Kim Min-jun thought. The first day for Kim Min-jun at Phi Stanby was coming to a close. The time, 11:28 p.m. The atmosphere at the combat-ready post was deathly quiet under the full moon. Inside, 5 soldiers in full gear were sprawled across the floor, leaning against lockers in a state of total exhaustion. The sharp click of the doorknob cut through the silence as Kim Min-jun casually walked into the room. He took in the scene of his teammates, completely wiped out after a long day. A few were already deep asleep. One guy was so out of it, it looked like his soul had left his body. Kim Min-jun just watched the sleeping soldiers with a stern, unreadable expression. Noticing the newcomer, one soldier pried his eyes open and asked wearily, Sir, are you taking the watch? I'm completely drained. Kim Min-jun replied calmly, No need, you just rest. Seeing his deputy commander just standing there, the soldier reminded him with concern, You need to rest too. Leaning against the door, Kim Min-jun's voice was cold and firm. Don't worry about me. Get some rest, at least until morning. The door clicked shut, leaving the soldier inside with a look of utter confusion. He muttered under his breath, completely baffled. Tomorrow? But today is our first day. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun walked silently down the dark hallway, his boots making a steady, rhythmic sound on the floor. A sinister smile spread across his face as he thought to himself, that's right, tomorrow. Because tonight, I'm going to take care of you annoying pests myself. A murderous fire burned in Kim Min-jun's eyes. He gave a sharp command, cue the music, Bonggu. At the Red Cow Tongue building, wind howled through the dark night. A man with long silver hair stood confidently, looking up at the brightly lit windows. On his shoulder sat a small, dark creature with glowing purple eyes. The man flashed a confident smile and replied simply, got it. Over at Red headquarters, a deep silence had fallen over the rows of empty desks. But in one room, a light was still on. A blonde woman with her hair tied up was typing furiously, the constant clicking of keys, the only sound. Suddenly, her hands froze over the keyboard. She glanced around, her expression full of suspicion. Sensing something was wrong, she stood up and walked into the dark hallway. At the end of the path, the silhouette of a janitor was quietly mopping the floor. She walked closer and questioned him. What are you doing here? This is not an area the cleaning staff is authorized to enter. Hearing her voice, the man stopped, his hand tightening its grip on the mop handle. The woman kept walking, getting closer and closer behind him. The janitor let out a small smirk, adjusting the baseball cap that hid his face. He replied casually, looks like I'm already causing trouble on my first day. I'll be done in a second. His relaxed attitude only made the woman more suspicious. She crossed her arms, her voice turning to ice. Is that so? Let me see your face. And your ID. The man stood perfectly still, his back hiding any trace of his expression. An unnatural chill blew through the hall, making the woman feel uneasy. She snapped, her tone firm. Don't make me repeat myself. Show me your ID and turn around. Now, only then did he finally speak, his voice slow and deliberate. Ah, yes. One moment. His voice had a playful edge to it now. Just try not to fall for me, boss. The moment the man took a step forward, the woman immediately threw a hand up, her face on high alert. Wait, don't come any closer. Stay right there. The janitor slowly removed his cap, revealing long silver hair and the face of Lee Bonggu. He flashed a radiant smile and complained, I told you so. Don't stare too hard. It's making me blush. At the sight of his face, the woman's cheeks instantly turned red as she froze for a moment. Bonggu kept smiling and repeated, I said it's my first day, but you're making it so hard on me. Though she was flustered, the woman tried to regain her composure and demanded, ID card. Suddenly, Bonggu's eyes flashed with a mesmerizing purple light. A system notification popped up, skill, hypnosis. Instantly, glowing purple rings appeared in the female employee's eyes. She was completely trapped in a trance, her mind no longer her own. Wait. She walked closer, her voice now filled with concern. You're in the most secure building in the entire country, and you don't have your ID on you? Just because it's your first day? Seeing that he wasn't the least bit flustered, her attitude did a complete 180. She became incredibly sympathetic. Wow, that must be so inconvenient. She beamed, unclipping her own ID card and handing it to him. Here, use this for today. I'll speak to the security team tomorrow and tell them to be more careful. Being ridiculously handsome has its perks, apparently. Bonggu took the card and muttered a quiet, thanks. But as soon as he turned to leave, the little shadow creature snatched the ID card and scurried away in excitement. Bonggu suddenly turned back to the woman, who was still standing in a daze. He asked softly, is there anything else you need? Under the silver-haired man's captivating gaze, the agent blushed again, completely flustered. Bonggu leaned in, getting right next to her face and whispering in her ear, since you asked. Allow me to ask you just one question. He gave a wicked smile amidst the fake romantic tension and made a surprising offer. Would you mind cleaning for me? I'm quite good at it, you know. Starting. Right here. While Bonggu was busy distracting the security personnel, up on the 8th floor, an elevator dinged, announcing its arrival. Stepping out of the elevator was Kim Si-hyun, dressed in a bright red tracksuit. The little shadow creature was on her shoulder, wearing the stolen red ID card. Si-hyun walked casually down the empty hallway. She stopped in front of a secure door, sat down at a computer, and her 10 fingers began to fly across the keyboard with terrifying speed. Her eyes glowed with determination as she whispered, Don't you worry, Master. This manager is about to have a very bad day. But just as a critical line of data appeared, Seheon's pupils contracted in absolute shock. A victorious smirk spread across Kim Seheon's face as he stared at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Found it!" Instantly, Kim Min-jun, decked out in his combat gear, flashed a dangerously cunning grin. He gave the order, "Collect everything and send it to the location I'm about to call." He held up his powerful hunter identification card, getting a short, crisp confirmation from the other end. Understood. Meanwhile, in the command office, Lieutenant General Song Baekjeom was a nervous wreck, sweat pouring down his face as he held the newly delivered documents. Facing him was Major General Do Sek-young, whose sharp, intense gaze felt like a physical weight. Byung-ji wondered in horror. How? How does he have this? Deep down, the old man was spiraling into a full-blown panic. "If I admit it now, I'm finished." He stammered, trying to play dumb. What is this?" Do Sek-young didn't flinch. He stared straight through his opponent and pressed him with a threatening tone. "Trying to deny it? Do you dare swear you're innocent in front of me?" He pointed to the file, which detailed a list of officers like First Lieutenant Kim Jun-soo and Captain Lee. "Nguyen," he continued, explaining, "Look, there was an anonymous report that our intel was being leaked to private hunter corporations." The Major General continued exposing the truth. "But as you can see, it includes information on highly rated soldiers and low-ranking officers from the Hunter Corps, and even their personal information." Hearing this, Song Baekjeom gritted his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat as he realized the sheer gravity of the situation. Of course it did. "That's our top-secret tracking report." The old man silently cursed his own daughter. "Ji-yoon, oh Ji-yoon, what have you done? Are you trying to get your own father killed?" Then, Do Sek-young delivered the final, fatal blow. "I know your daughter works at this hunter company. They call her Red. She's strong enough to lead an assault team, but her job is head of intel scouting." He stated the damning facts with certainty. "We know she's been personally contacting promising officers from the Hunter Association and recruiting them for her own raid team." Song Baekjeom's hand clenched, crushing the file in a fit of absolute rage and terror. Do Sek-young leaned in close, his voice low as he asked one last time, "Let me ask you again, do you really know nothing about this?" Unable to control himself any longer, Byung-ji slammed his hands on the table, leaping to his feet and roaring like a madman. "Are you threatening me? Dragging my daughter into this? Do you have any proof?" But despite his aggressive outburst, Do Sek-young's expression remained ice cold. He reminded him mockingly, "Keep your voice down, unless you want the entire Corps to know about your dirty dealings." Seeing that the show had reached its climax, Kim Min-jun quietly turned to leave. Exposed and cornered, Song Baekjeom seethed with resentment, his face twisted in a mask of humiliation and rage. He glared at Kim Min-jun, intentionally ramming his shoulder hard into him, a clear, hateful warning. Before storming out, the old man growled, "Excuse me." Kim Min-jun watched the lieutenant generals retreating back with a thoughtful look. "The special task force is going to investigate this, so why won't he just give up?" He questioned the old man's next move. Is he planning to investigate his own downfall? What if? Just then, a hand suddenly blocked the door. Major General Do Sek-young spoke up casually. "He doesn't need to do much. Same goes for Commander Guhakian, right?" He reminded Song Baekjeom of the people around them. "There are a lot of ears in this building. You shouldn't say things that could be misunderstood." The door then slammed shut with finality. Talk about getting rid of an unwanted guest. Do Sek-young turned to Kim Min-jun with a smirk. "I was the only one who heard that. Who else was there?" He burst into hearty laughter at Kim Min-jun's stiff expression. "How embarrassing. Ha ha ha." Kim Min-jun quickly played along, shouting to maintain appearances. "Sir, I didn't hear a thing." Seeing him overreact, the Major General waved his hand. "Don't be so dramatic." Do Sek-young's voice grew serious, getting straight to the point. "Obviously, your information is in those files. Your interference in that dungeon raid was recorded, just as Lieutenant General Song said." Then, the Major General made a surprising decision that favored Kim Min-jun. "However, I won't bring this up again. Just say it was my order. I told Lieutenant General Song as much, anyway." Getting this kind of backup from a superior, Kim Min-jun was ecstatic. What could be better than having a boss who has your back? "Thank you, sir." Do Seok-young stopped walking, his gaze becoming incredibly stern. "I want to ask you something." He began listing a series of irregularities. The partnership between STF Song Baekjeom Byung-ji and a private company's raid, your personal intervention in their dungeon raid, the STF's unusual obsession with you, and this anonymous report. He stared deep into Kim Min-jun's eyes. Is there anything else I need to know about all of these coincidences? Kim Min-jun was silent for a moment before looking up, his eyes filled with resolve. Actually, sir, I'll tell you everything. From this moment on, please pretend you're not paying attention to any of these coincidences. Hearing such a bold proposal, Du Suk-young broke into an intrigued smile. Well now, I am very much looking forward to this. The scene shifts to the 104th Division, 4th Battalion, inside the office of Colonel Yu Ji-hai. She's focused on a mountain of paperwork on her desk. A knock sounds at the door, and Ji-hai calls out casually, "Come in." The door opens and a female soldier with striking blue hair steps inside. She executes a sharp salute and reports in a clear voice. Sergeant Sun Yoon-seo reporting, "You sent for me, ma'am. I'm at your service." In the quiet office, 2 steaming cups of hot coffee sit on the table. Colonel Yu Ji-hai leisurely picks up her cup and speaks. "Congratulations on the promotion. That was incredibly fast." Faced with the compliment, Sergeant Sun Yoon-seo bows her head slightly, flustered. "Ah, yes. Thank you, ma'am." Seeing her subordinate's awkward reaction to the mention of her meteoric rise through the ranks, Ji-hai smirked, took a sip of coffee, and added, "Actually, it feels a bit odd for me to say it was fast. The real reason I wanted to see you is because of a rumor that the Special Task Force came looking for you recently. Is that true?" Yoon-seo didn't dodge the question, confirming it directly. "Yes, it seems they wanted to recruit me." Hearing her answer, Ji-hai calmly stated, "I want to know what you're thinking." "Of course, I'll respect your wishes." Instantly, Yoon-seo smiled faintly and gave her decisive answer. "I already told the Special Task Force to get lost. Don't worry, ma'am, I'm not about to abandon you." That answer made Yu Ji-hai breathe a sigh of relief. She smiled warmly in return. "I'm glad to hear that, thank you." However, the colonel's curiosity wasn't satisfied just yet. She looked at Yoon-seo and pressed on. "However, there's something I'm curious about. First, you turned down your own father's division, now the Special Task Force. Why are you so determined to stay here?" Faced with a question that dug deep into her motives, Yoon-seo remained silent for a beat. She gently touched the insignia on her chest. "That guy Kim Min-jun is just too damn good. I won't be satisfied until I surpass him, and he's a member of this division." Seeing that fierce determination, Ji-hai smiled encouragingly. "In that case, I'll be cheering for you." Yoon-seo replied brightly, "Thank you, ma'am." Suddenly, the colonel's tone shifted to a more friendly one. "Hey, you have next week off, right? So, any plans?" The question catches Uso slightly off guard. Blushing, she shyly nods. "Yeah, I'm here with my team, at a resort in Socho." Just as Uso and her friends were about to kick off their vacation, they suddenly froze in utter disbelief. On the other side of the street, Kim Min-jun was lugging his own backpack, his face a mask of exhaustion amidst his noisy teammates. The 2 rival hunter teams had run into each other right in the middle of town. Uso couldn't help but point a finger and yell, "Give me a break! Why is it I see your face everywhere I go?" But Kim Min-jun wasn't one to back down. He shot back with equal fire. "I should be the one saying that. What are you doing here?" He clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath in pure frustration. Of all the days, why today? What the hell is going on here? Just as the tension was about to snap, a deep, commanding voice suddenly boomed from behind them. Well, look who decided to show up." Kim Min-jun flinched, his face paling as his breathing hitched. The stranger slowly closed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "What could possibly bring someone as busy as you all the way out here today?" The sound of heavy footsteps echoed on the pavement, followed by the sight of a sinewy hand gripping the handle of a suitcase with crushing force. A mountain of a man appeared, his muscles practically bursting through his white shirt. You'd swear those muscles were forged in a dungeon. A fiery aura blazed around him, making the guy look like an active volcano ready to erupt. He glared at the younger hunters with a murderous look and roared, "What is all this?" Meanwhile, back at the resort overlooking the beautiful blue beach, Kim Min-jun's team members were ecstatic. One guy shouted with pure joy, "I can't believe I'm meeting Battalion 4 here." His face was flushed with excitement as he clenched his fist. "This has to be fate." A hunter with a ponytail and a leopard print shirt grinned ear to ear. "Of course it is. 5 shifts in 2 days instead of a whole week, and we even get a vacation out of it? This is insane." He and his teammates shared a wicked smile, unable to hide their glee. Just getting to come to the resort was amazing enough, but having the members of Battalion 4 here too? Even better. In stark contrast to all that excitement, Kim Min-jun stood quietly by the window, exhaustion written all over his face. "Oh, you're back. Why did Major General Sun Ti-ho want to see you?" That old geezer definitely set this whole thing up just to get his daughter here. Another teammate groaned into his pillow, grinding his teeth in misery. Ugh, I had a bad feeling about this place from the very beginning. I'm so jealous the rookie didn't have to come. Dude, come on. We're here to have fun, so let's have fun. It'd be a crime not to enjoy this gorgeous beach. Suddenly, the door to their room was thrown open with a bang, making Kim Min-jun jump. The two teammates from before burst in, now wearing flashy red and green suits and striking confident poses. That's right, it's time to enjoy the summer. We don't have a lot of time. They rushed over to their teammate who was still moping on the bed, grabbing his collar and shaking him hard. How long are you going to lie there sulking? Furious at being disturbed, he sent them both flying with two powerful kicks. How did you guys even bring those ridiculous suits with you? He yelled. Under the clear blue sky, Kim Min-jun and his buddies stood proudly on the beach, showing off their chiseled bodies in their swim trunks. Looking out at the sparkling water, he couldn't help but admit, the ocean really is beautiful. Just then, Uso's group appeared on the other side. The blue-haired girl in her group suddenly became shy, her face turning bright red when she accidentally made eye contact with the guys. The atmosphere quickly livened up with a dramatic game of beach volleyball, where Uso showed off some serious skills. But the fun didn't stop there, as Kim Min-jun was relentlessly teased and messed with by his friends. Even though he tried to make a run for it, his massive teammates easily caught up, ganged up on him, and lifted him into the air amidst roaring laughter. Through all the playful chaos, Kim Min-jun found himself smiling softly, happy to see that the female hunters were also fully enjoying their well-deserved break. The sight of Uso's radiant smile under the sun made the whole scene feel even sweeter. I swear, even the sun had to take a step back for that smile. Once they were tired out, the guys sat down to rest under the beach umbrellas, quietly gazing at the vast ocean. The big, gray-haired hunter blushed slightly, nodding in agreement. Perfect. Then he couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted with pure bliss, "This beach is incredible!" The peaceful moment was suddenly shattered by a stray ball rolling across the sand. A little boy toddled after it to pick it up, making his mother call out nervously from behind him, "Honey, I told you not to go too far." The boy, however, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed towards the horizon and asked, "Mommy, what's that?" His mother squinted in the direction he was pointing, muttering in confusion, "Huh? What is that? Steam?" Far out in the distance, a rocky island was suddenly being engulfed by a thick and bizarre white fog. Then, black smoke started to billow upwards, obscuring a massive stretch of the sea. Against the bright sunlight of the beach, Kim Min-jun stood silently, looking out towards the open water and taking in the calm air. Not far from him, Hee-ju and her pink-haired friend were strolling along the sand when they suddenly stopped in front of a pile of luggage left under an umbrella. Curious, the pink-haired girl bent down to inspect a worn-out backpack and gasped, "Huh? This is..." She picked up a tiny cartoon character keychain and called out excitedly, "Hee-ju, look at this!" Seeing that little charm instantly triggered a memory in Hee-ju's mind. It was a flashback of Kim Min-jun, back in his military days, holding that exact same keychain with a look of pure happiness on his face. The pink-haired friend clutched the backpack tightly, her face flushing. "He still has it," she whispered. "He's such a hopeless romantic." But contrary to her friend's excitement, Hee-ju just gave her a skeptical look. "Stop daydreaming. He probably just found it somewhere." All of a sudden, a loud shout shattered the quiet atmosphere. Kim Min-jun's group was heading their way, led by the guy in the leopard print shirt who was laughing his head off. "Ha ha ha ha! Kim Min-jun! So you're the loser in the end." Turns out, the group had just settled a bet with a game. A teammate slung his arm around Kim Min-jun's shoulders, teasing him. "There's no game fairer than rock, paper, scissors. A man's gotta take his loss like a man, right?" Kim Min-jun stood frozen with a look of resigned defeat, having been forced to lose. The rest of his teammates chimed in, "Now hurry up and go buy us some ice cream." Staring at the outcome, his scissors against their rock, Kim Min-jun still wasn't convinced. He mumbled, confused, "This is so weird. My scissors should have been able to cut through rock." Instantly, two of his teammates yelled back in protest, "Stop making stuff up, Chief." Witnessing this hilarious scene, Hee-ju and her pink-haired friend could only cover their mouths to hide their laughter. Hee-ju walked up to him and reminded him, "You still have to buy us ice cream, you know." Just then, the big gray-haired guy picked up the backpack to hand it to Kim Min-jun. "Here's your bag." Seeing this, Kim Min-jun panicked and tried to stop him. "Wait, it's not in there. Give it to me." But it was too late. The secret keychain slipped out from the side of the bag and fell to the ground. In that instant, a dead, terrifying silence fell over the entire group. Kim Min-jun was frozen to the spot, the color draining from his face in pure horror. The gray-haired guy was also stunned, staring down at the little object now resting in his hand. The truth about the stoic sergeant's secret nerdy hobby was now laid bare for everyone to see. The guy in the leopard print shirt and the two girls stood there, completely frozen, not believing their eyes. Kim Min-jun was absolutely mortified. A terrifying, murderous aura exploded from him. Looks like someone's about to get murdered over a keychain, people. He lunged forward like a phantom, his face twisted in rage as he roared, "Get back here, you idiots!" Petrified, his two teammates took off running for their lives. The leopard print guy yelled frantically as he fled, "Whoa, it was an accident." He desperately tried to explain, "Wait, I didn't mean to." Kim Min-jun is on the hunt like a beast after its prey, leaving the two of them screaming in terror. With no way out, they take a desperate gamble and leap straight into the ocean to save their skins. Only one thought is racing through their heads: if he catches us, we're dead meat. Standing on the shore, Kim Min-jun grinds his teeth in pure rage. How dare they? Seeing this, the pink-haired girl clutches her cheeks, totally swept up in the drama. She thinks he's going crazy just to protect his memories of her, while Hizu just lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "I really don't think that's the case," Hizu mutters. Meanwhile, out at sea, the two sinners are struggling in the deep blue water, with the gray-haired guy gasping for every breath. Phew! That was way too close. But immediately, the guy in the leopard print starts screaming, "What were you thinking? I almost got deleted because of you." The gray-haired guy tries to defend himself, stammering that it was just an accident and he didn't mean for it to happen. Leopard print just stares at him. "You're toast. We better get back and beg the boss for mercy." "I'm too scared," the gray-haired guy trembles. Suddenly, the leopard print guy freezes with a look of pure confusion. "Wait." His partner gets worried. "What is it?" His voice starts shaking. "I think something warm just brushed past my leg." The gray-haired guy tries to play it cool. "Hey, don't say creepy stuff like that." But a second later, they both feel it. A massive, overwhelming presence lurking right beneath their feet. Without warning, a hideous red monster with razor-sharp teeth erupts from the water, jaws wide and ready to swallow them whole. They both freeze, faces turning pale with pure horror. Meanwhile, the beach is still soaked in beautiful golden sunlight, looking deceptively peaceful. Right on the sand, Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is pouring his heart and soul into building a massive, incredibly detailed sandcastle. He's totally in the zone until someone interrupts his masterpiece. Seung-ho looks up to see a worried soldier reporting that he can't find the observer or Jong Han-jang anywhere. Acting like it's no big deal, Seung-ho points off into the distance. "Oh, those guys? Probably went to beg Kim Min-jun for some game money." But that peaceful vibe is shattered instantly by the sound of panicked whispering and screams from the people nearby. The crowd starts losing it, everyone's eyes glued to the water in terror. Is that person hurt? What happened? The local gossips are already working overtime. Heavy, dragging footsteps emerge from the waves. It's a gruesome sight as the two team members crawl onto the shore looking absolutely destroyed. They're gasping for air, faces pale from pure exhaustion. The moment they hit the hot sand, they collapse. Seeing the nasty wounds on their legs, Seung-ho screams, "Get Han-jang to the medical tent, now." As the others rush to help, Seung-ho dives toward the other survivor, his voice frantic. "What happened out there? Talk to me." The guy is in total shock, barely able to breathe. Just then, Kim Min-jun approaches, still wearing his white swimwear. The moment the injured man sees Kim Min-jun's shadow, his eyes roll back in terror. He's still traumatized over that broken keychain from earlier and starts begging for his life. "I didn't mean to break it, I swear." Kim Min-jun just looks at him, totally confused. "What? Is he delirious?" He leans down to check the bloody gashes on his comrade's arm. The guy is dripping with sweat, mumbling monster over and over in a panic. Kim Min-jun's eyes turn ice cold as he inspects the wound. Looks like a red anglerfish bite. The commotion brings Hizu's group running over. "Are you okay?" she asks, but then she freezes when she hears Kim Min-jun name the creature. "Wait a second. A red anglerfish?" Hizu starts putting the pieces together. A fish-type monster? She gets serious, sharing what she knows. She's heard the horror stories about these things. They showed up in the abyss at the Jeju Training Center last month. They must have come from there. How many were there? Did you kill them? Slumped on the sand, the injured soldier looks like he's seen a ghost. I saw two. We barely made it out because Han-jang got hit before we even saw them. We couldn't kill them. Eon-seo bows his head, filled with guilt for his teammates' injuries. "I'm so sorry." But Kim Min-jun cuts him off instantly. "No. You have nothing to apologize for. He immediately snaps into commander mode. Se-Eung-ho, get Hoing Sik Lee to the medical wing. Sergeants on Sik Byun and Son Eun-seo report this to the resort, order an immediate evacuation, and call for a special forces team from the division. Turning to Eun-seo, he asks, "What else do you know about these red anglerfish?" "Talk to me," he commands. Eun-seo explains that these things are fire elements in the water. They're fast, and their bodies are basically like burning coal furnaces. However, she notes that the heat isn't an issue if they're fighting underwater. Kim Min-jun nods in agreement. Right. They're too aggressive to hunt in groups, they'll even eat their own kind. Kim Min-jun ponders the mystery. But if they're from Jeju, why are they showing up dozens of miles away? And more importantly, why are they working together to attack people? Something's wrong. His eyes harden with resolve. "I'm going down there to pay them a visit." Eun-seo tries to stop him, worried about the danger of going alone, but Kim Min-jun doesn't flinch. "We have even less time than I thought," he says firmly. "Besides, it's better if I handle this myself, at least for now." Watching his back, Eun-seo can only stand there in awe. "Now, everyone, do your jobs," Kim Min-jun orders. There's no time to waste. Faced with their leader's confidence, the whole team shouts in unison, "Sir." A confident smirk plays on Kim Min-jun's lips. In a flash, Kim Min-jun sprints across the sand with insane speed. His mind is racing. These things usually eat each other, so why the teamwork? Something big is going down. Meanwhile, Se-Eung-ho, Sik Byun, and Eun-seo move fast, coordinating the frantic evacuation and getting civilians away from the danger zone. Out past the jagged cliffs, white smoke is rising from the crashing waves. But deep beneath the dark, freezing water, a nightmare is unfolding. Thousands of glowing red eggs are everywhere, with tiny creatures squirming inside, covering the entire area. The tension reaches a breaking point as the emergency sirens blare. Clutching her phone, Sun Eun-seo frantically reports the situation. This is Sergeant Sun Eun-seo from the 104th Division, 4th Battalion. Her face is tight with worry. That's right. The monsters we've encountered appear to be red anglerfish. Behind her, the resort staff are scrambling to coordinate the chaos. Eun-seo continues her orders, pushing the resort to get everyone out. While the land is in total panic, all hope rests on First Sergeant Kim Min-jun, who's diving alone into the abyss. Diving deep into the ocean floor, Kim Min-jun carefully observes the bizarre behavior of these monsters. He realizes the gravity of the situation. If these things keep breeding like this, we'll never be able to kill them all. But that's just the start of his worries. Kim Min-jun peers down into the pitch-black abyss of the ocean floor, where hundreds of glowing red eggs are pulsing with an eerie heat. He knows exactly how dangerous these things are, not just because of the temperature, but because their behavior is completely unpredictable. If these eggs blow, the entire resort is going with them. Memories of the carnage at Isgha flash through his mind back there. These things were used as weapons of mass destruction that could level the thickest fortress walls. As he pushes himself deeper into the crushing depths, Kim Min-jun can't help but wonder, are these even living creatures, or something far more sinister? The fear gnaws at him. An explosion wouldn't just wipe out the monsters. If the blast is powerful enough to reach the surface, everyone at the resort is as good as dead. Suddenly, he freezes. A massive, looming shadow emerges from the darkness of the trench. "It's here," he gasps, his heart hammering against his ribs. No time to hesitate. He takes one final, deep breath and lunges straight into the deadly, crimson-stained waters below. Water superpower? Officially activated. Diving into the gloom, the environment starts to shift. He can feel the temperature spiking already. The water itself is starting to simmer. Those red orbs are like ticking time bombs in the deep. He reminds himself that there's zero room for error. He has no idea when these things will hatch. But before he can even get close, two red anglerfish spot the intruder and charge. Kim Min-jun clicks his tongue in annoyance, of course. They aren't going to just let him pass. This is going to be a pain. Fighting underwater? Total nightmare. His mana is being swallowed by the ocean currents, making it way harder to focus his energy than he ever imagined. It's not just the magic, either. Even his physical strikes are barely grazing them because these monsters move like absolute lightning in their own backyard. The monsters are too fast, too agile. Kim Min-jun smirks, a flash of confidence returning to his eyes. Fine. If that's how they want to play, it's time to switch tactics. A system alert pings. Skill activated. Super blow. Speed? Maxed out. Defense and stamina? Sacrificed for raw power. He tears through the water like a torpedo, realizing their true goal, they're just protecting the nest. "Come on then, you ugly freaks," Stop hovering and come get some. He roars a challenge through the bubbles, daring them to touch even a hair on his head before he rips them apart. But then, something goes sideways. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in pure shock. What the hell is happening? The anglerfish are actually coordinating. They unleash massive shockwaves from their maws, a relentless barrage that forces Kim Min-jun to cover up just to survive. Since when did fish learn to gank like this? Trapped in a cycle of crushing sonic waves, his lungs are starting to burn. He needs air now. Using every ounce of strength, he kicks off and rockets toward the surface. He bursts through the waves, gasping for air and absolutely livid. You bastards! Are you kidding me right now? But his shout dies in his throat. Kim Min-jun stands there, frozen. Sweat starts to bead on his forehead as he realizes he's not alone. What are you doing here? Her response hits like a truck. You think I'm staying home to watch movies while my boss is in trouble? Yeah, that's not happening, she adds. Kim Min-jun's head is spinning from the confusion. He told her to rest, but here she is anyway. The pink-haired girl grips her spear, her eyes locked on the ocean. Leave those fish to us, she commands. Now get out of the danger zone. She tells him it's too dangerous, but seeing their confidence actually makes him smile. With them handling the distraction, his plan might actually work. He dives back down. He knows exactly what will lure those monsters away. Time for a little nostalgia. He pulls out a special bait from his homeworld, a red-scaled squid. Let's see how they like a taste of Isgha. It works perfectly. The anglerfish go absolutely feral the moment they see their favorite snack. They dive after the bait, totally oblivious to the trap they're swimming right into. Watching from the jagged rocks, he grows quiet. Seeing his team show up like this, it feels like a sign that something massive is about to go down. Is this where destiny changes? He thinks back to the future wars, the end of the world. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes the sheer scale of the coming blast. Is this really happening? He stares at the massive core of energy glowing deep in the cave. This is bad. Like, really, really bad. There's way too much power packed in there. If he doesn't move in the next few seconds, he's a dead man. Some vacation this turned out to be, he mutters, pressing a hand to his head in pure frustration. If Kim Se-hyun hadn't interfered, he wouldn't be dealing with the STF colonel or any of this mess. But then again, he wouldn't be here to stop the explosion either. He realizes the truth, the future is his to write. His eyes flare with a haunting purple light as dark smoke begins to swirl around his hands. All right, let's see who actually dies today. Skill activated. Shadow E. He flashes a dangerous, reckless grin. He's about to gamble everything on a move he'd never normally dare to try. A massive pillar of purple energy erupts, swallowing his body as the world around him goes dead silent. Deep below, the squid lure is doing its job. The two anglerfish are tearing into each other, desperate to snag the prize. One bites down, only to be immediately ambushed by its own kind. They're so busy fighting they don't even notice they've breached the surface. Suddenly, the red-haired girl strikes from the sky like a falling star. She grips her spear, channeling every bit of her strength into one final, killing blow. The spearhead sinks deep into the monster's jagged maw. Boom! The impact triggers a massive water explosion that shakes the entire bay. The anglerfish is shredded, tossed aside like a broken toy. The girl resurfaces, gasping for air, her body completely spent from the effort. She looks toward the distant cliffs and freezes. A frantic purple light is pulsing over and over. "Master Kim Min-jun," she screams, her voice full of dread. She swims toward him like a woman possessed, screaming for him to run, but it's too late. A world-shattering explosion rips out from the cliffside, swallowing everything in a heartbeat. She calls his name one last time in pure shock, as a sea of purple fire erupts across the horizon. Master Kim Min-jun, chaos on the beach. Footsteps thunder across the sand as Sun Yun-seo sprints through the panic. Her phone buzzes, it's her father. General Son Tae-ho sounds frantic on the other end. "I heard what's happening. Are you safe?" Yun-seo reports between heavy breaths 2 people from the 2nd Battalion are injured, but they'll make it. Her face is tight with worry as she looks at the panicking crowds. She explains that with so many civilians at the resort, they just don't have the manpower to get everyone out in time. No civilian casualties yet, and the team from the 110th Division as her father's voice roars through the phone, cutting her off. "Stop!" He's behind the wheel of his car, his expression grimmer than she's ever seen. He's pushing the engine to its absolute limit. "Forget the report," he growls. "Listen to me and listen good. Get everyone out of there right now." Unseo is stunned by the sudden panic. Then he reveals the terrifying truth. These red anglerfish are nothing like the ones they've seen before. This hasn't been made public yet, But last month, during Division 110's raid, we had a casualty. Anseld's eyes shot wide open in shock. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his father continued. A massive clutch of red anglerfish eggs was found in the dungeon, and when our people tried to dispose of them, a huge explosion went off. His father stressed the extreme danger of the situation. "If you have those eggs where you are," he warned, "then that place is no longer safe." And just like that, right as the warning ended, an earth-shattering explosion erupted just off the coast. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, incinerating everything in sight. Yunseo and her teammates were frozen on the sand, staring in horror at the catastrophe unfolding before them. Her mind flashed back to the last time she saw Kim Min-jun. He had slowly explained the nature of these creatures. These fish are ugly, greedy, and they even hunt in packs. They're just foul. But now, there were two of them right here, miles away from their usual hunting grounds. And what's more, they were attacking people together. For real. That's when it hit him there was something sinister behind these monsters' appearance. Kim Min-jun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resolve. "I'm going to see what's going on with them." The phone was dropped on the sand, his father's worried voice still echoing from the other end. "Yunseo, are you listening to me?" But she ignored her father's calls. Yunseo sprinted madly towards the explosion, her face twisted in horror as she desperately whispered to herself over and over, "No." An image of Kim Min-jun staring out at the distant sea flashed in her mind. His voice echoed, slow and deliberate. "That's why. We have to do whatever we can." Yunseo's face was a mess of sweat and tears as she whispered his name in a choked voice. "No, Kim Min-jun." Just as she was about to charge into the danger zone, her blonde teammate tackled her, knocking her to the sand to hold her back. She screamed, "Are you crazy, Yunseo? You want to go in there and get barbecued with him? Snap out of it." But despite being held back, Yunseo squeezed her eyes shut, sobbing hysterically. She gathered every ounce of strength she had and screamed his name, "Kim Min-jun." And in that moment of absolute despair, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind her. "You know, there are other ways to call me." Yunseo froze. Her tear-filled eyes looked up toward the shoreline. The other teammates couldn't believe their eyes either as a figure slowly emerged from the water. Barefoot on the wet sand, Kim Min-jun appeared. His clothes were shredded and tattered from the insane explosion, but somehow, he was completely unharmed. Seeing him alive, the whole team erupted in joy. A teammate shouted excitedly, "Kim Min-jun, Min-jun," as they all rushed towards him on the sun-drenched beach. A few hours earlier, in a quiet room, Yunseo was working diligently at her desk when a black crow suddenly slammed right into the glass window. The impact was so hard it shattered the pane, and the crow fell to the floor, its whole body twitching. As it came to, the crow frantically flapped its wings, squawking, "It's my eyelid's fault. It just kept closing while I was flying." Witnessing this, an infuriated Yunseo stormed over and kicked the crow away. "You're always causing trouble. Ugh, so annoying." Ignoring the crow's protests of, Wait, she was interrupted. In a puff of purple smoke, her gray-haired teammate materialized and proudly announced, "I got them. Here, our passports." Yunseo just stared at the booklet, her expression saying it all. He gave a confident thumbs up. "From now on, just call me Donan." Hearing the ridiculous name, Yunseo could only sigh in disbelief. "What the hell is that? That name sounds like a cartoon duck." Yunseo was still annoyed. She pressed him. "Have you forgotten all the trouble you've caused? Every single time?" He just walked away casually, retorting with a cocky tone. Huh? Totally exasperated, she muttered. "I'm never calling you by that name, you parasite." Looking at the passport in her hand, she asked suspiciously, "Is this thing even real? Did you check if it's legit?" Her gray-haired teammate just shrugged with total irresponsibility. "Who knows? How am I supposed to check that?" His answer made Yunseo explode. "We paid a fortune for this. You want a punch?" He just stuck a bandage on his nose and dodged the question. "See? With this thing, even you can't tell the difference." Yunseo fell silent, thinking, "Right. When Master Kim Min-jun gets back, I'll ask him." Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy erupted from her, pouring out of her mouth and eyes like magical flames. An incredible power enveloped Unzeo's entire body, making the very space around her vibrate. And now, back in the present, in the middle of the vast ocean, a lone figure was struggling to swim through the rough waves. That figure was Kim Min-jun. He was using every last bit of his strength to swim to shore after that horrifying explosion. But in the churning water, a red anglerfish suddenly lunged from behind. Before he could react, it bit down hard on his shoulder. The scene suddenly shifts. A desolate beach, where bodies lie motionless under gray shrouds. Heart-wrenching cries fill the air as a man is held back by soldiers. He's screaming in despair, overwhelmed by the immense loss. This is a joke, right? Just then, the red-haired girl jolted awake, breathing heavily, her eyes wide with terror. What is it? Did you get a prophecy? Her face drenched in sweat, the girl announced shakily. The scenario. It's changed. Min-jun is about to die. Where is he now? Back at the site of the catastrophic explosion, the colossal flames burned away all hope. In her moment of ultimate despair, she choked out his name, Master Kim Min, but right behind her, a gasp of air was heard as Kim Min-jun suddenly surfaced from the water. The second she saw Min-jun's silhouette against the water, Yoon-seo panicked and swam towards him as fast as she could, yelling, "Master Kim Min-jun, are you all right?" Min-jun, looking completely exhausted, was breathing heavily. He looked at the wreckage and said grimly, This was my mistake," but Yoon-seo immediately denied it. "No, it's not your fault. You saved this entire beach. Look," her eyes welled up with emotion. "And thank you. Thank you for surviving that blast." "It wasn't me," Kim Min-jun corrected. "Lee Bong-gu. He's the one who saved me." The memory of that life-or-death moment came flooding back. Just as the monster eggs started to detonate, Bong-gu had charged straight into the epicenter. In the middle of the blazing purple energy, he braced himself, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Just a little more. Damn it, what is this pressure?" As the explosion reached its most intense peak, using every last bit of his strength, Bong-gu shoved Kim Min-jun, sending him flying out of the blast radius. Kim Min-jun looked back in horror, only to see Bong-gu's figure sinking beneath the waves with a smile and a proud thumbs up. Standing on the beach now, Yoon-seo stared silently at Bong-gu's motionless body. He did what he had to do. She quietly admired his courage. There is no death more glorious than one like that. Rest in peace, Bong-gu. But then, before the words even settled, Bong-gu's eyes snapped open as he floated casually on the water's surface. Kim Min-jun's face lit up as he roared, "You bastard! You're still alive! Are you okay?" He grinned, not forgetting to tease his tough-as-nails teammate. "You're even harder to kill than I am." Bong-gu lifted his badly injured hands to look at them, then calmly replied, "I don't think I'll be able to use my hands for a while, but I'm glad you're okay, Master Kim Min-jun." He flashed a bright, satisfied smile. Overjoyed, Kim Min-jun rushed over and slapped Bong-gu hard on the shoulder, making him wince in pain. Watching her two teammates stand there unscathed after that absolute nightmare, Ansel can't help but let out a pure, happy laugh under the soft morning sun. The cavalry from the 110th Division arrived just in time. Thanks to them and Major General Son Tae-ho, who rushed back the second he heard the news, the chaos was finally brought under control. The moment he sees his daughter, the battle-scarred general loses his cool, his face a mask of pure shock. He doesn't care who's watching. He just lunges forward, pulling a sobbing Ansel into a crushing hug to comfort her. I mean, when the father-in-law shows up with an army, who's going to start trouble? As the authorities seal off the area to investigate the survivors and the blast, Kim Min-jun just watches from the sidelines, thinking he can finally kick back while they handle the boring paperwork. Meanwhile, tucked away in a high-security military office, Major General Do Seol-kyung is picking up a very important phone call. With a cold, steel-eyed gaze, he confirms the details in a low, gravelly voice. Back on the beach, looking like a total badass in his torn-up clothes, Kim Min-jun stares out at the ocean, ignoring the literal scars of battle behind him. Seeing his teammates recovering and laughing in the infirmary, he lets a devious, calculating smirk slip. He knows exactly what he's doing. All the credit for taking down that red demon fish at the resort is going straight to his name. But all good things must end, and the Socho vacation wraps up with a heavy sense of regret as a blood-red sunset bleeds over the horizon. Back at the rooms, the mood is gloomy as the team packs their bags way earlier than planned. The sound of suitcases rolling across the floor? Yeah, it sounds like pure misery. Stepping out of the resort, one teammate literally looks like they're about to cry, mourning the fact they didn't even get to visit the temple yet. Haiju, walking beside them, can only offer a weak shrug. It is what it is. Safety first, right? The resort is shutting down until further notice. As the group trudges toward the shuttle, Ansel stops for a second, looking back at the resort with a look that says she's deep in thought. She hauls her heavy suitcase, blending into the crowd of people being evacuated from the area. It's a quiet, lonely walk for Ansel, but up on a wind-swept balcony, Se-hyun is just staring at the sky. Kim Min-jun walks up, breaking the silence. "What are you even doing up here?" Sehon turns around slowly, explaining that Bonggu is currently borrowing the boss's energy. Don't worry, she says. A guy that's stubborn will be flying around like nothing happened by tomorrow morning. And there he is, Bonggu, in his black crow form, looking absolutely wiped out. Even while hitching a ride on top of a moving bus, the guy is snoring away like a log. Kim Min-jun watches him, genuinely impressed. He admits that even though Bonggu was a bit further from the blast, walking away with just minor scratches is actually pretty legendary. He starts connecting the dots, thinking there's something special about that guy's survival instincts. But Sehyeon, she immediately shuts that down with a stone-cold face. There's nothing special about it, it's just Lee Bonggu. Kim Min-jun can only break into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "And here I thought you two were finally getting along." Looking at Sehyeon's slightly ragged look, Kim Min-jun decides to switch gears. "Why are you always wearing that same outfit? I gave you plenty of cash to buy whatever you wanted." Sehyeon doesn't even blink. "This is enough," she replies flatly. Now suspicious of her hygiene, Kim Min-jun raises an eyebrow. Do you even wash that thing?" She just sniffs her sleeve and shrugs. "Smells fine to me, boss." Kim Min-jun sighs, trying to convince her to just go buy some clothes, but she's stubborn. "No need. Your money is too precious to waste on that." Suddenly, a tiny creature streaks toward him like a literal whirlwind. All right, I get it. Stop, I'm fine. Just calm down." After settling the over-worried little spirit, Kim Min-jun smiles. "Were you actually that worried about me?" Seeing it jump for joy, he starts teasing it. "What? Were you scared that if I died, you'd starve to death?" But then, the creature signals something, and Kim Min-jun's face goes completely pale. He drops to the ground, his voice urgent. "Wait, why are you here? What? A gate? Where? Talk about a mood killer, looks like someone's about to pull some overtime." Hearing the name Gangyong, Sehyeon's eyes go wide. "What? Gangyong? That's actually really close." Noticing her weird reaction, he calls out her name softly. She fumbles, stuttering out an excuse. "Huh? No, Kim Min-jun just sits there, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "You still want to join the Hunter Corps, right?" Without a second of hesitation, she looks him dead in the eye. "Yes," Kim Min-jun smirks. "Good, let's get to work." The very next day, they're in the heart of Gangyong City. Standing in the middle of a high-end shop, Sehyeon looks like she's having a panic attack, her hand trembling against her chest. Kim Min-jun crosses his arms, looking at her. "What now? Are you sick?" Sehyeon whispers back, "Boss, these price tags. They're giving me a heart attack. I'd rather fight monsters than look at these." Kim Min-jun gives her a serious look. "Just stay still. I've got a plan." Blushing at his attention, she looks down. "Okay. Thank you, Kim Min-jun." While he scans the area, Sehyeon starts tapping into her hidden power. As a haunting blue light flickers in her eyes, he gets a bit worried. "Is it really okay to use your demon eye this much?" Sehyeon grits her teeth, trying to stay steady. "For now, I'm fine." Kim Min-jun knows the deal. The demon eye is a fickle thing that usually shows the future whenever it feels like it. But, if you meet the right conditions, the user can actually force a glimpse of the future. The catch? You have to be within 10 meters of where it's going to happen, and you can't look too far ahead. Most importantly, it drains a massive amount of demonic energy. Sehyeon starts breathing hard, sweat pouring down her face as the power overload hits her like a truck. Kim Min-jun clenches his teeth, knowing this is exactly why she can't spam this skill. But Sehyeon's eyes glow even brighter, pouring every ounce of her strength into seeing what's coming. She's locked in, staring through the shop window into the near future. Suddenly, she gasps. "Boss, it's starting! The gate is opening right here! Get ready!" Kim Min-jun stays calm, asking what kind of trash is coming out. Sehyeon confirms it. Werewolves, specifically the lycanthrope strain. When he asks how many, Sehyeon suddenly clutches her head in pure agony. The backlash of the eye is no joke. She forces the words out through the pain. "One. There's a special one. Looks like their leader. He's coming out. That's all I can see." Seeing her prediction hit the mark, Kim Min-jun lets out a satisfied laugh. This skill, it's absolutely broken. Right on cue, blue electricity explodes in the middle of the street, forming a massive, terrifying magic portal right in front of everyone. People lose their minds, screaming and running for their lives as the realization hits. A gate just opened in the middle of the city. But Kim Min-jun? He doesn't even flinch. He looks over at Sehyeon. "Time for the plan. Think you can handle it?" Sehyeon doesn't hesitate for a second, stepping forward with total resolve. "Yes. No problem at all." As Kim Min-jun pulls on a mask to hide his identity, he repeats the golden rules. "Remember what I told you. First, 0 civilian casualties. Second, do not let anyone see you using magic skills. Kim Se-hyun grips her weapon tight, silently vowing to follow these orders even if it's the last thing she does. Honestly, her loyalty is so intense it just makes Kim Min-jun sigh. Talk about overachieving. Then, without warning, crack! A massive wolf paw, covered in sharp claws and surging with blue electricity, tears right through the portal and steps out. Kim Min-jun just stands back, arms crossed, watching the show. He casually throws out a reminder, "Don't overdo it. I'll step in if things get ugly, so just stay safe." Right on cue, a massive lycanthrope, a beast made of pure muscle, appears and lets out a terrifying roar right in Kim Se-hyun's face. Faced with a monster 10 times her size, our red-haired warrior doesn't even flinch. She just looks at it coldly and says, "Go ahead, growl for me." The beast bares its nasty fangs and lets out an earth-shaking howl, ready to tear her apart. But look at Kim Se-hyun. She's just standing there, balancing a baseball bat with total confidence. She even smirks, her eyes glowing with the pure hype of the fight. Watching from a distance, Kim Min-jun thinks to himself, after what went down in Sokcho yesterday, I definitely can't afford to make a scene like that here in Gangnam today. And that is exactly why he's going with Plan B. His gaze turns ice cold, focusing entirely on the battle unfolding in front of him. He figures Kim Se-hyun was the perfect choice for this, even if she is a mage who weirdly loves cracking skulls with a bat. Suddenly, Kim Se-hyun vanishes, blurring forward to kick off the fight with the giant lycanthrope. With that bat in hand, she's moving like water diving right into the monster's reach. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is just chilling on the sidewalk, arms crossed, as a crowd of curious locals starts to gather to see the chaos. The fight is intense and lightning fast. Kim Se-hyun is unloading heavy swings, each one creating a massive impact against the monster's bulging muscles. She's dancing around the beast. Even as the lycanthrope roars in a total frenzy and lunges at her, Kim Se-hyun stays completely in control of the rhythm. Seeing her perform like this, Kim Min-jun just gives a small nod of approval. Yup, knew she had it in her. The monster flexes, baring its claws to try and crush the tiny girl. But Kim Se-hyun? She's calm as a cucumber. She pulls off a low slide right across the pavement, slipping right under its massive belly. "Hey, Wolfie, eyes on the prize." Using her momentum, she spins her body around, getting ready for one hell of an explosive counterattack. Kim Min-jun tracks every single movement, low-key impressed. Those strikes? Clean. I definitely picked the right person for the job. Before the lycanthrope can even turn around, she delivers a brutal blow straight to its head. The shockwave is so strong it leaves the beast completely dazed. Kim Se-hyun's eyes remain sharp and cold, totally unfazed by the creature's rage. The monster tries a desperate, frantic charge, but she's already 2 steps ahead. She hops back gracefully, keeping the perfect distance to stay safe. Kim Se-hyun stands her ground, resting the bat on her shoulder like a total boss. The lycanthrope is in agony, clutching its shattered jaw and growling in pure hatred as it feels the shredded mess inside its mouth. Someone get this guy a dentist, because that looks painful. Still watching from afar, Kim Min-jun just smirks. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Backed into a corner, the monster lets out one final, desperate roar that echoes through the streets. Kim Se-hyun isn't backing down. She grips her bat, her shoulders tensing up for the finishing move. She takes off, launching herself high into the air and coming down with a massive overhead swing aimed right at the monster's skull. Determination burns in her eyes as she puts everything she's got into that swing. The werewolf doesn't even have time to react before the impact sends it flying backward. But she's not done yet. She follows up with one last lethal strike from above, completely crushing the beast until it stops moving for good. Watching the finish, Kim Min-jun figures his work here is done. She's got this. Just then, the military and authorities start swarming the scene. So far, the world hasn't officially recorded any awakeners with actual skills. Basically, everyone just thinks people are getting superhumanly strong. If someone were found using actual magic skills, the entire world would be watching them. Kim Min-jun just shakes his head. Yeah, he wants absolutely none of that attention. Since she finished the wolf with a baseball bat, he's confident no one will realize she was using a skill. But he's wrong. Across town, a mysterious man is dead certain. That was a skill. Over at Y Cafe, the atmosphere gets heavy as this man sits across from a woman, looking completely rattled. He's sweating bullets, trying to find the words. I've never seen anything like it, but I know what I saw. Staring at the reflection of Kim Min-jun in his coffee, he states it clearly. He used a skill. Coffee is bitter, but a soldier's life is tougher. Song Ji-yoon just leans back and smiles, her eyes full of curiosity. Go on then. Give me the details. Sitting on the table is her business card, clearly stating her rank, strategic planning. Red Song Ji-yoon. The soldier flashes back to that day. His team was deep in a dark, creepy dungeon, pushing toward the center. That's where they got trapped, surrounded by a swarm of disgusting liquid monsters. It was a nightmare. Those monsters were bearing yellowed fangs, charging at them like maniacs. But right behind them, a purple orb on a stone altar started glowing with a terrifying dark energy. It vibrated violently before exploding, sending streaks of purple light everywhere. That's when a jet-black sword carrying pure destructive power tore through the room. The soldiers could only stare, eyes wide in total shock at what they were seeing. A massive shockwave, looking like a literal demon soul, ripped through the air. In an instant, the liquid monsters were torn apart, screaming as the dark energy swallowed them whole. Thanks to Kim Min-jun, not a single soul was hurt. The dungeon was wiped clean. Kim Min-jun just turned back to his team with a confident grin, even while purple magic was still flickering on his hand. Once they realized the dungeon was cleared, the soldiers absolutely lost it. They were hugging each other, screaming, "We're alive! We actually made it!" Kim Min-jun just walked over, waving them off with a calm smile. "All right, settle down. It's over. The exit is going to open any second." The soldiers were practically in tears, shouting, "Thank you so much. You saved our lives." Kim Min-jun just gave them a mysterious look and asked, "So, I'm officially your lifesaver, right?" When they all started nodding frantically, he made his move. "Then, you wouldn't mind doing me a tiny favor, would you?" They didn't even hesitate. The whole group shouted back, "Just give the order. We'll follow you anywhere." Kim Min-jun's face went dead serious. He lowered his voice and told them, "If you saw anything unusual, just pretend you didn't. Please." Even though they were still shaking, the soldiers agreed instantly. Back in the present, Song Ji-yoon slams her hand on the cafe table. "Ha! What kind of ridiculous story is that?" Seeing her get so aggressive, the nervous soldier speaks up. Is this going to cause a lot of trouble for him?" Ji-yoon's head is spinning from the stress. She lays down the hard truth, the guy's a first sergeant. Specifically, Kim Min-jun holds that rank now. The poor soldier just stands there, totally tongue-tied. Ji-yoon suddenly stands up, slamming her hands on the table. "Have you told anyone else about this?" The soldier bows his head, drenched in sweat, and admits he hasn't. Not even during the official investigation after that incident, everyone stayed silent. He tries to explain why they kept it a secret. They were willing to take the secret to their graves just to repay him, but Ji-yoon's questions were just too sharp to dodge. Hearing this, Ji-yoon's expression turns deadly serious. "Then keep it that way. Don't breathe a word to anyone, and that includes the fact that you met me today." The soldier nods quickly. "Understood." Ji-yoon stands up to leave, offering a small bit of thanks. "Anyway, I appreciate you giving up your vacation time to talk to me." She starts to walk away, but he hesitantly calls out to her. What about your promise?" Ji-yoon turns back with a mysterious, knowing smirk. "Don't worry. This info is definitely as valuable as you claimed it was." She leaves him with one final message. "Relax. This intel is gold. Once you're discharged, just send me your resume. You're hired." The soldier is left standing there, completely stunned and breathless. Stepping out of the office, Ji-yoon's mind is a total wreck, a tangled mess of problems she still can't figure out. She thinks back to that day. Every single dangerous document they had in the office just vanished. The security server was fried too, so they didn't even know exactly when the breach happened. Gripping her phone, Yoon-seo bites her lip in pure anxiety. She's a prime suspect now, and the worst part? She has zero way to defend herself because her memory of that day is a complete blank. A sudden chilling doubt flickers in her mind. All of this started the exact moment she got involved with that person. She frantically dials Songbelg, but all she gets is a cold, automated voicemail. Unable to hold back her rage, she screams right there in the middle of the street, "Pick up the damn phone, you old geezer! Don't you dare give me that out-of-reach nonsense." She grinds her teeth, clutching the phone so hard it might actually shatter. We definitely messed with the wrong person. Her face goes pale as she realizes just how deep of a hole she's dug for herself. A few days later, at the unit's administrative headquarters, the doors swing open. Kim Min-jun stands at a perfect, crisp attention. "Sir, Kim Min-jun reporting for duty." The moment he sees him, Lieutenant Kim Chon-min, the second platoon leader, breaks into a massive, welcoming grin. "Oh, if it isn't Kim Min-jun." He walks over and gives his subordinate a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Great work out there. I'm really sorry your vacation got cut short because of all this. You doing okay?" Min-jun responds with a firm, I'm fine, sir. Hey, easy on the shoulder. Boss, the man just got bitten by a dog. Lieutenant John Min chimes in, bringing up the paperwork. Apparently, the division's ordnance office wants an investigation. It's mostly just a formality, the lieutenant says, looking at Min-jun. But it looks like you've got a few more tasks on your plate. Min-jun doesn't hesitate for a second. Orders received, sir. Suddenly, a loud, booming shout erupts from behind them. Kim Min-jun! Both men jump as a massive guy in dark sunglasses charges toward them. It's first Kim Min-jun Minji, the second company's supply officer. He roars out, his voice thick with genuine worry. Are you all right? Min-jun tries to salute, but Minji is like a whirlwind. Where is he? Where's my little brother? Let me see if you've got any scratches. Min-jun tries to dodge the over-the-top affection while Lieutenant John Min just watches, sweating at his colleague's insane intensity. Clearing his throat, John Min tries to get back to business. Right, there's one more document from the ordnance office. His face turns stone-cold serious. He looks straight ahead and drops the news. Next week is restricted training. Cut to a scorching sun beating down on a squad of soldiers in jet-black gear as they trudge through a dense, unforgiving forest. Corporal Lee Kim Se-hyung-gu looks like he's about to collapse. Sweat is literally streaming down his face, fogging up his glasses. He stops to catch his breath, gasping out that his gear feels 10 times heavier than last time. The sweltering heat is suffocating. Honestly, Kim Se-hyung-gu mutters, the heat is way worse than the weight. It's a free sauna for the whole squad, boys. One of his teammates asks what the drill is even called. Kim Se-hyung-gu just groans. Restricted training. Behind them, another soldier is struggling just to put one foot in front of the other. Yeah, restricted is right, he pants. This suit makes everything feel restricted. In their exhausted state, it doesn't feel like a drill, it feels like being cooked alive in a mobile microwave. The commander barks out, we're almost there. Nobody pass out on me now, keep the formation. The team shouts back in unison, but the struggle is real. These energy suits they're wearing for the drill might look light, but they actually weigh dozens of kilograms. For an awakener, the weight isn't the deal breaker, it's the air circulation, or rather, the total lack of it. That's what makes these suits a living nightmare. When you combine that stifling lack of air with the brutal weather and the fact that they've been marching for miles, that gear starts to feel like a literal ton of bricks. Min-jun's eyes turn sharp. He realizes the true enemy in this training isn't a person, it's the environment, especially when it turns unpredictable. At the rendezvous point, a glowing blue magic gate pulses with raw energy in the middle of the woods. Soldiers are frantically moving military crates under heavy guard, watching from a distance. A girl with pink hair suddenly gasps as she spots a familiar group. Oh, it's the 2nd Battalion! A sea of soldiers in black tactical gear is slowly emerging from the trail. Every single one of them is drenched in sweat, their faces twisted in pain and exhaustion from the long march. Seeing them struggle in that heavy armor, the female soldiers can't help but feel a wave of pity. The pink-haired girl winces as she watches them. Good Lord. They actually climbed all the way up here wearing those iron coffins? An officer from the 2nd Battalion breathes a sigh of relief. Thanks for the hard work, everyone. Right then, Lieutenant Geen from the 4th Battalion walks over to greet them. She gives a sharp professional introduction. Lieutenant Geen, 4th Battalion. She offers a handshake, which Lieutenant Kim Chon-min accepts with a weary, exhausted smile. Nice to meet you, Kim Chon-min, 2nd Battalion. While the officers talk, the other soldiers are busy checking on their squad. Check everyone for signs of dehydration. Move it. In the middle of the chaos, Sulbi tries to rush over and call out to Min-jun, but Geen immediately blocks her. Whoa, chill out. You're gonna blow the boss's cover. Jean approaches Min-jun herself, offering a hand and a smile. Long time no see, Sergeant. Min-jun shakes her hand politely. Thank you for everything you did back in Wakyun. The lieutenant looks at him with genuine respect. Actually, we're the ones who should be thanking you. Still, she can't resist teasing him about his growing reputation. Though, I gotta say, you've really become the division's #1 troublemaker, haven't you? Getting back to the mission, Jean looks him in the eye. She asks him straight up, have you been briefed on the objective yet? Suddenly, the scene shifts a desolate, bone-dry desert under a punishing sun, where military convoys are lined up across the endless golden sands. Beneath their feet, the corpses of tiny creatures litter the sand. This is the grim work of the cleanup detail. 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Battalion currently in the middle of restricted training. In the middle of a dry, unforgiving desert, soldiers in pitch-black combat gear are hustling, loading crates filled with monster carcasses onto military trucks. One soldier sets his container down, letting out a weary sigh. Noticing his exhausted teammate, the man next to him asks, "You don't look so good. That tired?" The young soldier wipes away his sweat and replies, "I can handle the heat and the exhaustion, but—" His eyes drift down to the dead creatures. He mutters, "Are these tiny things really considered monsters?" Suddenly, a loud thud echoes as another soldier slams his crate to the ground. He shouts, "Don't be an idiot." With a stern look, he reminds the rookie, "You should be grateful we're just on support duty. This is restricted training for a reason." Realizing his mistake, the young soldier bows his head in apology. "Ah, right, I'm sorry." The veteran walks past, explaining just how dangerous this mission really is. "I guarantee the 4th platoon is having a rough time. They're the ones on the front lines hunting these things. They look small, sure, but they always move in packs, which makes them a nightmare to deal with." He drives the point home, highlighting their brutal nature. Plus, they get extremely aggressive when they smell food, probably because they live out here in the desert. That's why we have to wipe them out before they escape the dungeon. Hearing this, the young soldier's face drains of color. He stammers, "Wait, the food you mentioned, it's not us, is it?" He peers into the crate and sees it. The supposedly small creatures have jaws lined with horrifyingly sharp teeth and long pointed fangs. Seeing that gruesome sight, the rookie swallows hard, his face pale with absolute terror. Meanwhile, high on a rock formation overlooking the entire desert, 2 other soldiers are monitoring the mission's progress. One, holding a tablet, reports, "The 4th Battalion is moving faster than expected. Based on the number of bodies left at each location, it looks like they've only encountered small swarms. That's why they're making such good time." However, considering the behavior of these red-eyed desert rats, this isn't normal. If there's a main nest somewhere with a massive population, the difficulty of this raid could change drastically. The atmosphere grows even more tense as a fierce sandstorm begins to brew, making it impossible for the raid team to use their firearms. The soldiers' eyes narrow, guns are jammed with sand, close quarters combat with thousands of these rats. That's a literal nightmare, and right on cue, the vicious red-eyed desert rats leap up to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the members of the 4th Dungeon Raid platoon draw their swords. As the battle rages, a voice crackles over the radio, "Thanks for the information." A female soldier nearby asks curiously, "What's going on?" The one holding the tablet looks up, her expression grim. The guys in the 2nd Battalion say the number of rats is abnormal. Her comrade looks confused. "What's that supposed to mean?" She explains, "There are too few of them in each pack." Looking at a monster corpse sprawled on the sand, another soldier nods in agreement. "I agree," which means there's a high probability of a much, much larger swarm somewhere. The final verdict hangs in the air, heavy with dread. This is not good. A soldier points ahead, screaming a warning to his comrades. "Desert rat swarm, dead ahead." Sweat pours down a female soldier's face, her expression one of pure shock as she takes in the scale of the monster horde. She reports in a panic, "Reporting! This isn't a swarm, it's a waterfall of rats. Too many to count. They're flooding towards us." Amidst the escalating chaos, Kim Min-jun remains unnervingly calm. He walks steadily, assessing the situation. The 4th Battalion said they'd investigate. "Let's wait for now. We can provide support, so we should probably prepare for a fight." A teammate beside him hesitates, but Min-jun glances over with a chillingly sharp gaze. He poses a terrifying theory. What if there are other reasons? Just then, the female commander of the 4th Battalion roars her command, "Prepare for battle." Before them, thousands of desert rats are stampeding forward, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust that blots out the sky. In unison, the soldiers draw their blades, bracing for a bloody, head-on clash. The teammate from before, still confused by Min-jun's words, asks, "What reason? Why would they be running for their lives like that?" Min-jun stares at the fleeing horde and answers grimly, "For example, a natural predator." In an instant, the ground trembles violently and then erupts. From beneath the sand, a colossal purple creature with rugged skin rockets into the air, scattering the swarm of rats in every direction. The grotesque monster reveals a massive circular maw lined with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth, letting out a deafening roar that shakes the very desert. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, a female soldier turns ghostly pale. She stammers, "A deathworm?" Realizing the threat is far beyond their capabilities, the commander screams, waving her arm frantically, "Run! Forget the fight. Your lives are what matter. Move!" The deathworm lets out another earth-shattering roar, while the soldiers can do nothing but sprint for their lives, trying to escape the deadly desert. The situation dissolves into absolute chaos as the death worm snaps its massive, tooth-filled jaws, frantically attacking the soldiers trying to flee. An urgent message blasts through the comms. This is the raid team. A death worm has appeared in the mission area. All 4th platoon members, retreat to the assembly point immediately. The commanding officer screams into her radio, "Fall back now." Just as the monster lunges, threatening to swallow them whole. Her soldiers can only run for their lives, completely overwhelmed by the enemy's terrifying power. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps main headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. The commander of the 110th Division, Ku, silently observes the report on his tablet with a thoughtful expression. An officer named Choi In-sok shoots to his feet and declares, "Sir, I'll dispatch my men to eliminate it immediately." Commander Ku's gaze turns to ice as he looks directly at his subordinate and unleashes a heavy wave of criticism. The incidents in Sokcho and Gangneung were both under your supervision, yet your division did nothing but clean up the aftermath. Facing pressure from his superior, Choi In-sok bows his head in shame. Ku coldly remarks, "The civilians are safe and that's what matters. But screw up like this again, and there will be consequences." Choi can only bow his head lower. "Yes, sir." On a large screen, a news report plays, showing a civilian who had awakened to protect the people in Gangneung. It's a pink-haired girl named Kay. She has expressed her desire to join the Hunter Corps after becoming a naturalized Korean citizen. Commander Ku mulls it over. She wants to become a citizen? He immediately issues an order. Have the Special Task Force verify this. Brigadier General Moon A-chan smiles brightly as she accepts. "Yes, sir." The meeting seems to be over as Ku makes a declaration. "That's all for today." But just as everyone relaxes, he stops them with a dead serious tone. "Actually, there is one more thing I have to tell you." The atmosphere in the room instantly freezes over as he announces the shocking news. A few days ago, Major General Song Baek-jeum was arrested by the Special Task Force. What a snake in the grass. As the other officers stare with faces twisted in disbelief, Ku continues. He is suspected of colluding with a private hunter corporation. He affirms that he will report the final results once everything is clear. However, he immediately follows up with a decision that stuns them all. Regardless, the position of Special Task Force Commander is currently vacant. I intend to appoint the Deputy Commander, Brigadier General Moon A-chan, to that position. And then he drops another bombshell. He tells him he's getting promoted next month anyway, so he's just going to appoint him right now. Seeing this lightning fast, totally sketchy promotion, General Duseop Eon can't even hide his pure rage. He slams his hand on the table, making everyone jump while that guy Chan just shrugs, looking all smug with the Major General rank he was just promised. Duseop Eon grinds his teeth, thinking, the job isn't even done and he's already climbing the ladder? Talk about an obvious backdoor deal. Right then, an officer rushes in and whispers something urgent into the commander's ear. Q lets out a sly, wicked smirk before turning back to the general. He brings up how the 104th squad members just finished the Sokorgande incident, asking, "Didn't I suggest you go with them today? You remember, right?" Duseop Eon stares him down, eyes locked on his opponent. He flat out refuses. "I told you, sir, impossible. My schedule is packed with training and dungeon raids." The commander stares back with those cold, calculating eyes and mutters a chilling response. "Well, that's unfortunate. Turns out the squads involved in the incident are actually inside the same dungeon right now. One's training, the other's on a raid." Hearing this, Duseop Eon just gives a cold, short reply. "Yes. Well, too bad because the dungeon you picked, it just went boom. Total coincidence, right? I wonder if your thorough investigation was actually enough before you sent them in for training. Why were you in such a rush to throw them in there?" He keeps twisting the knife. "You're acting like a kid who's terrified someone's gonna steal his favorite toy." Duseop Eon grips the files in his hands so hard they crinkle, his face twisting as he holds back his anger. "I don't think this is something I can just overlook," he growls. "Don't worry, the investigation was plenty thorough." Cut to a massive sandstorm. A female soldier scrambles in a panic, barely dodging a monster strikes. She screams to her team, "I see the exit, over there, we're gonna live." Suddenly, a sharp command rings out. "Scatter!" The death worm unhinges its massive jaw filled with razor-sharp teeth and lunges wildly at the retreating soldiers. As the ground trembles from the beast's attacks, Duseop Eon's eyes burn with pure determination. He shouts, "You think I came here empty-handed? Give it a taste of some lead." Immediately, a heavy Gatling gun is deployed. Two massive soldiers stand their ground, hoisting the heavy weapon with looks that could kill. The death worm tilts its head back and lets out a deafening, earth-shaking roar, revealing a terrifying, pitch-black throat. The barrels start spinning fast. A literal wall of bullets rains down, shredding into the worm's thick, leathery hide. Explosions pop one after another, turning the monster's disgusting body into a burning mess. Shrieking in agony, the beast thrashes its tooth-filled maw amidst the chaos of flying lead. From a distance, the soldiers pour everything they've got into the heavy machine gun, keeping the target pinned down. The commander grinds his teeth, focusing every bit of his concentration. He directs the fire to tear through every inch of that creature's skin. Seeing the opening while the worm is suppressed, a female hunter focuses her spiritual energy into her spear, creating a brilliant, glowing blue light. She lunges forward like a literal bolt of lightning, performing a thunderous thrust that pierces the air. Boom! The moment the spear hits, a shockwave of blue energy erupts, shattering the deathworm's defenses. The monster howls in pain as the spear sinks deep into its flesh. The other soldiers don't let up for a second, firing on the move to cover their teammate. Watching this insane display of power from the higher-ups, one female soldier is absolutely floored. She thinks, holy crap, if the bosses fight like this, what are we even supposed to do? Retrace? Through the thick dust and smoke, the soldiers stand firm, a perfect blend of long-range firepower and brutal close-quarters combat. The commander's voice booms, louder than the monster's shrieks. Platoon leader, report the situation. With a stern face, the commander keeps barking orders. Do not let your guard down, everyone, stay battle ready. Suddenly, another spear surging with massive energy is launched, slamming right into the worm's gigantic body. It roars in agony. Constant energy slashes follow, tearing into the creature's disgusting purple skin. Looking down from above, the soldiers are perfectly synced. Under that rain of bullets, constant explosions erupt all over the monster's back. The sound of the machine gun click. As the empty magazine hits the dirt, he yells, "Reload!" On cue, a female soldier sprints over with a heavy ammo crate, sliding perfectly into position to lock it in. The barrels spin up again. Vrr, and a stream of red-hot lead starts chewing up the ground once more. Seizing a split-second gap, the female commander leaps into the air, pouring every drop of her spirit energy into her glowing blue spear. The spear slams into the ground, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that sends dust and debris flying everywhere. As the smoke clears, a deathly silence takes over. One soldier clicks his tongue. Damn, it got away. Disappointed they missed their chance, his teammate stares into the empty space. It's hiding, but they stay calm, knowing they have the high ground. We're on solid rock. It can't ambush us from beneath our feet. Still, the danger is lurking. Another soldier mutters nervously, but we have no idea when it'll come back for round 2. The debate over the next move gets heated. Someone asks, "Isn't that way too dangerous?" But an officer firmly replies, "We have to stick to the plan." Trusting his comrade's strength, he adds, "Man, he's confident. I think it's worth a shot." They still set a safety limit, though. If things go south, we pull the plug immediately. With everyone on board, the commander grabs the radio and smirks. "Go ahead, start the plan." Instantly, a military truck roars past the rock formation. It speeds off at a terrifying pace, leaving nothing but a massive cloud of dust in its wake. In the back of the truck, a soldier with wild, excited eyes lets out a cocky laugh. "Food's here, you filthy animal!" Inside the truck, cages filled with dozens of desert rats, huddling together in pure terror. The vehicle tears across the sand, a massive dust trail following it like a cape. The soldier standing in the back grins like a maniac. He thinks to himself, that rush of power, it's a total high. It feels like a temporary buff, and he's convinced he could crush a deathworm with his bare hands. He grips the side of the truck, veins popping on his hands, and throws his head back laughing. "Come out, you little worm. I'll take on your whole damn family." Seeing this insanity, his teammate starts sweating bullets. He thinks, this guy is a total psycho. Is he seriously not worried at all? He can't help but remember their earlier talk. A natural enemy? An enemy for the desert rats? He'd asked Kim Min-jun nervously, "Are you saying there's a giant predator lurking around here?" There was nothing about that in the report. Just then, a frantic voice crackles over the radio. "Collection team, this is the 2nd Battalion commander. We've confirmed a deathworm inside the dungeon. The news hits like a truck. It's underground. The voice on the other end orders, the raid team is retreating now. Stop immediately." But amidst the chaos, Kim Min-jun just silently pulls on his gloves, eyes burning. "Deathworm, huh?" Kim Min-jun calmly grabs the radio and speaks up. "Commander, may I offer my opinion?" His teammate looks at him, stunned. "What are you doing?" But ignoring him, Kim Min-jun speaks boldly into the radio. "Sir, you can just sit back and relax. Leave this Tuchung to me, I'll handle it." That arrogant declaration leaves his teammate absolutely breathless. On the other end of the line, the stunned commander can only stammer, "Kim Min-jun?" Kim Min-jun crisply reports through the static. "Yes, sir. This is Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun." He calmly explains the monster's tendencies. The Tu Chung tends to burrow underground after taking enough damage. If that happens, we'll just lure it back out again. Over. This level of pure confidence leaves the commanding officers completely speechless. Instantly, the voice of the 4th Battalion's commander crackles back, firm and decisive. The plan is simple. Kill it before it can burrow underground. Therefore, all units, hold your positions. Kim Min-jun, still completely relaxed, adds, "But that's just a precaution. If something unexpected happens, we'll be ready." Over. The commander falls silent for a moment before demanding, "Tell me your plan." Over. A mysterious smile plays on Kim Min-jun's lips as he replies simply, "My plan is." Seeing this audacity, his teammate panics, screaming, "The 4th Battalion commander is listening. Kim Min-jun, if you say something stupid, we're both dead." But the response from the radio is totally unexpected. "Roger. Ambush near the assembly point." Over. Kim Min-jun coolly confirms, "Roger." Over. His partner is left in a state of utter confusion. Huh? The commander actually agreed? This world has gone completely mad. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun turns to the driver and calls out softly, "Sir." As the man stares back, bewildered, Kim Min-jun flashes a bright but deeply unsettling smile and asks, "Do you have a driver's license?" Inside the driver's head, he's running the numbers on the plan. Right. If they use a pile of dead desert rats as bait and create vibrations, the Tu Chung will definitely react. The plan actually makes sense. The driver grits his teeth, focusing, sweat pouring down his face from the sheer tension. He's terrified. Oh crap, if it bursts up from below, we're goners. And just like that, a violent tremor shakes the earth, making him jump in terror. His hands grip the steering wheel as the truck is thrown into the air, landing hard on the sand. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is standing steady on the truck bed, his sharp eyes scanning everything behind them. He relentlessly stomps on the floor, creating massive vibrations to attract the hidden predator. The truck speeds wildly across the desolate desert, but the monster still hasn't shown its face. Kim Min-jun wonders to himself, why isn't it reacting? Is the smell of corpses not enough? He decides to change tactics. All right then. Kim Min-jun leans down, touching the truck's wooden frame. Instantly, a system notification appears. Demon Energy Singularity, off. This was the skill that made his demonic energy colorless, odorless, and undetectable. By deactivating it, a powerful purple aura starts to radiate from his hand, quickly spreading to engulf the entire truck. The effect is immediate. The ground behind them begins to tremble and crack, dust kicking up, perfectly tracking the movement of the massive creature underground. Seeing that, Kim Min-jun lets out a wicked smirk. There you are. He glances back at the cages filled with desert rat corpses, ready for the showdown. From a high cliff, Uncio and his team hold their breath, watching the truck get relentlessly pursued by a colossal entity moving just beneath the sand. The ground behind the truck bulges violently, a clear sign the enemy is right on their tail. A voice yells out with grim determination, "It's showtime, boss." And he's right. Kim Min-jun acts instantly, putting all his strength into one final stomp. A massive explosion of sand erupts behind them as the giant Tu Chung, with its colossal body and mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, bursts from the ground, blocking out the sky. But amidst the swirling chaos and dust, Kim Min-jun still wears that same arrogant smirk. The driver, however, is so terrified his eyes roll into the back of his head. The Tu Chung opens its grotesque maw, lunging forward to swallow the truck whole. Just in the nick of time, a brilliant blue light flashes in the sky like a shooting star. A bolt of pure energy slams directly into the monster's huge frame. Green blood splatters everywhere as its body convulses from the sheer, overwhelming power of the attack. Standing on the speeding truck, Kim Min-jun gives a thumbs up and yells with excitement, "Nice shot!" He clicks his tongue, annoyed, thinking to himself that if that attack had been a little more stable, the monster would already be dead. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun's gaze freezes. He spots a strange object stuck deep in the desert sand. His eyes light up with pure excitement as he realizes it's a prize, a rare item. With a devilish grin, he leaps from the moving truck to claim his loot. Meanwhile, back at the observation post, the officer with the machine gun grits his teeth in frustration. "I can't even." He turns to the female commander and states, "I think you're going to have to handle this yourself, commander of the 2nd Battalion." Watching Kim Min-jun's chaos unfold below, he asks thoughtfully, Just what kind of person is Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun? The female commander watches in silence, her expression deep in thought. After a moment, the male officer sighs. Yeah, I'm not sure either. He's completely beyond my understanding. He lets out a slight smirk, admitting, now I get why Sergeant Sun Yu-co looks up to him as a role model. Down on the battlefield, Kim Min-jun now has the spear firmly in his grasp and lets out a triumphant shout. Seeing Kim Min-jun running wild outside, the frantic driver screams, "What are you doing out there? It's dangerous. Get back in here now." In response to his concern, Kim Min-jun turns back with a brilliant, crazed smile and asks, "Hey, while we're at it, why don't we just finish this thing off?" The driver can only stare back, eyes wide with terror, and yell, "What?" The colossal Tu Chung rises, shadowing the entire sky as it prepares a fatal blow. But before it can move, Kim Min-jun makes his move. The truck swerves violently, tires spinning in the thick dust as the driver desperately fights for control in a life-or-death struggle. Up on the cliff, the two officers can only stare, dumbfounded by the unbelievable scene unfolding before their very eyes. Surrounded by dust and pure killing intent, Kim Min-jun sits perched on the truck's side, his hand gripping the spear, his eyes burning with the will to fight to the very end. Inside the cabin, the driver has completely lost it. He's screaming in despair, "That damn lunatic!" Witnessing this insane spectacle, the commanding officer points and roars, "Who's driving that thing with a death wish? Are they trying to commit suicide?" From behind him, the female soldiers watch the unbelievable scene, holding their breath. They realize with a shock, "It looks like they're going to kill the monster themselves," they whisper, as the truck charges straight toward the Tu Chung. The driver grits his teeth, sweat pouring off him, clinging to his last shred of hope. "I can do this. I can do this." But when he comes face to face with the monster's gigantic, tooth-filled mouth right in front of his windshield, absolute terror seizes his heart. He questions himself in utter helplessness. "I can't do this? Why on earth did I agree to this?" A pained scream builds in his throat as death closes in. But at that critical moment, Kim Min-jun's decisive shout rings out, "Now!" The driver snaps awake, mustering every ounce of courage to roar, "Let's do this! My life is in your hands now!" He slams the pedal, and the truck lurches into a massive, screeching drift, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Using the truck's immense momentum, Kim Min-jun launches himself into the air. Witnessing Kim Min-jun's absolutely fearless move, the commanding officer's jaw drops in disbelief, while his teammates are frozen in a state of shock and worry. But amidst all the panic, one soldier cracks a wide, excited grin. Through the swirling dust, Kim Min-jun's hand tightens around his spear. His voice is cold. "I'm not planning to drag this training out." Leaping through the air, Kim Min-jun locks onto his target, his eyes burning with intensity. He mutters to himself about his crappy gear, then with a fierce smile he roars one final warning, "So don't get in my way." In an instant, a torrential wave of brilliant blue energy explodes from him. It engulfs Kim Min-jun's entire body as he dives like a meteor. The spear tears through the creature's thick hide, sending green fluid splattering everywhere. Kim Min-jun plants his feet and shoves, driving the spear deeper and triggering a massive mana explosion that rocks the entire desert. One hand gripping his weapon, the other held out in a show of pure dominance. He clenches the spear, standing defiant amidst the dancing blue flames that still flicker around him. Spears of pure blue mana pierce the Tizoon's massive body, causing it to unleash a final, desperate roar of absolute agony. A colossal shockwave erupts, blasting everything away as the hideous creature is torn to shreds by that overwhelming power. Witnessing the horrific scene, the soldiers are just stunned, completely floored by the incredible display of strength right before their eyes. One soldier can only gasp in utter shock. He grabs his head, breathing a sigh of relief mixed with total awe, mumbling, "That was insane." A performance like that is bound to get the higher-ups' attention. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, the atmosphere in the high-level meeting room is thick with tension as officers sit around a large table. General Gu Hakion glares at his opponent, demanding through gritted teeth, "What in the hell are you talking about?" But Moon Yi-chan just keeps that cryptic smile on his face. He calmly interlaces his fingers and replies, "It's exactly as I said. We should use this opportunity to push the project forward, equip all Hunter Corps personnel with mana weapons." Gu Hakion's eyes narrow with suspicion. He growls, "Why bring this up now?" "An opportunity? What damn opportunity are you talking about?" His rage finally boils over. Gu Hakion slams his hand on a stack of documents and bellows, "Are you messing with me? That supplier's gear is absolute trash." You want to send my soldiers out there as cannon fodder? He declares his position loud and clear. We're starting over from scratch, and that includes finding a new supplier. Gu Hakion continues shouting at the silent officers. If we don't, we'll just be wasting a mountain of cash instead of boosting our corps' morale. Seeing his colleague lose his cool, another officer steps in to de-escalate. That's enough. Calm down. He has a good idea, another says. I agree with Major General Du. This issue needs to be reviewed again. Just as support for Gu Hakion starts to build, Moon Yi-chan cuts in coldly. No discussion. I've already made my decision. No one is to object. When someone dares to ask why, a wicked, calculating smirk spreads across his face. Moon Yi-chan casually drops a bombshell. We just received a report. A few minutes ago, Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun of the 104th Regiment single-handedly eliminated a Tizoon. Using a mana weapon, the image of Min-jun's heroic feat flashes in their minds irrefutable proof. He glances around the room and states, everyone here heard that. He just proved the usefulness of mana weapons. With sharp, piercing eyes, he delivers the final blow. I believe that's more than enough reason to proceed with the project. Hearing this, Gu Hakion can no longer control his fury. He slams the table and roars, the problem is the quality of the supply. He directly confronts his opponent. Their swords break on a banana. Are you trying to order my soldiers to commit suicide? In contrast to the general's rage, Moon Yi-chan calmly replies, they've promised better quality control, and they're rolling out new weapons. He then makes a cunning proposal. First, we'll use their weapons for training to improve the soldiers' proficiency. A triumphant smile appears on his lips as he receives a nod of approval. An excellent idea. In the suffocating atmosphere of the meeting room, Gu Hakion stares down his opposition. A deep sense of unease washes over him, his thoughts racing with suspicion. 1 week later, at the Hunter Corps base, the air is a bit lighter. Inside an office, Kim Min-jun Cheon-min is beaming as he holds a performance report. Great work on the training. The praise rings out alongside a certificate of commendation. It reads, this commendation is awarded to Kim Min-jun Cheon, Min for becoming a shining example to others. Hunter Corps, Commander of the 104th Division, Major General Du Gyong. The senior officer, Seo Jong-un, smiles broadly. Congratulations. Kim Cheon-min scratches his head sheepishly in response. Thanks. I never expected to be rewarded for this, honestly. Talk about a lucky guy. Seeing his humility, Seo Jong-un insists, nonsense, you deserve it. Everyone worked together. But Cheon-min doesn't forget who deserves the real credit. Actually, it's all thanks to the deputy platoon commander. If it weren't for Min-jun, Seo Jong-un glances at his colleague before asking a pointed question. By the way, have you heard anything about Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun's promotion? He adds thoughtfully. I bet he's hoping for it after everything he's done recently. After a moment of silence, Seo Jong-un continues. It's true, he accomplished a lot during training and at the outpost. The division commander was pleased about it. However, his expression suddenly turns grim. But this promotion, it just got a lot harder. The higher-ups just pushed through a new rule. Kim Cheon-min is stunned. So suddenly, Seo Jong-un turns his head, explaining with a weary sigh, they're saying it's because of Min-jun. Apparently, General Gu Hakion made the decision right after hearing about him killing that Tizoon. Cheon-min asks in disbelief, what? What's the new condition? Seo Jong-un officially announces the change from the top. To enhance the combat capabilities of the Hunter Corps, they will be issuing mana blades to everyone. He adds the critical part. From now on, mana weapon proficiency will be included in the criteria for promotion evaluations. Hearing this, Kim Cheon-min's face lights up. He clenches his fist confidently. For a guy like Min-jun, these new toys will be a piece of cake, sir, but his optimism isn't shared. Seo Jong-un stares out the window, a deeply troubled look on his face. I know. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried. His eyes fill with concern as he mentions a dreaded name. That the instructor assigned to our battalion is Kim Song-deok. Kim Cheon-min freezes in horror. Kim Song-deok? You mean Captain Kim Song-deok? He can't hold back his fury and blurts out, that bastard! The soldier immediately gets a death glare from his superior and flinches. My apologies, sir. The only reply is a cold. It's fine. Outside the training room, the massive shadow of Kim Sang-deok looms over the door, and all the rumors about him come rushing back. That guy really is a bastard. For years, he's been ranked dead last among the instructors of the 104th Division, notorious for his constant use of violence and his brutally unfair training methods. Suddenly, the door flies open. In struts the imposing figure of Captain Kim Sang-deok, a nasty smirk plastered on his face as he bellows, "Hey, first Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun!" His eyes gleam with smug satisfaction as he locks onto Kim Min-jun, offering a greeting dripping with venom. Long time no see. Startled, Kim Min-jun immediately snaps to attention, giving a sharp, precise salute. "Yes, Captain." Captain Kim Sang-deok's smirk widens into a full-blown grin of superiority. He gives a lazy salute back. "How have you been lately?" This man was from the 104th Division Command, and as Kim Min-jun stared at the senior officer's broad back, he kept his voice perfectly level. "I've been well. But what brings you here?" Sang-deok plants his hands on his hips, glancing around the training room before casually revealing his purpose. "Well, the 2nd Battalion is starting mana weapon training next week. I'm here to coordinate with the battalion commander." He then launches into a long-winded speech about the power of the new weapons, his face a mask of pure arrogance. "The aura coating this sword is proof of its destructive power. My weapon is on a whole different level from the standard-issue junk soldiers get." Sang-deok was clearly reliving his glory days. He declared proudly, "I was the mana sword instructor for the 104th Division's Invincible Hunter team." Internally, he was probably thinking, "How amazing am I? Totally awesome, right?" "Still," Kim Min-jun interjected, raising a finger with a sly grin, "I seem to recall someone in a dungeon who couldn't even swing his sword before a monster took him down. I guess we'll finally get to witness your legendary sure-kill technique, sir." The captain froze, absolutely fuming with humiliation. He could only roar in frustration as he started coughing awkwardly, sweat pouring down his face while he scrambled for an excuse. "Ahem. That, like I said, my condition wasn't good that day." Seeing Kim Min-jun just smile and shrug it off, he quickly regained his serious expression. "Anyway, first Kim Min-jun, you've been notified you'll be participating in the training, right?" Kim Min-jun paused, a look of suspicion creeping onto his face. A huge question mark was forming in his mind. That nasty smirk returned to Sang-deok's lips. "And here's the thing. Your mana weapon proficiency score will directly affect your promotion." The captain's eyes turned sharp, full of menace as he made his point crystal clear. "It doesn't matter how many achievements you have. Without a signed evaluation report from the mana weapon instructor, you are not getting promoted. Let's see you handle this one." Faced with this blatant pressure, Kim Min-jun's voice went cold. "What are you trying to say?" Sang-deok's lip twitched. He acknowledged his rival's strength, but couldn't hide his bitter jealousy. "I'll admit, you've got skills. You managed to break my mana sword back in Japan. And honestly, I've never heard of a first sergeant shattering a mana sword using only their aura. However," Captain Kim Sang-deok pointed a finger right in Kim Min-jun's face, his voice a low threat. "That's precisely the problem. Are you planning to hog all the attention for yourself again?" His eyes bulged as he practically yelled, "In front of all the new recruits?" Sang-deok's voice dropped to an icy warning. "Remember this. A rookie who stands out too much is just as unwelcome as a stupid one." Despite the captain's aggressive attitude, Kim Min-jun's expression remained unnervingly calm. Sang-deok sneered, putting on a fake show of concern. "Anyway, I'm only telling you all this because I'm worried about you." He turned to leave, waving a dismissive hand over his shoulder. "See you next week." Standing alone, Kim Min-jun watched the instructors retreating back, his eyes narrowed in thought. He called that concern? Kim Min-jun realized a harsh truth. His promotion was now completely dependent on that man. A massive question mark hung in his mind. Was that what the captain really wanted to tell him? Finally, the day of the mana weapon training arrived. At the training grounds, soldiers stood in neat rows before a massive black steel pillar that loomed over the field. A powerful-looking instructor stepped forward, gripping a katana, his face radiating killing intent. He clenched his hands, focusing all his spiritual energy until the sword began to pulse with waves of power. With a single, decisive shout, the instructor swung his sword in a lightning-fast slash, striking the steel pillar and creating a shocking explosion of energy. As the smoke cleared, he sheathed his sword and began to explain to the stunned rookies. "This is a reinforced version of the steel we use to build the barracks. It's about twice as strong as that." He pointed to the deep gash in the pillar. "Normally, it's difficult to even scratch this with a regular weapon, but if you master the mana sword, you can do something like this." Witnessing that overwhelming power, the soldiers couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Amid the roaring applause, Kim Min-jun was quietly calculating. "So, to get promoted, I have to score high in this training, huh?" Meanwhile, the other soldiers started whispering nervously, "Do we have to do that exact same thing?" A few looked uneasy as they discussed it. "I heard just maintaining the aura is incredibly difficult." The instructor stood with his arms crossed, smugly observing the reactions of the young soldiers below. While the rookies were busy gossiping, Kim Min-jun silently scanned his surroundings, a strange feeling creeping in. The atmosphere here is weird. His eyes landed on the wooden swords prepared for them, and his brow furrowed in suspicion. What's with these swords? I know they're for training, but they're incredibly poorly made. He wondered how any fair evaluation was possible using these cheap toys, especially while glancing over at instructor Sang Daeok. Getting that promotion is going to be tough. Kim Min-jun's eyes narrowed, seeing right through the charade. This is the best they could come up with? A sense of unease rose within the former archmage as he knew, with certainty, something shady was going on with this training. Standing on the platform with an arrogant grin, instructor Sang Daeok issued a challenge. Anyone want to give it a try? If you're confident you can do it, now's your chance. The soldiers below just shuffled their feet, intimidated by the steel pillar. Seeing their hesitation, Sang Daeok continued to taunt them. Yeah, I get that you're hesitant. First, we should start by just channeling aura into the sword. But before he could finish his sentence, Kim Min-jun broke out in a bright, yet meaningful smile and shouted, "I'll try." His sudden appearance made the arrogant instructor's face twist in pure shock. He stammered, First, Kim Min-jun? Kim Min-jun? You?" In his mind, Sang Daeok was screaming in panic. He's trying to ruin me again, isn't he? Why does he have to do this? But contrary to the instructor's pale face, Kim Min-jun looked absolutely thrilled. Yes, I really want to. Immediately, his comrades started cheering him on. Whoa, Vice Commander, show us what you've got. We believe in you. Ha. Ha. Cornered by the crowd, Sang Daeok could only grit his teeth. Fine, step up. As Kim Min-jun walked onto the platform, Sang Daeok leaned in close, hissing a cold, threatening warning. I'm not kidding. Don't overdo it. The only reply to that warning was Kim Min-jun's own mocking, arrogant smile. In that instant, memories of his time in Isgard flooded his mind. Kim Min-jun thought to himself, there's one thing I learned in Isgard while dealing with all kinds of pathetic behavior and pressure tactics. He walked decisively to the center of the training ground, his gaze sharp enough to see through the schemes of those plotting against him. Because in this world, there are countless scumbags. No matter where you live, they exist. Kim Min-jun's hand tightened around the wooden sword's hilt as he affirmed a harsh truth. And if you do exactly what those scumbags tell you to do, but then a massive, terrifying blue aura explodes, engulfing the entire training ground in a deafening roar. In his mind, a steely voice echoes, "No one praises you," as his sword descends upon the black steel pillar. A single, lightning-fast slash tears through everything in its path. The solid steel posts shattered in an instant, leaving every single witness completely stunned. Seeing this impossible display, instructor Sang Daeok is frozen solid, his face a mask of pure horror. Sweat pours down the faces of the soldiers surrounding them. And that includes Lee Dong-jin, whose jaw is on the floor, absolutely dumbfounded by Kim Min-jun's overwhelming power. So it's every man for himself, Kim Min-jun whispers, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips amidst the settling dust. In his hand, the wooden training sword has disintegrated. Only the hilt remains, still burning with that terrifying blue aura. Sang Daeok grinds his teeth in humiliation, veins popping on his neck as he screams internally. That bastard! He totally set me up. The broken blade clatters to the dry ground at Kim Min-jun's feet. He nonchalantly looks at the instructor, who is trembling with rage, and announces coolly, I think there's a problem with these swords. With that, Kim Min-jun holds up the shattered hilt, flashes a defiant smile, and asks Sang Daeok straight to his face, From now on, can I use my personal equipment? On the training ground, soldiers are buckling under immense pressure, their pained grunts filling the air. To maintain this power, they need absolute focus. From above, the instructor watches silently as his men tremble, holding swords radiating a dreadful blue spiritual energy. Though only a minute has passed, for the soldiers undergoing this training, it feels like an entire hour has gone by. Seeing his troops begin to falter, Kim Sang Daeok barks his orders. Don't struggle over something so pathetic. Keep going. He smirks, thinking to himself that this is exactly how it should be. Suddenly, the phone in Sang Daeok's pocket buzzes, forcing him to glance at the screen. He quickly answers, Captain Kim Sang Daeok here. Sang Daeok silently leaves the balcony to find a quiet corner to talk. From the other end of the line, a low voice asks, Well, how's the situation? Sang Daeok's expression instantly becomes incredibly tense. He hesitantly reports the appearance of a variable. He admits, completely powerless, just with his aura alone, He's already broken 3 swords. He even split a training dummy in half right in front of everyone. Sang-deok breaks into a cold sweat, realizing he has no legitimate reason to kick the guy out. In fact, he had a hard enough time just stopping him from using his own gear. Instantly, an enraged voice cuts him off. "Hey, you bastard!" The man on the other end is none other than Major General Moon Ye-chang, commander of the Hunter Task Force. He paces down a hallway, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If this was so easy, do you think I'd be bored enough to send you all the way out there? Weren't you the one bragging about how confident you were?" Facing his superior's wrath, Sang-deok can only whisper apologies, absolutely terrified. Moon Ye-chang coldly gives him the order. "Listen carefully. We do not want Kim Min-jun to be promoted in the 104th Division. That's all you need to know. Got it?" He doesn't forget to add a direct threat to Sang-deok's future. "Or do you want to miss your chance for a promotion too?" Sang-deok, stunned, tries to explain. "No, but the call is cut off abruptly." He stands motionless in the middle of the training ground, his hand gripping the phone so tight his knuckles turn white, his face a mix of bitter resentment and anxiety. Kim Sang-deok clenches his jaw, sweat pouring down his face as he hangs up the phone. He growls in pure rage. "That bastard! Just you wait." The scene shifts to a distinguished man in a gray suit, who clicks his tongue in annoyance while looking at his phone. After neatly adjusting his clothes, he approaches a door. As soon as a voice calls from within, he steps inside, stands at attention, and executes a sharp, formal salute. Sitting across from him is a powerful, white-haired general. The man in the gray suit bows his head respectfully. "It's a pleasure to see you, General Moon." The general gives a slight nod and orders, "Sit down." This is a highly calculated meeting between Jung Daesun, the CEO of Baeksun Heavy Industries, and General Moon. And yeah, there's some serious scheming going on here. The next day, at the headquarters of the 104th Division, behind the commander's door, General Do Seok-young, with his signature goatee, is waiting at his desk. Kim Min-jun enters, stands at attention, and gives a powerful military salute. "Come in, Kim Min-jun, Kim Min-jun." Do Seok-young gestures warmly. "Sit down." Kim Min-jun replies crisply, "Yes, sir," and sits quietly in the chair opposite the general. His mind is racing with questions, wondering to himself, "I heard there were no special promotions this time. So what's going on?" Kim Min-jun's gaze becomes thoughtful as he wonders, "Could it be?" Do Seok-young begins. "About the reason I called you here today." He pushes a long box toward Kim Min-jun and orders, "Open this." Curious, Kim Min-jun opens the box and is immediately stunned by the weapon inside. It's a katana, radiating a mesmerizing, dreadful blue spiritual power. Kim Min-jun trembles slightly as he picks up the sword and breathes. "This is..." The general gives a knowing smile and introduces it, a prototype of the second-generation mana sword. Unlike the first-gen junk you destroyed, this one was made by a different company. "What do you think?" Kim Min-jun examines it closely, then gives his honest opinion. "If this is meant to be a standard-issue sword, I'm concerned about its weight and the stamina consumption." Do Seok-young nods in agreement. "You're right. In terms of durability and balance, it even surpasses an officer's personal weapon. But it's 5 times heavier than Baeksan's mana sword." He further explains that because it uses a denser mana stone, it drains stamina heavily, but he believes Kim Min-jun can handle it. "I'm thinking of assigning it to you as a test user." Kim Min-jun's eyes light up as he responds immediately, "No problem." He thinks to himself, "There's no doubt about it. This is an exquisitely crafted sword." Kim Min-jun is confident he won't have to worry about this one exploding, even if he channels a massive amount of aura into it. With this, it's like he's hit the jackpot. Suddenly, Do Seok-young asks a question that startles Kim Min-jun. "Are you disappointed that I didn't mention a special promotion this time?" Kim Min-jun breaks into a cold sweat and quickly shouts, "No, sir!" Though let's be real, he was probably a little bummed out. The general explains gravely, "Your achievements were more than enough for a promotion, but I've decided to postpone it." When Kim Min-jun hesitantly asks why, he receives a profound answer. "There are many things in the military you can't understand yet." Do Seok-young looks directly at Kim Min-jun and announces a much grander plan. "I intend to make you an officer. For now, you will continue to serve as the deputy platoon leader. This path is much faster than trying to get promoted as a sergeant," he silently calculates. "At the same time, we need to reduce the military's excessive attention on you for a while." Do Seok-young admits frankly, "With your current position, so, will you live up to my expectations?" Faced with the veteran general's compelling words, Kim Min-jun cracks a slight smile. He thinks to himself with admiration, "Damn, he's good. He completely won me over." Guess that experience isn't for show. Kim Min-jun springs to his feet, declaring his resolve with a powerful voice. I want to be promoted in the Hunter Corps. The only thing I need to do is prove myself with my own power. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he makes his decision. I'll take the chance. Seeing the fire in the young man's eyes, Duseo Kyung can't help but smile, thinking to himself, you really are the one I bet on. Then, as if remembering something, the general reaches into his pocket. Ah, by the way, General Sun Tae-ho asked me to give this to you. Seeing Kim Min-jun's confused expression, he explains, ever since that incident, it seems he's taken quite a liking to you. Duseo Kyung hands him a small black box. Kim Min-jun takes it with a polite thank you, but the moment he opens the lid, his eyes go wide in absolute shock. This is a rune stone. Kim Min-jun stares, stunned at the gray stone nestled inside, etched with bizarre ancient characters. He can't believe it, an item this precious is now his. First the sword, now this stone. Talk about a double jackpot. Later, as night falls, a full moon shines brightly over the Gangwon province. In a restricted area completely sealed off by the military, Kim Min-jun walks silently through the desolate streets. He scans his surroundings. This place had been ravaged by monsters, forcing a full evacuation. Now, it's a ghost town. Stopping in front of a ruined building, Kim Min-jun nods to himself. This looks good enough. He steps into the deep shadows, the sound of his boots echoing in the dead silence. Kim Min-jun pulls the rune stone from its box. His eyes burn with excitement, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The reason I came here was for this. He holds the dull gray rune stone, studying the strange characters on its surface. Suddenly, the stone begins to emit an eerie, violet-pink light. The energy resonance has begun. Instantly, a system message pops up. The rune stone has detected a powerful energy source. Kim Min-jun squints, focusing, feeling the power surge in the palm of his hand. He knows the basics. A rune stone is an item that, when absorbed, randomly increases your stats. But with his experience as a former archmage, he knows the laws of this earth aren't so different. More system notifications flash, all confirming the stone's powerful energy signature. Kim Min-jun stares at the priceless item, his face set with determination, a bold plan forming in his mind. He thinks, but what if I use that method I stumbled upon back in Isgha? The moment the thought crosses his mind, a special system notification appears. The rune stone will react with immense energy to open a growth gate. A violent burst of dark purple energy explodes outward. It engulfs Kim Min-jun's entire body. At the center of it all, the rune stone cracks, shatters into pieces, and dissolves into dust in his palm. Its job is done. A sinister, arrogant smirk plays on Kim Min-jun's lips. He knew his secret method would work. A triumphant look washes over his face as he feels new power merging perfectly with his body. As he steps through the eerie mist, a system message announces, "You have entered a dungeon through the growth gate." Kim Min-jun finds himself in a dark space, enveloped in a violet haze. His expression is pure confidence and excitement for the challenge that awaits. He moves quietly through desolate ruins, where a thick fog hangs heavy in the air. Kim Min-jun sizes up this special space. This is a hidden dungeon, only opened by pouring a massive amount of mana into a rune stone. Even with all his experience in Isgha, he has to admit how rare this is. These were incredibly valuable even back home, he muses, so I almost never got to enter one. Every step he takes on the dry ground is deliberate, his senses on high alert. Kim Min-jun knows that each time you enter one of these, it's a completely different environment with brand new monsters. Today is no exception, but he's sure of one unchanging rule. There's one thing in this dungeon that's always the same, the danger lurking in the dark. And right on cue, from a high rock ledge, a fiery red, ape-like monster watches its prey. It snarls down at him, a long scar visible on its ferocious face, its eyes glowing with a sinister white light. And just like that, more red figures emerge from the barren treetops, surrounding Kim Min-jun from every direction. The pack of monsters roars wildly. Facing their aggression, Kim Min-jun calmly draws his mana sword, a cocky smile on his face. If you think you've got a shot, then bring it on. He knew the risks. If he can survive and conquer this place, the power boost will be insane. One of the beasts opens its maw full of sharp teeth, lets out an earth-shattering roar, and lunges straight for him. The pack of fiery red monsters charges, swarming Kim Min-jun from all sides. Unfazed, he swings his sword, cutting them down one by one. With that same arrogant smirk, Kim Min-jun executes a lightning-fast spin, unleashing shockwaves that flatten every enemy in his path. Another monster leaps at him, only to be instantly crushed by a thunderous downward smash. Amidst the carnage, a system notification suddenly appears. He's activated a skill, Dark Sword. Kim Min-jun stands quietly among the bodies of the monster pack, having dealt with them in an instant. As he ventures deeper, he analyzes the situation. The goal of a hidden dungeon is simple: defeat every single monster inside. Watching yet another wave of monsters pouring down from the cliffs, Kim Min-jun reminds himself, I don't know how many are left, so I need to be careful with my mana and stamina. He watches their every move, readying himself for the next assault as the pack begins to leap down from above. Kim Min-jun grips his weapon tightly, thinking, it's best if I save my skills. But then, seeing himself surrounded by an even larger horde of these demon apes, a mysterious smile spreads across his face. So, what's the count now? 1 against. How many? Suddenly, a fierce burst of brilliant blue spiritual power erupts from Kim Min-jun's body, creating a massive explosion that obliterates everything around him. The remaining monsters freeze in terror, trembling before the intruder's overwhelming power. Kim Min-jun casually thinks to himself, but I did just get this interesting new toy. He tightens his grip on the hilt of the new mana sword he got from the general. Looking at the treasured blade, now glowing with spiritual power, Kim Min-jun's lips curl into an excited grin. It'd be a total waste not to play with this gift, right? Without hesitation, he swings the sword, executing a thunderous slash. The red apes charge forward frantically, but in a single breath, a horizontal arc of light tears through the air, wiping out dozens of targets before they can even react. Kim Min-jun quietly observes his new sword and thinks, the performance is pretty decent. Witnessing the weapon's overwhelming power, a radiant, satisfied smile spreads across his face as the last of the red monsters fall at his feet. But from the depths of the dungeon's darkness, dozens of pairs of glowing, ferocious eyes are still watching, still growling. One monster opens its mouth and lets out a piercing shriek, signaling the next wave. Standing in the center of it all, Kim Min-jun casually rests the sword on his shoulder. He smirks arrogantly. Your numbers mean nothing. I've still got plenty left in the tank. Honestly, can anyone even count how many there are at this point? And just then, a monster lunges down from above. But amidst the chaos of battle, Kim Min-jun's sharp gaze darts to the side. His focus snaps onto a strange energy signature. It's faint, but there's no mistaking it, that's mana. His eyes narrow, desperately searching for the source of that aura. Where is it coming from? He glances at a monster he'd already taken down, only to see it start twitching. Kim Min-jun's eyes widen in shock. What? You're not dead? And just like that, the other red monkeys begin to convulse, staggering to their feet inside a creepy purple mist. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, he puts it all together. Oh, look at them. Turning into zombies right on cue. So, something is possessing them. Kim Min-jun tightens his grip on his sword, his eyes turning ice cold as he analyzes the situation. This means there has to be a necromancer nearby, and it's probably the source of that mana from before. Then, out of the shadows, a colossal, black-furred figure emerges behind the red apes. It's a mutated gorilla with blazing golden eyes, holding a skull-topped staff that radiates pure dark energy. Seeing the real mastermind, Kim Min-jun lets out an amused smirk. Oh ho, so it was you. You're the main event, aren't you? He says, casually sizing up his opponent. For a monkey, you're not half bad. Instantly, 2 streams of sinister purple energy gather around Kim Min-jun as a system window flashes. Skill, Black Advance. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes his attack, launching shadow arrows that tear through space, aimed straight at the legion of undead. Explosions of dark energy erupt on impact. The necromancer roars in fury, raising its skull staff and pouring all its mana into controlling its minions. They continue to charge forward like moths to a flame, completely ignoring their devastating injuries. The horde of red monkeys, with their cold white eyes, keep swarming forward, creating a deadly crimson wave that's about to crash down on Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun lets out a short sigh. So that's how it is. He now understands the true nature of this fight, and decides it's time to stop holding back. A sinister purple aura gathers in his palm as the monkeys surround him. Let's see now. In an instant, he unleashes a massive amount of mana into the sky. A skull-shaped cloud forms, raining down a toxic acid storm. The poison rain pelts the monsters' bodies, causing them to shriek in agony. However, watching their reaction, Kim Min-jun quickly realizes the skill's limitation. It seems this stuff isn't very effective against zombies. He immediately switches tactics. A new skill activates, called Hellfire Mabos. This is an attack that summons bolts of flame from the sky. Purple fire rains down like meteors, slamming into the red monkeys and sticking to their bodies like napalm. Witnessing the scene, Kim Min-jun cracks a sinister smile. He raises his hand, and with a sharp, definitive snap of his fingers, boom! A world-shaking magical explosion erupts, wiping out every last evil entity in a single flash. This kind of power makes a nuclear bomb look like a firecracker. When the dust finally settles, the field is nothing but a wasteland of charred monster corpses. Kim Min-jun stands firm amidst the wreckage, his sword still glowing with a cold, powerful energy. But then, from the darkness, the massive creature with black fur and golden eyes emerges once more. Facing the appearance of the boss monster, Kim Min-jun's arrogant expression doesn't waver. He smirks, his tone dripping with mockery. "What's this? You think you can defeat me?" The monster roars with rage, clenching its hairy fists and pouring all its mana into activating the power of its necklace. Streams of dark purple energy swirl violently, engulfing the mutated ape's massive body. The sheer power exploding from it is so intense that the few remaining small monkeys tremble in absolute terror. Despite facing this overwhelming pressure, Kim Min-jun just stands there, calmly observing with a deep, unreadable expression. He thinks to himself, "I've seen plenty of monsters use skills or get empowered by demonic chi, but I've never seen one that could do it all by itself." The monster has now completed its power-up, standing menacingly in the smoke. "You really have me curious," Kim Min-jun says with a slight smirk, looking at the hideous creature before him. He continues mockingly, "But I guess you won't be able to answer my questions." The monster roars in a frenzy, raises its skull staff, and charges straight for him, radiating pure, murderous intent. Facing this ferocious assault, Kim Min-jun calmly draws his mana sword, which glows with a deep blue energy. He says with conviction, "Right, that doesn't matter now." A thunderous clash erupts as Kim Min-jun's sword blocks the strike from the monster's bone staff. The beast unleashes a continuous barrage of 1,000-ton blows, but Kim Min-jun moves like a phantom, flawlessly parrying every single attack. The clang of weapons echoes relentlessly, each of his slashes carrying a sharp, cold energy. Seizing a tiny opening, Kim Min-jun spins and delivers a sweeping horizontal strike. The battle hits its peak as they both charge in for a head-on collision. This time, they're both going all out. Kim Min-jun suddenly reaches out and grabs the monster's staff, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. He braces himself, pouring all of his strength into his sword and preparing for a decisive counterattack. Despite the monster's fierce resistance, a confident, arrogant smirk plays on Kim Min-jun's lips. He grips the weapon tightly and begins to overpower his enemy in a raw contest of strength with no mercy. Activating the C-rank skill, Devour, Kim Min-jun channels a stream of dark purple energy directly into the monster's arm, causing its flesh to rot and smoke on contact. The mutated ape howls in pure agony. After pushing his enemy back, Kim Min-jun stands tall, his sharp gaze fixed on the panting creature. He smirks and says mockingly, "Fighting you hunter style was fun. But I'll show you something else. After all, I am a black sorcerer." And with that, an intense purple energy explodes, enveloping Kim Min-jun's entire body. He activates the skill Brutal Charge, launching himself forward like a bolt of purple lightning and delivering a thunderous impact right into the monster's face. The massive magical force creates a devastating shockwave, blasting the giant ape backward in a completely stunned state. Not giving his opponent a single second to recover, Kim Min-jun unleashes his next skill, Demonic Chi Claws. The mutated ape can only roar in despair as magical talons bind it, leaving it utterly helpless against his overwhelming power. "It's all over now, old friend." A cruel smile spreads across his face as he activates Black Advance. A series of magic circles appear around his arm. Magic arrows materialize and pierce straight into the monster's chest. The giant ape roars one last time in pain before collapsing heavily to the ground. Its body, no longer able to resist, finally goes cold and still. Kim Min-jun stands proudly amidst the settling dust, looking down at the defeated foe at his feet. As a dark purple aura covers his hand, the system immediately sends a notification. "Your demonic chi has increased by 1. He's genuinely surprised. He only came into this dungeon to raise his normal stats, but he never expected to gain demonic chi as well. Now that his demonic chi has reached the threshold, Kim Min-jun officially unlocks a new skill, Demonic Chi of Desire. It allows him to consume demonic chi to temporarily boost all his stats while also strengthening his other demonic skills. A whole bunch of his skills, like Brutal Charge and his multi-hit attacks, receive a massive upgrade. Amidst the rubble, the few remaining red monkeys can only tremble and hide behind rocks, terrified by his aura. The system confirms it. You have defeated all monsters in the dungeon. With the battle won, he coolly sheathes his sword as a notification pops up. Reward received. He can't help but think this system is basically a high-tech security camera. Kim Min-jun pulls up his status window, eager to see just how much his stats have jumped. But then, a surprise. The system announces he killed more monsters than the dungeon was supposed to have, granting him an extra reward. He's completely baffled, thinking, what? More than the total number of monsters possible? After a moment, it clicks. The monsters he'd killed were turned into zombies, which means he got to kill them twice. That's how they were double counted. Instead of questioning it, a huge grin spreads across his face. Who cares about the logic? The important thing is he's getting more rewards. This is double the fun. A special reward appears, allowing him to choose one of the skills of the death-ruling Monkey King. Kim Min-jun's curiosity is piqued, so that was the monster's name, and he gets to steal one of its skills? 3 choices materialize before him. 1. Monkey King. 2. Lord of the Dead. 3. Perpetual Motion Machine. Kim Min-jun's eyes light up in excitement. Are you for real? He decides to check out the Monkey King skill first. The ability to command all monkey-type monsters. Yeah, that seems kind of useless, doesn't it? He skims over the next skill, Lord of the Dead. The description is powerful, basically giving him control over the deceased. But he immediately sees the issue. Imagine the trouble he'd get into marching an army of corpses across South Korea. Definitely not a good look. Instantly, his attention locks onto the third option, Perpetual Motion Machine. Kim Min-jun stares into the empty air, his mind racing. Could this be exactly what he thinks it is? The scene suddenly shifts, transporting him to a dark hallway where monster corpses are piled up like a mountain. At the very peak of that gruesome pile sits a blonde-haired man, looking completely pathetic. Kim Min-jun stops right in front of him, his voice ice cold. Hey, let me ask you something. His face is cloaked in shadow, revealing only his piercing eyes as he demands, that monster you created. It was enhanced with demonic energy. Kim Min-jun leans in closer, his voice a low growl. How did you do it? Hearing the question, the blonde man lets out a mocking laugh. A black magician asking something so obvious? That's right, he taunts. I know you're curious. Forcing demonic energy into monsters that don't naturally have it is no different from feeding them poison. Kim Min-jun's expression turns deadly serious, but the other guy has zero intention of cooperating. He sneers. And you think I'm going to tell you how? Kim Min-jun steps closer to the man slumped on the ground. It doesn't matter if you talk or not. I'll be leaving this world soon enough anyway. But first, I'm going to finish what I started. So just take a little nap. Unexpectedly, a smirk appears on the blonde man's face as he decides to reveal a shocking secret. The monsters infused with demonic energy, they all have a specific skill. Kim Min-jun freezes in his tracks, demanding, What? The man continues, his face twisting into a sinister grin. We discovered that this skill allows them to continuously generate demonic energy inside their own bodies. He looks Kim Min-jun dead in the eye and confesses a horrifying crime. So, we researched how to transplant that skill into other subjects. Kim Min-jun is utterly stunned, his eyes widening in pure horror at what he's hearing. His mind analyzes the information at lightning speed. If what he's saying is true, then species like the dark hounds must possess that ability from birth. Looking down at the pile of rubble, Kim Min-jun realizes a brutal truth. All those abnormal monsters he'd fought must have acquired that same power through some means. A bold idea flashes through the former black magician's mind. What if a human could get this skill? The blonde man smirks like a prophet who just read his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, but it's impossible for a human. He casually explains the cruelty of their experiments. The method we use only works when grafted onto the flesh and blood of monsters. An explosion of rage. Kim Min-jun violently grabs the man by the collar, his face darkening with pure killing intent as he snarls. Did you experiment on humans? His grip tightens as he roars in absolute fury. On all of the black magicians you've kidnapped until now? Seeing Kim Min-jun's face twisted in rage, the blonde man simply closes his eyes, offering a final challenge. Looking at your face right now, I think it's better if I don't answer you. Kim Min-jun looks down at the defeated man, his voice chillingly calm. No, you've already answered my question. Back in the present, Kim Min-jun stands silently before the system screen, which emits a soft blue glow. He connects the pieces from the past. This perpetual motion machine has to be the skill that man was talking about. His eyes burn with determination as he reaches out and touches the screen. I will shatter the limits of a black magician. Instantly, a ding confirms his choice. A system notification flashes brightly. You have acquired the skill, Perpetual Motion Machine. A violent explosion of dark purple energy erupts, engulfing Kim Min-jun's entire body and creating shockwaves that shake the very air. As excruciating pain tears through him, the notification board keeps flashing. The skill Perpetual Motion Machine is adapting to the user's body. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth and screams amidst the intensely swirling magical fog. Yeah, you can bet this hurts like hell. The skill Perpetual Motion Machine is adapting to the user's body. Through the thick dust, Kim Min-jun's eyes are wide open, glowing with a fierce purple light. He drops to one knee, focusing all his strength to absorb the new power surging within him. Kim Min-jun looks up with a sinister and arrogant smile, feeling the incredible transformation as the final notification appears. The Perpetual Motion Machine is now creating demonic energy. The next day, at the military base, Kim Min-jun casually pushes open the door to the barracks, looking completely calm. He gives a friendly wave and greeting. Yo, everyone. How have you all been? His appearance immediately makes the soldiers who were cleaning the room incredibly tense. The gray-haired soldier snaps to attention, saluting sharply and reporting, Sergeant, 2nd Platoon is currently conducting its 1100 hours inspection. Seeing his teammates' overly serious attitude, Kim Min-jun can't help but feel confused. What? Why are you all acting like this all of a sudden? We won't be seeing each other as often anymore, the soldier replies. I'm just trying to do my best while you're still here. Anyway, congratulations on your promotion to Sergeant First Class. Even if you leave us, please don't forget us. In stark contrast to everyone's emotional state, Kim Min-jun just stares back with a blank expression and drops a bombshell. But I didn't get promoted. His answer throws the entire room into a stunned silence. The gray-haired soldier freezes, a dozen question marks practically popping up over his head. He stammers. But you went to division headquarters yesterday, didn't you? Wasn't it for your promotion? Kim Min-jun states it plainly. No, it wasn't. His teammates immediately swarm him like he's a movie star, firing off questions. Then why? Aren't you moving to the senior officer's quarters? Another soldier chimes in, looking genuinely concerned. Isn't it inconvenient for you here? Over there? Everyone gets their own room. Kim Min-jun calmly sits down on his bunk. A faint, teasing smirk plays on his lips as he explains, I didn't come back last night simply because it got too late. You guys must have really wanted me to disappear, huh? Seeing how casual Kim Min-jun was, his teammates suddenly burst with emotion, covering their faces and sobbing their eyes out. Kim Min-jun just looks at the blubbering soldiers and lets out a sigh. Man, I was just teasing you guys. What's with all the drama model? Kim Min-jun is just lounging on the bed, looking at his gloomy teammates with a totally straight face. He casually drops a bombshell. Honestly, if I were you, I'd probably hate me too. The squad is looking at him with desperate, hopeful eyes, thinking he's about to say something deep. But as they stare in confusion, they can't help but ask, wait, why? Kim Min-jun flashes a mischievous grin and finally reveals the real, ridiculous reason he's avoiding that promotion. The internet at headquarters is painfully slow. If he moves there, his gaming rank would tank, so he's staying right here. After hearing his insane gamer logic, the entire squad can only clutch their heads and howl in pure frustration. Still curious, one soldier asks, then why the heck did you even go to Division Command? Kim Min-jun just leans down to adjust his boots and replies like it's no big deal. Oh, that? They gave me a brand new mana sword. Everyone freezes, looking at each other in total disbelief. That's it? They thought he'd be devastated or holding a grudge about the promotion, but Kim Min-jun just stays cool. Not really, he says. It doesn't change anything anyway. His laid-back attitude is actually starting to weird them out. In fact, he looks even happier now that he doesn't have to deal with a higher rank. While the whispers continue behind his back, asking if that's really the only reason Kim Min-jun stands quietly in front of his locker. A smug smile creeps across the former Dark Mage's face. Of course I'm happy, he thinks. I got something way better. Right then, his status window flickers to life with some insane growth. His strength has jumped from 77 to 84, his stamina hit 76, and his mana skyrocketed to 45. A whole list of his skills just leveled up, especially his multiverse traveler and demonic energy singularity. This kind of power surge is worth way more than some military rank. Suddenly, the base's speakers erupt with a frantic announcement. All forces, Prepare for immediate combat. The atmosphere turns electric with tension and a heartbeat. Soldiers scramble to grab their gear as one guy shouts a warning to the rest. This isn't a drill, move it people, something's going down. Kim Min-jun narrows his eyes, quickly fixing his uniform. He can tell from the announcer's voice this is a serious emergency. Night falls over the jagged mountains. Under a full moon, a team of hunters in dark tactical gear moves silently through the dense forest, weapons ready. They're moving like ghosts, closing in on their target in the shadows. In the middle of the silent woods, a hand goes up, signaling the team to halt. We're taking 5 here. Recover your stamina. The soldiers scatter, some grabbing water while others just collapse on the ground to shake off the fatigue. One soldier whispers, "It's too quiet. Haven't the others found them yet?" The tension is thick. The search area is massive, and even with 2 whole companies involved, this is taking way too long. A veteran soldier sighs heavily. It's been ages since monsters swarmed down from the north, and of all things, it had to be an orc. He turns to Kim Min-jun and says, 4 years here and I've never seen one. This is your first time facing an orc, right? You haven't been in the service long. Man, this guy thinks Kim Min-jun is so innocent. Kim Min-jun just smirks to himself. Yeah, something like that. At least, it's his first time seeing one on Earth. The soldier keeps rambling. Hey, did you know? No hunter legion has ever captured an orc alive. They're too tough and stubborn. We usually have to use guns. Capturing one is basically impossible. Apparently, during the last sighting, they even had to bring out the mana cannon HK9. Hearing this, Kim Min-jun's eyes light up with pure interest. Is that so? So, if someone actually caught one alive, it would be a legendary achievement, right? The soldier laughs. That's never happened. So yeah, it would cause a massive scene. But if we see one, we report the location immediately, and the whole company engages together. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun puts a finger to his lips, a wicked smile spreading across his face. I see. Seeing that terrifying look on his face, his teammates just start shivering. We're doomed. This guy is a literal menace. A strange noise echoes, sending birds scattering from the trees. Kim Min-jun stands up instantly and barks an order. Sergeants, stay here. I'm gonna check it out. He vanishes into the darkness, moving through the brush with expert precision. He creeps toward the sound, eventually ducking behind a massive tree to observe. Up ahead, a giant orc with bulging muscles is brutally tearing into its prey. The scene under the moonlight is absolutely gruesome. Standing before this monster, Kim Min-jun doesn't feel a shred of fear. Instead, his eyes glow with cold calculation. You're not getting away this time, my boy. The massive orc's yellow eyes bulge in pure shock as it realizes a stranger is standing right there. Before it can even react, Kim Min-jun calmly walks out of hiding, hands on his hips, looking totally arrogant. He towers over the beast and asks mockingly, "Who gave you permission to eat here?" The orc responds with a wave of terrifying bloodlust. Even under that crushing pressure, Kim Min-jun stays ice cold. He's already running the numbers in his head, how to bag this thing without accidentally killing it. The orc lunges forward in a blind rage. Kim Min-jun moves like a ghost, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. His gaze turns sharp as he slides into the monster's blind spot, his left hand surging with dark energy. The system notification flashes. Skill, activated, demonic claw. Kim Min-jun pours every ounce of power into his fist, a look of pure, manic excitement on his face as he roars, "This is the best!" A thunderous punch slams into the orc, sending shockwaves through the entire forest. The sheer force leaves the monster completely dazed, its massive body trembling from the impact. Kim Min-jun stands his ground, looking down at the staggering beast. He clenches his fist and flashes a sinister smile. "Don't die on me yet. I need you alive." The monster lets out an earth-shattering roar that rips through the night, shaking the woods to their core. The soldiers marching nearby freeze, faces pale with shock. One soldier gasps, realizing exactly what that sound was. That's an orc. Panic immediately grips the squad. They level their weapons and scream, "Crap! He's right in front of it!" One soldier yells in a panic, "Commander, get out of the way!" They can't believe their eyes as he just stands there. Another shouts, "What are you doing alone?" But Kim Min-jun just holds up a hand to stop them and bellows, "No, don't shoot. If you shoot, how am I supposed to catch it alive? Don't you dare mess with my achievement, you idiots." While the squad stands there speechless and confused, Kim Min-jun leaps away from a deadly swing. He's locked onto his target with terrifying focus. "I'm taking this thing alive, no matter what." Watching this madness, one soldier mutters, "Should we just shoot him too?" Another is just pure livid. What the hell? You didn't even share your location? But the response was pure, arrogant selfishness. Of course not. It's mine, mine, mine. It's all mine. The soldiers could only watch, helpless, muttering. You were way too reckless. The creature, now completely enraged, let out a threatening roar. Then, in a flash, it swung its arm, bringing down a devastating thunderclap from above. Facing this destructive attack, Kim Min-jun remained terrifyingly calm. He silently observed, coolly assessing the blow. This attack is… Kim Min-jun stood casually with his hands behind his head, looking completely at ease, even as soldiers surrounded him with weapons drawn, their eyes full of suspicion. His bizarre composure just left everyone baffled, wondering what on earth their comrade was planning to do. Suddenly, a ground-shaking roar created a shockwave so powerful it blasted the entire squad of soldiers backwards. The scene exploded into chaos as soldiers were thrown into the air, completely powerless against the creature's overwhelming strength. Agonized screams echoed through the forest as they crashed to the ground, one by one, unable to fight back. But amidst his fallen comrades, a sinister, bewitching smile slowly spread across Kim Min-jun's face. The creature's glowing yellow eyes stared daggers at him as it roared in fury. How dare you! Before it could finish, Kim Min-jun launched forward. He threw a thunderous punch wrapped in an ominous purple aura, slamming it right into the monster's face. The 1,000-ton blow left the creature completely dazed. It clutched its throat, coughing up a thick, dark fluid in absolute agony. Watching his enemy suffer, Kim Min-jun's smile twisted into something even more crazed and terrifying. Reacting with lightning speed, he whipped out a dark energy rope that tore through the air, wrapping tightly around the monster's neck like a deathly lasso. Gritting his teeth, Kim Min-jun used his phenomenal strength to yank the monster down, forcing it to its knees as it roared in despair. Closing in, he looked down at the struggling beast with eyes as sharp and cold as blades. He announced coldly, "You can't save the world. Not after taking down one of my men." With that, Kim Min-jun focused all his mana into his fist, shattering the beast's will to resist. Amidst a cloud of dust, he stood tall and proud over the massive, now unconscious body of the creature. Looking at the opponent twitching at his feet, Kim Min-jun smirked with satisfaction. "Knew it. You really are a tough one." The shocking news instantly reached the battalion command office, where an officer on the phone exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Captured it? Alive?" His face was a mask of pure shock, unable to believe the report from the field. Immediately, a thrilled Lee Junbeom gave a decisive order. "All right, get them assembled." Standing beside him, First Lieutenant Sung Jun-sik, still bewildered, asked, "Captured alive? You mean the outdoor?" Lee Junbeom confirmed it with absolute certainty. "That's right. Report this to division headquarters immediately." He rushed out the door, shouting back a final instruction. "Tell them Kim Min-jun was the one who captured the outdoor alive." He thought to himself with a sigh of admiration. "Ha, Kim Min-jun again? That guy is really something else. There aren't even words to describe him." The next day, the atmosphere at the base was more festive than ever. Under the bright sun, a huge barbecue was being held right in the courtyard to celebrate their victory. The soldiers laughed and joked around, some grilling massive slabs of meat over charcoal, others excitedly taking commemorative photos. Honestly, it looked more like a school picnic than a military base. Watching the chaotic scene from a distance, an officer clicked his tongue. What in the world are they doing? Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun was strolling along with a smile when a sharp voice suddenly called out, "Hey, Kim Min-jun!" He immediately snapped to attention, executing a perfect, crisp salute. "Yes, sir." Kim Chun-min walked over, clapping him on the shoulder in praise. "Thanks to you, the whole battalion gets to enjoy a feast tonight. Everyone's really fired up. You did a fantastic job." Kim Min-jun replied politely. "Thank you, sir." As they walked together, Chun-min asked curiously, "I bet that creature is worth a fortune. Have you heard anything about it?" Kim Min-jun casually revealed an unbelievable number. "I heard it's 200 million. Oh my god, everyone, 200 million. The answer left, the captain stunned. "I've never heard of such a huge bounty for a single monster. That's incredible." Chun-min continued, looking relieved. "I'm glad you showed up when you did." The battalion commander has been on edge about promotions lately. The battalion's performance has been better than ever recently, so he seems to be in a great mood these days. They walked into the command building together, with Chun-min still marveling. Of course, he's not the type to let his mood affect his command, but it's true the atmosphere in the battalion has gotten a lot better. However, the moment the door swung open, they were met with a completely opposite scene. Inside the meeting room, the officers sat motionless in a grim, incredibly tense atmosphere. It felt like a classroom right when the teacher starts a pop quiz. Lee Junbiom, in particular, was staring into space with a severe, murderous expression on his face. Before they could even process the sudden shift, Kim Sang-deok spoke up, his face dead serious. I believe Kim Min-jun's solo actions this time were completely wrong. He launched into a harsh critique, arguing that in that situation, instead of fighting alone, Kim Min-jun should have waited for the other recon teams to coordinate an attack. The guy sounded like a sleazy multi-level marketer. Hearing the judgmental lecture, Kim Min-jun just frowned in annoyance, cursing internally. That bastard's starting up again. He lives too. Kim Sang-deok wasn't finished. He continued, now sounding like an insurance salesman, pointing out that while they were lucky to escape without casualties this time, there's no guarantee the next time would be the same. Just then, Lee Junbiom's voice cut through the air like ice. Instructor. The single word made Sang-deok jump in terror, cold sweat pouring down his pale face. The battalion commander's eyes turned sharp and terrifying as he demanded, Kim Sang-deok, what was the result of yesterday's subjugation? Sang-deok nervously reported the outcome. Lee Junbiom stared directly at the flustered man and challenged him. Can you capture an outdoor alive with just luck? He conceded that what Sang-deok said wasn't wrong, that his points were valid, but then his tone turned lethal. But at a party that I, the battalion commander, personally prepared to reward my soldiers for achieving maximum results in combat. Did you really have to say those things? Terrified by his superior's fury, Sang-deok just waved his hands frantically. That's not what I meant. If there was a misunderstanding, I apologize. Lee Junbiom crossed his arms, staring down the bumbling instructor and declaring, I trust my subordinates, and I respect their judgment in the field. He emphasized that reality is full of variables that can't be handled by just following a textbook. Looking at Kim Sang-deok's sweating face, the commander mocked him without hesitation. Since you're so busy teaching, I guess you wouldn't know what the field is actually like, would you? He proudly reminded him that he had also entered dungeons and was deployed in the Japan campaign before. Ah, right. The campaign you only returned from safely, thanks to Kim Min-jun, correct? The remark left Lee Junbiom stunned, his face twisting in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun calmly acknowledged he knew exactly who ordered Sang-deok to give him a hard time. He warned him coldly, watch your tone and know your place. And just like that, the instructor finally tucked his tail between his legs. A sudden shout from the banquet table shattered the heavy silence. Kim Min-jun! He answered back with a sharp, clear voice before jumping right into the celebration with his waiting squad mates. Looking at the bright, familiar faces surrounding him, a confident smile spread across his face. In that moment, he knew it for sure. Everyone here? They're on my side. But while they were celebrating, things were looking a lot darker over at the Hunter Corps Command Center. Moon Ik-chan, the head of the Special Forces, was marching down the hallway with a face like thunder. He felt his phone vibrate, pulled it out, and checked the message. It was a report from Kim Sang-deok, and man, it sounded desperate. I'm sorry, sir. With the current vibe in the battalion, it's impossible to find any flaws in his training anymore. His performance is just too perfect. I literally can't find a single reason to give him a hard time. I've completely failed you. After reading those words, Moon Ik-chan lost it. He ground his teeth in pure rage. You useless piece of trash, he hissed, stopping dead in the middle of the empty hallway as his killing intent flared up. This side isn't looking any better. We've got nothing to use against him. The bitter truth was staring him right in the face. Since Kim Min-jun had captured the fox alive, not even the top brass could stop his upcoming promotion. Their plan to use that promotion as bait to drag Kim Min-jun into the Special Forces unit? Yeah, that was dead in the water. For now. Tsh, what a massive pain in the neck, he muttered under his breath. Deep down, Moon Ik-chan still couldn't wrap his head around why the commander would pick someone like Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from right behind him, making him jump. Who exactly are we talking about? He spun around only to see the stern face of Ryu Seong-eum. Moon Ik-chan panicked instantly. General Ryu, sir, what brings you to command today? Ryu Kim Se-hyung-eum just gave him a cold, sidelong glance. You look like you've got a bone to pick with someone, Moon. Moon Ik-chan tried to play it cool, clearing his throat. Ahem, just talking to myself, sir, nothing to worry about. But really, why are you here? The general took his time answering. You're the Special Forces commander, and you haven't heard the news yet? The commander-in-chief summoned me. It's about Kim Min-jun's promotion from the 104th Division. Seeing that sly smirk on the general's face, Moon Ik-chan felt a chill. He realized the commander was finally making his move, and it wasn't going to be good for him. It meant he was being cut out of the loop entirely. Unexpectedly, Ryu Kim Se-hyung-eum reached out his hand. "Oh, before I forget, I haven't congratulated you on becoming commander and your promotion to Major General. Good for you." Moon Ik-chan hesitantly took the hand, mumbling a "thank you, sir." But then, Ryu leaned in close, his eyes sharp enough to cut glass. He whispered a warning that felt like a threat. "Keep working hard. For the country." Without waiting for a reply, the general turned and walked away. A few moments later, he was standing on the rooftop, coming face to face with the man in charge. General Ryu snapped a crisp salute. "Loyalty!" Commander Gu returned the gesture simply. "You're here." He didn't waste time. "So, you're really going to give Kim Min-jun a special promotion to second lieutenant?" Ryu Kim Se-hyung-eum nodded firmly. "That's right. I'm asking for your official approval, sir." Commander Gu went quiet, thinking it over. He'd seen the reports on Kim Min-jun's achievements, but it was still hard to believe. "I get reports on talents all the time, but catching the fox alive? That's something else entirely." He knew a rare gem when he saw one. "Time to put him to work. The kid has been a huge asset to the military," the commander continued. "I have no reason to block this promotion." Ryu Kim Se-hyung-eum bowed slightly. "Thank you, sir. I'll start the paperwork immediately." But then, Commander Gu dropped a butt. "There's one condition." Ryu narrowed his eyes, instantly on guard. "A condition? What kind of condition?" The commander's voice went cold. "The condition is that Kim Min-jun has to participate in the special dungeon raid with the Special Forces Regiment." He let out a calculating smile. "We'll finalize the promotion after the mission is over." Ryu realized the game being played. The bosses weren't making it easy. This was a test they wanted to see Kim Min-jun's real power with their own eyes. They'd heard the rumors and read the reports, but that wasn't enough. Ryu thought to himself, classic Commander Gu, always testing everything. But then, a realization hit him that made his blood run cold. If it was the dungeon the Special Forces were targeting. "Wait, you don't mean?" The commander smirked. "That's right. We found a double dungeon." Night fell, and a heavy silence settled over the military base. Inside a dark room, Kim Min-jun sat cross-legged on the floor, completely focused on his breathing and his power. He was deep in meditation, totally unaware that someone was watching him. A mysterious figure was peeking through a crack in the door, tracking his every move. Two other soldiers crept up, whispering, "What are you doing? What's going on in there?" They were shocked. It was the night of the battalion party, yet here Kim Min-jun was not missing a single minute of training. "Man, this guy is on another level," one of them whispered. They couldn't help but wonder how much a person had to train to reach that rank, and seriously, when did this guy ever sleep? He was dominating the rankings in both Danyeon and Fighter. Inside, sweat was pouring down Kim Min-jun's face. He was pushing himself hard. "I need to make this perpetual engine mine," he told himself. The mana production was still slow, but he knew that as his skill level rose, it would get faster. He started his visualization training, imagining the engine as an actual organ inside his body, pumping it full of mana. In his mind, the magical gears began to turn perfectly. And then ding, the system responded. The perpetual engine was reacting to his mana. The production speed ticked up, and Kim Min-jun finally let out a breath of relief. All right, that's enough for today. It was still less mana than he was putting in, but the potential was insane. Suddenly, a frantic voice broke his concentration. "Sir, Kim Min-jun, sir!" Kim Min-jun wiped his forehead and looked up. "Lee Bong-gu? What's the panic about?" Bong-gu started to report some cool stuff he found, but his voice was immediately drowned out by chaotic shouting and screaming. "Arg, help! You're crazy!" Kim Min-jun snapped, getting annoyed. "What are you even saying? Where are you?" He marched into the dark woods and let out a cold shout. "I told you two not to fight." In front of him, two summoned spirit beasts were growling at each other, ready to tear each other apart. The little imp started whining. "Sir, he tried to take all the credit. I had no choice." The whole fight was over a glowing, bright purple mana crystal. The crow familiar screamed back that the imp only found it, but he was the one who actually stole it. Kim Min-jun picked up the crystal, his face turning terrifying as a dark aura surrounded him. "So, you both found it together, right?" Under the sheer pressure of his gaze, the two summons immediately changed their tune, shaking in fear. "Yes, yes, sir. We brought it back together. Good job, both of you. Now there's nothing left to fight over." And with one hand, he crushed the mana crystal into dust. A violent explosion of magic erupted around him. System alerts flashed non-stop, his demonic energy just ticked up by one. Kim Min-jun's eyes blazed with a powerful cerulean light as he felt this brand new power surging within. He was completely stunned. What was this ability? Right then, a system window materialized before him. The skill, Dark Side, has been created. And that's all for this video. If you want to see more amazing series, make sure you smash that like button. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.